The sky is bright and clear. The three lights shine brightly. The golden chamber and jade hall. The five sacred herbs bear fruit. The dim yellow light seeped through the dilapidated side hall, accompanied by a soft recitation, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility in the stillness of the night that was both refreshing and uplifting. However, upon entering the cramped chamber, this peaceful ambience was abruptly shattered by the harshness of reality. Within the dimly lit confines, a greasy altar table draped in crimson silk occupied half of the space by the window, while a narrow wooden bed was squeezed into a corner. Both the altar and the bed were askew and in a state of disrepair. At this moment, two young acolytes, both around 11 or 12 years of age, sat on a high stool beside the altar. They had delicate features and wore faded, ill-fitting grayish-blue robes. As they yawned intermittently, they swayed their heads, murmuring the scriptures. Suddenly, with a loud thud, one of the acolytes dropped the scroll he was holding. The faint sound resonated clearly in the stillness of the night, startling the drowsy acolytes awake. "Ah!" exclaimed the acolyte who had dropped the scroll, yawning widely as he rubbed his eyes and slowly bent down to retrieve the book. The other acolyte, taken aback, cautiously glanced toward the doorway and admonished, "Ling, be careful. If Master sees you, you'll be punished with the ruler again." But Master said we must not slack off when he is not around. "I'm not slacking, I'm merely feeling sleepy." Ling yawned once more, hopped down from the high stool, and declared, "I'm going to the restroom." With that, he lit a lantern and, swaying gently, departed from the ear room. The dilapidated state of the ear room revealed that this Taoist temple had long been in disrepair, a reality that was indeed confirmed. The walls were crumbling in several places, the corridor pillars leaned askew, dust lay thickly everywhere, and cobwebs were abundant. Even the plaque at the entrance of the temple had fallen, half buried in the earth. Aside from the grand hall dedicated to the three pure ones and the side chambers where they resided, the rest of the temple was in utter disarray. It is worth noting that this temple was once prosperous a millennium ago. During the era of the Great Qin, when the founding emperor, the Taizu, was unifying the realm, he witnessed a divine miracle here. Consequently, the Duke of Chu, who was feudal lord of this territory, erected a Taoist temple on Mount Baishui to honor the ancestral Taoist figures, the three pure ones. In its prime, the Baishui temple ranked as the foremost among the three great Taoist temples of the realm, thriving with incense offerings and renowned far and wide, a true sanctuary of Taoism. Alas, as time passed, the Great Qin fell into disintegration, and the Great Yin rose to take its place. The Baishui temple's lineage was interrupted amidst the turmoil of war, and the once flourishing Baishui tradition faded into obscurity. Since the fall of the Great Qin, the Baishui temple lay in ruin for centuries, never to be restored. Now, it is a landscape of crumbling walls and broken remnants, with scarcely a trace of the former grandeur of the world's once greatest temple. 3 years ago, a Taoist priest came to Mount Baishui, reminiscing about the past, and managed to clear a palace that was barely habitable, moving in with 2 disciples. He called himself Xianxia. Though impoverished and destitute, he comported himself with dignity. Day by day, he and his disciples offered reverence to the ancestral Taoists, tended to vegetables, and cultivated the garden, living a life of simplicity. He neither sought offerings nor ventured down the mountain to beg for alms, often attending to the minor ailments of the villagers nearby. Thus, the villagers of Mount Baishui tacitly acknowledged him as the master of the Baishui temple. Certainly, the master of the White Water Temple is not recognized by the imperial court. When scrutinized closely, he is merely a wandering Taoist. Though practitioners of the Tao are indeed part of the Taoist community, the conventions established over millennia dictate that both monks and Taoists possess certificates of legitimacy. Temple and monastery leaders are further endorsed by the court without such validation. They are relegated to the status of wandering monks or Taoists, obliged to pay taxes and provide grain. Devoid of incense offerings and burdened with taxes, their existence is exceedingly meager. Moreover, xianxia, known for his stern and rigid demeanor, subjects his disciples to a life of arduous toil. Ling Yu clutched a piece of paper, illuminating his path with a lantern as he stumbled towards the makeshift lavatory at the back of the hall, unfastening his trousers as he squatted down. After a cascade of water sounds, Ling Yu exhaled in relief, tidied himself, and cautiously stepped out of the facility. This lavatory, simplistic in nature, consisted merely of a deep pit with 2 wooden planks laid across it, covered with thatch rudimentary and perilous. Ling Yu had always refrained from visiting the lavatory at night, primarily due to his fear of falling in, but also for other reasons. He held the lantern aloft, his gaze sweeping over the shadow of the collapsed palace not far away, ominous in the darkness, particularly terrifying at night. He hunched his shoulders, feeling a chill breeze seep in, prompting him to hastily retreat inside. Had it not been for the pressing nature of his need, he would have preferred to avoid the lavatory at night altogether. Wait, a chill? It seemed to linger. Ling Yu's body froze, his steps halting. Could it be? Is there truly something there? He felt his legs tremble, the sensation of the cold wind at his neck growing more pronounced, as if someone were behind him, gently exhaling. Calm down, calm down. Ling Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, set down the lantern, and, trembling, began to form a hand gesture. Heaven and earth, the profound sect, the root of myriad energies. Cultivating for countless eons, I shall attain divine powers. Within and beyond the 3 realms, only the Tao is revered. As he recited the golden light incantation, Ling Yu's voice gradually steadied until the words golden light, swift manifestation, shield the true practitioner were uttered. Suddenly, his mind felt a surge of warmth, and golden light appeared. Though he could not see this golden light, he sensed himself entering an indescribable state of existence. Regrettably, this enigmatic sensation was fleeting, vanishing almost instantly. Ah, the little acolyte of this humble temple can actually enter a state of visualization, a soft, delicate voice echoed in his ears, startling Ling Yu. With willow-shaped brows, beguiling eyes, a fair face, and lips painted in crimson, the figure approached him. Ah, a ghost! His scream resonated through the skies above the Bai Shui temple as Ling Yu leapt back in terror and fled. The woman, swaying her hips gracefully, advanced step by step, leaning down to blow a breath of cool air against Ling Yu's neck. Little one, have you not realized that no matter how fast you run, you remain in the same place? Ling Yu froze, glancing down at his feet, and let out an even more harrowing scream. Though his feet were indeed moving, the ground beneath him remained utterly still. Once the scream subsided, the reality before him became apparent. There was no escaping it, and he found himself oddly calm. Regaining his composure, he turned to face the woman in red and soon noticed the lantern casting her graceful silhouette on the ground. "You are not a ghost," he declared with certainty. "Oomph." The woman in red laughed enchantingly. "Does this sister appear to be a ghost?" Indeed. Realizing it was a person, Lin Ji's courage swelled, and he nodded solemnly, like a seductive ghost. "Oh, you know what a seductive ghost is?" "Of course. My master says that those who are exceptionally beautiful are seductive ghosts. The more beautiful they are, the more dangerous." The woman in red raised an eyebrow, her laughter a cascade of flowers. "You little rascal, quite the silver tongue, aren't you?" Ling Yu blinked innocently, feigning cuteness. "Sister, who exactly are you? Why are you here in the dead of night? Are you lost? Did you deliberately blow air into my neck to make me think there's a ghost? And what is the realm of visualization?" In the next moment, his gaze shifted and a crimson dot flickered in his hand, shooting forth like lightning. "Ah!" Ling Yu cried out in pain as a yellow talisman slipped from his grasp. "You little rascal, trying tricks in front of your sister?" The woman in red tugged on a crimson thread, the other, and ensnaring Linjia's wrist. Lingyu trembled, his hands shaking from the pain as he gasped, "Sister, with such commotion just now, my senior brother couldn't possibly have not heard anything, yet there's been not a sound. What have you done to him? Oh, so quick to sense something amiss, you truly are a clever little thing." The woman in red winked alluringly. "As for what I've done to your senior brother, take a wild guess?" Lingyu replied, "Sister, whatever you desire from me, just say the word. The White Water Temple has been abandoned for centuries. The three of us are merely unordained wanderers, devoid of wealth and possessing meager skills. Given your formidable prowess, I imagine we hold little value for you. I only implore you not to take our lives. Little imp, may I inquire if you are aware of your master's background?" Lingyu, having regained her freedom, exhaled with relief. Listening to the question, she blinked in confusion and replied, "What background does my master have?" "I do not know." "Little imp, if you wish to survive, you must speak the truth." The woman in red gently caressed the red thread in her hand. "When did you begin following your master? In your daily observations, does your master possess any unique qualities?" Lingyu answered honestly, 3 years ago, while I was scavenging for buns in Fancheng, my master caught me. He remarked that I had exceptional potential and, rather than punishing me, took me on as his disciple. Shortly thereafter, he brought me and the immortal stone here, stating that Baishui Temple was once the foremost Taoist temple in the land. Although it has fallen into disrepair, Baishui Mountain remains a place of spiritual grace, conducive to cultivation. Thus we settled here. She paused before adding, "I inquire about the immortal stone. He has many children and cannot support them all. My master took him as a disciple 2 years prior when he passed by his home. Throughout these years with my master, we have not observed anything particularly special about him." "Nothing particularly special?" The woman in red's gaze was laden with significance. "You have only practiced for 3 years, yet you can enter the visualization realm using a mere ordinary golden light spell. How could your master not be extraordinary?" "Sister, what is the visualization realm?" Lingyu asked sincerely, looking into her eyes. "My master is quite strict with us from the hour of the rabbit to the hour of the pig. We recite the Taoist scriptures daily without a moment's negligence. He often tells us that we are unorthodox wanderers without a lineage, and if we wish to truly embark on the path of Tao, hard work is our only recourse." The woman in the crimson attire paused momentarily, murmuring, "Through diligence to compensate for my shortcomings, reciting the scriptures daily. If my thoughts are indeed pure, I could truly attain the state of contemplation. Could it be that I am merely a rustic hermit, devoted solely to arduous practice?" Chapter 2. Captured by the enemy. Regrettably, in an instant, the gaze of the woman in red turned piercing. Humph. Even for the 3 great sects of this world, achieving the realm of visualization after 3 years of cultivation is no trivial feat, let alone for a wild Taoist without any lineage. Little one, do not presume to be clever. Lingyu was taken aback and asked, "Sister, what is the realm of visualization?" "I do not understand." The woman in red narrowed her eyes. "You do not know? Just now, when you invoked the golden light spell, your spirit comprehended the golden light. Was that not an entry into the realm of visualization? You must realize that upon entering the realm of visualization, you have stepped onto the path of cultivation." Lingyu was momentarily stunned, feeling a mix of astonishment, joy, and confusion. His master had once said that as long as one earnestly seeks the Tao, there would come a day when they could step onto the path of cultivation. Yet, what precisely signifies stepping onto that path remained unclear even to his master. The woman in red scrutinized him for a while, and upon seeing no signs of deception in his expression, she gradually softened her demeanor. "When you recited the golden light spell just now, did you not experience a peculiar sensation?" Lingyu nodded eagerly. "Yes, a little. However, that feeling vanished swiftly, not lasting even a breath. I am unsure if it was merely an illusion." "Have you ever felt such a sensation while reciting the Taoist scriptures before?" "No." Lingyu honestly shook his head, then inquired, "Sister, what exactly is the realm of visualization? Have I truly stepped onto the path of cultivation?" The woman in red, noticing his eager expression and clear gaze, had already begun to believe him to a great extent. With a renewed smile, she said, "Little one, If what you say is true, your aptitude is indeed remarkable. It would not be impossible for you to join one of the three great temples. If you wish, I could take you along and even introduce you to the three great temples. Ling Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, "The three great temples? Sister, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? My master said that there are as many cultivators in the world as there are fish in the river, and only a little over 1,000 can enter the three great temples. Previously, we couldn't even gain entry to a minor temple due to lacking a cultivation certificate." The woman in red remarked, "You appear to be merely 11 or 12 years old, right? At such a tender age. If you have been cultivating for only 3 years and have already reached the realm of contemplation, you are more than qualified to be a disciple of the three great temples." What does a minor temple even signify? The so-called minor temple, in contrast to the ancestral temple, operates differently. The ancestral temple has strict master-disciple traditions and exclusive properties, where outsiders cannot interfere. Conversely, any Taoist with a cultivation certificate may reside in a minor temple and manage its affairs. The standing of an ancestral temple far surpasses that of a minor temple. Such a designation can only be found within ancestral temples of a particular lineage. Ling Yu swallowed hard, gazing at her in disbelief. Is it really true? For a wild Taoist without a cultivation certificate, unable to reside in a proper temple, the allure of entering the three great temples was irresistible. It should be understood that the three great temples are sanctioned by the court and revered by the world, holding an exalted status. The primary condition for becoming a national master is to hail from one of the three great temples, making it the most esteemed aspiration for a disciple of the Tao. Are you perhaps thinking of bringing your master and senior brother along? The woman in red gazed at him with a hint of amusement. Ling Yu hesitated, his fingers fidgeting. Before finally speaking, "Sister, are you deceiving me? The three great Taoist temples are not so easily accessible." The woman in red chuckled softly, about to respond when suddenly a rough, hoarse voice interrupted. "Fei Yun, what are you doing? We did not come here to amuse children." The voice grew louder as a figure approached with an ethereal grace. Ling Yu, being merely a mortal with ordinary eyesight, could barely discern the figure in the dim lantern light. It was an unremarkable old man clad in black, carrying something in his hand. Upon closer inspection, Ling Yu gasped in surprise. Xianxia. No wonder he had shouted so loudly. Even the Xianxia did not come out to take a look, for he had been captured. Upon seeing the old man, the woman in red, Fei Yun, wore a haughty expression and retorted, "What I do is none of your concern." The old man's demeanor turned icy, and his eyes glinted with intensity in the darkness. "At other times, it may not be my place to intervene, but if you hinder us today, even if I choose to overlook it, I doubt the other Taoist friends will agree." Fei Yun cast him a sidelong glance and coldly snorted, choosing not to engage in a debate. She then conjured a red thread that wrapped around Ling Yu's waist, drawing him closer. Although Fei Yun had insisted on introducing him to the three great Taoist temples, Ling Yu, having grown up in the streets at such a tender age, was well versed in the complexities of human nature and was not easily swayed by her words. The three great Taoist temples were no ordinary places. He had never met this woman before, and her offer to introduce him seemed more like a jest than a genuine promise. Furthermore, the elderly man in black was evidently in league with her. It was obvious that they harbored ulterior motives towards the Baishui temple. The three of them, as master and disciples residing there, could easily be perceived as thorns in their side, particularly the master. It would be prudent for him to continue feigning ignorance and playing the fool, as this might afford them a sliver of hope for survival. The elder cast a dismissive glance, seemingly uninterested in engaging in a contest of wits with the woman in red, Fei Yun, with a stone of immortality in hand. He performed a graceful leap and vanished amidst the crumbling remnants of the Baishui temple. Fei Yun's expression turned as frigid as frost, with a swift tug of her crimson thread. She lightly tapped her toes and followed closely in the elder's wake. Ling Yu felt a sudden pain in his waist as he was whisked away at an astonishing speed. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he covered his mouth in astonishment. Could this be the legendary lightness technique? Although they were but rogue Taoists, they had wandered through many places and seen much. They had encountered numerous martial arts masters, and while their master possessed some skills in lightness, the techniques employed by Fei Yun and the elder were evidently not of that nature. During their flight, their toes barely grazed the ground, and coupled with the manner in which Fei Yun confronted him, it became apparent that they were cultivators, true cultivators. Realizing this, Ling Yu felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The exhilaration stemmed from the fact that true cultivators were figures whom wild Taoists like them could scarcely hope to encounter, while the apprehension arose from the certainty that these individuals harbored sinister intentions. With this thought in mind, he quickly shifted his gaze and exclaimed in a tone of feigned astonishment and fear, "Sister, you are truly formidable. You are a genuine cultivator, aren't you?" Fei Yin let out a soft huff, displaying a hint of pride as she replied, "Little brat, your discernment is commendable. As a genuine cultivator." She indeed had every reason to take pride in her abilities. In the realm of cultivation, the number of practitioners is beyond count, with more than half being wild Taoists. Among those with credentials, over half are solitary cultivators. Among the genuine ordained Taoists, less than 30% possess a lineage of transmission. Of this minority, only a third have truly entered the gates of cultivation. Thus, when calculated layer by layer, of 100 practitioners, only 1 or 2 are authentic cultivators. Such rare individuals, standing out like a needle in a haystack, naturally have every reason to take pride in their accomplishments. Notably, true cultivators often emerge from families with long-standing traditions, seldom revealing themselves to the mundane world. At this moment, the atmosphere shifted as the young boy felt a chill emanating from Fei Yin, who sternly remarked, "Sister has important matters to attend to. You would do well to recognize your position. A clever child like you is not someone I wish to harm." Yet, beneath the feigned reluctance, her final words sliced through the air like a cold frost. Ling Yu shivered, for although he was astute, he remained a mere child, having never encountered a true cultivator. Naturally, he was enveloped by fear in the presence of Fei Yun's formidable aura. His reaction pleased her, prompting her to wink playfully at him. "Good boy." She led him along, trailing behind the figure of the elderly man in black, as they soared through the air. The elder held the immortal stone in his grasp, remaining silent all the while. However, from Ling Yu's observations, it seemed the individual was merely unconscious, not deceased, as he could still detect signs of breathing. Reflecting on the recent recitation of the Golden Light incantation, he felt remarkably more aware, leading him to ponder whether, as Fei Yin suggested, he had inadvertently entered a state of visualization and become a true cultivator. Could it truly be so? The master clearly stated that it is extraordinarily difficult among the wandering Taoists like them. It is rare to find even 1 in 1,000 who can step into the realm of cultivation. Most require immense fortune and decades of relentless effort. And he has only been cultivating for 3 years. Alas, let us not dwell on this for now. Regardless of the outcome, it is best to focus on escaping first. Whether it is he or the celestial stone, their choice to capture rather than kill indicates that they still possess some value. What could this value be? Fei Yin had just posed several questions to him, seemingly harboring a keen interest in the master. Could it be that they intend to use them as leverage against the master? After much contemplation, Ling Yu believed this to be the most plausible explanation. He was not naive. Fei Yin's inquiries clearly suggested that the master was no ordinary individual. At the very least, he should not be a mere wandering Taoist without even a cultivation certificate. Could it be that the master is truly not an ordinary wandering Taoist? It seemed unlikely. He had accompanied the master for 3 years and had never noticed any extraordinary traits in him. While pondering this, the old man in black and Fei Yin came to a halt. "What's wrong? Did you not find anything?" Fei Yin inquired. The old man in black took out a disc-like object from his robe, scrutinized it for a moment, and remarked, "Strange. There was clearly a fluctuation of spiritual energy nearby just moments ago, yet the compass exhibits no anomalies now." Fei Yin replied, "What about our companions, Ji and the others? Did they not arrive early on?" In the darkness, Ling Yu vaguely perceived the old man in black retrieving an object from his robe, with a flick of his finger. The object transformed into a streak of light, soaring straight into the sky. This was a signal talisman commonly employed by those within the Taoist sect. Crafted from simple techniques and materials, not only cultivators but even wandering Taoists who have yet to embark on the path of cultivation could easily master its use. Previously, the signal talisman that Ling Yu had lost to Fei Yin's red thread was of exceedingly low rank. It could only be sensed within 100 zhang and lacked the dazzling brilliance of the one wielded by the old man in black, which was of far superior quality. Nevertheless, Ling Yu felt a pang of sorrow for it, as it was his sole signal talisman, originally kept for emergencies. Watching the old man in black utilize such a high-grade signal talisman made Ling Yu's envy palpable. The talisman flashed briefly before vanishing into the darkness, seemingly in search of someone. The old man in black turned, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Ling Yu, who had been released by Fei Yun, and he intoned in a grave voice, "Young acolyte, do you know where your master has gone to cultivate?" Chapter 3, Mysterious Movements. Ling Yu, in a daze, replied, "I do not know. My master never speaks of it." The old man in black barked sternly, "Should you withhold information, it shall lead you to dire consequences." Ling Yu hastily shook his head. "Esteemed elder, I truly do not know. My master merely mentioned that he would cultivate throughout the night of the full moon, and we dare not venture out." Gongsun Laogui appeared dissatisfied with the old man's demeanor, and with a haughty tilt of her chin, Fei Yin remarked, "It seems you failed to extract any information from that boy." If the wild Taoist did not confide in his senior disciple, he certainly would not divulge anything to his junior. The old man in black retorted coldly, "That is not necessarily the case. The boy I apprehended is rather simple-minded, but the one in your grasp may be far more cunning." Fei Yin shot him a sidelong glance. "No matter how clever he is, can he outsmart you? He is merely a child of a little over 10 years. I doubt he would dare to deceive us." The gaze of Fei Yin was as cold as ice, causing Ling Yu to shudder involuntarily and hastily lower his head. Fei Yun's words seemed to provide support for him. Yet Ling Yu keenly sensed the genuine chill in her demeanor. Even though Fei Yun had previously shown him considerable kindness, he feared that when it came to serious matters, she would show no mercy. Acutely aware of this, he felt increasingly apprehensive. What had his master done to attract the ire of these cultivators? The three of them were merely wild Taoists without even a degree certificate. Ling Yu had never felt such regret as he did now, lamenting his lack of curiosity. Had he been more observant earlier, he would not have been captured today, remaining blissfully unaware. They were searching for his master, but what would happen once they found him? Was it revenge or the pursuit of treasure? In that moment, Ling Yu's mind was awash with thoughts, the tales he had heard from storytellers swirling chaotically in his head. Though it was the night of the full moon, the Baishui temple had fallen into disrepair for far too long, its abandoned palaces entwined with the shadows of trees, and the ruins cast ghostly silhouettes. As two figures approached, Ling Yu could barely make out their forms. Both were men. One was tall and imposing, while the other was of average height. Though their ages were not particularly advanced, their features remained indistinct. Only the matching robes of their attire were vaguely discernible. The taller of the two Taoists first inquired, "Have you gleaned any information regarding the whereabouts of that wild Taoist from the boy?" The elderly man in black retorted, "So, it appears that you two have not yet located him?" The man replied, "We have been searching here for a considerable time, yet have uncovered nothing." The elder in black was taken aback and said, "How peculiar. Even if he truly is a cultivator, how could the four of us fail to ascertain his whereabouts? Is he truly so unfathomable? So, these two young disciples are also unaware of their master's location?" The elder continued, "I employed the dream induction technique on this disciple. There should be no error." Dream induction technique? Ling Yu mused inwardly. What kind of sorcery is this? It seems to compel one to speak the truth. How intriguing. The individual of average stature spoke up, his voice somewhat shrill. Initially, he had assumed that if this person settled at the Whitewater Temple, he could only be a foolish wandering Taoist if he were not a cultivator. However, it now appeared that he was indeed a cultivator, and likely possessed considerable knowledge. Moreover, his movements seemed shrouded in mystery, making him potentially difficult to handle. The tall figure interjected, "Humph." Fei Yun scoffed imperiously. "Even if his cultivation is remarkable, can the four of us not subdue him together?" The elder in black cast a cold glance at Fei Yun and retorted, "What does the number of people matter in the face of absolute power? Although it is true that Taoist Ji and Taoist Ing possess exceptional strength and should not falter, we must remain cautious until we secure the item." Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. The elder's words clearly indicated that their objective was to obtain a certain item, and their search for their master was predicated on the belief that he might possess the knowledge of a secret. What a coincidence that the three of them just happened to settle at the Whitewater Temple. But wait, was it truly mere coincidence that they chose this place? With their master's whereabouts mysterious on the night of the full moon, could it be that he was indeed searching for something as they suspected? No, how could that be possible? Although the master is stern, he has always treated both him and the celestial stone kindly. It seems implausible that he would deceive them. In truth, this could hardly be considered deceit. At most it amounts to concealment. If the master brought them to Whitewater Mountain with an ulterior motive, it would not be a matter of concern. After all, they are merely children, and the master is under no obligation to divulge his intentions. Ling Yu's mind wandered in a flurry of thoughts, and by the time he collected himself, the four individuals had already reached a consensus and commenced their separate searches. Ling Yu observed for a while, speculating that the function of this object was akin to the compass wielded by the enigmatic old man in black. designed to detect fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, he struggled to comprehend what these fluctuations truly entailed. For disciples of the Tao, spiritual energy is an elusive phenomenon, invisible and intangible. Or perhaps, for genuine cultivators, spiritual energy can indeed be perceived. Despite having practiced for 3 years, he had never encountered a true cultivator. Thus, even though the master had described them as celestial beings, he did not feel an overwhelming desire to become one himself. It was not until tonight, with the appearance of these 4 individuals, that he witnessed what lightness of body truly entails, understood the significance of high-grade signal talismans, and was struck by the prideful arrogance in their words. This ignited within him an unprecedented yearning for that world. Fei Yin mentioned that entering the realm of visualization is akin to stepping through the threshold of cultivation. Does this imply that he may become a genuine cultivator, just as they referred to themselves as cultivators? A warmth surged within Ling Yu as he eagerly wished to escape his current predicament to find the master and inquire whether he truly had the potential to become a cultivator. Master, where could you possibly be? Would they be able to locate these individuals? If they were found, would they be able to withstand them? Yet, if they could not find the master, would they resort to malicious deeds against him and the celestial stone? Unbeknownst to her, Ling Yu had already come to trust the judgments of these people. Her master was certainly no ordinary wild Taoist. Time slipped away before a golden signal talisman suddenly soared through the heavens, heading straight for Fei Yun. Upon seeing it, Fei Yun was filled with joy. They had finally found it. Perhaps in a good mood, she remarked, "Little one, if I achieve my goal, I shall release you, and perhaps even recommend you to the 3 great Taoist temples. You must assist me." "Ah!" Ling Yu exclaimed in alarm. "Sister, you are so formidable, and yet, you still need me?" Fei Yun replied, "Do not underestimate your master as a good person. If he were truly good, he would not have allowed you to follow him as a wild Taoist upon recognizing your exceptional aptitude. What if he is a cultivator, without a lineage? He is merely a wandering practitioner. Following him offers little promise. Even if your talent is remarkable, after spending time in this by Shui Guan, you will fade into the crowd." Ling Yu stood in stunned silence, sister. Seeing his expression, Fei Yin assumed he was frightened and gently patted his head in consolation. "The human heart is treacherous. You will come to understand this truth in due time. His acceptance of you and your senior brother is far from mere goodwill." With that, she offered no further explanation and hurriedly took Ling Yu towards the direction indicated by the signal talisman. The 4 met once more, and the one who had sent the signal remained the black-clad elder. Upon seeing the other 3 approach, a hoarse voice beckoned, "Esteemed friends, please follow me." The position occupied by the elder in black was none other than the site of the once magnificent Taiji Palace of the Baishui Temple. In its heyday, when Baishui Temple was hailed as the foremost temple in the realm, Taiji Palace was a coveted sanctuary for disciples of the Tao, believed to house the most complete collection of Taoist scriptures and to be the venue where the most profound masters imparted their wisdom daily. However, a millennium later, Taiji Palace had long since collapsed, its sacred relics plundered, with even the gilded dust from its walls scraped away by unworthy hands, leaving behind only a desolate ruin. Existing in solitude. "Esteemed Tao friends, please observe," the elder in black gestured towards the remnants of the palace. This man, who claimed to be in training during every full moon, had entered and exited this place over 30 times in 3 years, leaving indelible traces. Although this site had been carefully concealed, faint signs of human presence could still be discerned. A half-footprint remained. Ling Yu's keen eyes paled in comparison to those of his companions, only noticing the look of realization on Fei Yun's face. "Does this imply that this person has been hiding here?" "Most likely," replied the elder in black. "What do you think, Dao Frenzing and Ji?" He addressed the tall figure as Dao Frending, while Ji was the one with the sharp voice. The eldering nodded slowly, affirming, "Brother Gong's son speaks wisely." Ji echoed in agreement. "Shall we proceed then?" Yet, despite the suggestion, the elder in black made no move to step forward. After a brief pause, Dao Frending spoke again. "Wait, let my spirit companion scout ahead." The elder clad in black appeared to have been awaiting this precise moment, his countenance radiating joy as he stepped back and said, "I must trouble you, esteemed Taoist." The esteemed Taoist retrieved an object from his waist, resembling a pouch. He unfastened the opening, and out sprang a dark creature that bore a resemblance to a pangolin. With great tenderness, the esteemed Taoist caressed its scales and offered it a fruit, watching as it voraciously devoured the morsel with a satisfying crunch before he waved his hand, saying, Go forth. The pangolin darted with the swiftness of lightning, clearing the vegetation amidst the ruins and dashing into the Tai Chi palace. Ling Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "What a marvel!" In the stillness of the night, his voice resonated with unusual clarity, drawing the attention of the four, save for the unconscious immortal stone. The Taoist Ji glanced at Ling Yu, then at the immortal stone abandoned on the ground by the elder in black, and remarked, "Brother Gongsun, Sister Feiyun, why do you still keep these two young acolytes? If they serve no purpose, we might as well eliminate them to silence any potential witness." Startled, Ling Yu instinctively recoiled behind Feiyun. However, it was the elder in black who responded, saying, "These two acolytes share a bond with xianxia that has lasted 3 years. They may prove invaluable in a critical moment. If xianxia is indeed not of the mundane world, would he truly care for the lives of two young acolytes?" Unmoved, Taoist Ji replied, "To us, mere mortals are but ants." Yet, the elder in black insisted, "Let us keep them for now. It poses no harm." Taoist Ji did not concern himself with the two acolytes any further, and seeing the elder's steadfastness, he chose to remain silent. Chapter 4. The rune array. Ling Yu felt as though he might retch. The underground passage lay shrouded in darkness, allowing the four of them to navigate with ease. Yet, for him, mere shadows flickered into view as he was unceremoniously dragged along by Feiyun, the jostling making it an arduous task to suppress the urge to vomit. He could not help but envy the unconscious xianxia, blissfully unaware, far better off than himself. Just as he felt the inevitable rise within him, Feiyun suddenly halted her steps. "Caution, an ambush awaits." The sharp voice of his companion, Ji Daoyu, pierced through the tension. In the next moment, Ling Yu felt himself lifted into the air, only to come crashing down onto the ground. Pain surged through him. He thought he might have cried out, but it was merely a faint groan. His shoulders throbbed with a fiery ache, uncertain if a fracture had occurred. Then, his vision was overwhelmed by a flurry of talismanic lights and figures, rendering everything indistinct. After what felt like an eternity, the chaos began to settle. The cloaked elder muttered with disdain, "What a cunning wild Taoist! To lay an ambush with a talismanic array here." Turning his ire towards the others, he accused, "Ing Daoyu, your spirit pet was supposed to scout the path, yet it failed to detect anything." Faced with the reproach, Ing Daoyu bristled. "Gongsun Daoxiang, do you truly believe spirit pets are infallible? In perilous ventures, relying solely on them is a folly. Which cultivator possesses such audacity?" "Enough." Feiyun interjected, "Now that we have encountered this talismanic array, it is evident that the individual is indeed present. We should devise a strategy to confront him." After a brief silence, Ji Daoyu spoke up, "Indeed, Ing Xixiang, the existence of this array further suggests that this adversary is formidable. It would be wise to refrain from bickering over trivial matters. Moreover, Gongsun Daoxiang's nature is simply as such, unintentional in his oversight." The elder in black seized the opportunity to speak. "Friend Ing, I sincerely apologize. My words came out in haste, and they were not meant as an interrogation." Both Feiyun and his fellow disciple sought to mediate the situation, prompting the elder in black to express further apologies. Ing, descending from his high horse, softened his tone. "Brother Gongsun, there is no need for such formality. It was I who overreacted. Alas, raising spirit pets is no easy task, and as time passes, they inevitably become akin to family. Let us put our previous minor conflict behind us." The four of them began to discuss amicably how to confront xianxia. Through this talismanic formation, they had become wholly convinced of the identity of the xianxia cultivator. What is a talismanic formation? One cannot establish it without cultivating true essence. A talisman master capable of deploying such formations would be highly sought after. Not only would it be difficult to find a successor, but even the 3 great Taoist temples would not dare to refuse such a figure. And yet, this individual willingly resides as a wild hermit in a forsaken temple. Who would believe such a tale? At this moment, the four were certain that xianxia was not merely an informed individual, but one who possessed knowledge surpassing their own. Contemplating this realization, they fell into a collective silence. Upon arriving at Baishui Mountain, they discovered that Baishui Temple was inhabited by a master and 2 disciples, all 3 of whom were wild hermits. Initially, they suspected that perhaps a rogue cultivator, who had gotten wind of the news before them, was lurking in Baishui Mountain in search of opportunities. However, as they investigated further, they uncovered that they were dealing with a talisman master capable of crafting formations, a far more formidable opponent than they had anticipated. "Dear friends, are you not feeling intimidated?" one of them, Ji, inquired. Brother Gong's son, when you summoned us, you mentioned that even if disciples from the three great Taoist temples came to seize the opportunity, we would not yield. What do you say now? The elderly man in black raised his head, his gaze regaining its cold and stern intensity. Indeed, it is so now. We all understand that if the news is true, it presents an extraordinary opportunity for us, one that could be likened to ascending to the heavens. Precisely, replied Fei Yin, entwining the crimson thread in her hand, biting her lip as she continued. The more formidable this individual is, the more it affirms the authenticity of the information. He has been lurking in the Baishui temple for 3 long years, venturing out each full moon in search, and it is highly probable that he has unearthed the true location of the treasure. While we do face a formidable adversary, it also alleviates many of our burdens. As Fei Yun finished her words, the eyes of the other 3 individuals sparkled with realization. Indeed, the more challenging the opponent, the greater the rewards. If they were to prevail, their adversary would have labored in vain, and more significantly, a talisman master would undoubtedly possess considerable wealth. Fei Yin playfully arched an eyebrow, her palm resting on his shoulder blade, caressing it from left to right, top to bottom, before breaking into a light-hearted laugh. Little one, your bones are quite robust. Cease your pretense of helplessness. With that, she tugged at the red thread, unceremoniously pulling him along as they advanced. Ling Yu blinked, pondering. Could it be that I am mistaken? Perhaps this elder surnamed Gong's son is, in fact, a good person? After all, even that friend Ji concurred with him, remarking that if the master were truly not an ordinary being, how could he possibly care for his and Xianxia's lives? Spitting to dispel such thoughts, he reprimanded himself. What nonsense am I entertaining? The master would never. If it were not for the master, I would still be in Fanqing at best, scrambling to become the leader of a beggar's sect. I must firmly believe that the master is not only extraordinary, but also immensely powerful, capable of vanquishing these foes with ease, thus ensuring our salvation. The allure of imagination is exquisite, yet the harshness of reality is unforgiving. Ling Yu finds himself lost in a dream, envisioning a grand escape alongside Xianxia, guided by his master towards the path of enlightenment, ultimately transforming into a true cultivator. However, his reverie is abruptly interrupted as a blinding flame ignites before him. As he squints against the sudden brilliance, an intense heat surges forth. In a panic, he seizes Fei Yun, hurriedly burying his face in her back. Caught off guard, Fei Yun stumbles, narrowly evading the fiery blaze, and in a fit of anger exclaims, "You little rascal! Do you dare believe I won't slap you into oblivion?" Her ire rendered her momentarily forgetful of their kinship. Before Ling Yu could utter a word, he is suddenly lifted into the air, forcefully hurled aside, as a flame grazes his arm. A sharp intake of breath escapes him. His shoulder, already on the brink of fracture, becomes immobile, leaving half of his body numb. Ling Yu's eyes glisten with tears, yet he lacks the strength to even lift his gaze. What misfortune has befallen him? Once a simple temple acolyte, engaged in menial tasks and reciting scriptures, though his meals were modest and his pockets empty, he enjoyed a life free of worry, filled with peace and joy. Yet, inexplicably, a midnight venture to the restroom has led to his abduction, jeopardizing his very existence. And now he finds himself tossed about, his body rendered nearly paralyzed. Unbeknownst to him, compared to the 4 individuals ensnared within the talisman formation, his plight, alongside Xianxia as they are battered and bruised, is rather fortunate. Having just escaped one formation, they are now ensnared in another, the previous one merely a test. While this one embodies the true threat, fireballs flew chaotically around them, as the 4 individuals cautiously dodged while remaining vigilant against potential ambushes. They also sought the focal point of the talisman array, rendering them frantically occupied, occasionally suffering minor injuries. "Junior brother Ji, watch out," a companion suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing the warning, the junior brother attempted to evade, but alas, it was too late. Within the talisman array, amidst the swirling fireballs, a new transformation occurred. Beams of golden light, sharp as blades, shot forth from both sides. Though Ji managed to avoid a fatal strike, he was nonetheless hit, his left arm nearly severed, blood gushing profusely. Witnessing his junior brother lying in a pool of blood, his companion's eyes widened in horror. With 2 fingers, he extracted a talisman from his sleeve and chanted incantations, slapping it onto the wound, which instantly stemmed the flow of blood. Just as Ling Yu regained his composure and turned his head, he was met with the gruesome sight, rendering him speechless and retreating in fright. "Blessed be the celestial Lord," As merely a novice, under the tutelage of an unrefined master, he was but an ordinary person yearning for the path of cultivation. He simply could not endure such a harrowing existence. Master, please come quickly to save him. Xianxia awakened swiftly. Even if we are frightened, at least we shall have company. Right? Enough is enough. His companion gritted his teeth and shouted, Xianxia, come forth. We of the Xiangling Guan are not to be trifled with. Shortly after his declaration, the fireballs gradually diminished until they vanished completely, and the golden light ceased to appear, leading the entire talisman array to settle. The old man in black, appearing disheveled, joyfully proclaimed, the talismans within the array have been exhausted. The talisman array is rendered ineffective. The Crimson Cloud was not much better off than he. Although she bore no severe injuries, she was marked by numerous minor wounds, her once enchanting visage marred by streaks of black and gray blood. She inhaled deeply, her brow furrowed with concern. Might there be a third formation? Before the cloaked elder could respond, an unexpected voice emerged from the shadows. Do you suppose there will be a third? The tone was cold and somber, steady and unmistakably not belonging to any among them, startling everyone into a jolt. Xianxia, shouted Taoist Ing in disbelief. Indeed, it is I, the voice articulated, each word enunciated with precision. Xiangling Temple, the eternal fourth among the three great temples? Taoist Ying's fury erupted, and even the blood-stained Taoist Ji wore an expression of rage. Xiangling Temple, a venerable establishment with a history spanning over a millennium, was renowned for its vast legacy and grandeur. When Baishui Temple reigned as the foremost temple in the realm, Xiangling was already acknowledged as the fourth temple, its influence rivaling that of the three great temples. In the ensuing chaos, two of the three temples lost their lineage, and Xiangling seemed poised to ascend among the triumvirate. Yet, two other branches of tradition seized the opportunity, joining the ranks of the three great temples, while Xiangling remained perpetually on the cusp, forever relegated to the fourth position. For the disciples of Xiangling, this was both a source of pride and an emblem of shame. Pride in their resilience and shame in their perpetual exclusion from the triumvirate. Xianxia's words struck a chord deep within Taoists Ing and Ji. Xianxia, do not cower in the shadows. Step forth and engage in a battle to the death. In response to his companion's roar, Xuanchunzi maintained his cold and somber tone, declaring, I am right ahead. Come if you dare. The two, Ing and Ji, exchanged knowing glances. With gritted teeth, Ing retrieved a resplendent golden talisman from his robe, upon which was intricately depicted a remarkably lifelike small sword. Upon witnessing this, both Fiyun and the elderly figure in black were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. A talisman of weaponry? Feiyan murmured, his tone laced with astonishment. It is said that within the realm of cultivation, the arts are myriad, yet the predominant disciplines are alchemy, weaponry, talismans, and formations. The materials involved in alchemy and weaponry are numerous, and the resources required for formations are exceedingly precious. Thus, talismans have become the most widely transmitted practice within the Taoist sections. Though the entry into talismanic arts is relatively straightforward, mastery is notoriously elusive. Among the 5 branches, exorcism, talismanic techniques, explosive talismans, and the essence of souls, over 70% of talismancers are only proficient in exorcism. The truly skilled can manipulate talismans, while explosive talismans are said to be crafted by the most exceptional talismancers within the 3 major Taoist temples, who seldom allow them to circulate in the marketplace, keeping them from the eyes of ordinary disciples. As for weaponry talismans, they belong to the realm of legend, not to mention soul talismans. At this moment, Ing produced a talisman that seemed to be a weaponry talisman, an astonishing revelation indeed. Such an artifact, even within the 3 major Taoist temples, would be regarded as a treasure of great significance. Could it be that Ing and Ji had attained such status within the Xiangling Temple? A weaponry talisman? Xuanchunzi echoed in disbelief, clearly questioning the very existence of such an item, before his words could dissipate into the air. The talisman in Ying's hand erupted in a dazzling brilliance, manifesting a tangible flying sword that sliced through the air with relentless speed and ferocity, striking fiercely in a designated direction. Boom, boom, boom. Before the flying sword, the solid Tai Chi palace crumbled like tofu, as rocks plummeted and the earth trembled. As the dust settled, everyone felt a profound clarity. The surrounding stone walls had been cleared away, revealing an extraordinarily spacious underground hall. This grand chamber spanned an impressive 10 acres and soared to a height of 10 zhang. Countless luminous night pearls, the size of bowls, hung from the ceiling, illuminating the space as brightly as day. On one side of the hall stood towering wooden racks, laden with an array of colorful treasures, while the opposite side featured heavy wooden chests, their contents shrouded in mystery. Although the contents of these chests remained unseen, the eyes of the four, Feiyun, the elderly man in black, and the brothers Jing, brightened in unison, fixated on the treasures displayed on the racks. Each item, varied in form, shimmered with captivating brilliance. At this moment, Ling Yu exclaimed, "Master!" His call jolted the four from their reverie, and they noticed a figure seated on a stone platform at the end of the hall. This individual appeared to be around 40 years of age, with a dignified countenance, a short beard of 3 inches, and attire of a faded gray-blue robe, somewhat disheveled, yet exuding an air of authority. At that moment, his complexion was pale, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that the recent sword strike had inflicted significant injury. Upon hearing Ling Yu's voice, the man furrowed his brow and remarked, "Ling Yu." His gaze then fell upon the unconscious xianxia, and with a sigh, he said, "This secret is not one for you to grasp, since you have arrived here. It signifies the end of our master-disciple bond." Ling Yu, taken aback, responded in astonishment, "Master, you no longer want us? What are your names?" inquired Xianxia, maintaining his composure despite his injuries. With a gaze tinged with resentment, Ing Daoyu replied, "I am Ing Xiuda, and this is my junior brother, Ji Xioming." Xianxia scrutinized the two individuals before him, remarking, "You belong to the disciples of the Xiu lineage, with a modest rank at Xianglin Temple and average cultivation. How is it that you possess talismans?" "Humph. Such private matters are not yours to inquire about," Ji Xioming retorted coldly. The spiritual talisman had sealed his wound, and while his injuries were under control, the vendetta for his severed arm could not go unavenged. Xianxia chose not to engage in further dispute, shifting his gaze to the elderly man clad in black and to Feiyun. The black-clad elder, with a malevolent glint in his eyes, performed a gesture of respect. "I am Gongsun Yan. It is an honor to meet you, fellow cultivator," he stated. Feiyun brushed the dust from her face and offered a charming smile. "I am Feiyun." Xianxia responded with a soft exclamation. "Ah, so you are the head of the Gongsun clan, and the esteemed Feiyun. I have long admired your renown. You have heard of us?" Feiyun inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Indeed, you are not an ordinary hermit. A talisman master of your caliber should be quite well known." Xianxia replied, "Alas, I am truly an anonymous figure." He paused briefly before continuing, "May I pose a question?" Feiyun nodded with a smile. "Please, go ahead." Xianxia surveyed the four individuals before him, a shadow of darkness seeping into his voice. "How did you manage to find your way here?" "That is a query I too wish to pose to you," Gongsun Yin interjected. "You masquerade as a humble hermit, leading a life of simplicity and hardship. What grand ambition drives a high-ranking cultivator to endure such tribulations? And what have you for?" Xianxia countered. "You hold considerable weight within the realm of cultivation, and not only have you come together, but you have also exerted considerable effort to investigate. For centuries, the White Water Temple has been traversed by countless treasure seekers, leaving nothing but ruins in their wake. Are you truly so certain that treasures remain hidden here?" "Huh." Feiyun chuckled alluringly, casting a beguiling glance at Xianxia, her gaze flitting over the wooden racks and crates, betraying a subtle greed. "These, indeed, serve as evidence." Her reminder ignited a similar glint of avarice in Su De and Ji Xioming's eyes. Indeed, this was the very purpose of their visit. While the world believes that the White Water Temple has languished in desolation for centuries, its treasures long plundered, the true riches of the temple have yet to be revealed. For it is not merely a former seat of unparalleled spiritual authority, but also a clandestine stronghold of the Duke of Chu. Legends within the cultivation realm assert that during the Duke's tenure, he amassed a staggering collection of treasures, yet their whereabouts remain a mystery. Following the temple's decline, the treasures were presumed to have been seized, leading the cultivation community to believe that this fabled cache had been lost to time. Over the centuries, treasure hunters have flocked to the White Water Temple in search of wealth, only to return disillusioned, for it is indeed but a desolate ruin. Had they not fortuitously come into possession of the Duke's manuscript, the four of them would never have believed that the true treasures of the White Water Temple still awaited discovery. Upon their arrival, they found that someone had arrived even earlier, armed with more comprehensive information and having already located the treasures, excluding the wooden crates. The artifacts resting upon the racks alone surpassed their wildest imaginations. They must possess these items, for obtaining them would elevate them to heights unimaginable. In the eyes of the four individuals, a fervent light flickered, their gazes upon Xianxia growing increasingly menacing. Xianxia, in turn, was equally imbued with murderous intent. They all recognized that the other was a stumbling block to their acquisition of treasures. Unless they vanquished one another, they could not relish in the spoils. The five soon engaged in battle. The first two talisman arrays set by Xianxia had been destroyed, while the last array was shattered in a single strike by Ling Qingxue's artifact talisman, which also left him gravely wounded. The other four, with Ling Qingxue's talisman now ruined, saw Ji Xiaoming lose an arm, and though Gongsun Yin and Fei Yin were not severely injured, they bore multiple minor wounds, having expended a significant amount of true essence in the initial two talisman arrays. Overall, both sides possessed a chance of victory. Xianxia held the advantage of terrain, while the other four benefited from their numbers. Ling Yu gazed vacantly at the unfolding scene, with talisman lights flickering and wooden swords soaring. He would have been thrilled to witness a legendary battle of cultivators in any other circumstance, but now, he felt utterly despondent. One of the combatants was his master, whom he had believed to be merely a wandering Taoist, and the master had previously told him that their fateful ties had been severed. Chapter 6. The Unbreakable Seal. No one paid heed to Ling Yu. The five combatants were already blinded by rage. In the current realm of cultivation, resources were not entirely scarce, yet the uppermost tier was predominantly monopolized by the three great Taoist temples. The secondary resources were divided among various schools, leaving those ordinary disciples and family cultivators with only the most inferior goods, not to mention the scattered cultivators. Even more daunting than the monopolization of resources was their stranglehold on the inheritance of diverse esoteric knowledge. Even the most commonplace Yanyuan pills and the simplest gathering spirit arrays were exclusively produced by the great Taoist temples. The widespread dissemination of talismanic arts can be attributed to several factors. Firstly, the entry into this practice is relatively accessible. Secondly, the materials required are uncomplicated, with basic talismans necessitating merely talisman paper and vermilion powder. Furthermore, the foundational knowledge of talismanic arts has been established for quite some time, such that even ordinary Taoist practitioners can draw a few piece talismans. In addition, there are magical implements. The genuine methods of refining such artifacts are, of course, closely guarded secrets of various prominent Taoist temples. Nevertheless, what Taoist would not equip themselves with a few essential items? Robes, compasses, enchanted mirrors, and peachwood swords constitute the standard arsenal for disciples of the Tao. Thus, when cultivators engage in magical duels, they generally employ two primary methods: the use of talismans and the wielding of swords. Among the attendees, apart from the peculiar magical implements of Fei Yun, the others are hardly distinguishable in their approach. The peachwood sword wielded by Ji Xiaoming, a disciple of the esteemed Ji school, is notably superior due to its authentic lineage in artifact refinement, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Gongsun Yin employs a magical sword complemented by talismanic arts, while Xianxia, being a talisman master, naturally prioritizes talismans. Years later, Ling Yu would come to witness the true realm of cultivation and recognize that this duel was rather unremarkable. Yet, at this moment, he was merely a novice Taoist apprentice, witnessing extraordinary power for the first time, overwhelmed with astonishment. Moreover, his familiar master seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person, which filled him with trepidation. Were the words spoken by his master truly authentic? Did his master no longer desire his company or the celestial stone? As he stood in a daze, Xianxia continued to unleash talismans with great fervor, while Jing and G's wooden swords danced through the air. Gongsun Yin remained calm and composed, and Fei Yin seized the opportunity to strike. Xianxia's cultivation was evidently superior, and his talismans were unexpectedly formidable. The first to be forced into retreat was Ji Xiaoming, who had already sustained a grievous injury and could not endure for long. Following was Gongsun Yin, who lacked a unique technique of his own and had expended considerable true essence. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia launched a talisman that sent him flying. Next came Fei Yun, whose special magical weapon excelled in ambush but faltered in defense. Despite sustaining a blow from Ling Qingxue's sword, Xianxia ultimately managed to inflict severe injuries upon her. At this juncture, both Xianxia and Ling Qingxue were gravely wounded, previously injured by a talisman. Xianxia had endured thus far thanks to an unending supply of spirit talismans, while Ling Qingxue, being the most accomplished among Gongsun Yan's quartet, was in a similarly dire state. Taoist Ing Qingxue proclaimed, casting a spirit talisman to staunch his injuries. At present, only the two of us remain with any strength. Ing Qingxue was not in much better condition, his body marred by wounds inflicted by spirit talismans. Had he not recently consumed a medicinal pill, he might have succumbed to Qingxue's relentless assault. This was the advantage of being a disciple of a Taoist temple, such precious elixirs, though Gongsun Yin and Fei Yin possessed their own influence, were beyond their reach. Although I stand alone, you are not faring much better. Ing Qingxue tightened his grip on the peachwood sword. Qingxue replied, Taoist Ing, you misunderstand. My intention is that if we continue this battle, we shall both emerge grievously wounded. Why not consider a cessation? Ing Qingxue paused, bewildered by his words. Qingxue's smile belied the gravity in his gaze as it swept over the three bodies sprawled on the ground. To share the treasures among four is utterly unacceptable to me. However, for one. His words trailed off, leaving others gasping or staring in astonishment. Senior brother, Ji Xiaoming exclaimed, do not fall for his trick. This is Gongsun Yan, replied the Taoist friend. Qingxue, with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, if you insist on battling me, I can only choose to perish alongside you. In such a scenario, both of us may meet our demise, yet those few will retain their lives. Tell me, into whose hands will this treasure ultimately fall? Those words, though few, struck deeply. Indeed, these cultivators are willing to stake their lives for the treasure, but they certainly do not wish to sacrifice their lives only for it to end up in another's possession. What Qingxue articulated was precisely the outcome that Ing Qingxue dreaded most. If that were the case, why would he continue to fight? Ing Qingxue slowly shifted his gaze, sweeping over the three severely injured individuals. Fei Yun, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, served the Prince of Cheng and had crossed paths with him once. Gongsun Yan, the head of the Gongsun family, became acquainted through Gongsun Yan's deliberate outreach. Lastly, his junior disciple, who had been with him at the Xianglin temple for many years, sharing countless trials together. Qingxue continued, currently, the three of them pose no threat. If you and I can withdraw, what you gain will exceed what the four would split, and my losses will be less than what the five would share. What do you say? Ing Qingxue was silent for a moment. After a long pause, he replied, as for the others, I cannot abandon my junior disciple. His tone softened. Yet there was a clear intention to forsake Fei Yun and Gongsun Yan. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoming felt a weight lift from his heart, his eyes slightly red. Senior brother, Fei Yun and Gongsun Yan felt a lump rise in their throats. Qingxue displayed a countenance of distress, seemingly caught in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Dear friend, our strengths are comparable. Sharing with you does not strike me as an unreasonable concession. However, concerning your junior, unless the two of you are content with merely half. Ing Qingxue gritted his teeth and declared, half it shall be. He was acutely aware that his junior had lost the capacity for action, rendering a triadic division impossible. Moreover, Qingxue was astute enough not to grant such a substantial advantage. Ji Mingxiu, filled with gratitude, professed, Brother, you have saved my life today. I shall take nothing from these possessions. They are all yours. Ing Qingxue nodded in agreement. As brothers, we understand that wealth is but an external matter. Qingxue smiled, his expression laced with meaning, and proposed, then, let us commence. Ing Qingxue replied, you may act. I will not hinder you. Qingxue shook his head with a smile. If I were to strike, would that not present an opening for you? Only by joining forces can I feel assured. Ing Qingxue glared at Qingxue. The connections he shared with Fei Yun and Gongsun Yin were tenuous. It was one thing to stand idly by as they faced peril, but to take a life was another matter entirely. Qingxue continued, Dear friend, since we are to collaborate, it is only fitting to demonstrate a modicum of sincerity. Would you not agree? Ing Qingxue hesitated. Qingxue refrained from further debate and simply stated, the decision rests solely upon your thoughts, dear friend. Ing Qingxue glanced at Gongsun Yin, then at Qingxue, finding himself at an impasse. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Ling Yu suddenly sensed a gust of wind, felt himself being lifted, and then found a chilling hand clasped around his neck. It was Qingxue. A cold voice pierced through the air, as you remarked. If I exert myself, will this child's neck snap immediately? The grip on the neck tightened, causing Ling Yu to kick wildly, her eyes rolling back in distress. Zhu and Qinzi squinted slightly. Yet moments later, he chuckled and said, Fairy Fei Yun, why not test it? After all, it is merely immortal. You seem rather unconcerned. Fei Yun smiled, though her severe injuries rendered her countenance far from pleasant, diminishing her previous grace. But does she truly not care? As Ling Yu struggled to breathe, her mind buzzing, she silently pondered, Master, do you truly not care? Or is your indifference merely a guise to protect us? While Fei Yun's hand clutched the child's throat, her gaze remained fixed on Zhu Chenzi as she slowly articulated, It is not surprising that you have infiltrated here, deliberately seeking two young acolytes to display your prowess. What is curious, however, is the remarkable aptitude of these two children. She turned to Gongsun Yan, who was seated on the ground, inquiring, Old Gongsun, what do you think? A flicker of unusual brilliance passed through Gongsun Yan's eyes before vanishing. Indeed, in just over a decade, they have already set foot on the path of cultivation. With merely a year or two more, they could truly enter the Tao. Entering the Tao before the age of 15 marks a significant divide between the elite and ordinary disciples in all major sections. These two youngsters are poised to achieve this remarkable feat even earlier. Their talents are truly extraordinary. Xianxia let out a faint sigh and remarked, Upon encountering these two children, I had contemplated passing on my legacy. For 3 years, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to their instruction. Yet I never anticipated the turn of events we face today. His words conveyed a profound sense of regret. It is easily comprehensible that while a disciple holds significance, one's own path to immortality takes precedence. This is, after all, the secret treasure trove of the Duke of Chu. Which cultivator would relinquish such an immense opportunity for the sake of a disciple? Disciples can always be acquired anew, and no matter how gifted. Can one truly rely on them to achieve immortality? Xianxinzi's arguments were flawless, yet Fei Yun remained undeterred. She laughed heartily and inquired, If that is the case, why have you not taken the treasure and departed after 3 years? Is it possible that the treasures here are beyond your grasp? Upon hearing her words, the expression on Xianxinzi's face began to gradually shift. Indeed, after a prolonged silence, he softly confessed, My failure to depart with treasures after 3 years is precisely because the treasures here cannot be taken away. Both Ling Qingxue and Ji Xiuming gasped in astonishment. A treasure trove must inherently possess seals, as is common knowledge. However, Xianxinzi is an extraordinary talisman master. If even he, after 3 years of contemplation, cannot retrieve the treasures, then the seal in this place must be. Chapter 7. Negotiation. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. The words seal and talisman master weighed heavily upon everyone's minds. They were not fledgling cultivators, but rather seasoned practitioners who understood the implications of these terms. Where there are treasures, there are seals. Where there are seals, there must be talisman masters. The four of them, Fei Yun and Gongsun Yan, bound by both camaraderie and discord, found themselves in a complex interplay of relationships. Gongsun Yan, attempting to ingratiate himself with Ling Qingxue, maintained a rather superficial friendship, while Ling Ji and Ing, both hailing from the same prestigious sect, shared a profound bond. To Fei Yun and Gongsun Yan, their connections felt rather ordinary. Their small party did not embark on this treasure-seeking endeavor out of friendship. Rather, they had previously agreed to seek treasure but inadvertently stumbled upon the hand scroll of the Duke of Chu, which led them to Bai Shui Guan. Moreover, Ing and Ji, originating from a renowned sect, possessed slightly superior abilities. Fei Yun had the backing of a royal family, affording him the most agile access to information. Gongsun Yan, skilled in talisman arts, was a competent talisman master. They initially intended to ascertain the authenticity of the hand scroll over time, deciding to first scout Bai Shui Guan. Should they uncover any treasures, Gongsun Yan would be tasked with unsealing them. If he failed, they would devise another plan. However, upon arriving at Bai Shui Guan, they encountered Xianxinzi, prompting an immediate shift in strategy to investigate his background. If he were merely an ordinary wandering Taoist, it would suffice. If he were knowledgeable, they would have to be wary of hidden threats, potentially utilizing him to uncover treasures. After all, the hand scroll's references to the hidden treasures were vague, leading them to know only that the treasures lay within Bai Shui Guan, without any indication of their specific location. Their endeavors progressed smoothly, as they located Xianxinzi and subsequently discovered the treasures. To their astonishment, Xianxinzi turned out to be a talisman master, one far more adept at crafting talisman arrays than Gongsun Yan, who was merely an amateur. Consequently, they ceased to concern themselves with the matter of unsealing. Given that he was indeed a talisman master, it was evident that any seals in this place must have already been lifted. Until now, Fei Yun made it clear that the seals remained intact, and that no one would be permitted to take the treasures from this location. Under ordinary circumstances, this revelation would have altered little. The seal remains unbroken. It must be resolved only after the battle concludes. However, the peculiar demeanor exhibited by both Fei Yun and Zhu Enqinzi has instilled a sense of wariness among others. Zhu Enqinzi, self-assured, believes that without him, the seal cannot be unraveled. Fei Yun clutches the young Taoist boy, seemingly aware of matters unknown to them. Your arrogance is unwarranted. Ling Qingxue snorted disdainfully. Your prowess in talismans is indeed remarkable. Yet every grand Taoist temple possesses its own talismanic masters. There are certainly those whose expertise surpasses yours. Why must it be you alone? As a disciple of the Grand Temple, he could not help but feel a surge of pride, especially since he had previously demonstrated his talismanic abilities. Lending weight to his words, Zhu Enqinzi merely smiled in silence. A peculiar smile crept across Fei Yun's lips. Zhu Enqinzi, my friend. While I do not possess your depth of knowledge in the art of talismans, I cannot discern the intricacies of the seal. However, I am aware that these two children hold great significance for you. Ying Ji and the others were momentarily taken aback, while Gongsun Yan's expression darkened. Zhu Enqinzi's smile faded slightly as he regarded Fei Yun with an expression of profound curiosity. What prompts such a statement, Miss Fei Yun? Fei Yun shifted her gaze, sweeping over the celestial stones on the ground and the spiritual jade in her hand. These children are predominantly either surnamed Fan or Chung. At the utterance of this revelation, the spiritual jade trembled violently. In Yin City, they are either of the Fan or Chung lineage. Zhu Enqinzi's smile gradually waned as he absorbed her words, before gently responding. Indeed, the royal family's information is remarkably astute. Time is of the essence, and there is no opportunity to investigate the origins of these two children. Nonetheless, they must surely belong to one of these two surnames. Zhu Enqinzi, my friend, might you resolve my confusion? Xianxia remarked, what is so peculiar about this? Perhaps there exists a karmic connection between these two surnames and myself. If it is indeed karma, why must one be so selective? Your actions, my friend, are imbued with an enigmatic quality that eludes comprehension. Nevertheless, it is indisputable that these two children hold immense significance for you. As he spoke, Fei Yun tightened her grip around Ling Yu's neck, eliciting a pained gasp from him. Her gaze was frigid, as if the kindness she had previously shown Ling Yu was but a distant memory. What do you desire? Xianxia inquired bluntly. After a moment's silence, he continued, a life for a life. Surely, it is more than that. Gongsun Yan interjected suddenly. Xianxia, we possess more than merely a single life. Upon hearing this, Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you imply by that? Gongsun Yan's voice was hoarse and tinged with a shadowy menace. In addition to the lives of these two children, there lies another opportunity. 3 years have passed, yet you have failed to unravel the seal here. Who can say how many more years it may require? As long as the seal remains unbroken and the treasure unattained, uncertainties abound. Are you so certain that by dismissing us, no one else will come? Silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Xianxia exuded confidence regarding the seal, which anchored his invincibility, yet Gongsun Yan's words struck at his most vulnerable point. While it was indeed fortune that had led the four of them to this place, who could ascertain if others might also possess such fortune? Let us hear your terms. Xianxia finally spoke after a lengthy pause. Fei Yun exchanged a glance with Gongsun Yan and declared, I shall take 1/4. Gongsun Yan nodded in agreement. So shall I. Zhu Enqinzi chuckled. If both of you desire 1/4, that amounts to half. What say you, fellow Taoist? Ling Qingxue's countenance darkened. Since they opted for half, the remaining portion would naturally be divided between him and Zhu Enqinzi. The reduction from 1/2 to 1/4 was certainly displeasing to him. However, Gongsun Yan and Fei Yun had just secured a glimmer of hope for themselves. If he were to withdraw his support, he would be at odds with them. At that juncture, Zhu Enqinzi would undoubtedly watch from the sidelines, leaving him to contend with two adversaries while also supporting a severely injured junior disciple, thus rendering any chance of victory negligible. Zhu Enqinzi relied on his talismans and the uncharted method of unsealing. Gongsun Yan and Fei Yun held sway with the knowledge of Zhu Enqinzi's vulnerabilities, while he, on the other hand, could only depend on his strength, which was significantly diminished due to his own injuries. After weighing the options, Ling Qingxue remarked, Then my junior disciple, and I shall also require an equal share. Zhu Enqinzi nodded. So we 5 shall each receive 1/5? Before he could voice any objections, Fei Yun interjected coldly. Fellow Taoist Ing, you may have your share, but what grounds does Taoist Ji have to partake equally? I recall how you intended to abandon us earlier. Fei Yun. Ing Xiuda erupted in fury. Do not forget the effort my junior brother Ji exerted to acquire this information. Besides, without my spirit pet and talismans, would we have located these treasures? Are you now turning your back on me? Fei Yun retorted sharply. Did you not also turn your back just moments ago? One should cultivate virtue. If one is capable of achieving it, one ought not to blame others. At this moment, regardless of the verbal sparring between Fei Yun and Ing Xiuda, Ling Yu has finally been set down. He coughed a few times, gradually regaining his composure, silently retreating into a corner without uttering a word. After the initial shock, he has come to terms with reality. Having once been lost amidst the hustle and bustle of the city, he has witnessed the vicissitudes of human sentiments. Although his intellect may not rival that of an adult, he is no longer an innocent child. He understands the art of survival. His master is not as he had envisioned. Rather, he and Xianxia have never truly known their master. The image they held of him was one of sternness, rigidity, poverty, and piety. Yet, the Xianxia they now observe possesses profound mastery of talismans and a cunning mind. With merely a few words, he has sown discord within their small quartet. Were it not for Ing Xiuda's emphasis on brotherly bonds, they might well have turned against each other. Ling Yu feels gratitude for the 3 years of guidance from his master, yet the thought of such a Xianxia sends shivers down his spine. Fei Yun remarked that during those years, the master sought out disciples, and those children either bore the surname Fan or Cheng. Coincidentally, Xianxia's surname is Fan, while he himself bears the surname Cheng. And then there is Yincheng, the place where he lived for 7 years. 12 years prior, the master had visited there, which was precisely the year before his birth. Is that why the master returned empty-handed? He recalls the encounter with his master in Fancheng, as the latter was en route to Yincheng. Suddenly, Ling Yu feels an icy chill envelop him. Indeed, the master's decision to take him and Xianxia as disciples was not without ulterior motives. His gaze shifts to the unconscious Xianxia on the ground. Regardless of what transpires, Gongsun Yin has steadfastly maintained control over him. Indeed, the old man Gongsun had long deduced that both he and the celestial stone must possess some significance. Moreover, an odd sensation lingered within him. A persistent belief that Gongsun's actions were deliberately orchestrated. Calm. Ling Yu inhaled deeply, compelling himself to regain his composure. He had once held hope that his master would rescue him and the celestial stone, but now it was evident that he could no longer rely on his master. While the celestial stone remained in a state of unconsciousness, the other 4 individuals were entirely motivated by self-interest. He could depend solely on himself. Why would his master require him and the celestial stone? Or, what peculiar significance did the surnames Fan and Cheng hold? If their utility could be preserved, survival would be assured. Conversely, if not, he could only hope for the goodwill of these individuals, praying that they would spare his life once their purposes were fulfilled. The crux of the matter was that when one's fate lies in the hands of others, security is always tenuous. Thus, he needed to enhance his leverage to augment his chances of survival. But what possible value could he and the celestial stone offer to his master? His master remained here for the treasures of the Baishui temple, constantly urging and inspiring him and the celestial stone to step into the realm of cultivation. Treasures. The path to enlightenment. There must be some hidden significance within. Chapter 8. The plot after a series of exchanges. The final outcome saw Xianxia obtaining the lion's share, acquiring 1/3, while Fei Yun and Gongsun Yin, alongside Su De and Ji Xioming, evenly divided the remaining 2/3. However, Xianxia asserted that he had exerted the most effort and should thus select first, while Ji Xioming, due to his diminished strength, was unanimously relegated to the last position. The disparity between the first and the last was indeed substantial. For instance, the exchange value between a bundle of spirit talismans and a book of talismans, when converted into spirit stones, might not appear drastically different, yet their worth was undeniably worlds apart. Upon the conclusion of their negotiations, the 5 individuals engaged in a candid exchange. It became evident that Gongsun Yin and his 3 companions had previously collaborated to purchase intelligence concerning the location of a precious resource known as gold essence. In the realm of cultivation, the trade of such information is commonplace due to stringent control from the higher echelons. Unclaimed resources are exceedingly rare. Consequently, cultivators of insufficient prowess often sell such intelligence to earn a modest sum of spirit stones, while those with adequate cultivation acquire the pertinent information to embark on treasure hunts. Given their limitations in cultivation, it is customary for several individuals to pool their resources to acquire a single piece of information, thereby mitigating both financial investment and risk. Typically, lower-risk information is sought after by acquaintances, such as the quest for relatively common materials. Conversely, for ventures fraught with peril, reliable companions are sought, such as in the exploration of a certain ancestral shrine. Gong Sun Yin and his companions shared a tenuous bond, primarily united by their quest for gold essence. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that, during their search, they stumbled upon a concealed ancient tomb. Even more astonishing was the realization that this tomb belonged to the legendary Duke of Chu. Although his lineage faced annihilation, the Duke's clan was vast, with distant relatives numbering in the tens of thousands. To prevent further escalation, Emperor Taizong ultimately pardoned the distant kin, allowing them to inter the Duke within the royal mausoleum. Nevertheless, the exact location of this mausoleum remained a mystery for ages. Upon unwittingly entering the Duke of Chu's tomb, Gong Sun Yin and his companions were filled with exuberance, anticipating the discovery of the fabled treasures associated with the Duke. Alas, their search yielded no riches. Instead, they uncovered a manuscript belonging to the Duke, which contained vague accounts of various matters, ultimately pointing towards the Baishui Temple. Thus, the four individuals ventured to the White Water Temple in search of that treasure. Zhu and Qinzi's companion, Gong Sun Yin, inquired, "From whence do your tidings arise? They appear to be far more precise than ours." Zhu and Qinzi replied nonchalantly. Though the Duke of Chu annihilated his lineage and seized their titles, he had numerous disciples. Some managed to escape and have clandestinely passed down their knowledge for millennia. I have had dealings with them, hence I have gleaned certain secrets. At this juncture, Zhu and Qinzi cast a glance over them. "Dear friends, harbor no discontent in your hearts. I have toiled for this matter for over 20 years, initially to unravel the enigma, and later to delve into talismanic studies. Were it not for, would I willingly relinquish 2/3 of such benefits to the four of you?" His tone bore a hint of indignation, yet it inadvertently reassured the others. Gong Sun Yin chuckled, "Zhu and Qinzi, while our meeting may be fortuitous, we have contributed significantly as well. During the unsealing process, all external affairs have been entrusted to us, allowing you to remain entirely unperturbed. Moreover, did you not choose first?" Zhu and Qinzi's countenance darkened, and he let out another huff. It is worth noting that the Duke of Chu bore the surname Chung. Could it be that Zhu and Qinzi seeks a child of the Chung lineage for this very cause? Fei Yun suddenly interjected, her gaze shifting to Ling Yu, who was crouched in the corner, and the still unconscious xianxia. Zhu and Qinzi's eyes narrowed as he regarded her, slowly nodding, "Indeed." Ling Yu, taken aback, lifted her head, only to meet Zhu and Qinzi's gaze directly, causing her to instinctively recoil. Fei Yun observed this and remarked with a smile, "Ah, so this little one is a descendant of the Duke of Chu, a member of the Chung clan." After a brief pause and contemplation, he pondered the matter of the Fan family. Ah, indeed. The royal lineage of the Great Qin was of the surname Fan. Could it be? Zhu and Qinzi chuckled lightly and chose not to dwell on the subject further. Shifting the conversation, to be candid with you all, I have long had an inkling regarding the sealing matter, yet I have been lacking a crucial opportunity. If you all can uphold your promises, then within a year or two, we shall surely unravel it. That would be splendid. Gong Sun Yin, with a somewhat stern visage, revealed a smile, expressing gratitude to Zhu and Qinzi. He then gestured subtly to Fei Yun. Rising, Fei Yun remarked, "I shall not impose further, and I hope you find a method to lift the seal soon." With that, she seized Ling Yu, stating, "As for this child, I shall take care of him for now." Remarkable. At such a tender age, he has already entered the realm of visualization and taken a step into the path of cultivation. Truly astonishing. What? Zhu and Qinzi suddenly exclaimed. Has she entered the realm of visualization? Indeed, it was not long ago. It is simply incredible. Fei Yun gently patted Ling Yu's head, adding, "If one day you no longer wish to keep this little one, do send him my way, for I have grown quite fond of him." After a brief silence, Zhu and Qinzi's laughter resonated, a stark contrast to his previously subdued demeanor. He rose, exclaiming, "Truly, heaven has favored me." The others were taken aback, and Gong Sun Yin inquired, "Zhu and Qinzi, what do you mean?" Zhu and Qinzi stilled his laughter, his gaze flickering. "Friends, there is no need to wait a year or two. Tonight, the seal can be lifted." Amidst the astonished gazes of the four, Xianxia slowly intoned, "On the night of the full moon, with Fan Cheng's blood, the seal can be broken. Dear Xianxia, what must we do? Inquired Gongsun Yan, clutching the unconscious xianxia. After years of scheming, the moment of realization was finally at hand, and Xianxia's face radiated joy. After a considerable pause, he managed to compose himself, stating, "We must not delay. The hour is nearing 4, and if the moon rabbit descends in the west, we shall have to wait another month." Without hesitation, Xianxia set to work, commencing the arrangement of the talisman formation. Though it bears the term formation, the so-called talisman formation is merely a sideline to the true path of formations, with its essence resting upon the talisman itself. Based on a multitude of spiritual talismans, layered and densely packed, indistinguishable between yin and yang, and devoid of the 5 elements or numerical calculations, it merely possesses the semblance of a formation. Thus, while it does not embody the profound mysteries of authentic formations, it wields remarkable power. The emergence of talisman formations is, in fact, a desperate measure of lesser talisman masters. The path of a talisman master is fraught with challenges. While it may be easy to enter the realm of talismans due to accessible materials, this only marks the beginning. Beyond the basic talismans, not only is innate talent required, but also a lineage. Those who are not from esteemed Taoist temples often know only a handful of talismans, rendering them ill-equipped for grand occasions. Furthermore, the path of formations has even less transmission, as apart from grand temples, the scattered practitioners are scarcely aware of what formations entail. Thus, talisman formations came into being. It can be asserted that although talisman formations lack the sharpness of true formations, they can nonetheless amplify an individual's strength severalfold. Were it not for this, Xianxia would certainly be unable to contend with Gongsun Yan and the others alone. Xianxia worked swiftly. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the talisman formation was complete. In addition, a pentagram was drawn at the center of the spacious hall. For fellow cultivators, please step forward and complete the star chart, Xianxia proclaimed. However, not a single person moved. Xianxia raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is the meaning of this hesitation?" The 5-star formation lay perfectly within the confines of the talisman array. While the skills of the others may not match Xianxia's prowess, they could discern this much, which left them in a state of uncertainty. Xianxia seemed to realize the situation and sighed, taking the initiative to step forward. "Gongsun, your talisman skills are indeed remarkable. Can you not see that this array targets the very center of the star chart?" Gongsun Yan's eyes flickered with doubt as he replied, "That may be true, but with your cultivation, it would not be impossible to slightly deviate the spiritual talisman." Xianxia, somewhat displeased, retorted, "I have studied this seal for many years, and this array has been specifically designed for it. If you do not believe me, feel free to seek someone else to decipher it. I shall await your return." The prospect of finding someone else to break the seal seemed daunting. Not only would it take an indeterminate amount of time, but others would likely be unwilling to assist. Suddenly, Ji Xioming, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Xianxia, I shall refrain from further inquiries, but there is one matter that demands clarification." Xianxia's expression soured slightly as he replied coolly, "Speak your mind." Ji Xioming continued, "If we had not arrived, it would have been just you alone, even with the addition of these 2 young ones, totaling merely 3. Why then, do you utilize the 5-star formation?" Xianxia cast a glance at him and replied in a measured tone, "This star chart was drawn hastily by me." Fei Yun raised an eyebrow, questioning, "And what is the reason for that?" Zuin Qinzi remarked, "The 5 of us have gathered here solely for the contest over treasures. Let us not speak of sincere cooperation. It is already commendable that there are no ulterior motives at play. This star chart is precisely divided among us 5, allowing for a united restraint, effectively keeping each of us in check." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the formation once more, his expression gradually softening. He exchanged a glance with Fei Yun, clutching the celestial stone in his hand, and inquired, "What shall we do with these 2 disciples? Shall we draw their blood directly?" Zun Qinzi snorted and replied, "I assume that both Gongsun and Fairy Fei Yun would be reluctant to entrust them to me. If that is the case, I shall leave them in your hands. In due time, when I give the word, you may extract their essence blood and merge it with the spiritual talisman." "Essence blood? Just a few drops?" Zuin Qinzi retorted impatiently. "They have only just embarked on their path. How much essence blood can they yield? A single drop will suffice. Before one enters the path, essence blood cannot be forcibly extracted. Even after entering, essence blood should not be recklessly used, the lower one's cultivation, the greater the harm incurred from its use. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yin displayed a half-smile, a rather fearsome sight given his somewhat aged and unseemly visage. Indeed, my friend, you cherish your disciples. With that assurance, I feel more at ease. Having said that, he stepped forward. Following him was Fei Yun, who, holding the spiritual jade, also took her place on the star position. Next were Ying and Ji, as the five stood in their respective positions, each maintaining vigilance and mutual restraint. As they settled into formation, Zhu and Chenzi lifted a spiritual talisman, chanting incantations under his breath. As he recited his incantation, the talisman seemed to emit a faint glow, its vermilion patterns shimmering with unparalleled clarity. Upon uttering the final line, Xianxia exclaimed, "Ha!" The talisman transformed into a streak of radiant light, darting towards the center of the star map. Vital essence now? With this command, both Fei Yun and Gongsun Yin seized their talismans and celestial stones, pointing their fingers at their foreheads, channeling their spiritual power to forcibly extract their vital essence. The unconscious celestial stone suddenly convulsed, displaying signs of agony, while the awakening talisman felt a piercing pain in his head, as though it were being cleaved asunder, something crucial departing from his being. 2 drops of vital essence soared to the center, merging with the talisman. Xianxia suddenly revealed a peculiar smile. Brandishing his wooden sword, he bellowed, "Explode." Chapter 9. Birth of Heaven. A blinding light erupted within the star map. However, instead of the anticipated pain, the talisman felt a warm embrace enveloping him, leaving him unscathed. As the brilliance faded, the surroundings were drenched in crimson. Fei Yun and the other 3 were bloodied and gravely injured, while he, the celestial stone, and Xianxia remained completely unharmed. Having finally escaped Fei Yun's grasp, the talisman swiftly turned to run towards Xianxia. He refrained from recklessly attempting to rescue the celestial stone, for he understood that regardless of the severity of the other's wounds, as long as they lived, they were beyond his reach. The recent turn of events had already given him insight. Even if his master took him as a disciple, it was merely a matter of ulterior motives. Yet, for the time being, his master seemed intent on preserving his life. As long as his master did not wish to eliminate him, that would suffice. Just then, a pair of emaciated hands reached out, firmly grasping the celestial stone. Cough! Gongsun Yin lifted his head, his increasingly aged visage, marred by severe injuries, revealing a venomous smile. Veins bulged on his hands as he resolutely prevented the celestial stone from being seized. Xianxia, his voice grew increasingly hoarse and ominous, drenched in blood, rendering him particularly fearsome. You tampered with the formation. The essence you speak of was merely to protect these 2 children. I, an old man outmatched, failed to perceive it and must concede defeat. However, suddenly, a luminous talisman appeared in his grasp, igniting spontaneously. Xianxia bellowed, "Do not even think of utilizing the talisman." In the next moment, it was Fei Yun who awakened. Her hair disheveled, her face smeared with blood. She bore no trace of the grace she had displayed moments prior. Her gaze seethed with resentment as it swept over Xianxia and Ling Yu, wordlessly. With a flick of the red thread in her hand, it erupted into a dazzling firework, which, as it dissipated, left her vanishing from sight. Xianxia's expression darkened as he fixated on the star map, now missing 2 corners. Were it not for the excessive consumption of his talisman, nearly depleted in crafting this formation, he would have certainly prevented their escape. Yet, he had no choice but to act thus. Had he not capitalized on the advantage of terrain, he would stand no chance against their combined strength. If he failed to annihilate them while they were gravely injured, he would only become increasingly passive. Furthermore, he had underestimated his adversaries. He was taken aback to discover that Gongsun Yin possessed a talisman for earth evasion, and that Fei Yun also wielded remarkable evasion skills. A miscalculation, truly a miscalculation. One misstep, and the carefully laid plans of over 20 years were on the brink of collapse. As those 2 individuals fled, the secrets of the White Water Temple were poised to be unveiled. With the celestial stone having been taken away, he found himself unable to unseal the barriers before others arrived. In that moment, Xianxia felt an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him. After a considerable pause, his fierce gaze fixated upon Xianxia and Ji Xiaoming. Having allowed those 2 to escape, they could not be permitted to flee again. Fortunately, he had prudently placed the majority of his spiritual talismans in Xiaoda's vicinity, rendering him utterly defenseless against the assault. Perish! Xianxia hurled the wooden sword from his grasp, and with a soft thud, it struck Xiaoda squarely in the chest. Before Xiaoda could regain consciousness, He convulsed a few times and ultimately lay still. Xianxia exhaled slowly, a sense of relief washing over him with the demise of Qingxue. Yet it was still insufficient. He advanced, extracting the wooden sword, and began to approach Ji Xioming, having expended nearly all of his true essence to trigger the talismans. Only a few remained, which he intended to reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Upon reaching Ji Xioming, he raised the wooden sword high. "Die, foul scoundrel!" A piercing voice rang out, but it did not belong to Xianxia. It was Ji Xioming's. Despite being gravely injured and having suffered an attack from the talisman array, he unleashed a sudden burst of energy before meeting his end. Xianxia was taken aback by the 3 flying daggers hurtling towards him. Each dagger, no longer than a finger, appeared unremarkable yet exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent, shimmering with a radiant light. A magical artifact. The thought flashed through Xianxia's mind as he instinctively leaned to the side, releasing a talisman in haste. Ah! Thud! A piercing scream shattered the air, belonging to Ji Xioming, while a second, more harrowing sound was the blood that gushed from Xianxia's mouth. 3 flying daggers had struck him, 1 embedded in his arm, and 2 lodged in his chest. Ji Xioming, however, had met his demise, struck down by a talisman. In mere moments, 2 were dead and 2 had fled, leaving the last one gravely injured and barely clinging to life. Ling Yu stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. Is this truly the world of cultivators? It was a realm drenched in blood, rife with cruelty, and fraught with the capriciousness of life and death. It was not long before Xianxia could no longer endure the pain and collapsed. "Master!" Ling Yu thought little of his own hesitation and rushed forward, struggling to lift Xianxia. The latter coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips, sending shivers down Ling Yu's spine. "Master, how are you?" he stammered. "The medicine." These 2 had medicine. He lunged toward the corpses of Qingxue and Ji Xioming, disregarding his disgust as he rummaged through their belongings. Xianxia gazed at the pills Ling Yu cradled delicately in his hands and managed a faint smile, yet he cautioned, "Foolish child, these are merely ordinary nourishing essence pills. While they are valuable in daily life, they will not suffice." "What?" Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback. "They are useless?" Xianxia shook his head and settled into a meditative posture, palms facing the heavens, attempting to regulate his breath. However, he soon realized that one of the daggers had pierced precisely above his meridian, severing it and rendering him incapable of healing himself. Could it be that his fate had truly arrived? This thought crept into Xianxia's mind as vivid memories of decades flashed before his eyes. Yet his body grew weaker by the moment. He understood, with a heavy heart, that he had indeed reached the end of his journey. Unexpectedly, after 2 decades of scheming, he not only failed to acquire the coveted treasure, but also lost his own life, particularly falling at the hands of Ji Xioming, whom he had never regarded highly. Such is the retribution. He believed he had everything under control, yet his arrogance blinded him to many crucial details. "Ling Yu." Xianxia opened his eyes and gazed at his only remaining disciple. "Master, I am here." The sight of Xianxia, frail and seemingly on the brink of death, stirred within Ling Yu memories of their 3 years together as master and disciple. Even if the master harbored ulterior motives, he had just protected Ling Yu and the immortal stone, moreover, in his current state. In the next moment, Xianxia's hand gripped Ling Yu's neck with a fierce intensity. Ling Yu, horrified, widened his eyes, struggling to breathe, and "Master." "Good child." A strange smile appeared on Xianxia's face. "I cannot bear to part with you. So let us embark on this journey together." Ling Yu felt the grip on his neck tightening, as if it would snap his bones. "Master, I." The pressure on his neck eased slightly, but only just a little. Xianxia continued, "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. To break the seal, the blood of the Qing clan is required. If you die, even with the immortal stone, they will not be able to unlock the seal." Ha ha ha. In the end, he appeared almost mad. Amidst the turmoil of survival, Ling Yu felt at a loss for words. Yet, he articulated slowly, "The Qing clan. It is not just me. In Yincheng, there are 3,000 clansmen of the Qing family, along with numerous branches. Even in my absence, others will remain." His grip slackened further, allowing him to speak more fluidly. "That old man possesses celestial stones and is aware of the exact location of the treasures. As long as the Qing clan is located, someone will inevitably step into the realm of cultivation, and sooner or later, the seal will be broken, and the treasures will be taken." "But what of it?" Xianxia, in a state of agitation, glared intensely. If I perish, I shall care for nothing. At the very least, they must not reap the benefits without consequence. I shall avenge you. Ling Yu endeavored to meet his gaze. The gratitude for his master's 3 years of guidance etched in his heart. That old Gongsun, who seized the celestial stones and thwarted your grand plan. I shall never allow him to escape unscathed. Zhuan Chunzi stared at him in a daze, blood ceaselessly dripping from the corner of his mouth. His voice softened. Ling Yu, you. Master, before encountering you, I wandered the world, oblivious to the greater truths. All I understood was an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Those who have wronged me shall not find peace, even in death. I shall ensure their discontent. The innocence of his youthful face belied an unwavering resolve. Zhuan Chunzi closed his eyes momentarily, his grip around Ling Yu's neck finally loosening. With a sudden gasp, he spewed forth another mouthful of blood. Unable to maintain his seat, he collapsed. Master. Ling Yu rushed forward, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed upon him. Xianxia extended his trembling hand, extracting from his bosom a tattered book, devoid of even a cover. He uttered, remember the words spoken today. You possess extraordinary talent. Given a decade or so, you shall undoubtedly become a master in your own right. At that time, I will eliminate that old man, ensuring he does not have his way. Ling Yu's tears fell, drop by drop. A grotesque smile crept upon Xianxia's lips as he shakily opened the book, retrieving a dark golden pamphlet with merely 2 pages. Disciple, take my credentials and journey to Xianyuan Temple. Remember, do not masquerade as a boy. Xianyuan Temple is not a place where one can conceal oneself. Cultivate diligently, for everything that belongs to me shall be yours. Master. Ling Yu accepted the pamphlet, gazing at him with tears streaming down her face. An unusual flush appeared on Xianxia's countenance, only to be abruptly replaced by a fierce grimace as he shouted, I refuse to accept this. I refuse, until silence enveloped him. Observing Xianxia's hand droop limply, his eyelids gradually closing, Ling Yu collapsed upon him, weeping uncontrollably. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, a mournful symphony of despair. It was unclear how long she cried, but eventually, her voice subsided. Ling Yu touched the increasingly cold body beneath her, slowly wiping away her tears. Her gaze turning eerily calm. She, or perhaps he, understood that survival was now hers. Chapter 10. Aftermath. In the span of merely 3 hours since her capture last night, her life had transformed utterly. More than 3 hours prior, she was a carefree Taoist apprentice, reciting scriptures and worshipping the 3 pure ones. Yet, 3 hours later, she found herself plunged into an entirely different realm, having lost her master and brother, and transformed into a cultivator. Realizing she possessed a remarkable ancestor, she narrowly escaped with her life. Ling Yu closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly before opening them again. With newfound determination, she rose swiftly to begin her task. Her master had once stated that all his belongings were hers, and she need not be modest. She should take everything that could be carried. As for Ying Xiuda and Ji Xiuming, they were beyond salvation, so she might as well take what she could. Ling Yu searched meticulously through the 3 corpses, examining everything from hairpins to the soles of their shoes, even checking their inner linings. To her surprise, she unearthed numerous valuable items from their clothing and shoes. For instance, within the sole of Ying Xiuda's shoe, she discovered a thin silk sheet inscribed with densely packed minuscule characters, while within Zhuan Chenzi's inner lining lay a slender book. Additionally, there were a purse of coins, a wooden sword, and she exerted considerable effort to extract the flying dagger embedded in Zhuan Chenzi's body. It could be said that aside from their garments, she had thoroughly scavenged everything, akin to a goose being plucked clean. The battle from the previous night imparted a crucial lesson. The individual with the most possessions was more likely to survive. Zhuan Chenzi, possessing the most talismans, initially faced 4 opponents alone, only to be caught off guard by Ji Xiuming, who had 3 flying daggers hidden on him, leading to an unexpected downfall. She was impoverished, having only just entered the realm of visualization, qualifying to become a practitioner. Now, embarking on this solitary escape, she could only take whatever she could carry. Her master had been blissfully unaware of her entry into this realm, never mentioning the celestial stones. Had the celestial stones already transcended into the realm of visualization? This fellow truly baffled her. Why had he never spoken of it? Ling Yu meticulously searched her surroundings once more, ensuring she had not overlooked anything. Finally convinced that she had scavenged everything of value, she tore a piece of coarse cloth from her master's belongings, fashioned a sizable bundle, and set off. The three corpses on the ground were unsettling in every regard. Even if they could not be interred, it felt wrong to leave them exposed. Thus, she settled for this arrangement. Kneeling beside the body of Xianxia, she bowed her head 3 times, murmuring, "Master, although I resent being used by you, I shall never forget the kindness you showed when you saved me and taught me for 3 years. I will fulfill the promise I made. Rest easy." The secret passage to the treasure trove was a labyrinthine maze devoid of light. Having only just entered the realm of visualization, Ling Yu's vision did not surpass that of an ordinary practitioner, allowing her to discern only faint shadows. When she first entered, she had been carried by Fei Yan. Disoriented and unable to distinguish direction, wandering for what felt like an eternity within this maze. This state of affairs was untenable. Ling Yu, feeling the emptiness in her stomach and hearing the chirps of birds outside, speculated that another hour had passed. The passage offered no light. If she continued to wander aimlessly, she would surely perish from hunger. She pondered for a moment, concluding that the most essential element was light. Only with light could one discern the path and make marks. Yet, among the 3 individuals, there existed only a flint and a few fire sticks. The fire sticks could indeed provide illumination, but their duration was fleeting and insufficient for a prolonged escape. It was a pity about the oil lamp, which she had squandered earlier. After all, she was still a child, her considerations not fully comprehensive. Ling Yu turned around, gazing at the faint glow emanating from the other end of the secret passageway. This was the flickering light from the 3 charred corpses and the luminous pearls. Oh, the luminous pearls. In her meandering through the secret passage, she had already spent an hour, and now the 3 bodies had been reduced to mere remnants. Their flesh sizzling and oozing fat, emitting a crackling sound as they burned, filling the grand hall with the acrid stench of singed fur. Had it been any other day, such a sight would have repulsed Ling Yu. However, after the tumult of that night, she found a strange sense of reassurance. These 3 were undeniably dead, imparting her with a sense of safety. Standing in the treasure hall, Ling Yu lifted her gaze. The hall soared high, reaching at least 10 zhang, which meant that it would require the stacking of over 20 of her to touch the apex. The luminous pearls were all ensconced within glass lanterns, suspended at the pinnacle. She glanced around, her eyes alight with inspiration. The shelves laden with items were conveniently about her height, and by standing atop them, she could almost reach. Resolute, she selected a shelf adorned with a luminous pearl, estimating the height of each compartment. Perfect, each compartment was approximately 2 feet in height, making it quite feasible to climb. Setting aside her burdens, she took the longest wooden sword and strapped it to her back. Ling Yu rolled up her sleeves, rubbed her hands together, and began her ascent. Alas, after climbing just 2 rungs, she was met with an overwhelming force that sent her tumbling down. The fall was so jarring that it caused her to grimace in pain. Throughout the night, she either fell or was pinched, sustaining no serious injuries, yet enduring considerable hardship. Was this contraption truly designed to thwart climbers? Rubbing her sore backside, Ling Yu muttered to herself, "No, I've definitely climbed 2 rungs." Contemplating this possibility, she decided to test it. Sure enough, the moment she touched anything on the structure, a force flung her away. How it hurt. After resting for a while, she finally regained her composure. After a night filled with tumbles and tumbles, she was certain her body would be bruised. Now that she had identified the cause, climbing became more manageable. She sought out a relatively empty structure adorned with luminous pearls, carefully avoiding the objects above, and slowly made her way up. From a young age, Ling Yu had never been one to stay still. She would chase chickens and tease dogs, scale walls, and climb trees. Regardless of whether she could achieve it, she would give it a try. This relentless spirit often left her at the mercy of her misadventures, resulting in her being soundly spanked and unable to rise from her bed, yet she never showed remorse. It was only after following Xianxia that her temperament began to change. Spending her days immersed in scriptures, one might say it had refined her character. Thanks to her restless nature, she was born robust and hardy, rarely suffering from colds or coughs. Now, climbing a structure was naturally no challenge. Step by step, Ling Yu ascended steadily, encountering occasional perils. After half an hour, she finally reached the pinnacle. Gazing down from the top of the structure, she was momentarily overcome by dizziness. The height was nearly 10 zhang, equivalent to a magnificent 9-tiered pagoda. The thought of falling from such a height sent a shiver through Ling Yu, prompting her to avert her gaze from the ground. It was astounding that they had managed to construct such an elevated platform. She muttered quietly to herself, striving to ignore the dizzying elevation and maintain her balance. Fortunately, the platform was quite wide, allowing her a moment of respite. Ling Yu seated herself upon the structure, taking a moment to calm her breath before retrieving the wooden sword from her back. Slowly, she rose to reach for the exquisite glass lantern perched above her. This lantern was a masterpiece, crystal clear and flawless, yet it paled in comparison to the luminous pearls it contained, which were mere decorative trinkets. Suspended within the lantern were luminous pearls, each the size of a bowl, gleaming white like jade, radiating a gentle glow akin to a sphere of light. Remarkably, there were not just one or two of these pearls, but dozens, perhaps even hundreds. With the wooden sword raised above her head, she gently tapped the glass lantern, causing it to tilt and the precious pearls to roll downwards. Success! With a renewed sense of caution, she carefully sheathed her sword and lowered herself onto the platform, ensuring her safety first. As her racing heart gradually settled, she began to move her feet with utmost care, inching downwards. Ascending had seemed effortless, her mind solely focused on reaching the pinnacle. However, descending revealed the daunting reality of such an imposing height, leaving her feeling unsteady beneath her. Moreover, while she had clearly marked her steps on the way up, the descent offered no such clarity, compelling her to feel her way down, inching cautiously with her feet. After only a couple of steps, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and the platform stretched on with dozens more sections to traverse. Remain calm, remain composed. As she muttered to herself, she took a deep breath and continued her descent after a considerable pause. Finally, her feet found solid ground. Releasing her left hand, she gradually bent down to grasp the next rung, followed by her right hand. However, the moment she relinquished her grip with the right, a sense of foreboding washed over Ling Yu. Unbeknownst to her, her palms were slick with cold sweat. With that release, all the pressure was suddenly on her left hand, causing her to slip. Her body teetered backward, losing balance. In a critical moment, Ling Yu surprisingly remained calm. She realized that falling from this height would surely be disastrous. She needed to mitigate the impact. With this thought, her body reacted swiftly. She pushed off with her feet, altering her trajectory to soar diagonally away. With a resounding thud, her head collided forcefully with another shelf, causing stars to dance before her eyes, followed by a rush of warmth. Ignoring the pain, she desperately grasped the slats of the shelf. However, this was insufficient to halt her momentum, merely slowing her descent momentarily. Yet it was enough. Ling Yu employed the same strategy repeatedly, enduring the sharp pain of her head and limbs as she utilized the slats to dissipate the force of her fall. If fortune favored her, she would sustain severe injuries, yet perhaps preserve her life. Unfortunately, she was neither a seasoned practitioner of body refinement, nor had she truly mastered any martial arts. Once more, her head struck the shelf, and dizziness engulfed her. She misstepped, inadvertently kicking a pile of objects atop the shelf. A tremendous force surged toward her, violently propelling her away. It's over. A chill gripped Ling Yu's heart. She was still 5 or 6 zhang above the ground. If she fell now, she would either perish or be left crippled. At this juncture, she could only attempt to shield her head, silently praying for the blessings of the 3 pure ones, hoping dearly to survive. Just as she braced herself to confront the pain, a sudden buzzing filled her ears, and her body inexplicably halted. Chapter 11. The Celestial Manuscript. The sensation of levitation enveloped her, and Ling Yu opened her eyes in astonishment, realizing she was floating in midair like a feather, utterly bewildered. How could this be? Observing her hands, she moved them freely, clearly not entrapped nor hallucinating, yet her body indeed hovered weightlessly. Warm liquid trickled down her forehead, dripping steadily along her temples to the ground. It was blood. She had struck her head against the frame, causing it to bleed profusely. Then, Ling Yu noticed a sphere of light appearing above her head. This luminescence was not overly bright, but rather gentle and soothing. Although it glowed white, it emanated warmth. What could this be? As the thought flitted through her mind, the orb of white light rushed towards her, enveloping her entirely. In that moment, she could not articulate her feelings. Perhaps it was akin to the warmth of standing beside a hearth in winter, or the refreshing sensation of submerging in a pool during summer. When the white light dissipated, Ling Yu found herself safely standing on the ground, feeling utterly comfortable. All traces of the pain from her earlier fall had vanished without a trace. She touched her head, finding blood still present, yet no wounds could be discerned. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a faint buzzing echoed again. She looked up to see another sphere of white light hovering in midair, seemingly enveloping something within. As she strained to lift her gaze upwards, that radiant white light abruptly vanished, and something within it plummeted to the ground with a sharp thud. Ling Yu, astonished, glanced around but detected no anomalies before bending down to retrieve the object. This object was a book. It appeared quite ordinary, with a weathered cover and yellowed pages, as though it had been preserved for an eternity. However, curiously, from the cover to the pages, not a single word could be found. Truly devoid of text? Ling Yu hoisted it up and leafed through it from start to finish, flipping through each page swiftly. Everyone was blank. Just as she neared the conclusion of the book, a single page slipped out. Ah, this one has words. Ling Yu picked it up, noticing it was densely filled with tiny, meticulous script. Though referred to as a book page, its dimensions and paper bore no resemblance to the book itself. It was merely a slip of paper nestled within. Upon closer inspection, she discerned it read, "My name is Chung Lu, a disciple of the Tai Bai sect from the upper realm. I entered the sect at the age of 8, embarked on the path at 13. And after nearly a century of mediocrity, I was compelled to leave the sect, branching out into the mundane world." The entire sheet contained approximately 1,000 characters, articulated in simple, accessible language, which Ling Yu could comprehend quite well. In essence, this paper was a brief autobiography of the treasure's owner, Duke Qingyu of the state of Chu. Initially, he had intended to evade the spotlight, but unexpectedly, this evasion extended for over a decade. Years later, he encountered the ancestor of the Great Qin's founding emperor, the Fan clan, at Baishui Mountain, and moved by their encounter, he resolved to aid in the establishment of a new dynasty. Ultimately, the outcome was splendid. He assisted the founding emperor in establishing the Great Qin, was granted the title of Duke of Chu, and received the support of the entire dynasty, amassing considerable wealth. Regrettably, his influence was so formidable that it incited the displeasure of Emperor Taizong, leading to his demise. The latter part is a conjecture by Ling Yu, as Qingxue could not precisely articulate the reasons behind his actions. However, he recorded his awareness of Taizong's dissatisfaction and prudently took precautions by concealing his lifetime's accumulation in a clandestine location within the Baishui temple, intending to leave it for future generations in the event of his untimely demise. The method to lift the seal here, as Zun Chenzi indicated, involves the blood of Fan Cheng on the night of the full moon. This blood is vital essence, thus requiring 2 descendants of Fan Cheng who have embarked on the path of enlightenment. Qingxue felt a sense of pride, confident that the Fan clan would never anticipate his inclusion of this condition regarding their vital bloodline. Ling Yu, however, found Cheng's ancestor rather naive, pondering that if the Fan clan were to perish, would not these treasures remain forever hidden from the light of day? Setting aside this notion, the crux of the matter lies ahead. Qingxue remarked that while these riches may astonish the cultivators of this realm, they are of little significance in the upper realm. The primary purpose of establishing this treasure trove was to safeguard this tome of celestial knowledge. He had studied the text for over 50 years, yet remained unable to unravel its mysteries. As he confronted the inevitability of his own mortality, he despaired of any hope in his lifetime, and among the younger generation, not a single individual seemed capable of shouldering this responsibility. Thus, he resolved to seal the book within the treasure vault. This tome was a closely guarded secret of the Chung family, concealed from sight and sealed in the void. The method for breaking the seal is straightforward. It requires the blood of a descendant of Qing to unlock its manifestation. However, despite the simplicity of the method, treasures lie in wait nearby. And those who arrive here are often ensnared by the allure of wealth, rendering them oblivious to their surroundings, which paradoxically ensures their safety. After perusing the parchment, Ling Yu gently tapped her head. Had it not been for a fortuitous twist of fate that caused her to strike her head and tumble down, this book would have remained hidden from the world. Indeed, the breaking of the seal and the emergence of the book signify a connection between her and this tome. Ling Yu flipped through the pages again, yet found them entirely blank. Did not the tales proclaim that treasures reveal themselves to those destined to possess them? Why then, had she obtained the book, yet the words remained elusive? Perhaps it required fire or water to unveil its secrets. After a moment's contemplation, she decided it was best to postpone further investigation until she was outside. Tucking the celestial tome into her bosom, Ling Yu set out to retrieve the luminous pearl she had inadvertently dislodged. The 3 corpses had burned for 2 hours, nearly reduced to ashes, leaving behind a few charred bones that appeared rather unsettling. Ling Yu shuddered, hoisted her heavy burden upon her back, and prepared to depart once more. With the radiant pearl illuminating her path, navigating the labyrinth became significantly easier. She marked her trail diligently, and after a couple of hours, finally emerged into the light of day. As the sun shone brightly, Ling Yu squinted, taking a moment to acclimate to the brilliance of the outside world. With the sun nearing its zenith, she estimated it was around the time between the snake and the horse hours. She had lingered in the ruins for 6 hours, her stomach empty and her head spinning from hunger. Ling Yu pondered her options, then descended the mountain via a narrow path while bearing her heavy pack. Upon passing through a village, she stealthily entered a villager's home, procuring some food and provisions, as well as clothing for children, leaving behind sufficient coins to compensate for her acquisitions. She was now in tatters, burdened by a heavy pack, which undoubtedly aroused suspicion and made her presence in public unwise. Thus, she could only move stealthily. Subsequently, she swiftly departed from the village, seeking a temporary refuge outside its confines. Thanks to her restless nature, she was well acquainted with the local terrain. Within the dense forest beyond the village, there lay a small tree house, a resting spot for the hunters of the village, generally devoid of visitors, an ideal place for her to catch some sleep. Upon reaching the thicket and locating the tree house, Ling Yu deftly climbed up, set her pack down, consumed some food, and succumbed to slumber. Exhausted, she desperately needed rest to continue her journey. She slept soundly until midnight, awakening with a sense of refreshment as the moon hung high in the sky. After a light meal, she decided against hastening her departure. As a child carrying such a large pack, she would undoubtedly draw attention. How could she become inconspicuous? After much contemplation, she concluded that procuring a horse-drawn carriage would be the best option. Although hiring a carriage was not inexpensive, it mattered little, as the two unfortunate souls, Ji Xiuda and Ji Xiuming, possessed ample gold and silver, enough for her to indulge herself for several months. Yet, how could she rent a carriage in her current state without attracting attention? It was clear that she must conceal her pack and change her attire, ideally. She would disguise herself as a servant from a respectable household, which would arouse no suspicion when renting the carriage. However, she needed to plan ahead. The driver would undoubtedly be a man, and she must ensure her safety against potential thieves. As for her destination, Ling Yu pondered for a moment and decided to heed her master's advice and head to Xianyuan Temple. She was not entirely certain what kind of place it was, but from her master's words, it seemed to be a considerable Taoist temple. Her master was indeed no mere wandering priest, but one with credentials. She contemplated, retrieving the worn tome bestowed upon her by Xuanqinzi from her close-fitting garment. This book was even more tattered than the so-called celestial scripture, lacking even a cover. Upon opening it, she discovered that although the pages were inscribed with characters, their meaning eluded her comprehension. One side of the credential bore the same inscrutable script, while the other side displayed comprehensible writing, stating, "Disciple of the 16th generation of Xianyuan Temple, Master Zhang, Taoist title Tongxian." Alongside, there were intricate symbols that shimmered with a golden light, suggesting profound significance. It appeared that her master was named Zheng Tongxian. Ling Yu murmured to herself, "Tongxian is the Taoist title, and with the surname added, does that mean I should be called Cheng Ling Yu?" She repeated the name twice, nodding in approval. Cheng Ling Yu sounds far better than Fan Xianxia. It has a certain elegance, unlike that which evokes madness. Chapter 12. On the road 3 days later. On the official road, a horse-drawn carriage sped along. Inside the carriage sat none other than Ling Yu. At the break of dawn the following day, she set her plans into motion, concealing her bundle and donning appropriate attire before taking money to the town to hire a carriage. Once a prominent affiliate of the esteemed Xianyuan Temple, the town of Baishui still boasted considerable size, and no one questioned her origins. Subsequently, she procured a multitude of items, hiding her bundle among them, claiming to be delivering goods for her master. She successfully hired a carriage, and the ease of her endeavor was primarily attributed to that credential. Its golden sheen brooked no deception. The driver, being an ordinary man, accepted it without hesitation. Her rationale was that her master had inadvertently left behind the credential, necessitating her urgent delivery. Despite the many inconsistencies in her story, such as the absence of an adult overseeing the delivery of such an important item, all was rendered inconsequential in the presence of the credential. Everyone in the world is aware that the present era belongs to the Taoist sect, with Taoism as the state religion and the Taoist master holding a position of great esteem. Particularly, the disciples of the various Taoist temples are exempt from taxes, grain contributions, and the jurisdiction of the government, receiving provisions from the imperial court. Their status eclipses that of ordinary officials. No one dares to offend a Taoist priest, especially when the coachman realizes her destination is the Xianyuan Temple. Upon departing from Baishui Mountain, Ling Yu cautiously inquired and discovered that Xianyuan Temple is one of the 3 great Taoist temples in the world. She was astonished to learn of her master's significant standing. Among the 3 great temples, she only knew that the foremost was the Wujiguan, while being unaware of the other 2. In her previous cultivation, she had been somewhat muddled, lacking a clear objective. The teachings of Xuanchunzi were rigorous. Aside from reciting Taoist scriptures and expounding on Taoist principles, he imparted little else, resulting in Ling Yu's substantial deficiency in Taoist knowledge. The recent events compelled her to confront the realities of this world. She had witnessed the power of cultivators and had qualified to become one herself. Moreover, burdened by her promise to Xuanchunzi and having obtained the immortal scriptures left by the ancestors of the Cheng family, she could no longer remain a wandering soul. To become a cultivator, she still had much to learn. From the mouths of common folk, she gleaned little of great importance, yet she could acquire some fundamental knowledge. For instance, the 3 great Taoist temples are Wujiguan, Taizhen Temple, and Xianyuan Temple. The Great Yin has stood for centuries, and the 3 great temples have remained unchanged. The position of the national master is reserved exclusively for disciples of these temples, and whichever temple the current national master hails from is regarded as the foremost among them. That night, Ling Yu came to the realization that her master was, in fact, a cultivator. She placed her faith in Fei Yun and the others' judgment, understanding that her master could not merely be a wandering Taoist priest. Even within the grandest of temples, not everyone has the privilege to become a cultivator, especially one as formidable as her master, who wielded such powerful talismans. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that her master not only was not a wandering priest, but hailed from one of the 3 esteemed temples, Xianyuan Temple. The disciples of Xianyuan Temple had concealed their identities for decades, willingly living as wandering priests. Their ambitions undeniably grand. From Fei Yun and the others' demeanor, it was evident that the wealth amassed by the Baishui Temple was nothing short of astonishing. Had those 4 not inadvertently discovered the Duke of Chu's letters, this treasure would soon have found its way into the hands of Xianxia. Alas, his efforts were in vain. Not only did he fail to acquire the treasure, but he also lost his life. The unfortunate reality was that the cause of his death could not be disclosed to Xianyuan Temple, preventing his sect from seeking vengeance. Ling Yu was not foolish. As a disciple of one of the 3 esteemed temples, she recognized that in his final moments, her master did not wish for her to report the cause of his demise to their sect. Xianxia evidently wanted to keep this matter concealed. After all, if Xianyuan Temple were to learn of his death circumstances, it would necessitate an explanation regarding the Duke of Chu's hidden treasures, a most troublesome predicament. Failing to report such secrets would be a grave transgression for the rigorously governed temple, directly impacting her position as Xianxinzi's disciple, or rather, Zheng Tongshuan's disciple. Moreover, she could not involve Fei Yun, Gongsun Yan, and the others. Even in her ignorance, she understood that these 2 were no match for Xianyuan Temple. Should they feel cornered and reveal the treasure's existence, it would be she who faced dire consequences. In recent days, she has resolved that the cause of Xuanchunzi's demise must remain undisclosed. She must concoct a suitable explanation to circumvent the matter. Ling Yu leaned against the carriage wall. Her leg crossed as she contemplated, while absently plucking fruits from a nearby basket to indulge in. Such is the luxury of wealth. See how leisurely the journey unfolds. After savoring the fruits, she rummaged through the profusion of baskets and boxes in the carriage to retrieve her true possessions: a wooden sword, a coin pouch, a luminous pearl, several jade vials, a few books, and assorted trinkets. It was not much, for these items had been meticulously curated. Prior to descending the mountain, she deliberated extensively and concluded that it would be prudent to refrain from carrying anything belonging to Ing Shoda and Ji Xiaoming to avoid recognition and unnecessary complications. Thus, she resolutely discarded their wooden sword, relinquished the coin pouch, and disposed of anything that could potentially expose her identity. Conversely, she kept only the essential items that were easy to conceal, such as the books and certificates given by Xuanchunzi, the volumes discovered within the layers of clothing, the thin silk hidden in Ing Shoda's shoes, several talismans, and 3 throwing knives. Fortunately, these books were not overly thick. Otherwise, during the summer heat, she would have been at a loss as to where to conceal 3 volumes. The autobiography of Changyu, tucked within the celestial book, was incinerated by her. She understood well that should this object fall into the wrong hands, her life would be forfeit. It is worth noting that the paper left by Cheng Yu contained a multitude of messages, which, Given Ling Yu's current age and experience, she could not entirely comprehend. Nonetheless, one fact stood out clearly. Qingxue hailed from another realm, a world vaster than the one she currently inhabited. This realization stirred a profound sense of yearning within Ling Yu. The eminent figures spoken of by these monks, in that vast world, turn out to be mere individuals of mediocrity, lacking any significant accomplishments in their cultivation. What a grand realm it must be! The treasures for which her master and the others fiercely compete seem trivial in the eyes of this noble from the state of Chu. Moreover, the celestial stone belongs to the descendants of the Fan family, the original royal lineage of the Great Qin, whereas the ancestors of the Cheng family were slain by the Fan dynasty. Is she not, then, an enemy of the celestial stone? This notion flitted through Ling Yu's mind, only to be swiftly cast aside. After all, such events transpired over a millennium ago. What do the ancestral grievances of that era have to do with her or the celestial stone? Would she truly sever ties with the celestial stone over this so-called vendetta? Surely, she is not deranged. Brushing aside these chaotic thoughts, Ling Yu picked up the money pouch, examining it with curiosity for quite some time. This pouch belonged to Xianxia. Though its appearance was rather dull and gray, it was crafted from fur. Strangely, despite her numerous attempts, she found it impossible to open. Perhaps it is sealed by some enchantment, she mused. The world of cultivation is indeed a wondrous one, filled with spells, magical artifacts, spirit symbols, elixirs, seals, and many other peculiar things. Departing from Baishui town, her journey has been smooth and uninterrupted, with no pursuers in sight. For the past few days, Ling Yu has nestled within the carriage, engrossed in the books left behind by Xianxia and Ji Xiaoming. Among the texts, one concealed within the layers of Xianxia's clothing contained insights on talismanic arts, yet Ling Yu, lacking any foundational knowledge on the subject, could not comprehend it. The thin silk hidden within Xiaoda's shoe bore an unfamiliar script, which she also found inscrutable. Fortunately, a few foundational techniques and miscellaneous texts remained with them. Thus, she alternated between perusing the miscellaneous writings and contemplating the cultivation methods. For the past 3 years under the tutelage of Xianxia, Ling Yu has been compelled to memorize countless Taoist scriptures. Ying and Ji, both disciples of Xianglin Temple, are also practitioners of Taoism, and their cultivation methods are inextricably linked to these texts, making comprehension relatively accessible for her. Xianxia's cultivation technique is known as the 9 Heavens Clear Cloud scripture, which adheres to a path of righteousness. The very first step requires sitting cross-legged and directing one's heart towards the heavens, purging distracting thoughts to enter a state of contemplation. The preface states that progress with this technique is slow. Typically, one must contemplate for 1 to 2 years before cultivating the first strand of true essence. However, once mastered, the practitioner gradually enters a state of refinement, rarely encountering obstacles. In contrast, Ji Xiaoming's method is titled Heart Yang True Resolution. Upon seeing the cover, Ling Yu nearly believed her eyes deceived her. Ji Xiaoming's shrill demeanor suggested he might be practicing Heart Yang True Resolution instead. It was only after delving into the content that she understood the rationale behind it. As the name implies, Heart Yang True Resolution cultivates the energy of Yang. Among the 5 organs, the heart and lungs represent Yang, with the heart being the quintessence of Yang itself. The energy of Heart Yang is the most vigorous Yang energy in the human body, capable of subduing Yin evils and gathering strength to vanquish foes. However, the equilibrium of Yin and Yang is a fundamental principle of the cosmos. Once disrupted, complications arise. The path of cultivating Heart Yang True Resolution involves generating Heart Yang energy and storing it separately. This technique advances rapidly, but is fraught with peril. If the Heart Yang energy is not properly managed, it can lead to self-inflicted harm. Ji Xiaoming's predicament exemplifies this imbalance. As much of his Heart Yang energy has been diverted, resulting in a dominance of Yin over Yang. Much like the assignments set by her master, she employs various means to evade labor, yet she never shirks from the task of memorizing scriptures and transcribing texts. For it is the focal point of her master's attention. As long as she excels in her recitation of scriptures and meticulously copies the sacred texts, her master will turn a blind eye to other matters. It seems that the path of cultivation follows a similar principle. While one may deviate into unorthodox practices like talisman arts, one must never be reckless in the foundational aspects. Aside from the 2 primary techniques, there are also various miscellaneous texts, some chronicling the nuances of worldly affairs, others expounding on the principles of Tao, and still others filled with intriguing anecdotes. Ling Yu has perused them all. Before taking Xianxia as her master, her favorite haunts were tea houses and theaters, where she could listen to storytelling and enjoy grand performances. She relished tales, yet could barely recognize a handful of characters. After following Xianxia, she was compelled to memorize scriptures and transcribe texts, which marked the beginning of her enlightenment. However, given the choice, she would have preferred to sneak out for leisure rather than study. It was only at this moment, upon encountering a world that mirrored the narratives of theatrical scripts, that she developed an interest in the books that chronicled such experiences. With great enthusiasm, Ling Yu leafed through the texts, unaware that the carriage had passed through Fanqing and arrived at Yiqing. Chapter 13. Arrival at Yiqing. Young master, we have arrived at Yiqing. The driver raised the carriage curtain and leaned in, his expression one of earnest simplicity. Ling Yu had already gathered her belongings and, upon hearing this, leapt from the carriage. Towering city walls and ancient bluestone roads bore witness to the city's long history. Within the realm of the Great Yin Empire, Yiqing is not particularly large. It pales in comparison to the capital, the western capital, Shenzhou, and Linan. If one were to categorize it, it would fall into the third tier. Yet, it possesses an ancient heritage and a laid-back atmosphere. No city with a history spanning over a millennium possesses the relaxed atmosphere of Yiqing. Here, pedestrians stroll leisurely. Vendors engage in lively banter, and even the officials exude a languid amiability. Were it otherwise, the ancestors of the Qing family would not have chosen this place as their sanctuary. With knowledge of the Qing family's origins, Ling Yu silently contemplated the intentions of her forebears. The Duke of Chu has passed away, and the Qing clan has lost its foundation, inevitably relocating to Yiqing. A decision likely influenced by the will of the former Emperor Taizong. Firstly, this place lies far from the capital and is not close to Baishui Mountain. Secondly, residing in such a city for an extended period would surely diminish one's ambition. It is reasonable to assume that the Qing family of Yu has become devoid of successors. Indeed, this has proven to be the case. Over the course of a millennium, the Qing family has established itself in Yiqing, building a prosperous household. Yet they have entirely severed ties with the realm of cultivation. The ethos of Yiqing has long been etched into their very bones. Free-spirited, indulgent, and hedonistic. Cultivation? What could that possibly mean? Ling Yu followed the cart, paid the entrance tax, and entered Yiqing. This will suffice, she declared. My young master has sent word to await me here. Please assist me in transporting my belongings to the inn. Rest assured, the fare will be compensated in full as previously agreed. The driver was elated. The journey from Yiqing to Xianyuan Temple would typically take over half a month. Yet having traversed only half the distance, he received the entire fare, saving him considerable time and effort. Shortly after the driver departed, night descended. Ling Yu emerged from the inn, wandering east and west. The night market of Yiqing is renowned for its vibrancy. The relaxed atmosphere has imbued the residents with a particular appreciation for pleasure, making their nocturnal life a tapestry of colors and experiences. The market remained open until the hour of the boar, and the singing and dancing establishments buzzed with life throughout the night, while the theaters and tea houses were nearly at full capacity. Ling Yu meandered, intermittently pausing to enjoy dinner at a roadside stall, then wandered through the western market before entering a tea house. There, she listened intently as a storyteller animatedly recounted tales of immortals, lost in reverie. When the hour of the boar arrived and the tea house closed its doors, Ling Yu flowed with the crowd into the night. As she traversed narrow alleys, the throng gradually thinned, until at last she found herself alone before a towering wall. This alley, flanked by high walls, clearly belonged to a prominent household. In the deep of the hour, the night was hushed, save for the flickering shadows of trees swaying gently and the occasional patrol of guards. Ling Yu stood lost in thought for a moment before she began to move, not away from the alley, but meandering within it, ultimately arriving at the foot of a low wall. With grace, she stepped over the protruding bricks. Inside lay another labyrinth of narrow lanes, notably cleaner and more orderly. After wandering for a while longer, she climbed a tree to avoid the guards and leaped into the courtyard. Although it was the dead of night, a few lanterns illuminated the space, revealing hints of the opulence of its owner. The intricately carved railings and painted, gilded structures spoke of wealth. Ling Yu navigated the various pavilions with familiarity, finally entering a courtyard. At this late hour, the residents had yet to retire. The window of the northern chamber cast two silhouettes. One was large, adorned with ornate hairpins, indicating a mature woman, while the other, a child of about 10. "Mother, is my little sister asleep?" the child inquired. As the woman removed her hairpins, she replied, "Do not concern yourself with whether your sister is asleep. You ought to be in bed." Reluctant, the child responded, "I want to see my sister." The woman paused in her makeup removal and remarked, "My dear child, if you do not retire soon, you shall be late for school tomorrow. Just yesterday, your father praised your studies. We must not dampen his spirits." The child, looking down and fiddling with her fingers, replied, "I will not delay my schooling." The woman, seemingly exasperated, responded, "Then go check on your little sister, and after that, retire to bed immediately. Your father has taken a liking to you lately, and your aunt and third aunt are eagerly waiting to catch you in a misstep. We must not allow them to have their way." "Understood," the child exclaimed joyfully. Dashing off, the window framed the woman's silhouette as she continued her makeup removal, grumbling, "This child, why does she dote on her little sister so? Alas, if only she were a boy." "Ah, but Mrs. Eyre," a crisp voice interjected, "isn't it wonderful that the third young master shows such affection for his sister? What use is there for a daughter?" The woman scoffed, "Merely a burden, consuming resources and eventually demanding a dowry, a liability. The third household has already produced 3 sons, and at every opportunity they subtly mock me for having only one daughter." "Do not heed the words of the third madam," Mrs. Eyre continued. "Daughters are a blessing. No daughter is as dear as a wife, and in time, the third madam shall come to understand this. Furthermore, with 2 young ladies and 1 young master, the balance is perfect, neither too few nor too many." Yet, Mrs. Eyre seemed to take offense at this remark. Her hands paused in their task, and she remained silent. "And what of our second sister?" The voice of the third young master chimed in, innocently asking, "Mother, where has second sister gone? I haven't seen her in ages. I am almost forgetting her." After a prolonged silence, the second lady finally responded, "Your second sister. Perhaps she has gone to pursue a path of enlightenment. She has always been fond of tales about celestial beings, often expressing her desire to be like them. Perhaps." With a hint of disinterest, she changed the subject. "You have seen your younger sister. Why not retire for the night?" "Oh," the third young master obediently replied, gently coaxing, "Lily, brother is going to sleep now. We shall play together tomorrow, so be good." From within, a child's soft whimpering emerged, and soon the door creaked open, revealing a maid leading the third young master outside. Ling Qingxue stood behind the flowering bushes, tears streaming down her face. The following day, Ling Qingxue sought out a pawnshop, where she exchanged all manner of captivating trunks and boxes, retaining only the essential belongings. Afterwards, she vacated her residence and made her way to a carriage station, where she staged a dramatic performance. Feigning to send her nephew to visit relatives, entrusting him to a passing caravan of merchants. The caravan's leader, moved by her tearful tale, graciously agreed to escort her to Yuanqing. That noon, Ling Qingxue set forth with the caravan towards Yuanqing. Yuanqing, the city closest to Xianyuan Temple, was bustling with merchants and travelers, thriving in prosperity. More importantly, it was a sanctuary for practitioners of the Tao. In this place, no one dared to cause disturbances, as it fell within the influence of Xianyuan Temple. Ling Qingxue harbored a fervent hope that Fei Yin and Gong Sunyan's injuries had yet to heal. Once she reached Yuanqing, she would be safe. As the journey progressed and they approached Yuanqing, the number of wandering Taoists increased. Initially, many bore wooden swords, followed by those wielding golden swords. And upon reaching the city gates, one could occasionally glimpse a few adorned with jade swords. Ling Qingxue summarized the hierarchy of swords. The wooden sword was undoubtedly the most inferior, while the black gold sword held a slightly higher status, and the jade sword was undeniably the most precious. It struck her as peculiar that a sword crafted from jade could withstand the rigors of combat without shattering upon impact. She suppressed her urge to inquire, fearing that such a question might render her a fool. While lost in thought, the merchant caravan came to a halt outside the city gates, and a porter called out to her, "Young Master Qing, we have arrived in Yuanqing." Ling Qingxue leaped down from the cargo cart and was immediately struck by the grandeur of the city gates. In comparison to the third-rate cities of Yinqing and Fanqing, the imposing presence of Yuanqing was truly unparalleled. The towering city walls, exceeding double the height of others, were constructed from meticulously arranged bluestone bricks, and the characters for Yuanqing on the gates were inscribed with an artistic flair befitting an emperor's decree. Observing Ling Yu's awestruck expression, the porter chuckled. "When I first visited Yuanqing, I was equally taken aback. The magnificence of Yuanqing surpasses not only Yinqing but even Shusho and Linen, rivaling even the capital." Ling Yu's face radiated admiration. "It is indeed worthy of being a subsidiary city of Xianyuan Temple." The porter then inquired, "Young Master Cheng, now that we have arrived in Yuancheng, do you know where you intend to visit your relatives?" Ling Yu nodded. "My father mentioned that my uncle resides at Xianyuan Temple. So, he is a celestial master of Xianyuan Temple." The porter's face lit up with reverence. "In that case, there is no need for us to intervene further. This city is under the jurisdiction of Xianyuan Temple, and you may speak directly to the gate officials. They will guide you to the temple." "Is that so?" Ling Yu leaned forward to take a look. At the entrance of Yuancheng, gate officials were stationed, not only collecting city taxes, but also meticulously registering all incoming and outgoing individuals, issuing passes with strict management. Ling Yu discovered that commoners were subject to city taxes, though the registration process was rather lax. In contrast, Taoists were exempt from these taxes. Yet their registration was exceedingly meticulous, with names, ages, origins, and masters all meticulously recorded. There was even an artist designated to capture their likenesses and take their fingerprints. Young Master Cheng, the owner of the merchant caravan, was a shrewd and affable man in his 30s. He courteously inclined his hand towards her. Ling Yu quickly reciprocated, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Chi, for your care during these days." When she first joined the caravan, the owner had been friendly, albeit merely polite, after all. As the leader of a large merchant group, he had no obligation to extend special courtesy to a solitary child seeking family. However, his demeanor had evidently shifted due to her earlier remark about seeking kin within the Xianyuan Temple. Boss Chi smiled and said, "Young Master Cheng, you are too gracious. It was merely a trifling effort." After a brief pause, he continued, "Since you have found a lead on your kin, I shall not intrude further. Our caravan will be residing at the Yingfu Inn upon entering the city. Should you encounter any difficulties, or if your search for family proves fruitless, feel free to seek us at the inn. After all, our companionship during this journey is serendipitous." "Thank you, Boss Chi. I shall not impose further," Ling Yu replied. Her gratitude articulated with decorum. She thought little of it, considering her so-called uncle was a fabrication. Soon, it was their turn. Boss Chi led the entire caravan's crew, verifying their travel permits, paying the city tax, and inspecting the cargo before entering the city. Following closely behind, Ling Yu stepped forward. The gatekeeper, casting a cursory glance, regarded her as an ordinary child and inquired, "Do you possess a travel permit?" Ling Yu shook her head, for such permits were issued solely to adults. In the city of Yuan, there exists a self-issued travel permit, applicable to both adults and children. However, she had never visited, thus she had none. As the gate officer took a blank permit to register, Ling Yu hurriedly interjected, "Esteemed officer, I am on a mission from my master to Xianyuan Temple, and I am uncertain." Upon hearing this, the gate officer paused and inquired, "Are you a Taoist apprentice? Do you possess any certification from a temple? Who is your master? What is your purpose at Xianyuan Temple?" He posed these 4 questions in succession. A Taoist apprentice is not a fully ordained priest and lacks a degree certificate. However, the temple provides an alternative form of certification. After being initiated by a master and becoming a priest, the degree certificate is subsequently issued. Naturally, Ling Yu had none of this, as her master, Xianxia, was a rogue Taoist, leaving her without any proof. The gate officer took the document, opened it, and was startled. He then fixed a penetrating gaze upon Ling Yu, as if attempting to see into her very soul. After a lengthy silence, the officer said, "Child, are you aware that falsely claiming a degree certificate incurs punishment?" He perceived her as a mere opportunist, attempting to take a chance with a found certificate. Ling Yu, with an innocent expression, replied, "Officer, this certificate indeed belongs to my master. Before his departure, he entrusted it to me, instructing me to deliver it to Xianyuan Temple." The officer scrutinized the document for a considerable time, failing to identify any discrepancies. Furthermore, the identity indicated on the certificate was of significant standing, prompting him to soften his tone. "Please leave your name here. And wait a moment. Someone will escort you to Xianyuan Temple." Given that the internal affairs of Xianyuan Temple were beyond his authority to question, he swiftly permitted her passage. "Thank you, esteemed officer," Ling Yu exclaimed joyfully, and following his instructions, she neatly inscribed her name in the register and stood patiently to the side, awaiting her escort. Standing beside her were about 10 individuals, clad in attire ranging from the opulent to the ordinary, encompassing men, women, and children of various ages. They cast curious glances in her direction upon her arrival, yet remained silent. Shortly thereafter, a nonchalant Taoist priest in his 30s or 40s approached, yawning as he spoke. Are these individuals headed to Xianyuan Temple? He took the documents, opened them, and remarked, Zhang San, father of disciple Zhang Xiaosan, visiting family. Li Si, friend of disciple Zhao Er, paying a visit. Wang Wu, disciple of the Upper Temple. Oh, this one, Ling Yu, disciple of Master Zheng Tongxian, tasked by the master to deliver a return certificate. The Taoist scrutinized Ling Yu and inquired, is this her? Indeed, replied the gate officer, promptly presenting the certificate. The Taoist opened the document, his expression turning solemn, and eventually nodded, I understand. The gate officer exhaled in relief. Ling Yu remained perplexed, yet the priest comprehended. The title of master was not one conferred upon just anyone. Xianyuan Temple was divided into 3 sections, the lower courtyard, the upper courtyard, and the inner hall, with the first 2 housing the disciples and the inner hall constituting the management. The title of master belonged to the inner hall, if what this child claimed was true. As a disciple of a master, she would likely be welcomed into Xianyuan Temple, her status elevated far beyond his own. Follow me, please. The Taoist cast one more glance at Ling Yu before leading the way onto the city wall. Noticing that they had all followed, he reached for his waist. Retrieving a paper boat, he performed a hand gesture and blew upon it, transforming the paper vessel into a real boat approximately 2 zhang in length. As the crowd boarded the vessel, Zhang the Taoist proclaimed, rise. Instantly, the entire ship ascended into the air. Ling Yu clutched the railing, feeling a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. For the first time in her life, she soared into the heavens. Looking down, all the people appeared as mere ants, and the once majestic Yuanqing now seemed infinitely small. This sensation was truly enchanting. The others shared her sentiments, with some trembling uncontrollably, their legs weak and feeble, clinging tightly to the ship's edge. Meanwhile, the Taoist remained unfazed, seated at the bow, sipping from a gourd while humming a gentle tune. After approximately half an hour of flight from Yuanqing, a grand Taoist temple emerged within their view. This temple, though not more magnificent than Yuanqing, exuded an innate grandeur, majestic, ethereal, and transcendent, compelling one to bow in reverence. Throughout the journey, Ling Yu's gaze remained fixed below, and upon sighting the temple, her eyes widened in awe. Having spent 3 years at the Baishui Temple, she lamented the decline of what was once the foremost temple in the realm, now reduced to ruins. However, upon witnessing the gates of the Xianyuan Temple, she realized the true essence of the 3 great Taoist temples. Palaces and pavilions rose in succession, while pagodas towered into the clouds. The residences appeared orderly, with Taoists and disciples clad in neat attire, exuding vitality. Despite the compactness of the buildings and the bustling activity, the atmosphere remained disciplined and harmonious. Ling Yu was instantly captivated. Reflecting inwardly, so this is the 3 great Taoist temples, it's no wonder the disciples of the Taoist sect yearn to become part of them. At that moment, Zhang the Taoist put away his gourd, stood up, and with a wave of his sleeve, the paper ship descended gracefully, coming to a steady halt just outside the temple gates. Everyone disembark, Zhang commanded. At this moment, 2 young acolytes approached, exclaiming, Master Zhang. Zhang Taoist responded with a grunt, tossing the silk cloth that recorded visitors to them. Handle the visits from relatives and friends as you see fit, he instructed, before pointing to Ling Yu. You, child, come with me. Ling Yu was taken aback, unable to utter a word before Zhang Taoist turned and strode inside. She hurriedly followed in his wake. As they traversed the path, numerous acolytes paused to greet him, calling out Master Zhang, while younger disciples referred to him as Brother Zhang. Yet, Zhang Taoist merely responded lazily, suggesting he held some standing within the Xianyuan Temple. However, one would wonder why such a figure would engage in the task of greeting visitors. After a brisk quarter of an hour, Zhang Taoist finally veered into a side hall. Ling Yu quickened her pace to keep up, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The hall was exceedingly austere, adorned only with a statue of the Taoist patriarch and a single table where an elderly man with a white beard sat, eyes closed. Seemingly in a trance, old Brother Gu awaken, Zhang Taoist called out loudly. The old man jolted awake, opening his eyes to see him. He patted his chest, and, in a slow manner, said, I wondered who it could be. It is merely my junior brother, little Zhang. What brings you to me? Chapter 15. Initiation. Ling Yu stood cautiously in the corner of the side hall, observing the individuals present. After bringing her to this place, Zhang Taoist tossed Xianxinzi's disciple certificate onto old Taoist Gu's table, causing the latter's expression to darken instantly. Old Brother Gu, what shall we do? Old Taoist Gu turned his gaze toward Ling Yu, squinting as he scrutinized her. Child, "Are you a disciple taken in by Master Tongxian?" he inquired. Upon uttering these words, Ling Yu felt a surge of anxiety within her, uncertain whether she could successfully deceive those present. She had concocted a myriad of excuses, ultimately settling on this one. As she could not reveal that she had witnessed Xianxia's demise, to do so would necessitate disclosing the location of his burial, a secret that must remain concealed. Upon hearing this, Zhang and Gu exchanged a knowing glance. After a brief silence, the ancient Taoist placed the decree upon the table and stated, "Matters pertaining to the master are beyond our jurisdiction. Let them be entrusted to the inner sanctum." Zhang nodded in agreement, replying, "Brother Gu speaks wisely." With that, he took up a pen and paper from the table, inscribing something before producing a paper crane from seemingly nowhere. He affixed the note to it, performed a spell, and blew gently. The paper crane wobbled and took flight. Shortly thereafter, two individuals entered the hall with hurried steps. "Where is the person?" one of them demanded loudly upon entry. Ling Yu lifted her gaze, noticing that both were in their 20s, markedly younger than Zhang and Gu, adorned in Taoist robes embellished with numerous patterns. Seeing them, the ancient Taoist promptly rose and, alongside Zhang, bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We greet the two masters." The one who had spoken earlier waved his hand dismissively, stating with impatience, "No need for excessive formalities." He pointed towards Ling Yu, inquiring, "Is this the child?" The gaze of the two masters fixed upon Ling Yu, causing her to feel a twinge of unease. Though she typically exhibited audacity, the gravity of the situation rendered her apprehensive, for these two appeared formidable. After a moment, the other master suddenly furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you a girl?" "Oh." The first master exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly so?" The master of void, with his discerning gaze, and the ancient Taoist, chuckled, remarking that the child bore a somewhat masculine appearance. Ling Yu timidly lifted her eyes to glance at them before promptly lowering her head and retreating slightly. Her reaction was a blend of sincerity and pretense. In the presence of the four cultivators, she indeed felt immense pressure. Yet her demeanor was intentionally crafted to align with typical feminine responses. In terms of her appearance, she was strikingly beautiful, though her eyebrows were somewhat thick, her nose slightly prominent, her features distinctly defined, and her stature rather tall for an 11 or 12-year-old girl who had yet to undergo puberty, giving her a boyish semblance. Having entered not long ago, she had already been recognized by two individuals, and Ling Yu mused to herself. No wonder Master had stated that Xin Yuan Temple was not a place where one could conceal their identity. In truth, she did not feel compelled to disguise herself as a boy. Her childhood preference for male attire stemmed from her family's irremediable bias towards sons over daughters. Neglected and berated as a worthless burden, it was natural for her to harbor thoughts of wishing she were a boy. After fleeing her home and wandering aimlessly, she adopted this guise for practicality, and thus, she continued to present herself as such. For these masters, whether one was male or female held little significance. The master of true void, undeterred by the matter of gender, directly inquired, "Are you a disciple of Jing Tongxian?" "Yes," Ling Yu replied softly. "State your name, your origins, when your master took you in, and the experiences you have encountered over the years, in detail," commanded the master of true void rather brusquely. Ling Yu swallowed nervously, casting a fleeting glance at him before speaking. My Dao name is Ling Yu, and I hail from Yin City. 3 years ago, I found myself in Fan City, where I encountered my master. He remarked upon my promising aptitude and took me as his disciple. My master guided me through numerous places, ultimately settling at Baishui Mountain. The essence of my tale is indeed true, save for the fabricated account of Xianxia's disappearance. Upon her conclusion, both Tongxin and Tongsu furrowed their brows. "Are you suggesting that your master has met with misfortune?" Tongxin inquired sternly. Ling Yu, upon hearing the question, hastily wiped away her tears and replied, "My master merely instructed me to bring this to Xin Yuan Temple and to focus on my cultivation. He divulged nothing further." Ling Yu hesitated, stammering, "What I said. It was all true." "Brother, why the barrage of questions?" Tongxin, growing impatient, declared, "Let us employ the dream induction technique. If she speaks the truth, we will accept her as per our customs. If she deceives us, well, we shall see." The dream induction technique. Ling Yu tensed, recalling the words of the old man Gao's son from that fateful night. It seemed to be a method that compelled one to speak truthfully. She suddenly felt a wave of self-reproach. How could she have overlooked such a crucial detail? It was entirely her fault for being so unfamiliar with the world of cultivation. What could she do to evade the dream induction technique? "Brother," Tongxin retorted, You yourself said she has not yet been initiated. Therefore, she cannot be considered a disciple of Xianyuan Temple. Tong Su waved his hand dismissively, evidently resolute in his decision. After a moment's contemplation, he queried, Child, apart from your talisman, did your master not bestow upon you anything else? What of his disciple's notes? Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the significance of the disciple's record. Observing her confusion, Tongzhen explained, according to our regulations, the disciple's record is never to be parted with. It seems it was not entrusted to this young child. Suddenly, a thought struck Ling Yu, and she exclaimed, Is this what you mean? She retrieved a tattered book from her bosom, its cover long gone. Tong Su accepted it, flipping through its pages, and nodded, Indeed. This is it. He proceeded to examine the latter pages with great care before handing it over to Tongzhen. Tongzhen mirrored this thorough scrutiny, closing the book afterward. Very well, Tong Su declared, let us accept this child into our fold. Ah? Ling Yu was momentarily stunned by Tong Su's pronouncement. Just moments ago, they had been so stern in their inquiries, yet after perusing this so-called disciple's record, they asked nothing further and were ready to accept her. What secrets lay within those pages? Tong Su and Tongzhen had already risen, with Tong Su raising the certificate and the disciple's record, stating, We shall take these to report back. As for Master Tongxian's affairs, you need not concern yourselves with them. Yes, we shall heed the Master's command, Zhang and Gu. The two Taoists replied with utmost respect. Esteemed Masters, before their departure, the Gu Taoist hastily interjected, in your esteemed opinions, should this child be recorded in the lower or upper academy? Noting that Tong Su offered no objection, he acquiesced, very well. As the two masters departed, the Gu Taoist opened the disciple roster, poised to inscribe a name, when Ling Yu, still in a daze, uttered, But my master said, I have already entered the realm of contemplation and may embark on the path. Zhang and Gu both turned to regard her in unison. Zhang Taoist exclaimed, My dear child, have you already entered the realm of visualization? Ling Yu nodded gently. Zhang and Gu exchanged a glance, and the ancient Taoist extended his hand towards her, saying, Come here. Obediently, Ling Yu approached. The gaunt palm of the ancient Taoist covered her crown, and she immediately felt a warm current slowly infusing her being, both comforting and subtly painful. After a few moments, the ancient Taoist released her and nodded. Indeed, you are capable of entering the Tao. No wonder Master Tongxian chose her as a disciple. Child, how old are you this year? Ling Yu replied, 12. 12. Zhang Taoist expressed his astonishment and inquired further. How many years have you been cultivating? 3 years. Zhang and Gu exchanged glances for a while, and Zhang Taoist shook his head, saying, It is not a simple matter for a master to take on a disciple. No wonder, no wonder. Ling Yu nodded, Yes. Can you write? He asked. I can, she responded. The ancient Taoist retrieved a brush and handed it to her. Please write something yourself. Chapter 16. Settling in the process of settling into the upper courtyard proved to be far more intricate than anticipated. Under the ancient Taoist's instructions, Ling Yu recounted nearly her entire lineage, detailing her experiences over the years with utmost clarity, even providing the names of witnesses. However, her history was relatively straightforward. The first 9 years spent with the Chung family, followed by 3 years with Zhu and Chunzi, and the ancient Taoist did not pose significant challenges. After inquiring about her background, Zhang and Gu produced an assortment of peculiar magical instruments to conduct various tests on her, posing numerous questions regarding her cultivation journey, including when she began, how she practiced, and the teachings imparted by Chunzi, leaving no detail unexamined. After the two inquired, they engaged in further discussion. Taoist Zhang stroked his chin and remarked, While Master Tongxian's method of teaching indeed preserves a pure mindset, it appears rather stringent. The ancient Taoist shook his head in response, saying, We must not hastily critique the affairs of the master. Furthermore, this may not be without its advantages for the child. Now that she has entered the fold, she will be guided from the very beginning by the inner court's master, alleviating concerns regarding the compatibility of her cultivation practices. Taoist Zhang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the point. Ling Yu, having listened intently, could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked, Sirs, is there something amiss? The two turned their gazes toward her, and the ancient Taoist smiled, saying, Now that you have entered the upper courtyard, it is customary to address us as senior brothers. I am the Venerable Gu Yuanliang, the overseer of the inner court, responsible for the records of disciples from both the upper and lower courtyards. This is Zhang Zhao, the steward of the upper courtyard, who manages the miscellaneous affairs of the disciples. In the future, you will surely need to seek his assistance. Ling Yu, uncertain of the significance of the overseer and steward roles, understood the importance of courtesy and promptly bowed, saying, I have the honor of meeting Senior Brother Gu and Senior Brother Zhang. I look forward to your guidance. The two, smiling, nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Yuanliang continued, You possess commendable aptitude. Your spirit has entered your body without any signs of rejection, making you a suitable candidate for cultivation. However, you have merely memorized the scriptures thus far, lacking any foundational practice, so you must start anew. The path of cultivation is arduous, and even the initial stage of guiding qi into the body is no simple task. You must be prepared. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Senior Brother Gu. Ling Yu replied with utmost respect. You are indeed a remarkably astute child. Gu Yuanliang chuckled as he stroked his white beard, handing her an ancient golden wooden token inscribed with magical symbols. This is your disciple token. Upon your formal initiation, the sect shall bestow upon you a certificate and a disciple's journal. Until then, your disciple token serves as your identification, and it is imperative that you do not misplace it. Indeed, everything that requires documentation shall be duly recorded. Gu Yuanliang handed a piece of silk to Zhang Xiaoguan, gesturing dismissively. All right, it's all settled. You may take her now. With a snap of his fingers, Zhang Xiaoguan smiled at Ling Yu and said, Let us proceed. You shall be under my care from this point onward. Yes, Senior Brother Zhang, Ling Yu replied. Zhang Xiaoguan led Ling Yu out of the side hall, traversing a vast courtyard. And after a quarter of an hour's walk, they arrived at a cluster of buildings. Before them lay a series of interconnected courtyards, stretching endlessly, with clean and tidy brick walls and floors. In contrast to the grandeur of the earlier expansive courtyard and main gate, this place appeared rather unadorned, resembling a residence. Zhang Xiaoguan ushered her into the foremost courtyard, calling out, Qingxue, Qingxue. Hey, came a crisp response from within, and a boy, around 14 or 15 years of age, emerged. With his hair styled in a bun and clad in a Taoist robe, he was not a mere acolyte, but rather donned as a Taoist priest. Zhang Xiaoguan produced his gourd, took a sip of wine, and tossed the silk to him, saying, This is our new junior sister. Please make the necessary arrangements for her. The young Taoist, upon seeing Ling Yu, expressed surprise. This junior sister is quite young. Is she joining the upper courtyard? Of course. If she weren't joining the upper courtyard, she wouldn't be here. Zhang Xiaoguan retorted before stepping into the house, advising Ling Yu, Junior Sister Cheng, kindly hand your disciple token to him. He will take care of everything for you. Oh, thank you, Senior Brother Zhang. She managed to say, but by then, Zhang Xiaoguan had already sauntered inside. The young Taoist scrutinized her for a moment before chuckling. Esteemed junior sister, are you a recent addition to our ranks? I have never encountered you before. I was unaware that our academy had such an exceptional junior sister. Indeed, Ling Yu cautiously regarded him a few times, then produced her disciple's token and handed it over. Thank you for your assistance, Senior Brother. The young man possessed a round visage, brimming with vitality, his eyes sparkling with mirth, exuding an approachable demeanor. He accepted the disciple's token and perused it briefly. Ah, Ling Yu Cheng. I see, you are Sister Cheng. I am also surnamed Zhang, Zhang Qingxue. Zhang Zhisher is my uncle. I just entered the upper academy this year, and am currently assisting here. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out. Oh. Ling Yu followed Zhang Qingxue inside. The grand hall was spacious yet rather cluttered, with several tall cabinets occupying most of the area, and various odds and ends scattered in the corners. Numerous small doors lined the sides, leading to inner chambers. Zhang Xiaoguan was likely in one of those rooms. Zhang Qingxue pulled over a chair. Please, take a seat, junior sister. He sat down at the table with agility, deftly retrieving several items, including notebooks and scrolls. Cheng Ling Yu entered the upper academy on the 12th of July. Zhang Qingxue transcribed the information from the silk scroll onto the various notebooks before finally handing her a pen. Please sign here, junior sister. Ling Yu accepted the pen and inscribed her name. Zhang Qingxue then organized the items and unfurled a sizable map made of beast hide, meticulously detailing the myriad of buildings that comprised their compound. Sister Cheng, this is the residence of the upper academy disciples. The female disciples reside in this section. Upon your recent arrival at the upper courtyard, it is customary for 2 individuals to share a small residence. The vacant spaces here remain unoccupied. Feel free to select one. Ling Yu glanced at the map, noting a sizable area devoid of inhabitants, and inquired, Senior Brother Qingxue, may I choose from those that are entirely empty? Certainly, replied Ling Qingxue. You have arrived at an opportune moment. In 6 months, new disciples will be recruited. Hence, many courtyards have been intentionally left vacant. Then I shall choose this one. Ling Yu indicated a spot on the map. Ling Qingxue smiled upon inspection. My junior sister has an eye for selection. This indeed is a splendid choice, quite tranquil. The small courtyard she chose was nestled beside a babbling brook, separated from the nearest residence by a distance of approximately 10 paces, ensuring a serene yet accessible environment. Inside, they discovered a wooden sword, a jade vial, 2 tomes, and 10 luminescent stones. Finally, Ling Qingxue produced a rather drab bag crafted from coarse fur, into which he placed these items. Upon seeing the bag, Ling Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. It resembled the pouch left behind by Xianxia. However, before she could discern how to open it, Ling Qingxue had already deposited the items inside. Noticing her reaction, Ling Qingxue chuckled. Junior sister, it appears you have yet to truly embark upon your path. This is a qianxia bag. Do not be deceived by its modest size, for it can contain a multitude of items. Once you have entered the path and drawn energy into your body, you will be able to utilize it. So that is how it works. Ling Yu stifled her exhilaration, realizing that Xianxia's belongings were likely contained within that qianxia bag. It makes sense. Do not legendary tales often speak of the sun and moon hidden within a pot, and the universe concealed within a sleeve? This is yours. Ling Qingxue tossed the qianxia bag to her and rose to his feet. Come, I shall escort my junior sister to her new abode. Ling Qingxue led Ling Yu out of the grand courtyard, navigating through a labyrinth of twists and turns until they finally arrived at the small courtyard she had chosen. Upon reaching the site, Ling Yu realized that her selection was indeed impeccable. The location was not only favorable, but the surrounding environment was astonishingly beautiful. As one of the 3 great Taoist temples, Xianyuan Temple was inherently situated in a prime feng shui locale, characterized by picturesque scenery and clear mountains and waters. Nestled against the mountains and by the water, it perfectly embodied the essence of nature. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Ling Qingxue produced an ancient gold wooden token adorned with intricate patterns, slotting it into a similarly patterned stone groove beside the door, which then opened with a resonant click. Ling Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. How marvelous! Ling Qingxue tossed the wooden token to her, bemused, and remarked, Junior sister, at such a tender age, you have already reached the threshold of enlightenment, yet you remain utterly oblivious to such basic knowledge. How have you cultivated? Ling Yu replied vaguely. My master did not impart these things to me. Shortly thereafter, a maid dressed in green delivered a meal, along with charcoal, candlesticks, basins, kettles, clothing, and other daily necessities. Ling Yu noticed the exquisite quality of the items and the deliciousness of the food, prompting her to exclaim once more. No wonder disciples from all over the world vie to enter the 3 great Taoist temples. The superior conditions for cultivation here far surpass those of wandering Taoists. Unbeknownst to her, while she settled in with peace of mind, a heated debate was unfolding in the main hall of Xianyuan Temple, the Lingjing Palace, sparked by her presence. Master Tongxin threw a disciple's journal onto the table, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on another Taoist clad in a similar robe beside him. This Taoist, of the same age, exuded a refined and gentle demeanor, remaining unfazed even in such a tense situation. Zheng Tongxian, what audacity! To privately exploit the resources of the branch temple for personal gain while failing to report to the main temple. Brother Han, you say, is it not? The esteemed Brother Han merely lifted his eyelids, remaining impervious to the winds of conversation. He leisurely raised his teacup and took a sip, embodying tranquility. Indeed, such a nonchalant response was not what Tongxin had anticipated. His countenance twitched with agitation. Back in the day, when Zheng Tongxian ventured forth, it was Brother Han who granted him special permission. Tongxin's face quivered further, unable to contain himself. Do you have nothing to say? Upon hearing this, Brother Han finally turned his head, fixing a curious gaze upon him, and replied with surprise, What is it that you wish me to say, Brother Tan? Tongxin, exasperated by his imperturbable demeanor, retorted, Brother Han, Zheng Tongxian is your charge. You have safeguarded him throughout. If you claim that his actions were not under your guidance, I find that hard to believe. Brother Han's astonishment deepened, raising an eyebrow as he replied, Brother Tan, I must confess, your words perplex me. What do you mean by my charge? Regardless of which palace or hall we belong to, we are all disciples of Xianyuan Temple. Moreover, we are both practitioners of the craft. Brother Zhang's seniority surpasses both yours and mine. To suggest that I directed him. Brother Tan, it would be prudent to refrain from such statements in the future. Should outsiders hear of this, They would mock our Xianyuan temple for lacking decorum. Chapter 17. The summons. This discourse, though seemingly earnest, left Tongzhen's complexion fluctuating between shades of blue and white. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he was fortuitously restrained. Tongxue cast him a knowing glance, indicating that the sect leader still occupied the seat of authority. He then interjected to smooth over the situation. Brother Han speaks wisely. Brother Tan has been too impetuous. Tongzhen, still flushed with indignation, retorted, I am not your junior. Tongxue, with a stern voice, observed Tongzhen reluctantly closing his mouth before bowing respectfully to the middle-aged Taoist seated above, Master Guan. Although junior Brother Tan's words are somewhat impetuous, he does raise a valid point. Senior Brother Zheng has indeed concealed matters privately, which contravenes the sect's regulations. If we do not investigate this matter, how shall we uphold the integrity of our rules? The master of Xianyuan Guan, who had been feigning sleep with half-closed eyes, finally opened them slightly, stroked his beard, and after a ponderous pause, replied, Fu Ning, what do you think? The seemingly composed Han Shixiang then stood, revealing that Fu Ning was indeed his name. He articulated, Senior Brother Hua's assertion holds merit. However, I believe that whether we pursue this matter should depend on the circumstances. Oh, the master contemplated for a moment, nodding slightly. However, as Tongzhen was about to speak, Han Shixiang interjected, Of course, if he is still alive, this matter must be thoroughly investigated, lest it set a poor precedent. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Tongxue, adding with a smirk, Senior Brother Hua, would you not agree? Tongxue's expression darkened slightly. So, Junior Brother Han implies that we must first ascertain whether Senior Brother Zheng is dead or alive. Upon hearing this remark, Tongzhen silently scoffed. You would be pleased if you were indeed dead. Zheng Tongxian has truly wasted his efforts on you. Han Shixiang's reasoning was sound. Yet the question remained, how long would this investigation take? Tongxue's demeanor grew chilly as he stated blandly, his young disciple knows little and speaks vaguely. If we are to seek leads, it is merely the scant details recorded in the disciple's notes. How would we account for the manpower and resources required for such a pursuit? Han Shixiang smiled, casting a glance at the master. Is Senior Brother Huan not interested in the treasures mentioned in Senior Brother Zheng's notes? Zhang Shixiang must have devoted many years to his search, undoubtedly for a reason of great significance. In my view, this is the crux of the matter. It has been 7 days since I arrived at Xianyuan Temple, and during this time, Ling Yu has indulged in a life akin to that of a celestial being. The Cheng family, originally affluent, provided her with a life of luxury from a young age. However, everything within Xianyuan Temple presents a stark contrast to her previous experiences of opulence. The most apparent distinction lies in the sustenance. The food here emanates an innate essence, requiring minimal preparation, yet proving to be exceedingly delectable. Ling Yu mused that this must be what one refers to as the aura of immortality. Moreover, other elements further contribute to this ethereal atmosphere. For instance, the charcoal used here burns for an extended duration, lasting an entire day without extinguishing, and the robes, regardless of how they are tugged, remain unyielding. The 2 servants attending to her are commendable as well. One is a maid who serves her closely, and the other an older woman who performs arduous tasks, both displaying utmost respect and diligence, uttering not a word beyond their duties. In summary, each day is spent gazing at the mountains and waters, savoring abundant meals, and enjoying restful slumber, all while being attended to without concern. Life is indeed leisurely, albeit devoid of oversight. To this end, Ling Yu sought out Ling Qingxue, who smiled and elucidated. Junior sister, you may not be aware that all entering disciples undergo a verification of their backgrounds. The sect intends to communicate with the Yin City branch in the coming days. Only upon confirming your lineage will you be granted initiation and instruction. Simply await the outcome with peace of mind. With no recourse but to wait, Ling Yu felt reassured, for her origins were indeed genuine. On the 8th day, a maid clad in blue approached her respectfully, bowing deeply to convey, Fairy Cheng, the master requests your presence. Ling Yu's heart leapt with joy, at last. The master wishes to see me. Where shall we go? For the past 7 days, Ling Yu found herself languishing in boredom. She requested Ling Qingxue to retrieve 2 books from the Qian Kuan bag for her perusal. One was the sect regulations, and the other contained essential information for disciples. Within the latter, there was a comprehensive introduction to Xianyuan Guan, detailing the distinctions among the upper, lower, and inner courts, as well as the functions of each palace. Xianyuan Palace served as the principal hall of the inner court, a place where the masters, the chief seat, and the supervising elders convened regularly. Eagerly, Ling Yu exclaimed, "Very well. Lead the way." The maid bowed respectfully and stepped ahead, guiding her towards Xianyuan Palace. A quarter of an hour later, Ling Yu found herself before the palace doors. Xianyuan Palace, situated not far from the side hall where Gu Yuanyang resided, appeared to be an ordinary edifice, concealing its status as the second most significant structure within Xianyuan Guan. After arriving and conferring with the disciple stationed at the entrance, the maid departed, leaving Ling Yu to wait for a brief moment before someone approached her, inquiring, "Are you Cheng Ling Yu, junior sister Cheng?" "Indeed," she replied promptly, offering a respectful bow. The individual smiled warmly, exuding kindness. "Please, follow me." Ling Yu accompanied him into the main hall, where a statue of the ancestral master was enshrined, surrounded by the fragrant smoke of incense. Apart from this, the hall was devoid of any other presence. The disciple led her into the rear hall, which proved to be quite spacious, with a long corridor extending into the unknown. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Yu cautiously inquired, "Excuse me, senior brother, to whom are we going to pay a visit?" The man guided her into the corridor. Responding as they walked, "You are in luck, junior sister Cheng. Today it is Master Funing's turn to preside." Master Funing, of course, referred to Han Funing. In recent days, Ling Yu has gained a fundamental understanding of the personnel structure within the Xianyuan Temple. The temple is divided into 3 divisions: the lower, upper, and inner courts. The lower court primarily consists of newly recruited disciples who have yet to embark on the path of cultivation. The upper court is comprised of those who have already entered the path, while the inner court serves as the administrative body. Apart from the roles of the temple master and the supervisors, who handle the temple's mundane affairs, the members of the inner court can be categorized into 3 distinct roles: the master, the chief seat, and the supervisor. The latter 2 positions are titles that cannot be held by those lacking esteemed virtue. The supervisors are fixed at 2 individuals, wielding authority second only to the temple master. While there are 3 chief seats, divided into the Taisu, Yusu, and Chongsu palaces, with the temple master ascending from one of these 3 seats. The title of master is a fixed designation, signifying the qualification to accept disciples and impart teachings, as well as the eligibility for promotion to chief seat or supervisor. The divisions of Taisu, Yusu, and Chongsu are rooted in the traditions established since the temple's inception, with each palace having its own ancestral masters, fostering a relationship of both competition and collaboration among them. This system is also a measure employed by the ancestral masters of Xianyuan Temple to stimulate the competitive spirit among disciples. Taisu is characterized by the character Tong, Yusu by Fu, and Chongsu by Wei, with each generation inheriting these characters in succession rather than adopting a new character for each generation. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu realized that her master belonged to the Taisu Palace. It is said that the Taisu Palace has seen a decline in talent in recent years, with only 2 individuals standing out, Tan Tongjin and Hua Tongxiu, who had come to visit her. However, Ling Yu found it peculiar that these 2 appeared to harbor little affection for Xianxia, even referring to him as Zheng Tongxian, when, logically, he should be regarded as their senior brother. Among the 3 palaces, Chongsu is the most unique faction. The Chongsu lineage seldom produces temple masters, yet it has historically been a gathering place for swordsmanship enthusiasts, representing the most fervently dedicated practitioners within the Xianyuan Temple. The Jade Void has always maintained a steady course. However, in recent years, the esteemed Master Han Funing has garnered increasing acclaim, and it is rumored that he will soon assume the position of the chief at the Jade Void Palace, with prospects of becoming the head priest in about a decade. Ling Yu has acquired some understanding of the cultivation process. The concept of entering the Tao refers to reaching a meditative state and drawing energy into the body, thus becoming a cultivator. Her current state is one of having entered the meditative realm but not yet drawn energy into her body, standing at the threshold of entering the Tao. Once she enters the Tao and becomes a cultivator, she will enter the Qi refinement stage. The Qi refinement stage is divided into 10 tiers. Progressing from drawing energy into the body to reaching the 5th tier is relatively manageable. Generally, disciples from the 3 great Taoist temples who enter the Tao can attain the 5th tier. However, from the 6th tier onward, comprehension and innate talent become paramount. The inner court of Xianyuan Temple requires its practitioners to possess at least 6th tier cultivation. Merely achieving this level is insufficient for admission into the inner court without additional specialties, such as Zuan Chunzi, who excels in talismanic arts. The chief priest must be at the 8th tier, while the overseer and the head priest must reach the 9th tier. Are there individuals above the 10th tier? Ling Yu once inquired of Ling Qingxue regarding this matter. He was taken aback for a moment and merely replied that such individuals exist, but generally do not appear in public. Ling Yu further questioned whether, beyond the qi refinement stage, there were additional realms. Ling Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for words and sought assistance from his uncle, Zhang Xiaoguan, the temple steward. Zhang, the steward, informed her that indeed there are, but these realms are beyond their current reach. Once she cultivates beyond the 6th tier and enters the inner court, she will be qualified to know more. Setting aside these lofty matters, for Ling Yu, such realms are still distant concepts. What looms before her now is the summons from the inner court's masters. The disciple remarked on her fortunate luck. Indeed, Han Funing's reputation is unparalleled among the multitude of magicians within the inner courtyard. Throughout the Xianyuan temple, it is said from top to bottom that he dedicates himself wholeheartedly to teaching his disciples, devoid of any bias towards affiliations. However, Ling Yu felt a sense of trepidation. As a disciple of Zhang Tongxian from the Taisu Palace, she was not of the same faction as the Yusu Palace. Could it be that Han Funing bore no prejudice? Rumor had it that this Master Funing had a rather strained relationship with the Taisu Palace. With little time to ponder, the disciple halted before a small door, knocked twice, and called out, "Master Funing, I bring Cheng Ling Yu, your junior sister." After a brief pause, a calm voice resonated from within, "Come in." The disciple responded, gently pushing the door open, bowing to Han Funing inside, and then departed alone. Ling Yu summoned her courage and stepped into the room alone. Cheng Ling Yu? The room was neither cramped nor particularly spacious, and a Taoist, appearing to be in his 20s, nodded and smiled at her. "Please, have a seat. Your background has been thoroughly investigated. There are no issues. You are now officially a disciple of the Xianyuan Temple. Greetings, Master Funing." Ling Yu bowed respectfully and, upon receiving permission, seated herself properly before Han Funing. His appearance resembled that of Tan Tongxin and Hua Tongxiu, all seemingly in their 20s. Yet, Ling Yu recalled Ling Qingxue mentioning that these masters possess techniques to maintain their youthful visage, and their outward appearances should not be taken at face value. In reality, they were all in their 30s or 40s. Her own master, Zhang Tongxian, was nearing 60. Ling Yu was taken aback upon discovering that her master appeared to be no more than 40 years old, yet in truth, was over 20 years older. The benefits of cultivation were indeed remarkable. It was no wonder that people extolled the virtues of immortals. If one's appearance is youthful, does it not stand to reason that their lifespan is also extended? Zhang Qishu replied, "Naturally. For ordinary disciples, upon reaching the 5th level of qi refinement, they can live to 100 years in good health. Those at the 8th or 9th levels, such as esteemed masters and elders, with proper care, can nearly reach 200 years. 200 years, that is thrice the lifespan of an ordinary person. For mortals, reaching 60 is already considered longevity, while 70 or 80 is a rarity. Have you not heard the saying that a lifespan of 70 is seldom seen?" Cheng Ling Yu, at the tender age of 12, had already entered the realm of visualization. "Do you know why I called you here today?" Han Funing inquired, lightly flicking the silk in her hands. Ling Yu shook her head in confusion. Han Funing set aside the silk and reclined against the back of her chair, her gaze contemplative. "Did senior brother Zheng not share anything with you regarding cultivation?" Ling Yu continued to shake her head. "Master said that as long as I memorized the Tao scriptures, that would suffice. So, you are unaware of what it means to enter the Tao, or how one might achieve it." The concept of entering the Tao had once eluded Ling Yu, yet over the past month, she had encountered various matters within the realm of cultivation and had gained a rough understanding. To enter the Tao, as described by those wandering outside its gates, signifies stepping through the threshold of cultivation, marked by the attainment of the visualization realm. With a tranquil mind and diligent study of the Tao scriptures, one may have the opportunity to enter this realm, thereby stepping onto the path of a true cultivator, known as a practitioner. What is visualization? It is the act of imagining while observing, a state of pure thought and focused intention. By directing one's mind, thoughts transform into reality. In other words, to enter the realm of visualization, one must manifest that which they envision. Why is it essential to attain this state of visualization to unlock the path of cultivation? Because cultivation is the process of experiencing the essence of the universe, which is inherently pure. If one cannot even reach the state of visualization, how can they hope to grasp the more elusive nature of the cosmos? Ling Yu listened, entranced, as Han Funing paused momentarily and smiled, saying, "Of course. You have already achieved the state of visualization, rendering these theories less significant for you. The ability to purify your thoughts and enter the realm of visualization will become second nature. You must begin to focus on higher pursuits, such as the absorption of spiritual energy. How does one absorb spiritual energy? Ling Yu eagerly inquired. Over the past month, she had sensed an invisible barrier separating her from true mastery. Her master was a cultivator, as were Fei Yin and Gong Sun Yin. They could see in the dark and tread upon snow without leaving a trace, wielding marvelous spells. Yet she could not merely due to a lack of study, but because she could not perceive that wondrous power, leaving her at a loss for entry. The Nine Heavens Clear Clouds Sutra, left by the esteemed Suda, explicitly states that upon entering the state of visualization, one may begin to cultivate this technique. But one must continue to visualize for 1 to 2 years before true essence can be cultivated. Ling Yu once contemplated whether she should continuously visualize and cultivate true essence as described in the Nine Heavens Clear Cloud scripture to experience that wondrous realm. However, she quickly dismissed this notion, as she was unaware of how to practice within the Xianyuan temple, fearing potential mishaps. In retrospect, she realized she had made the right decision. Han Funing's assertion indicated that alternative paths existed. Perhaps those practitioners who fortuitously entered the realm of visualization without a lineage could only cultivate true essence gradually, as prescribed by their techniques. Yet, as a disciple of the 3 great Taoist temples, she was evidently not bound by such limitations. This was the very reason for summoning her today. Indeed, Han Funing proclaimed that they were to proceed to the next step, drawing qi into the body. Ling Yu was overjoyed. How shall we do this? Come here, Han Funing replied, rising first to take his place beside the mat. Sitting cross-legged with his palms facing the heavens, Ling Yu hesitated for a moment but obediently approached, settling onto the mat and assuming the proper posture. The term 5 hearts refers to the palms of both hands, the soles of both feet, and the crown of the head, with the 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. It is said to be the most conducive position for drawing in the primordial energy of the universe. This primordial energy, originating from the chaos of creation, manifests as the essence of all things. In simpler terms, it is the source of heaven and earth. While the true essence of heaven and earth is not easily accessible, this notion primarily serves as psychological encouragement. Nevertheless, the 5 hearts facing the heavens undeniably create the most favorable condition for receiving spiritual energy. Take this. A perfectly round and pristine white pill was handed over. As Ling Yu received it, Han Funing said, "In a little while, I will channel spiritual energy into your Baihui acupoint. You must swallow the pill and completely relax, entering a state of visualization. It is imperative that you harbor not the slightest resistance. Do you understand?" Ling Yu nodded solemnly. "Then let us commence." Han Funing gently placed his palm atop her head as she consumed the pill. Ling Yu felt a warm current emanating from his hand, prompting her to swiftly toss the pill into her mouth and swallow it. She closed her eyes, surrendering to relaxation. The energy flowing from above grew increasingly potent, seeking to permeate her being, while the ingested pill radiated a warmth akin to a tiny sun, enveloping her dantian in a soothing heat. Ling Yu sensed her body becoming lighter, as if transformed into a gentle breeze vanishing from the world. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy suddenly streamed into her Baihui acupoint, coursing through her meridians, refining her physical form, and rushing toward her dantian. Boom! A silent explosion occurred within her dantian, and Ling Yu instantaneously lost consciousness. When Ling Yu opened her eyes, the room was enveloped in an eerie silence. Han Funing sat at the table, calmly engaged in his own pursuits, seemingly drawing talismans. "Awake?" he said with a smile, turning to gauge whether she could perceive the flow of spiritual energy. Without needing Han Funing's prompt, Ling Yu had already discerned the changes within her body. A fine stream of warmth coursed through her, following a distinct pathway, ultimately converging into a vast reservoir. Much like a river flowing into the sea, meridians and dantian, she had never before felt so acutely aware of the existence of these 2 elements. It became apparent that they were not mere fabrications of ancient sages, but rather a tangible reality. Grateful, Ling Yu sincerely and respectfully bowed to Master Han Funing. Han Funing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "As you are a disciple of Brother Zhang, it is customary for you to address me as Uncle Master." The distinction between a master and an uncle master is indeed considerable. With no hesitation, Ling Yu accepted the courtesy and called out, "Uncle Master Han." Han Funing nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Zhang saw potential in you when he accepted you as a disciple. Your physique harmonizes remarkably well with spiritual energy, allowing you to retain it with ease. Moreover, Having practiced the Tao for 3 years, you have already entered the realm of visualization. Your heart and understanding are evidently substantial. Such talent is rare, not only in the upper courtyard but also within the inner courtyard. This information was also present in the book given to her by Ling Qingxue. Ling Yu responded, Level 4. The lower courtyard has only Level 1. While the upper courtyard is divided into ordinary disciples, elite disciples, and true disciples. Indeed, as for ordinary disciples, once one enters the Tao, transition to the upper courtyard is granted. Elite disciples must reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement before the age of 20. As for true disciples, they possess a slight advantage over elite disciples, which lies in their potential. Han Funing smiled at her, with your qualifications. Reaching the 5th layer of Qi refinement by 20 should not pose a challenge. To become a true disciple, you merely require a stepping stone. Ling Yu had an inkling that there was a deeper meaning behind his smile, as if it were hinting at something more profound. Soon, Han Funing spoke. Once you reach the 5th level of Qi refinement, I can strongly recommend you as a true disciple. The Sand Gong has a position available every 3 years, and I can certainly facilitate that. Ling Yu blinked, gazing at him for a while before asking, what does Master Han desire? This question made Han Funing chuckle. He replied, Indeed, you are astute, qualifying you for collaboration. Collaboration? A colossal question mark appeared in Ling Yu's mind. Han Funing nodded. Precisely, to be more accurate, you will merely be taking your master's place. My master? Another question mark emerged. This matter will be disclosed to you when you are deemed worthy. Han Funing casually brushed it aside, shifting the topic. Now, I wish to pose some inquiries. Before she could articulate the words, Ling Yu felt a flicker in her eyes, and Han Funing's smile transformed into something exceptionally gentle, leading her into a slumber. When she awoke with a start, Han Funing's expression had shifted, his gaze upon her inscrutable. Indeed, Brother Zheng's death was far from simple. Leaning back in his chair, he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, revealing that what Brother Zheng had sought all these years was this treasure. Chapter 19. Yuji Palace Dream Induction Technique. Ling Yu instantly recalled that term, and upon seeing Han Funing's still warm and amiable smile, she shivered involuntarily. Fear not. Han Funing smirked, stating, If I can accommodate your master, I can certainly accommodate you. Ling Yu, however, did not relax in the slightest upon hearing those words. Her limbs felt stiff and trembled, her mind blank for a considerable time before she finally regained her composure. Upon reflection, it was not such a grave matter that Han Funing had learned of this incident. After all, it was of no consequence to her. It was merely that she had inadvertently witnessed the unfolding of events. It was quite remarkable that she did not covet the treasure. Yet she had not anticipated that the celestial tome was indeed a coveted artifact within the realm of cultivation, as her exposure to this world had been minimal, leaving her unaware of its significance. In truth, her worries were unfounded. The dream induction technique was not akin to the soul-searching technique, and unless the practitioner inquired directly, such secrets would remain undisclosed. Han Shishu expressed understanding, and Ling Yu chose her words carefully. Having followed her master for 3 years, she noted that he had never revealed any connection to the Xian Yuan temple, nor had he ever requested her to report such matters to their sect, even on his deathbed. Thus, she surmised that her master likely wished to keep this knowledge from their sect. You have done exceptionally well, Han Funing remarked with a slight nod. For a 12-year-old, possessing such astuteness is quite rare. Ling Yu cast a quick glance at him, noticing no change in his demeanor, and continued, If Han Shishu wishes for that treasure, Ling Yu is willing to offer her blood essence. However, the celestial stone. Han Funing gently waved his hand. Remember, this matter has nothing to do with you from this point onward. Whatever your master does, you are entirely unaware. Ling Yu was taken aback but obediently nodded. Yes, Han Shishu. She accepted the items without uttering a word, bowed respectfully, and withdrew. It was not until she stepped outside and could no longer see Han Funing that her limbs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse onto the ground. The Master Fu Ning from the Yushu Palace is indeed a perilous individual. A thought flashed through Ling Yu's mind. What is the true relationship between her master and him? Although her master belongs to the Taishu Palace and Han Funing to the Yushu Palace, where the two sects maintain a strained relationship, why would her master choose to collaborate with him? He claimed she could take her master's place. What exactly did he wish her to do? Furthermore, regarding the treasures of the Baishui Temple, while they belonged to the Chung family, she knew nothing of their illustrious past and did not regard these possessions as her own. If they were lost, so be it. Yet, would Han Funing let her off the hook because of this? Ling Yu felt her mind clouded with a myriad of thoughts that caused her excruciating headaches. After a while, she wiped the sweat from her brow, mustered her strength to stand, and staggered toward the exit. The disciple on guard outside Xianming Palace was taken aback upon seeing her, exclaiming, "Sister Chung, you emerged so swiftly. Others take at least half a day to enter, yet you have only been inside for an hour." Ling Yu forced a smile, offering a reluctant bow. "Sister, there is no need for such formality." The disciple continued with an air of familiarity. "It seems that you possess exceptional talent for entering the Tao with such ease. Perhaps you will even guide us in the future." Noticing Ling Yu's pale complexion, he suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. "Oh dear, how careless of me." The initial acceptance of spiritual energy into the body can be quite uncomfortable. "You must rest, sister." Ling Yu was more than eager to comply, bowing again and hurrying away. In truth, her pallor was not due to the infusion of spiritual energy, but rather a consequence of the dream induction technique that had been employed upon her. 3 days later, Ling Yu finally freed herself from the aftereffects of the dream induction technique and began to experience the benefits of the spiritual energy entering her body. The most apparent change was in her physical condition. She awoke from her slumber to find the world around her crystal clear. She could see an ant scuttling in the corner and hear the sound of leaves falling in the courtyard. Is this what it means to be a legendary martial arts master? Furthermore, there coursed a delicate warmth within her, flowing gently through her meridians until it settled in her dantian. Though she had yet to practice any cultivation techniques, she sensed that the enchanting realm was now open to her. Ling Yu, overwhelmed with joy, temporarily forgot the anxiety of her secret being discovered. She rose to stretch her limbs, only to realize that her body felt sticky and uncomfortable. Upon glancing down, she noticed a layer of dark grease covering her, accompanied by a faintly sour odor. The term washing the tendons and marrow quickly came to her mind. This was a hallmark of protagonists encountering enlightened masters, a sign of having opened their governing and thoroughfare meridians to become experts. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly blended the narrative of a story with her reality. For the path of cultivation does not adhere to such notions. After leaping from her bed to loosen her muscles, she found herself invigorated, her hands and feet agile, and she nodded in satisfaction. She opened the door and called for her maid. After her maid attended to her, helping her cleanse her body and change into a fresh Taoist robe, she began to peruse the cultivation manual given to her by Han Funing. This manual, entitled Taizu Ziyun Heart Sutra, was an intermediate technique practiced by the female disciples of Xianyuan Temple. The preface of the manual stated that although cultivators are devoid of gender, there are distinctions between yin and yang, and differences in the physical body that cannot be generalized. Even with the same technique, there exist subtle differences in practice between men and women. Thus, the best approach is to cultivate them separately. The Taizu Ziyun Heart Sutra adheres to traditional teachings, and in comparison to the Jiuxiao Qingyan Sutra, it omits the preliminary stages of meditation and visualization, commencing directly with the absorption of spiritual energy. This is presumably because the disciples of Xianyuan Temple are guided by masters who assist in channeling energy into their bodies, thereby eliminating the step of cultivating genuine essence. The most auspicious time for practicing this technique is during the deep night when the moon is at its zenith. Under the influence of the moon's yin energy, the spiritual energy is at its most gentle and nurturing, particularly suitable for women. By absorbing spiritual energy into one's being and, as the Heart Sutra instructs, gradually circulating it to transform it into one's genuine essence, consistent practice will gradually refine and transform the body into that of a semi-immortal. Ling Yu, upon reading this, was filled with curiosity. If cultivating the Taizu Ziyun Heart Sutra could ultimately achieve a semi-immortal body, what then was required to attain true immortality? Was there a method for direct ascension to immortality? Regrettably, no one was available to elucidate her doubts. Just as she contemplated asking Ling Qingxue, she found him arriving for a visit. Senior brother Qingxue? Ling Yu wondered if she was mistaken, for this senior brother was notoriously busy. Zhangzhou Temple nearly entrusted the entirety of the upper courtyard to him. He was perpetually occupied with both cultivation and administrative duties, scarcely finding a moment's respite. Junior sister, Ling Qingxue beamed, assessing her for a moment before stating, "Junior sister's aptitude is indeed remarkable. Her spiritual energy and physical form are in perfect harmony." Ling Yu smiled, inquiring, "Senior brother, as a person of such great busyness, your visit surely cannot be merely to convey this compliment?" Ling Qingxue scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "It seems you've seen through me. Today is the day of the lecture at the Yuji Palace, and since junior sister has already embarked on the path, you are invited to attend. Therefore, uncle has sent me to escort you to the lecture. Attend a lecture? Ling Qingxue nodded, stating that every 10 days, the Jade Extreme Palace hosts a sermon by a master, allowing disciples from both the lower and upper academies to attend. This serves as an excellent opportunity to forge connections with fellow sect members. As a formal disciple, it is time for you to become acquainted with your peers, he added. Oh, I appreciate your kindness, senior brother Qingxue. Please convey my gratitude to senior brother Zhang for remembering me, Ling Yu said, expressing her polite sentiments. Such courteous remarks were not lost on her, as everyone enjoys hearing flattering words. It is but a formality. There is no need for such politeness, junior sister. Ling Qingxue stepped aside, urging, let us proceed. The event is set to commence in half an hour. Very well. The Jade Extreme Palace was situated a bit farther than the Xianming Palace. Upon arriving, Ling Yu noticed the hall was already brimming with attendees. Fortunately, upper academy disciples enjoyed preferential seating, with the majority of the yellow cushions reserved for them, while the lower academy disciples were relegated to the green cushions at the back. Arriving too late would leave them standing. This was Ling Yu's first experience witnessing such a large gathering. Her preliminary estimate suggested no fewer than 800 or 900 individuals. It was said that the Xian Yuan Temple housed over 1,000 disciples, and it appeared that 80% of them were present. Among the crowd, those clad in deep blue cotton robes were upper academy disciples, while those in coarse blue robes belonged to the lower academy. The light blue garments indicated the presence of young acolytes, in addition to the upper and lower academy disciples. The Xian Yuan Temple also included novice acolytes and servants attending to the disciples. The servants donned garments of a humble hue, their innate abilities lacking, rendering them unable to grasp the teachings of the Tao. Devoid of mentorship, they were stripped of the privileges afforded to disciples. Their only hope lay in enduring a decade of service, accumulating enough merit to exchange it for a rudimentary cultivation method. With a stroke of luck, diligent practice over a span of years might eventually grant them entry into the realm of Tao. The situation of the young acolytes was marginally better. They possessed some aptitude, yet still fell short of qualifying for initiation. They served alongside the upper courtyard disciples, granted the opportunity to listen to teachings and cultivate their methods. Should fortune smile upon them, achieving the state of visualization could elevate them to the status of formal disciples. Ling Qingxue quietly relayed this information to Ling Yu, informing her that as an upper courtyard disciple, she had the privilege to take a young acolyte to serve by her side. Ling Yu observed that within the hall, there were 300 to 400 upper courtyard disciples, yet only a scant few dozen acolytes, indicating that not many chose to take on such companions. This was understandable. Each upper courtyard disciple already had attendants and servants at their beck and call, rendering the need for an acolyte beside them unnecessary. Little brother Zhang. As he stepped through the entrance, a figure approached warmly, greeting him with familiarity. It had been quite some time since they last met since Ling Qingxue ascended to the upper courtyard. This individual, clad in the attire of a lower courtyard disciple, appeared to be a boy of 15 or 16, slightly older than Ling Qingxue, yet he addressed him as brother. The youth, surnamed Ji, upon noticing Ling Yu, expressed surprise followed by a respectful bow, genuinely envious as he remarked, it is senior sister Qing. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. The young man was Ji Wu, whose talents were not particularly remarkable, yet he was known for his affable nature and extensive social connections, proving to be quite adept in his endeavors. Should you require his assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon him, Ling Qingxue remarked nonchalantly, feeling no sense of impropriety. Perhaps, in their eyes, it was a considerable honor for a lower courtyard disciple to serve an upper courtyard disciple. Chapter 20. Listening to the teachings during the waiting period, Ling Qingxue introduced several disciples from the upper academy to her, both male and female, all under the age of 20. Ling Yu recalled that in the miscellaneous texts authored by Xianxia, it was mentioned that entering the state of contemplation before the age of 15 was a hallmark of elite disciples at the Tao Academy, as it provided a greater likelihood of reaching the 5th level of qi refinement by the age of 20. Naturally, exceptions existed, albeit rarely. The upper academy disciples Ling Qingxue presented to her were all under 20, indicating they were potential candidates for elite discipleship. Considering her own circumstances, it appeared that there was an intention to incorporate her into a particular small group. Ling Yu did not oppose this notion. The incident with Han Funing had left her apprehensive. and integrating into a small group would facilitate her assimilation into the Xianxia temple, which could only be beneficial for her. Time swiftly passed, and the lecture commenced. A Taoist with a stern demeanor, appearing to be in his 30s, traversed among the disciples and seated himself on the highest mat. He picked up the wooden mallet from the table and lightly struck the jade chime beside him. The melodious and clear sound resonated, rendering the vast jade extreme palace so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone closed their mouths tightly, sitting or standing in an orderly manner, their gazes fixed upon the Taoist above. Today, we shall discuss the significance of thoroughly studying the Tao scriptures. He began, diving straight into the topic without even a self-introduction. Ling Qingxue surmised that there were likely few disciples like her who had come to the Tao later in life. This Taoist was probably well known to others. Indeed, Ling Qingxue whispered, "This is Master Jiang Fuheng, currently at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The 8th level of Qi refinement is regarded as commendable among masters within the Xianxia temple. Aside from the temple master, there are currently 9 Qi refining practitioners, 2 deans, 3 esteemed elders, and 6 masters. Among them, 3 hail from the Chongshu Palace, 2 from the Yushu Palace, and 1 from the Taishu Palace. Both Hua Tongshu and Han Funing are included in this group." Ling Qingxue harbors a profound curiosity regarding the elusive Chongshu Palace, rumored to be inhabited by fervent cultivators, each master possessing increasingly eccentric temperaments. Have you not heard the saying circulating within the Xianxia temple? The Taishu Palace is home to the exalted, the Yushu Palace to the celestial, while the Chongshu Palace is inhabited by madmen. This phrase is not intended to rank the 3 palaces, but rather to succinctly delineate their characteristics. The Taishu Palace revels in its ostentation. The Yushu Palace cloaks itself in mystery, and the Chongshu Palace is filled with eccentrics. Currently, Ling Qingxue has encountered masters from 2 of the 3 palaces, yet she perceives no discernible differences. Tan Tongxin is impulsive, Hua Tongshu is composed, Han Funing harbors hidden agendas, and Jiang Fuheng appears rather aloof. One might surmise that the rumors are somewhat exaggerated. It is widely acknowledged that there are 2 paths to becoming a cultivator. The first involves practicing rudimentary techniques over many years, and with a stroke of fortune, one may refine true essence, thereby harnessing spiritual energy and successfully entering the path. The second method entails a thorough study of the classics of the Tao, coupled with a pure heart, allowing one to enter a state of contemplation and draw energy into the body, thus becoming a cultivator. The former path is often pursued by smaller temples and cultivating families, who either rely on their lineage or ancestral fortunes to acquire cultivation techniques, facilitating the emergence of practitioners. The latter is a method employed by esteemed lineages and wandering Taoists. Although Jiang Fuheng exudes a demeanor of indifference when he speaks of the Tao, his insights are remarkably meticulous. Do the disciples find this perplexing? In truth, when it comes to the probability of becoming a practitioner, it is undoubtedly the former that prevails, as the potential for cultivating true essence through martial arts is considerably higher. The latter, described as the realm of visualization, remains elusive and intangible, leaving no trace to follow. Some individuals may devote their entire lives yet never attain this state of visualization. Those wandering ascetics, lacking the benefit of transmission, can only embark upon their path in this manner. Yet, what of the esteemed 3 great Taoist temples? We possess the most superior cultivation techniques. Why then do we choose to nurture our disciples in this manner? Jiang Fuheng paused, allowing the murmurs from the audience to subside before continuing. This is precisely what I wish to discuss today, the significance of thoroughly studying the Taoist scriptures. On the surface, it appears that the practitioners cultivated through martial arts are more numerous, but upon closer examination, those who delve deeply into the Taoist texts can traverse much further along their path. This is the reason behind the 3 great Taoist temples method of disciple training. We seek not quantity, but quality. Ling Qingxue was completely captivated, fearful of missing a single word. Xian Xunzi had never imparted such knowledge to her. This was precisely the foundation of cultivation she lacked. 2 hours swiftly passed, and as Jiang Fuheng concluded, he struck the jade chime. Today's teachings have reached their end. Disciples may take their leave. With that, he departed unceremoniously. Upon the departure of the venerable instructor, the hall erupted into lively discussions, some engaged in discourse about the teachings just imparted, others sharing jokes or conversing idly. Noticing Ling Qingxue's dazed expression, Ling Qingxue chuckled. Besides the teachings every 10 days, disciples in the upper court also have their own instructional masters. Furthermore, the newly initiated disciples are required to attend the academy once each day. Originally, the disciples of the upper court were exempt from this obligation. However, my uncle insisted that since my junior sister is entirely new to the path of cultivation, she ought to accompany us. At the very least, she must learn the runes. For how else could she compose her disciple's journal? Ling Yu has now come to understand that the disciple's journal is a privilege afforded to every upper court disciple, serving as a record of one's insights and experiences in cultivation. Should any incident arise, akin to the case of Xuanchunzi, clues can be gleaned from the journals, preserving a significant portion of their knowledge. Nevertheless, the disciple's journal is not intended for the eyes of mortals. It employs not ordinary script, but runes, an esoteric script unique to the realm of cultivation, said to have been passed down since ancient times. Many classical texts utilize this form of writing. Thus, mastering runes is an essential course for cultivators, particularly in a prestigious sect like Xinyuan Temple, where the study of runes commences even before one embarks on the path of enlightenment. Senior Brother Zhang, when shall I attend the academy? Where is it located? There's no rush. On the days of lectures, the academy is closed. Henceforth, on lecture days, you need only come to listen. Afterward, you may meet with the teaching master. On other days, you can attend classes. With your aptitude, a semester of study should suffice, Ling Qingxue replied, guiding Ling Yu out of the main hall and turning towards the side hall on the right. At the entrance of the side hall stood two female disciples. Ling Qingxue offered a courteous bow and, with a smile, said, "Greetings, esteemed sisters. This is our newly initiated junior sister, surnamed Qing and known as Ling Yu. It is her first visit to see the teaching master, and I would appreciate your assistance." Upon encountering Ling Qingxue, one of the individuals laughed. "Ah, is that not our junior brother, Xiao Zhang?" Such courteous speech. The other, casting a glance at Ling Yu, appeared both astonished and perplexed. "Junior brother Zhang, are you certain? How old is this child?" There was no mistake. Ling Qingxue gestured towards Ling Yu. "Senior sister Cheng, please present your disciple token. It should bear your name here with the two senior sisters." Ling Yu nodded, retrieving her disciple token and offering it, saying, "Thank you, senior sisters, for your assistance. As I am still young and inexperienced, I will rely on your guidance in the future." Everyone delights in kind words, and women are particularly attuned to such niceties. Noticing her politeness, the female disciple softened her demeanor, took the token, and after a brief search through the records, nodded, "Indeed, please enter, senior sister Qing." With the matter resolved smoothly, Ling Qingxue clasped his hands together. "Senior sisters, I shall take my leave now. I look forward to treating you to tea another day." Ling Yu observed this scene and mused. This senior brother Zhang, though young, possesses remarkable social grace. I must learn from him. She was somewhat clever. Yet before the age of 9, she had been ensnared in the oppressive environment of the Cheng residence, indulging in mischief. Subsequently, she spent half a year in the bustling streets, followed by a period of seclusion in a remote village with her master. Such social interactions among fellow disciples were entirely foreign to her. While she contemplated this, the more cheerful female disciple called out, "Junior sister Cheng, please follow me." Ling Yu promptly complied, "Yes, senior sister." The Jade Extreme Palace is not comparable to the Xianming Palace. The main hall is vast, while the side chambers are rather small, merely a few steps in distance before one enters. Inside, the space is quite expansive, with a statue of the true Lord at the highest point, accompanied by an incense burner and an offering table, along with a solitary high chair. Seated upon this chair is a Taoist nun clad in a lotus crown and Taoist robes, appearing to be in her early 20s. Her features refined and exuding an ethereal charm. Surrounding the nun are a dozen or so female disciples, orderly engaged in asking questions. "Master Lu," one of the female disciples greets with a bow. "This is Sister Cheng Ling Yu, who has come to attend the teachings for the first time." Upon hearing her voice, the nun and the gathered disciples turn their attention to Ling Yu. She hastily bows deeply, "I pay my respects to the master and to all the senior sisters." Han Funing mentioned that she could address her as Master Uncle, yet no one else had suggested it, and she is uncertain if it might be unwelcome. Thus, it is prudent to remain courteous. "Indeed," Ling Yu replies, standing respectfully at the back, her gaze focused inward. The nun exhales softly, taking a moment to sip her tea before raising her eyes to her. "Chang Ling Yu?" Ling Yu steps forward. "I am here. My name is Lu Wei. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall be your instructing master for this year." The thought crosses Ling Yu's mind, Wei from the Wei clan, of the Chongshu Palace, but she reveals none of her thoughts on her countenance. Thank you, Master Wei. Lu Wei gestures dismissively, as a disciple of Tongxian. You may simply call me Master Uncle. This statement brings Ling Yu considerable relief. It appears that individuals from the Qingshu Palace are not as unapproachable as rumored. Thank you, Master Uncle. Lu Wei nodded slightly, stating, I have reviewed your file. Brother Zheng indeed possesses foresight. Beginning from the fundamentals is far more advantageous than starting midway. Ling Yu silently pondered within herself. What does it mean that Brother Zheng has foresight? Does it imply he foresees his own demise? If someone were more narrow-minded, it would be strange not to harbor resentment. While lost in thought, she heard Lu Wei say, Come here, let me assess what you are suited for. With such generous rewards, shouldn't one be more diligent? Chapter 21. Sword Cultivation, What is one suited for? Aren't the newly admitted female disciples all meant to practice the Tai Su Zi Yinjing? Ling Yu contemplated this while obediently stepping before Lu Wei. Lu Wei extended a hand, pressing against her pulse point. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of true essence forcefully surged through her meridian. Pain, pain, pain. Ling Yu's face contorted. She wished to cry out, but dared not, enduring the agony in silence. Before Ling Yu could fully comprehend, Lu Wei withdrew a white handkerchief, meticulously wiping her hands that were untouched by any dirt, then remarked, Very well. There are hardly any disciples in the academy suited for sword practice over these 3 years. I had little hope, yet this is indeed a delightful surprise. The more she observed her, the more pleased she appeared. Such a gaze sent chills down Ling Yu's spine, as if she were the most succulent cut of meat on a butcher's block. What does this Lu Shishu intend to do? Child, have you ever practiced martial arts? Lu Wei scrutinized her as she shook her head. Such excellent physique. It would be a pity not to engage in martial training. Is she complimenting my robust build? Ling Yu mused. Lu Wei spoke to himself, pondering. At the age of 12, it is the perfect time to lay a foundation. After a few years of honing, one can begin to cultivate the sword. As he spoke, he appeared quite pleased with his own plans, nodding affirmatively. Let this be decided. After all, you have no master to guide you. Ling Yu remained silent. Lu Wei disregarded her, picking up a roll of silk from the offering table. As he unfurled it, he began to jot down notes, explaining, From now on, you shall attend the Dao Academy in the mornings, come to Qingshu Palace to find me in the afternoons. And in the evenings, you are free to manage your time as you wish. If you wish to cultivate, do so. If not, that is your choice. You may take a day off every 10 days from the lectures. Whether you attend or not is entirely up to you. Without soliciting Ling Yu's opinion, he had arranged her future. Uncle Lu. Ling Yu called out weakly. Lu Wei looked up and raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Seeing the expression on her uncle's face, Ling Yu hesitated to voice any concerns. Suddenly, she inquired, Uncle Lu, are you suggesting that I should enter the Dao through martial arts? Lu Wei set down his brush, blowing gently on the freshly inscribed characters on the silk. How did senior brother Zheng instruct you? Do you not understand even this? You have already entered the Dao. How can you speak of entering through martial arts? Ling Yu fell silent. Just moments ago, this very Uncle Lu had stated that whether one cultivated or not was of little consequence, and that attending lectures was optional. Did this resemble the behavior of a typical mentor? Yet, he insisted she visit Qingshu Palace each afternoon, lamenting that it would be a pity if she did not train in martial arts, clearly indicating a desire for her to pursue the martial path. You possess commendable talent, with resilient bones and sinews, making you an excellent candidate for sword cultivation. If you are to cultivate the sword, a solid foundation in martial arts is essential. Whether you choose to cultivate or not is secondary. In 2 years, once your foundation is solidly established, your swordsmanship will naturally progress at an astonishing pace. Ling Yu blinked her eyes and inquired, Master Lu, is sword cultivation not a form of Taoist practice? I observe that every disciple of the Taoist sect engages in swordsmanship. This question prompted Lu Wei to curl his lip in disdain, revealing a hint of contempt. Is that what they call sword cultivation? Realizing Ling Yu's ignorance, he patiently elaborated. The sword cultivation I speak of is a branch of true cultivation, and those who master it are traditionally referred to as sword cultivators. Ordinary practitioners are generally known as spell cultivators. They do not cultivate the body or strength, but focus solely on their dantian to wield spells. The disciples you mentioned merely regard their swords as magical instruments, easily replaceable if they find a better one. Sword cultivators, on the other hand, dedicate their entire lives to mastering a single sword. Other magical treasures merely serve as embellishments. Their true prowess lies entirely within the sword. The sword is me, and I am the sword. As he spoke the final phrase, Lu Wei's tone resonated with conviction, his expression grave. Ling Yu was taken aback by this sharp edge to the otherwise graceful Master Lu. She sat there, resembling a sword unsheathed. Indeed, the Qianxue Palace is filled with madmen and zealots, akin to the legendary sword immortals. Hearing Ling Yu's murmurs, Lu Wei allowed a faint smile to surface. Indeed, one could interpret it that way. Then, with a profound sense of melancholy, he sighed deeply. The path of sword cultivation is rarely passed down through generations. Apart from a select few prestigious Taoist temples that still harbor sword cultivation legacies, most have been severed. I truly long to witness the splendor of the so-called sword immortals of antiquity. Sword immortals are the most common protagonists in tales of mortals and deities, their swordsmanship unparalleled. Soaring through the skies on their blades, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. In her youth, Ling Yu often found herself envious of the sword immortals depicted in stories, yearning to be one of them. A solitary figure with a sword, traversing the mortal realm. She imagined bravely overcoming any peril with a mere stroke of her blade. Thus, she quickly resolved to inquire, Master Lu, how does one cultivate the sword? Is it not akin to the practice of magical arts? If so, does that mean the Tai Su Zi Yunjing need not be cultivated? Upon witnessing the sparkle in her eyes, Lu Wei felt a sense of satisfaction. Not quite, he replied. Sword cultivators are indeed practitioners of the mystical arts. Strictly speaking, they belong to the path of Tao. Therefore, there are connections between the two. Meditation in sword cultivation also bears its benefits. The more abundant your inner essence, the greater the sword's power. The reason I say your current practice is optional is that your foundation has yet to be established. Once you refine your body and solidify your groundwork, your diligence in sword cultivation will yield greater benefits. So that's how it is. Ling Yu mused, though regrettably. She lamented that she had not embarked on this path earlier. Lu Wei sighed, his gaze sending a shiver down Ling Yu's spine. Had you entered this realm sooner, I might have had to compete with that unambitious lot from the Tai Su Palace. The name Tai Su Palace echoed in Ling Yu's mind, stirring a silent contemplation. It is often said that the Yu Su Palace and the Tai Su Palace share a tenuous relationship, and the Chong Su Palace is even more disdainful, completely disregarding them. But alas, with Zheng Tongxian no longer present, they merely occupy the title of master, and whichever palace one enters in the inner court determines one's allegiance. It seemed Lu Wei spoke both to her and to himself. Well then, let it be. Yes, Master Lu. Upon noticing that Lu Wei had no intention of addressing her further, Ling Yu suppressed her racing heart, offered a respectful bow, and exited. Qingxue, Qingxue. She called out exuberantly upon entering the courtyard. Hey, came Zhang Qingxue's voice from within. Upon seeing Ling Yu rush in, he smiled and inquired, what brings you here in such a hurry? Are there monsters chasing you? Ling Yu, with no time for jest, got straight to the point. Senior brother. Master Lu Wei has instructed me to practice swordsmanship. Zhang Qingxue was not one to be easily flustered. Having grown up in the Xianyuan temple, he was well acquainted with all matters, great and small. Upon hearing her words, his eyes widened in astonishment. Sword cultivation? Chapter 22. Cultivation. Junior Sister Cheng. Come, have a seat. Zhang Qingxue warmly urged Ling Yu to sit beside him. Ling Yu was taken aback by his enthusiasm. Previously, he had treated her with civility, but never with such fervor. Why had his demeanor shifted so drastically upon learning that Lu Wei had encouraged her sword practice? Ling Yu proceeded to recount her entire experience upon entering the Yuji Palace to Zhang Qingxue. After listening intently, he craned his neck and shouted inside, Second uncle. Second uncle. What all this commotion, summoning spirits? Zhang Zhaoguan grumbled, leaning against the doorframe and rubbing his sleepy eyes. Zhang Qingxue pointed at Ling Yu. But before he could speak, Zhang Zhaoguan interjected, I heard you the first time. There's no need to repeat. After yawning, he turned to Ling Yu and said, Junior Sister Cheng, Master Wei's intention is clear. Aside from lacking an official title, you are considered her disciple. You must seize this opportunity. In the morning, I ventured to the Ru Dao Palace. Fortunately, my uncle had given prior instructions, and I had already made my greetings. Tomorrow, a maid will accompany you there. The classes at Ru Dao Palace commence at the hour of the dragon, so do not be late. In the afternoon, proceed to the Chong Su Palace. Since Master Wei has commanded it, you may go directly. There are other matters. Zhang Qingxue mumbled for a while, quickly assisting her with the arrangements. Junior Sister Cheng, once you enter Chong Su Palace, do not forget me. After a series of instructions, Zhang Qingxue escorted her out of the courtyard. The following morning, Ling Yu, guided by the maid, made her way to Ru Dao Palace. Since childhood, she had never enjoyed reading and had never sat quietly in the classroom for even half an hour. Now, having surpassed the age of enlightenment, she had no choice but to diligently begin her studies anew. The disciples at Ru Dao Palace ranged from as young as 5 or 6 years to those of 14 or 15, all of whom had yet to embark on their path to enlightenment. As a senior disciple, Ling Yu stood out like a crane among chickens. Yet this distinction rendered her somewhat isolated, as few dared to approach her. Ling Yu remained unfazed, her mind solely focused on the swordsmanship that Lu Wei had mentioned. She longed to swiftly complete her foundational studies and commence her sword training. The morning passed in the blink of an eye, and in the afternoon, she made her way to Qiangsu Palace. The location of Qiangsu Palace was significantly more remote than that of Xinming Palace or Yuji Palace. Yet it sprawled over an extensive area, featuring not only the grand hall at the front, but also a 3-part courtyard, which could almost serve as an independent small Taoist temple. The previous day, Ling Yu had received an intensive briefing from Ling Qingxue and had gained a basic understanding of the situation at Qiangsu Palace. Within the inner courtyard, the 3 palaces, Taisu Palace and Yusu Palace, each housed approximately 20 disciples, while Qiangsu Palace was relatively smaller, with only 16 members. Although the number of disciples is somewhat limited, the strength of the Qiangsu Palace is formidable. Unlike the other 2 palaces that tend to absorb disciples with relatively lower cultivation levels but specific talents, the sole criterion for entering the Qiangsu Palace is sheer power. Consequently, there are no cultivators below the 8th level of qi refinement within the entire Qiangsu Palace, and most of them are formidable sword cultivators. This is the reason for the Qiangsu Palace's formidable reputation within the Xianyuan sect. And it is also why Ling Qingxue was so thrilled upon hearing that Lu Wei intended for Ling Yu to practice swordsmanship. Under the guidance of the attending disciple, Ling Yu entered the Qiangsu Palace. Passing through the grand hall, she arrived at the first courtyard, which featured a spacious training ground where a dozen male disciples were diligently practicing martial arts, most of them bare-chested. Ling Yu followed the attending disciple without distraction. And upon reaching the entrance of the second courtyard, the disciple said with a smile, "Junior Sister Cheng, you may enter on your own. We cannot proceed further." Ling Yu clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "Thank you very much, senior brother." The second courtyard also housed a training ground, but here, the practitioners were female disciples. Lu Wei held a wooden sword, observing the female disciples and occasionally offering guidance. Ling Yu approached and bowed respectfully, "Master Lu." Lu Wei had already noticed her arrival and led Ling Yu to the side, asking, "Do you know how to establish a foundation?" Ling Yu shook her head. "Then demonstrate a stance for me." "Yes." Ling Yu mimicked the posture of a female disciple ahead of her, crouching slightly and retracting her fists. "Lift your head." A wooden sword struck her back with a resounding thwack. Ling Yu swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance, but quickly steadied herself. "Spread your feet 3 palms apart, with your toes pointing forward." The wooden sword struck her inner calf with another sharp sound. "The squat was too high, lower it." A sword struck her thigh. "What are you doing with your hips tucked in and your backside raised?" Another strike. After adjusting her stance, Lu Wei nodded in satisfaction. "That's it. Hold the squat for a cup of tea." Ling Yu felt quite at ease. Her physique had always been robust, and she had been a whirlwind of activity since childhood. After entering the path, she had also been tempered by spiritual energy. Merely holding a horse stance posed no challenge for her. After squatting for the duration of a cup of tea, her legs were only slightly numb. Lu Wei, pleased, summoned a maid to help her relax a bit, then instructed her to hold the stance for the length of an incense stick. Once that time had passed, and seeing her in decent condition, he had her squat for half an hour. After completing that half hour, she was to hold it for another hour. The half-day passed effortlessly, and Ling Yu thought to herself that martial training was not so difficult after all. A whole afternoon spent in horse stance merely left her slightly sweaty. Upon rising the next day, Ling Yu finally comprehended why the conditions had been set so rigorously. Her entire body ached, especially her legs, which trembled like sifted chaff. Yet, she knew she must attend class and practice her martial arts. She limped her way to the Dao Palace for half a day of lessons, then hobbled over to the Qiangsu Palace. The moment Lu Wei laid eyes on her, his expression darkened as he brought down his wooden sword. "What are you doing looking so lethargic? Hold your head high. Walk properly." Lu Shu, Ling Yu trembled, tears brimming in her eyes. "I can barely stand from the pain." "This is just the beginning." Lu Wei remained unyielding. Everyone here has endured the same trials. Not just you. Ling Yu had no choice but to brace herself and stand firm. Horse stance. After a moment's reflection, Lu Wei's tone softened. Let us hold it for an hour today, split into 2 sessions. Once you complete it, you may rest. Ling Yu let out a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude to Master Lu. Awakening in the dead of night, although her legs still ached considerably, her spirit was quite invigorated. Glancing at the time, she noted it was around the hour of high, precisely when the moon reached its zenith. The moon tonight was splendid, though not fully round. It was nearly so. According to the Tai Su Zi Yun Heart Sutra, this was an opportune moment for cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu decided to retrieve the tome of her cultivation method, meticulously reading through it before embarking on her practice. Master Lu had often emphasized that sword cultivators should not neglect their training. The more formidable the essence, the greater the power of the sword. As she had yet to commence her sword training, it would be prudent to prepare herself for the future. After all, numerous tasks awaited her. Ling Yu recalled the celestial stone taken by Gong Sun Yin and remembered Han Funing's inscrutable gaze. To rescue the celestial stone, she required strength. To safeguard herself, she equally needed power. Time was a luxury she could ill afford. In Gong Sun Yan's possession, the celestial stone was in peril each passing day, and although Han Funing had yet to act, there was no assurance he would refrain from doing so indefinitely. Master Zhang Fuhing had stated that cultivation involves entering a profound and enigmatic state, harmonizing with the spiritual energy, integrating with the universe, and breathing in unison with the mountains and rivers. This state was, in essence, a realm of contemplation. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when Ling Yu regained her self-awareness, only to behold a wondrous world reflected before her. This world was predominantly gray, yet interspersed within the dimness were faint blue specks, so subtle they were nearly indistinguishable, only vaguely discernible from the gray. They floated like dust in this realm, drifting and shimmering with a delicate luminescence. Ling Yu breathed gently, observing the blue specks of light that gradually approached her with each inhalation, eventually entering her being. The entry of each blue brought her a wave of comfort. What could this phenomenon be? With each breath, the blue dots accumulated within her, slowly converging into a delicate stream that meandered into her meridians, gradually transforming into true essence. Was this truly the legendary spiritual energy? When Ling Yu awoke, dawn was fast approaching. She remained still, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why had such a scene unfolded the previous night? Was it merely a dream or a fragment of reality? Neither any cultivation manual nor miscellaneous texts had recorded such occurrences, and neither Zhang Qishu nor the other masters had mentioned anything akin to this. Was this an inevitable step in her cultivation? Such thoughts flitted through Ling Yu's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Her intuition hinted that this was far from ordinary. Chapter 23. Selecting a sword despite Lu Wei's assertion that she could forego cultivation until she had established a solid foundation for sword practice. Ling Yu diligently perused the Tai Su Zi Yun Heart Sutra time and again. Originally, the incident involving the stolen celestial stone had merely provided her with a distant goal. This objective was not urgent, for she understood that the celestial stone was not in immediate peril, and her own safety was assured within the confines of Xian Yuan Temple. However, Han Funing's peculiar demeanor had heightened her sense of unease. Would he harbor ill intentions now that he was aware of the treasures hidden in Bai Shui Temple? Furthermore, his cryptic talk of collaboration left her perplexed. What could a mere novice like her possibly contribute to his schemes? She pondered her situation and concluded that it was somewhat akin to that of the celestial stone. As one of the keys, she should be safe until the treasures of the Bai Shui Guan were unlocked. But once opened, her safety would be uncertain. She needed to grow stronger rapidly, lest she find herself defenseless when Han Fuming decided to act. Not a moment could be wasted. Under the rigorous training of Lu Wei, Ling Yu plunged into a whirlwind of activity, leaving her no time for social interactions. It was not until 6 months later, when she passed her academic assessments and no longer needed to attend the Dao Palace, that her circumstances began to improve. Subsequently, she embarked on the arduous journey of body refinement. The path of martial arts had never been an easy endeavor. Even the so-called martial masters among mortals endured the harshness of winter training and the sweltering heat of summer. How much more demanding was it for cultivators like her? Ling Yu recognized the fragility of her foundation and understood that to become a swordswoman in due time, her only recourse was to endure hardship. Born into the distorted environment of the Qing family, where internal strife was relentless and sons were treasured while daughters were disregarded. She managed to grow up without being bullied due to her fierce spirit. With this determination, her martial arts progress accelerated remarkably, and her cultivation did not lag behind. Time flew, and after 3 years, Ling Yu advanced to the third layer of qi refinement. Simultaneously, her physique met Lu Weiyi's standards, allowing her to begin wielding a sword. Now 15, Ling Yu had grown tall and slender, matching Lu Weiyi in height, though her physique remained slight and underdeveloped. At first glance, she resembled a young lad dressed in female disciples' attire, often attracting curious onlookers. To this, Ling Yu remained unfazed. Her sense of femininity was never particularly strong, and she found this guise rather convenient. Following closely behind Lu Weiyi, Ling Yu disregarded the envious, jealous, or hostile gazes of the onlookers as she strolled leisurely towards the sword pavilion. When she first arrived at the Xianyuan temple, she was unfamiliar with her surroundings and harbored secrets. Thus, she feigned modesty. However, having garnered Lu Weiyi's favor and thriving in her endeavors, she felt no need to suppress her true nature nor concern herself with the opinions of others. The Xianyuan temple, renowned as a celestial sanctuary, was, in truth, no different from the mundane world. With over 1,000 disciples, each belonging to their own circles, the entangled interests among the upper echelon of sorcerers were complex and beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Ling Yu understood that those who envied, resented, or opposed her were not necessarily acting from genuine feelings, but rather from the vantage point they occupied. As a disciple of Zheng Tongxian from the Taisu Palace, yet taught by Lu Weiyi from the Chongsu Palace, the tangled affiliations only added to the confusion. Especially considering Zheng Tongxian had once allied himself with Han Funing of the Yusu Palace. Thus, aside from Lu Weiyi's direct disciples and her small circle of friends, including Ling Qingxue, most disciples from the other 3 palaces harbored animosity towards her. Meanwhile, the uninformed ordinary disciples, aware of her lineage as a sword cultivator and her rapid advancement in skills, felt a blend of admiration and jealousy towards her. Yet, what did it matter? The judgments of others could not sway her. She continued her training, practiced her swordplay, and would undoubtedly emerge as an elite disciple, possibly even a true inheritor and sorcerer in the future. The scrutiny of others was the least of her concerns. The sword pavilion is situated at the northernmost part of the Xianyuan temple, behind the main hall, Ling Jing Palace. The layout of the Xianyuan temple follows a straight line comprising the mountain gate, the square, the Sanqing Hall, and the Ling Jing Palace, with the entire temple oriented along this central axis, facing south and backed by a great mountain. Ling Jing Palace serves as the grand finale. The location of the sword pavilion is rather peculiar. It stands on a sheer cliff behind the Ling Jing Palace, elevated even higher, isolated and seemingly detached from the whole. Ling Yu accompanied Lu Weiyi to Ling Jing Palace, and after undergoing rigorous identity verification, was permitted to tread the mountain path leading to the sword pavilion. Master Lu, she inquired casually while traversing the narrow mountain trail. The sword pavilion is merely a repository for swords. Why is it constructed in such an eccentric manner? It appears to hold greater significance than Ling Jing Palace. Lu Weiyi, walking ahead, turned to glance at her, a look of admiration gracing his features. You possess remarkable insight to discern the significance of the sword pavilion so swiftly. After a brief pause, he continued, Indeed, the sword pavilion is of utmost importance. It safeguards not mere swords, but exquisite blades forged through the most advanced techniques in weapon crafting. Such treasures must never escape. Otherwise, the monopolistic status of the 3 great Taoist sects would be jeopardized. Ling Yu silently completed his thought. No longer a novice on the path of cultivation. As the heir to the Chongsu Palace's masters and well acquainted with Ling Qingxue and his associates, her understanding far surpassed that of an ordinary disciple. With a little contemplation, many matters became apparent to her. The formidable influence of the various Taoist sects can be attributed to 3 fundamental reasons. First, their cultivation methods. Second, their alchemical practices. And third, their mastery of weapon crafting. While rudimentary cultivation methods are not uncommon, as numerous reputable sects and families possess their legacies, intermediate methods are relatively rare. However, advanced techniques remain the closely guarded secrets of each Taoist sect. Ling Qingxue once remarked to her that reaching the 5th level of qi refinement marks a critical juncture. Among all practitioners in the realm, attaining this level is merely a matter of time. However, To transcend the 5th level and ascend to the 6th, or even further to the 8th or 9th levels, is no trivial endeavor. It necessitates innate talent, quality resources, and profound techniques. Each element is indispensable. Thus, without access to advanced cultivation methods, smaller sects, families, and solitary cultivators find it impossible to compete with the major sects in terms of cultivation prowess. The same principle applies to alchemy and artifact crafting. The 3 major sects monopolize the finest resources, while various sects divide the intermediate resources. To what ends do these resources go? Consumables transform into elixirs, and usable items into magical artifacts, all filling the storerooms of the major sects, enhancing their disciples' cultivation and fortifying their strength. As she pondered, Xiaolu had reached the end of her path. When Ling Yu stepped onto the platform before the sword pavilion, she was suddenly enveloped by a chilling sword intent that pervaded her entire being, emanating an icy aura that nearly overwhelmed her. She stumbled slightly, but the 3 years of body refinement proved effective, and she quickly regained her balance. The sword intent arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, once she steadied herself. It vanished without a trace. "Lu girl, is this your disciple? Her physique has been well honed." An elderly voice resonated. Ling Yu turned toward the sound and beheld a white-robed elder, with hair like snow and a youthful countenance, seated cross-legged beneath a tree beside the sword pavilion, gazing at the two of them with a smile. "Disciple pays respects to Elder Feng," Lu Wei said respectfully upon seeing him. Elder Feng nodded with a smile. "Ling Yu," Lu Wei continued, "this is Elder Feng, the guardian of the sword pavilion and the most formidable sword cultivator of our Xianyuan sect." With a demeanor of utmost seriousness, Lu Wei introduced the matter, prompting Ling Yu to proceed with due respect. "Disciple Cheng Ling Yu, I pay my respects to Elder Feng." As she straightened up, Lu Wei continued, "Elder Feng, Ling Yu is a disciple taken in by Zheng Tongxian from Taishu Palace. Following the unexpected demise of senior brother Zheng, I have taken it upon myself to guide her. She possesses commendable physical attributes and an admirable aptitude. After 3 years of body refinement, she is beginning to show promising results. I have brought her to the sword pavilion to select a sword." Elder Feng maintained a gentle smile. His eyes half closed as he nodded slightly. "Under my sword intent, it is rare to see such rapid recovery. This child has a remarkably strong will. She is indeed suitable for the path of sword cultivation." Receiving this acknowledgement, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Allowing a faint smile to grace his lips, "Due to the limitations of my cultivation, I dare not speak presumptuously. I humbly request Elder Feng's guidance." Ling Yu found this curious. Her master Lu was a rare 9th-layer Qi refinement master within Xianyuan Temple, yet he claimed to be limited in his abilities. Was Elder Feng perhaps a 10th-layer Qi refiner? Elder Feng did not respond immediately. The sword intent enveloped them once more, yet the sharpness dissipated, leaving only an imposing chill. After a considerable pause, Elder Feng lifted his eyelids, scrutinizing Ling Yu with utmost seriousness and meticulousness. Finally, stroking his long beard, he remarked, "This child not only possesses remarkable physical attributes, but also shows a natural affinity for spiritual energy, suggesting she may be more suited for the path of magical cultivation." Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback. "Elder Feng, do you mean?" Elder Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Do not rush. If she were indeed to pursue the path of magical cultivation, it would be a waste of her physical prowess and sharp spirit. However, to allow her to pursue the path of a pure sword cultivator would be to squander such a remarkable meridian." After a moment of contemplation, he slowly remarked, "That Canly sword may well be awaiting its rightful master." Lu Wei was elated upon hearing this. "Thank you, Elder Feng, for your guidance." Elder Feng chuckled lightly, gesturing with a finger, and the door to the sword pavilion swung open in response. "Go ahead. You are familiar with the rules of the sword pavilion." "Indeed." Lu Wei replied respectfully with a bow, before turning to enter the sword pavilion with Ling Yu. Upon stepping inside, Ling Yu was immediately struck by the overwhelming sight before her. The room, measuring several zhang on each side, was densely adorned with swords. Some were sheathed, while others protruded, their blades exuding a chilling aura. Ling Yu shivered slightly, unable to resist the urge to touch her arm. Lu Wei noticed her reaction and frowned slightly. "What troubles you?" Ling Yu replied, "This place feels strange. It seems to emanate numerous icy presences." Lu Wei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You can sense the sword aura already?" Ling Yu, puzzled, asked, "Sword aura?" "A sentient sword possesses a unique sword aura, Lu Wei explained, leading her to the right side of the room. After a brief inspection, he selected a sword, declaring, "This one will do." Ling Yu accepted it, observing the dim scabbard that appeared rather unremarkable. She grasped the hilt and pulled it free with effort, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. The blade did not shimmer like the legendary swords of Tales, but rather bore a subtle gray hue, as if it had not been properly cleaned. Inscribed upon it in runes were the two characters, Canli. "Let us proceed." Confirming without error, Lu Wei turned. Adhering to the rules of the sword pavilion, where one must depart upon seizing a sword, without lingering unnecessarily, Lu Wei paused momentarily and stated, "When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you shall comprehend." Chapter 24. The Three Trials of Sword Cultivation. A sword cultivator dedicates their entire life to the mastery of the sword, unwavering in their resolve. In the third courtyard of the Qingxue Palace, Lu Wei addressed Ling Yu, saying, "Remember, your sword is your most reliable companion. Should you honor it, it shall not forsake you." Ling Yu caressed the Canli's sword in her grasp, remaining silent. "In the preceding 3 years, you have practiced swordsmanship with a wooden sword, learning how to wield it without my further instruction. However, I must now impart a crucial truth. What you previously learned was merely the sword of mortals. The sword of cultivators is not cultivated in such a manner." As Lu Wei's words fell, he swiftly drew his treasured sword, its blade gleaming coldly. Ling Yu then beheld him. As she gently waved her arm, the sword slicing through the air, its brilliance seemingly transcending the physical realm, striking down a straw man on the opposite side of the courtyard. Ling Yu was taken aback. She had witnessed the magical duels of Xianxia and Gong Sun Yan, yet had never encountered such formidable sword light. Perhaps it was because those individuals wielded the wooden swords of spell cultivators? "Impressive," Ling Yu exclaimed in admiration. A faint smile graced Lu Wei's lips as he replied, "The truly formidable individual is Elder Feng. My modest skills pale in comparison to his." Ling Yu inquired, "Though my master uncle has reached the 9th layer of qi refinement, even if there exists someone mightier than him, how can that render his abilities insignificant?" Hearing these words, Lu Wei sighed softly. Sword qi, sword intent, sword heart, the 3 realms of sword cultivation. To this day, I have yet to comprehend even sword intent. What does that make me? Ling Yu was taken aback. "Master Lu, if even you have not grasped sword intent, what of others? Allow me to be candid. Aside from a few ancient beings whose existence remains uncertain, no one else can comprehend sword intent. Within our Xian Yuan temple, only Elder Feng possesses this understanding." Lu Wei's tone was melancholic and deeply reflective. "Is it truly so challenging to grasp sword intent? And what of sword heart?" Ling Yu paused momentarily before inquiring further. "Sword qi, sword intent, sword heart, these are 3 distinct realms. If one cannot even grasp sword intent, how can one aspire to understand sword heart?" Lu Wei shook his head with a bittersweet smile. "Sword heart is merely a legendary state. Even Elder Feng is uncertain about it, not to mention whether such a state truly exists. Then why has it been passed down?" Ling Yu pressed. "If it has been transmitted, surely someone must have attained sword heart. Perhaps, but this inquiry diminishes my interest. For me, comprehending sword intent is already an insurmountable peak. How much more daunting is the higher realm of sword heart?" She gathered her thoughts and declared, "Enough. Whether sword heart exists or not is not your concern at present. You have yet to take the first step. Focus on cultivating your sword qi first." "Yes, Master Lu." Ling Yu ceased her questions and obediently drew her sword, beginning her practice as instructed. She opened the window, seated herself on the bed, and gazed at the moonlight streaming through, yet she did not immediately begin her cultivation. Instead, she pondered the words Lu Wei had spoken earlier that day. The 3 thresholds of sword cultivation, sword energy, sword intent, and sword heart, pose a perplexing challenge. Surprisingly, the majority of sword cultivators have yet to comprehend even the sword intent, let alone the sword heart. Such a phenomenon is decidedly anomalous. If the concept of the 3 thresholds exists, it must be rooted in the achievements of ancient sages. The path of cultivation is inherently one of escalating difficulty. For instance, within the entire Xian Yuan temple, there are numerous practitioners at the 6th level of qi refinement, fewer at the 7th, scant at the 8th, and a mere handful at the 9th, with only Feng Lao seemingly transcending that. These cultivation realms resemble a staircase, with each ascending level occupied by an increasingly diminished population. Yet abrupt declines in numbers should not occur. However, in the realm of sword cultivation, a stark contrast prevails. Among the 3 thresholds, Nearly all adept practitioners linger at the first, while only a few venerable figures like Feng Lao have ventured into the second threshold. The third remains shrouded in legend. It is as if, at this second threshold, there exists a severance that prohibits further passage. Ling Yu recalls the handwritten notes of her ancestor, Cheng, regarding the Taibai sect in the upper realm and the secluded small world. In her earlier years, she lacked understanding, but now she grasps a semblance of its meaning. The world they inhabit seems to embody the small world described by Cheng Yu, with an upper realm lying beyond it. This elucidates why no one has managed to transcend the Qi refinement stage while still being compelled to bear its title, and why only a select few can grasp sword intent, with an elusive third threshold remaining just out of reach. These elements are relics handed down from the upper realm. Ling Yu muses whether anyone in this world is aware of the existence of the upper realm. In the past, when Qing Yu managed to enter this small, enigmatic realm, it is plausible that others could do the same. Does this world still harbor individuals from the upper realm? Over the past 3 years, the disciples and mages in Xianyuan Temple, including Lu Wei, have revealed not a whisper of such intelligence. Even after perusing numerous miscellaneous notes and records within the temple's extensive collection, she found nothing. Yet, on the other hand, the existence of this upper realm is not without its traces. For instance, various texts casually mention elements that do not belong to this world. In books detailing geographical or resource distributions, names appear that do not exist here at all. Ling Yu is firmly convinced of the existence of the upper realm, yet she has no means to access it. After pondering for a while, she shook her head. Alas, as Uncle Lu remarked, this is not a matter she should concern herself with at present. Once she cultivates her sword aura, even attains sword intent, discovers the immortal stone, and resolves the issue with Han Fu Ning, then she may contemplate the existence of the upper realm. With that thought, she closed her eyes and immersed herself in her cultivation. The following morning, Ling Yu awoke feeling rejuvenated. While cultivation cannot entirely replace sleep, the stronger one's cultivation, the easier the practice becomes. Thus, individuals of higher cultivation require less sleep. Initially, Ling Yu would only sleep for half the night and still feel a bit fatigued. But now she finds herself completely refreshed. If not for her need to practice swordplay, she could easily manage with just an hour of sleep each day without any concern. After rising, washing her face, and dressing, she was about to step out when a faint voice called from behind, "Senior Sister Cheng, Senior Sister Cheng." Ling Yu turned her head and saw a young girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, emerging timidly from the adjacent room. "Senior Sister Cheng, are you heading to the dining hall? Shall we go together?" The girl, named Shi Jingbai, had only moved in a few days prior. Ling Yu had entered the sect at an opportune moment. Xianyuan Temple was preparing to recruit new disciples in 6 months and had renovated several courtyards, allowing her to occupy one exclusively. When new disciples joined, few were assigned directly to the upper courtyard, so she continued to enjoy her solitude until recently, when this Shi junior sister ascended from the lower courtyard and moved in with her. "Very well, let us go together," Ling Yu replied casually. Having spent several years at Xianyuan Temple, her reputation was neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable, although many disciples from the 3 palaces regarded her with suspicion. A few had formed amicable relationships with her. Shi Jingbai's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, her expression one of surprise. "Ah, really? Senior Sister Cheng, you truly don't mind walking with me?" "Why would I mind?" Ling Yu responded as she turned and made her way toward the dining hall. Shi Jingbai hurriedly followed. Her cheeks flushed as she remarked, "They all say that Senior Sister Cheng has a peculiar temperament and prefers to keep to herself." "They?" Ling Yu raised an eyebrow. Those senior brothers and sisters." Shi Jingbai stammered, cautious not to disclose their identities. Ling Yu, however, was disinterested in pressing her for details, merely responding with a casual "oh." Over the past 3 years, she had been exceedingly busy, dividing her sleep into 2 segments, and had little time for leisure with others. As a result, those around her deemed her temperament strange, and she had no inclination to defend herself. "However, I now realize otherwise. Senior Sister Cheng is quite amiable," Shi Jingbai quickly added, anxious to avoid offending her. "Polite?" It seems that she merely encountered Shi Jingbai on the very day of her arrival, casually inquiring if assistance was needed. At no other time have they crossed paths. "Sister Cheng, have you had breakfast? Where are you headed?" "To the Yuji Palace." "Oh, sister, you are going to listen to the teachings as well." "Indeed. Sister, are you not a sword cultivator? Do you practice like us?" Of course, under the warm companionship of Shi Jingbai, The two made their way to the dining hall, as it was a day for teachings. The hall was bustling with people, nearly every seat occupied. Ling Yu led Shi Jingbai inside, intending to grab a few buns and make a quick exit, when she heard someone call out, Sister Chung, Sister Chung. Turning around, she spotted an 18 or 19-year-old youth waving at her, beckoning her over. Clad in the attire of the upper courtyard disciples, with slightly tanned skin and a robust build, it was none other than Ji Wu, whom Ling Qingxue had introduced to her years ago, and who had also entered the upper courtyard earlier this year. Ling Yu gracefully approached. A seat had already been cleared for her. Sister Chung, please have a seat. Ji Wu offered, and upon noticing Shi Jingbai following, he shifted to make room for her as well. Once seated, Ji Wu brought over a bowl of noodles. Sister Chung, this is your favorite chicken noodle dish. And what do you enjoy eating? Sister. Shi Jingbai's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly shook her head. No, I can manage on my own. Saying this, she went to fetch some buns for herself. Ling Yu picked up her chopsticks, glancing at Ji Wu with a smile. Your unsolicited attentiveness has me wondering what your intentions are. Young man, Ji Wu felt no offense at being referred to as kid by the younger Ling Yu. With a playful grin, he remarked, as my esteemed senior sister has said, I have always been quite attentive to you. Indeed, he was consistently attentive, and after his efforts, he hoped to reap some benefits from her. As Ling Yu spoke while enjoying her noodles, she retorted, How unjust. I have shown nothing but sincere devotion to senior sister Qing. Your words wound my heart. After indulging in her meal with little regard for decorum, Ling Yu interjected, Enough. Speak your mind quickly. You know I am quite busy. After a brief hesitation, Ji Wu finally confessed, It is not a grave matter. I merely wish to earn a little money. Chapter 25. The Cultivators Exchange Conference. Engaging in cultivation inherently demands substantial resources. Not to mention the elixirs and artifacts monopolized by the sect. Even wealth cannot procure them. The medicinal herbs required for bath therapies demand payment, do they not? The daily meals, crafted from spiritual ingredients, also come at a cost, do they not? Furthermore, the garments they wear, adorned with gathering charms, entail expenses as well, not to mention the myriad other necessities. As disciples of the three great temples, they enjoy considerable privileges, free from the daily toil for wealth. Yet, aside from what is necessary for cultivation, the sect rarely dispenses additional resources. Even when performing tasks for the sect, the compensation is meager. Precious stones are but a distant dream unless one attains a position of authority akin to that of Zhang Zhaoguan or Gu Yuanliang. However, achieving such status is no less challenging than becoming a master. They possess slightly lesser abilities, unable to enter the three palaces, yet maintain formidable backing. The so-called spirit stones are the 10 luminous jade stones bestowed upon her at the onset of her journey, along with the Qingquan bag. These stones, imbued with spiritual energy, possess the remarkable ability to store the invisible and intangible essence of the cosmos, making them exceedingly precious. According to Ling Yu, the production of such stones is limited, with the majority being appropriated by various grand temples, leaving only a scant portion to circulate. Their rarity, ease of storage, resistance to depreciation, and straightforward valuation have rendered spirit stones the currency of the cultivation realm. Conversely, due to their scarcity, cultivators often resort to utilizing gold and silver, as well as spirit pearls. While spirit stones are a natural resource, spirit pearls are artificially created. Both pearls and jade can harbor spiritual energy. Yet naturally occurring spirit pearls are exceedingly rare, lacking the vein formations typical of spirit stones. Nonetheless, they can transfer the spiritual energy stored within spirit stones to pearls, thereby diluting the energy and creating a smaller denomination known as spirit pearls. For disciples in the upper academy, gold and silver have become inadequate for acquiring useful items, while spirit stones remain too precious. Thus, spirit pearls emerge as the primary currency. In her earlier years, Ling Yu inherited the relics of Zuanqinzi and two others, amassing over 200 spirit stones, a considerable fortune for a disciple of her stature. Upon entering the upper academy, disciples of Xianyuan Temple receive an initial allocation of 10 spirit stones, followed by an annual distribution of 10. Beyond this, there are no other means of acquisition. A disciple like her, who has been in the upper academy for only a few years, might possess merely a few dozen spirit stones at most. Given the demands of daily cultivation, the presence of spirit stones significantly accelerates progress. However, even these stones are insufficient for their needs, with merely retaining 10 or so being a notable achievement. At present, Ling Yu does not find herself lacking in funds. As a novice swordsman, she requires resources primarily for body refinement and sword energy cultivation, which does not entail significant expenditure of spirit stones. However, Ji Wu's proposal piqued her interest. Should she possess ample financial resources, she could pursue an alternative path, one that integrates both sword and magical arts. This would undoubtedly accelerate her cultivation progress. How do you intend to earn money? Ji Wu inquired, glancing at the quietly eating Shi Jingbai beside them, lowering his voice. I am considering organizing a gathering for cultivators. Ling Yu was perplexed. Ji Wu continued, this idea has been on my mind for quite some time. If we wish to earn, from whom shall we profit? The sect is out of the question, and as for our fellow disciples, what do we have to trade? Ling Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. The sect maintains stringent control over resources. For disciples of the upper academy, daily necessities are provided as much as possible, yet allocations of spirit stones, magical artifacts, and elixirs are strictly limited. Earning from fellow disciples, as Ji Wu mentioned, poses a dilemma. What could they possibly offer? Each disciple is acutely aware of the scarcity of spirit stones, lamenting their own insufficiency rather than spending them frivolously. Before entering the upper academy, Ji Wu had engaged in menial tasks for its disciples, managing to earn some spirit pearls. However, now that he is part of the upper academy, such endeavors would undermine his standing and prove unprofitable. He has also dabbled in intermediary roles, leveraging his extensive network to connect others. Yet transactions among upper academy disciples are inherently scarce, rendering any referral fees negligible. Ling Yu, having been a disciple for 3 years, had never contemplated earning spirit stones. Aside from her overwhelming schedule, this remained a significant reason. From the perspective of her merchant background, the internal supply and demand dynamics of Xianyuan Guan are completely imbalanced, rendering it incapable of forming a vibrant market. Thus, no matter how one contemplates, there seems to be no viable path forward unless Xianyuan Guan alters its approach to disciple cultivation. But is such a change feasible? For centuries, the 3 major Taoist temples have adhered to this established model. For Xianyuan Guan to change, the other 2 temples must also adapt, which would significantly impact the entire Taoist community. No one dares to make such a bold decision. Ji Wu remarked. Therefore, earning money from within the sect is impossible. If we are to profit, it must come from external sources. Ling Yu sighed. But you know that the cultivators from smaller temples and families are not affluent, let alone the wandering practitioners. Yet we possess what they desire, Ji Wu said with a mysterious smile. Ling Yu paused, slightly taken aback. Are you suggesting? Ji Wu replied with seriousness, why do all cultivators yearn to flock to the 3 major Taoist temples? It is undoubtedly because we hold what they crave. First, the 3 major temples monopolize resources. Second, we receive offerings from all corners, granting us an exalted status. And third, Ling Yu hesitated before adding, we have a comprehensive system for cultivating disciples. Ji Wu's face, dark-skinned yet endearing, broke into a shrewd smile as he gave her a thumbs up. Senior Sister Chung is indeed remarkable. The moment I mentioned it, you grasped the essence. Ji Wu continued, the lecture is about to commence. Shall we converse later? Ling Yu glanced at the gradually emptying dining hall and nodded. I need not visit Chengsu Palace today. If you have time, just come find me. The 2 individuals agreed to part ways and proceeded to the Jade Extreme Palace to listen to the teachings. After hearing Ji Wu's plan, Ling Yu couldn't help but marvel at his ingenuity. The concept of this cultivator exchange meeting was, in essence, quite simple. It functioned as a loosely knit membership organization devoid of any binding rights or obligations, relying solely on a mutual supply and demand relationship. Firstly, Ji Wu aimed to enlist several capable disciples from the upper academy to leverage their prestige in establishing this exchange. Subsequently, he intended to recruit members from outside, promoting regular discussions and trading meetings as a lure for those from smaller temples, lesser clans, and even rogue cultivators. These individuals often lacked a legitimate lineage and possessed a superficial understanding of the Tao, yearning for authentic teachings, yet finding no avenue to access them. At this juncture, the emergence of an exchange formed by disciples from the Xianyuan Temple would be immensely appealing, as it would offer regular discussions and the opportunity to share insights into cultivation. One must recognize the considerable allure of the 3 major temples renowned in the outside world. Gaining entry into this association would be a simple matter of paying a nominal membership fee, an amount well within their means. However, once admitted, aside from the scheduled discussions and trading meetings, there would also be occasional specialized gatherings, which would require an additional fee. Of course, attendance at these events was entirely voluntary. All activities of the exchange were based on individual choice. Yet, who could resist the temptation of, for instance, a discussion led by a sword cultivator from the upper academy of the Xian Yuan Temple on the intricacies of sword cultivation? As Ling Yu admired Ji Wu's brilliant ideas, he reminded him, "Junior brother Ji, it is crucial to maintain a delicate balance. Some matters must not be allowed to circulate beyond our circle." Ji Wu patted his chest and assured, "Sister Qing, rest assured, I have always handled matters with utmost precision. I am well aware of what can be said and what must remain unspoken. Even if there is some uncertainty, I have several senior brothers and sisters to oversee me, do I not? You seek me out precisely for that oversight, correct?" She jested. Ji Wu replied, "Sister, you are far too modest. Such trivial matters hardly warrant your involvement. With your remarkable talent, having reached the 3rd level of qi refinement by the tender age of 15 and being a practitioner of the sword, it is only fitting that I seek your esteemed presence. So, will you grant me this favor, dear junior?" Ling Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "Master Lu is rather stern, and my time is limited, as you are aware. Fear not, it shall not consume much of your time," Ji Wu reassured. After much deliberation, Ling Yu ultimately acquiesced. This junior brother Ji possesses an innate talent for generating wealth. Perhaps he could indeed carve out a lucrative path, and it would be advantageous for her to share in that fortune. Chapter 26. Learning talismans. Do not be under the impression that becoming a sword cultivator is a simple endeavor. The trials you must face are only just beginning. Upon returning to Qingshu Palace, Lu Wei sternly declared, "Cultivating sword energy has never been an easy task. This step is far more challenging than body refinement." Ling Yu stood before her, her gaze calm. Qin represents water, while Li signifies fire. The so-called Qin symbolizes the duality of water and fire. These opposing natures are inherently antagonistic and difficult to reconcile, yet the Qin sword seamlessly merges them into one. This is the essence of the Qin sword and your own essence as well. Ling Yu listened, feeling perplexed. "Master Lu, how can this be my essence?" Lu Wei remarked, "Your constitution is exceptionally harmonious with spiritual energy, capable of embracing all things, a characteristic akin to water. Simultaneously, your personality harbors a latent ferocity, reminiscent of fire. Thus, Feng Lao has selected this Qin sword for you." Ling Yu, in realization, responded, "I see." Furthermore, Lu Wei added, "To wield this sword requires the power of the 5 elements, closely aligned with the path of magical cultivation, allowing you to fully realize your strengths." Ling Yu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a multitude of considerations accompanied the selection of a sword. Becoming a sword cultivator was indeed no trivial undertaking. She understood that Lu Shishu's words implied she could now cultivate independently, no longer required to attend daily lessons. Henceforth, her path of cultivation was hers alone to traverse, with no one to support her. She nodded solemnly. "Yes, Shishu." Ling Yu lifted her gaze to see Shi Jingbai seated beneath the large tree in the courtyard, drawing talismans. The small table before her was cluttered with various sheets of talisman paper. Upon noticing Ling Yu's gaze, Shi Jingbai's face flushed crimson. I wish to learn talisman crafting." Most of the talisman papers on the table were blank. A few were deemed failures, and only a scant handful were successful. Ling Yu observed them for a moment and inquired, "Are talisman papers inexpensive?" Approximately 100 spirit pearls equated to a single spirit stone, with each spirit pearl bundled. "Indeed not costly." "Oh," Ling Yu nodded, stowing away Lu Wei's notebook of insights and intending to enter the house. "Cheng Shiji," Shi Jingbai called out again. "Will you not be going to Qingshu Palace today?" I won't be going anymore," Ling Yu casually replied. Noticing her astonished expression, perhaps misinterpreting her words, Ling Yu clarified, "Lu Shishu said I can cultivate on my own now." "Oh, I see. Congratulations, senior sister." Shi Jingbai was initially taken aback but then elated. Being able to cultivate independently signified her progress and mastery. Ling Yu smiled at her. Shi Jingbai, eager to forge a connection, recognized Ling Yu's intentions. Previously, she had been preoccupied with martial training, leaving little time for friendships. Now, with ample time at hand, the prospect of cultivating a social network seemed appealing, particularly as it would facilitate her surveillance of Han Funing. With this thought, she decided against entering the house. "Senior sister Shi, would you mind if I observed?" Shi Jingbai blinked, and in the next moment, she reacted with delight. "Not at all. Please have a seat, senior sister Cheng." Ling Yu then pulled up a chair, taking a seat across from her and resting her chin on her hand as she watched Shi Jingbai labor diligently. As Shi Jingbai was a novice in talisman crafting, her hands were still unsteady. Under Ling Yu's gaze, she felt increasingly anxious, resulting in several miscalculations that wasted sheets of talisman paper. Ling Yu then inquired, "Why not practice on ordinary paper until you are proficient before attempting on talisman paper?" In matters unrelated to cultivation, Xianyuan Temple was exceedingly generous. What mortals deemed precious was inconsequential to them. These jade sheets of paper were abundant and free for the taking. Once Shi Jingbai began drawing talismans on the jade paper, she felt considerably more composed. Observing her carefully replicating the talisman from the book on the table, Ling Yu studied the talisman for a moment. This scrutiny allowed her to discern some details. "What kind of talisman is this?" she asked. Shi Jingbai, somewhat surprised, replied, "Senior Sister Cheng, you don't know how to draw talismans? This is a signaling talisman." Signaling talismans are considered an introductory aspect of talisman crafting. Many Taoist practitioners can draw them, and beginners typically start with signaling talismans. Ling Yu candidly admitted, "I am utterly unfamiliar with talisman crafting." Shi Jingbai glanced up at her, a hint of shyness in her voice as she remarked, "Senior Sister Cheng is so formidable. I thought you could do anything." This statement piqued Ling Yu's interest. "In what way am I formidable?" she inquired. Shi Jingbai earnestly replied, "You entered the path at the tender age of 12, and as a swordsman no less. Now, at an age comparable to mine, I have only just begun my journey, while you have already reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Surely, that is impressive. I am certain you will become a true disciple." Ling Yu was taken aback by the high regard this junior sister held for her, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I am not even an elite disciple yet. That seems quite distant." Shi Jingbai smiled bashfully. To be considered an elite disciple, one must reach the 5th level of qi refinement by the age of 20. As for becoming a true disciple, the criteria remain ambiguous. No one can articulate the exact standards, making her assertion rather presumptuous. Upon hearing this, Shi Jingbai was perplexed. "Senior Sister Cheng, what runes? I cannot discern them," she said. Ling Yu then took a pen and carefully illustrated the signal rune. "Look, doesn't this symbol resemble these 3 runes combined?" Once she completed her drawing, Shi Jingbai stood in astonishment. Eventually realizing, indeed, how did I not see it before? She gazed at Ling Yu with admiration, affirming her prowess. Ling Yu reflected on how innocent this junior sister was. Her early entry into the path and higher cultivation naturally endeared her to Shi Jingbai. Yet, what was so remarkable? Runes were simply called runes because they were related to symbols. They had merely been transformed into a different form. A true rune master would undoubtedly understand this distinction. It is no wonder that the mage remarked on the utility of runes and emphasized the importance of mastering them. Looking up with a smile at Ling Yu, she inquired, "Sister Cheng, being so intelligent, why do you not delve into the art of talismans? Possessing a skill could prove advantageous in the future." Ling Yu chuckled, "Ah, so your motivation is financial gain." Shi Jingbai's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained, "The other day, Senior Brother Ji Wu mentioned organizing a cultivator exchange event, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to earn some money. I asked him if I could participate, and he suggested I could assist at first. I realized I must not squander this opportunity, hence my desire to learn something new." With this revelation, Ling Yu recalled that her esteemed master was an exceptional talisman master, leaving behind valuable insights on talismanic arts among his relics. It would indeed be a pity not to study them. Perhaps she could also learn the art of talismans and sell them at the exchange. Chapter 27. Comprehending Sword Qi. To comprehend Sword Qi, one must resonate with the sword. Ling Yu gently caressed the Canley sword in her hands as she strolled along the mountain path. According to the insights on swordsmanship shared by Lu Wei, there are various methods to grasp Sword Qi. The most rudimentary involves countless strikes, yet this approach is not universally effective. Different individuals and swords require distinct methods of comprehension. For instance, Lu Wei's sword, known as the Windstorm Sword, is characterized by its swiftness and invisibility. To grasp this particular Sword Qi, she bound herself with vines and leapt from a precipice, persistently jumping for an entire month, ultimately achieving an understanding of the Sword Qi. Upon learning of this, Ling Yu was profoundly impressed by her senior Aunt Lu's ingenuity and dedication, marveling at her ability to devise such a method and maintain her resolve for a month. Truly, Lu Aunt was extraordinary. This incident served as a reminder to her that the comprehension of sword energy can be utterly unfathomable. Yet it must invariably align with the characteristics of the sword. Lu Wei had already enlightened her regarding the distinct attributes of the Canley sword. Qin signifies water, while Li denotes fire. Thus, she must grasp the true essence of both water and fire simultaneously and then blend them together in perfect harmony. This endeavor rendered her task of comprehending sword energy significantly more arduous than that of others. While others needed to master merely one element, she was tasked with understanding two, particularly those with opposing attributes and subsequently uniting them. What a challenge! Ling Yu exhaled deeply, resolved to set aside her concerns for the future, focusing first on mastering one element. Water or fire, given the picturesque landscape of Xianyuan Temple, it seemed more feasible to begin with water. Ling Yu turned and determined her direction. Beyond Xianyuan Temple lay a grand river flowing from east to west, cleaving through Ryuan Mountain, where the temple was situated, forming a profound abyss. This was the origin of the names such as Abyss River, Abyss City, Ryuan Mountain, and even Xianyuan Temple. After half an hour, Ling Yu arrived at the banks of the Abyss River. The cliffs on either side were steep and rugged, yet the river itself was exceedingly wide, its surface serene and crystalline, reflecting the verdant mountains on both shores, a truly delightful sight. Ling Yu followed a narrow path, advancing to the riverbank at the base of the cliffs. After millennia of erosion, the riverbank was adorned with smooth pebbles, exquisitely beautiful, offering an ideal vantage point for admiring the scenery. As she strolled, Ling Yu occasionally stumbled upon a garment or two, all belonging to disciples of the upper courtyard, indicating that she was not the only one utilizing the Abyss River for cultivation. After considerable effort, she selected a secluded spot, removed her outer robe, and, grasping the Kanli sword, leaped into the Abyss River. After acclimating herself, she submerged into the depths of the water, adopting a seated posture with her legs crossed, resting the Kanli sword upon her knees. With her eyes closed and breath held, she silently contemplated the currents that flowed over her body. Above the surface, the abyssal river appeared tranquil and unperturbed, yet beneath, several undercurrents surged ceaselessly. Ling Yu channeled her true essence to withstand the onslaught of the water, which gradually diminished her energy. After persisting for half an hour, she found herself completely drained and had to surface for air. Upon returning to the surface, she awaited the restoration of her true essence before diving once more. Repeating this cycle, upon her return, she first indulged in a medicinal bath. Once refreshed, she retrieved the insights on talismanic techniques from Xianxia, examining them meticulously. This precious manuscript was not stored within a cosmic bag. Rather, it was sewn into the lining of his garment, indicating its significance. Although disciples of the Xianyuan sect were granted a cosmic bag upon entering the upper courtyard, an object that evoked envy due to its evident value, Xianxia's choice to conceal this manuscript suggested a desire to prevent other cultivators from benefiting. Ling Yu surmised that this slender volume of talismanic knowledge was indeed Xianxia's true legacy, while the disciple's notes likely contained only superficial observations. To master talismanic arts, one must first grasp the fundamentals of runes. The opening line confirmed Ling Yu's conjecture. Runes are indeed the foundation of talismanic techniques. Following this, Xianxia succinctly articulated his insights into the practice of talismanic arts, proceeding to a detailed page-by-page analysis of the runes. Each spiritual symbol was meticulously deconstructed into its components, with corresponding runes clearly delineated. Ling Yu believed this book to be an excellent primer for those embarking on the study of talismanic arts. Had Shi Jingbai possessed such a resource, his learning would undoubtedly have been far less arduous. At last, Xianxia remarked that every spiritual talisman is composed of runes, a fact well understood by talisman masters. However, the ability to deconstruct these runes serves as a distinguishing mark of a truly adept talisman master. He possesses the remarkable skill to dismantle over 30 different runes, placing him among the elite in his field. Yet, there are certain talismans so intricate that even he finds them beyond his grasp. The book concludes with examples of talismans he can create but cannot deconstruct. Ling Yu gazed at those final pages for an extended period, astonishingly managing to decipher a portion of a complex talisman. This particular talisman was exceedingly elaborate, having deconstructed merely a quarter of it. She had already uncovered 5 or 6 runes. The entire talisman likely contained around 20 runes, while the simplest signal talisman typically comprises only 3 to 5 runes. The greater the number of runes in a talisman, the more complex and distorted it becomes, naturally making it increasingly challenging to deconstruct. Ling Yu pondered that despite not yet having studied talisman techniques, she had managed to unravel such a complicated talisman, suggesting she might possess a noteworthy talent for this art. This revelation filled her with excitement. Should she attain the level of mastery exhibited by Xianxia, her own capabilities would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. With this thought in mind, Ling Yu developed an unprecedented interest in talisman crafting. Without the need to visit the Qiangxue Palace, her days remained equally bustling. By day, she immersed herself in the depths of the abyssal river, seeking enlightenment in sword intent, and by night, she perused the Taoist texts to study talisman techniques, dedicating 2 hours to practice the Tai Su Ziyun Heart Sutra. Occasionally, she would venture to the abyssal city to support Ji Wu's exchange meetings for cultivators. Do not speak. This lad, Ji Wu, indeed possesses a certain flair. The cultivator exchange meeting, orchestrated by him, has become a vibrant affair, attracting many cultivators who come seeking his renown. Within the venue, an increasing number of brethren expressed their desire to join, and now the assembly is graced by elite disciples. Ling Yu has also reaped a modest fortune, as she was among the first to join the cultivator exchange, thus becoming a member of its esteemed founding circle. Ji Wu, recalling her contributions, ensures that she is privy to advantageous opportunities. With this newfound wealth, Ling Yu pursues talismanic arts without worry. It is worth noting that while low-tier talisman paper is inexpensive, high-tier paper is quite costly, requiring precious materials such as the blood of spirit beasts and the essence of spiritual herbs, all of which are unattainable without spirit stones. As Ling Yu's proficiency in talisman arts flourishes, Shi Jingbai holds her in deep admiration, willingly attending to her menial tasks, provided she offers occasional guidance in talisman techniques. Ling Yu, generous in spirit, resolves to cultivate a good rapport with Shi Jingbai, whose innocent nature and meticulous disposition complement their shared living arrangements, making various matters considerably more manageable. On yet another day, immersed in the depths of the abyssal river, Ling Yu endeavors to comprehend the essence of sword energy. Once her true essence is depleted, she emerges from the water to recuperate. Not far away, a splash announces the emergence of another individual from the depths. Ling Yu turns to see a figure bare from the waist up, momentarily taken aback before hastily averting her gaze. Having spent over half a month in the abyssal river, this encounter with a fellow sect member is not her first. Typically, if it is a male peer, they would distance themselves to avoid awkwardness, while female cultivators would approach to exchange greetings. Throughout this experience, she has formed connections with several commendable peers, some of whom, like herself, are engaged in grasping sword energy, while others are honing their swordplay or magical arts. She was contemplating whether to keep her distance when, unexpectedly, the young man swam towards her. "Are you Ling Yu?" His voice, tinged with arrogance, still carried the essence of youth. This individual appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, fair-skinned and handsome. Yet his haughty demeanor and the disdain in his gaze were rather discomforting. "I am Luo Yun," he declared, neglecting to introduce himself more formally. The name sounded somewhat familiar to Ling Yu. After a moment's reflection, she nodded casually. "Ah, you must be senior brother Luo." Luo Yun snorted dismissively. "It is good that you recognize me. They say you are a rare talent in swordsmanship over the past few years, but in my opinion, you are rather mediocre. It has been over half a month, and you have yet to comprehend the sword's essence." Ling Yu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. "Naturally, I cannot compare to senior brother. I entered the discipline late and possess ordinary talent. I must rely on your guidance." Seeing Ling Yu adopt such a humble stance, a self-satisfied grin spread across Luo Yun's face. "Your deference is commendable. Offering you a few pointers would not be out of the question. Since you have come to Yuanxi to grasp the sword's essence, it must pertain to water. I practice the water song sword, so advising you should be quite simple. Pray tell, which sword did Master Lu select for you?" Ling Yu replied modestly. "I must first express my gratitude, senior brother. Your guidance is truly a great fortune for me. To be candid, Master Lu chose this Canly sword for me." She lifted the Canly from the water's surface, drawing it forth with a swift motion. The blade, seemingly shrouded in dust, emanated a peculiar aura of spiritual energy. Canly. Upon seeing the sword, Luo Yun's expression subtly shifted, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Senior brother Luo?" Ling Yu gazed at him with eager anticipation. "In your esteemed opinion, how should I comprehend the essence of sword energy?" Luo Yun's countenance fluctuated before he feigned a serious demeanor and replied, "There are no shortcuts to grasping sword energy. Perhaps you could immerse yourself here for a month, engaging deeply with the Canly sword. Who knows, you might attain enlightenment." With that, he swiftly made his way ashore, gathering his belongings as he departed. Watching his figure fade from view, Ling Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This Luo Yun, she pondered, was a mystery in terms of background. However, his cultivation level was comparable to hers, and his sword energy appeared rather weak, suggesting he had only recently attained such insight. Her Canly sword possessed a complex nature, and even Lu Wei hesitated to provide direct guidance. Thus, it was rather presumptuous for a novice sword cultivator like him to attempt to instruct her. In light of this, she welcomed the prospect of him encountering obstacles. Throughout her life, when had she ever been at a disadvantage? Years of dedicated cultivation had seemingly led others to underestimate her. Chapter 28. Enlightenment. As night descended, Ling Yu emerged from the abyssal river, where she was greeted by a girl of about 16 or 17 years who approached her with a cheerful smile. Sister Yu. Ling Yu donned her outer robe and returned the greeting. This sister, named Yuxian, was one of Lu Wei's disciples and shared a good rapport with her. She had also been practicing in the abyssal river recently. As they walked side by side, Yuxian remarked, "I heard you put Luo Yun in his place today." "Oh, that fellow." Ling Yu scratched her head, modestly inquiring, "His name sounds familiar. What is his background?" Yuxian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "You actually do not know who Luo Yun is? He is a renowned figure in the entire Xianyuan temple." Ling Yu shook her head. "Sister Yu, you are well aware that I have been exceedingly busy every day. Where would I find the time to listen to such matters?" Indeed, Yuxian understood better than anyone how Ling Yu had spent the past 3 years. She had only entered the path 6 months after Ling Yu, and they had trained together in martial arts. Luo Yun was the eldest grandson of the Grand Master of the Taishu Palace, possessing extraordinary talent. He entered the realm of visualization at the tender age of 13. After informing her, Yuxian chuckled. He has always held himself in high regard, believing he is the most gifted disciple of this generation. Little did he expect that upon your entry, you shattered his record, which has left him feeling rather discontented. However, it is merely that for the past 3 years, you have either been training or cooped up in your room, thus lacking the opportunity to meet him. Oh, Ling Yu pouted. How terribly dull of him. What is there to resent about entering the path earlier? I am not the first to establish a sect. I heard that over a century ago, there was an ancestor who entered the path at the age of 10. Why doesn't he compare himself to them? You mentioned it yourself. They are ancestors, Yuxian continued. Luo Yun was originally ill-suited for the sword cultivation path, yet out of stubbornness. He spent 5 years perfecting his physique and only recently comprehended sword energy. Were you not a sword cultivator, he might not harbor such resentment towards you. However, you also chose the path of sword cultivation, and you are more suited to it than he is. She shrugged, with a young master like him. It's no wonder he can't see beyond his own perspective. Ling Yu couldn't help but chuckle. How astutely put. Some individuals are indeed rather deluded. By the way, Sister Yu, how do you know all this? Would Luo Yun truly divulge such an embarrassing matter? Naturally, there were witnesses. Yuxian smiled softly, suggesting that a few exchanged words were trivial. Yet, one can never predict the actions of those whose minds are clouded. It is wise to exercise caution henceforth. Ling Yu expressed her gratitude to senior Sister Yu, though she did not dwell on the warning too much. The rules of Xianyuan Temple are stringent. Even though Luo Yun is the eldest grandson of the Supreme Void Palace's master, the disciples are not to be trifled with. Moreover, she was preoccupied, uncertain if they would cross paths again. On the following day, Ling Yu returned to the abyssal river to contemplate the essence of sword energy. Yet she did not encounter Luo Yun again. After dedicating over half a month to her practice, she felt her understanding of water becoming increasingly lucid. Yet there remained an elusive element needed for true comprehension. What could it be? Ling Yu surfaced, holding her Canly sword in contemplation. The properties of the sword, its resonance. Had she perhaps been approaching it from the wrong angle? What she sought to grasp was the sword itself, not merely the water. Thus, the sword should take precedence, with water as a supplement. With this realization, Ling Yu closed her eyes, gradually channeling her true essence into the Canly sword. A refreshing chill enveloped her, reminiscent of her initial plunge into the abyssal river, icy and disorienting, as if she were floating without anchor, swept along by the current. Gentle yet imbued with a surging power. Suddenly invigorated, she raised her sword and struck with force. The blade ascended, slicing through the air, conjuring a cascade of droplets. With a resounding splash, the placid surface of the abyssal river was cleaved by a profound line. Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback, then elated beyond measure. She had succeeded. She had successfully comprehended the water's sword energy. The sword strike just now was a manifestation of the water affinity within the Canly sword, resonating harmoniously with her true essence. Lu Wei's expression softened into a faint smile. This sword indeed resonates with you. In just over half a month, you have grasped one of its aspects. Ling Yu, filled with exuberance, eagerly inquired, Master Lu, how should I comprehend the fire aspect? I can immerse myself in water to understand the water sword, but how can I plunge into fire to grasp the fire sword? Lu Wei replied, each individual's path to understanding is unique. I can only offer you a piece of advice. Within the refining pavilion, there exists a ground fire pool, where many disciples training in fire-based techniques often congregate. You might consider exploring it. Thank you, Master Lu, Ling Yu exclaimed, hastening to the ground fire pool. Situated deep within Ryuan Mountain and heavily guarded due to its association with the refining pavilion, only a small perimeter is accessible to disciples. Upon her arrival, she discovered a cavern housing the ground fire pool, where a dozen individuals were scattered about, some practicing, others lost in thought, and a few reciting incantations. Most glanced at her entrance, while several remained engrossed, oblivious to her presence. After surveying the surroundings, she chose an unoccupied corner to settle down. Placing the Kamli's sword upon her lap, she fixated on the ground fire, allowing her mind to wander. In this reverie, 3 days slipped by. During this time, Ling Yu devoted herself entirely to comprehending the ground fire and communicating with the Kamli's sword, yet her inability to make direct contact rendered her efforts somewhat ineffective. On the 4th day, she extended the Kamli's sword, delicately extracting a small ember of ground fire. Given her cultivation level, plunging directly into the ground fire pool would be perilous, but touching this tiny flame posed little risk. With utmost caution, she reached out her hand and made contact with the ember. After numerous attempts, she finally acclimated to the temperature of the flames. Ling Yu sat cross-legged, eyes closed, silently allowing her true essence to connect with the fire, discerning the subtle transformations within. The flames danced like a mesmerizing ballet, igniting everything around them, absorbing the essence contained within, rendering themselves more fervent. This was a form of devouring, as well as an embodiment of destruction. With unwavering determination, the heartbeat of Ling Yu gradually synchronized with the rhythmic pulsations of the flames, experiencing their intensity and ferocity, accompanied by a sense of inevitability and annihilation. When her true essence was exhausted, the flames extinguished in her hands. Ling Yu slowly entered a meditative state to restore her true essence, contemplating for a moment before channeling her energy into the Kamli's sword to grasp the essence of the departing fire. Subsequently, she extracted a flame from the ground fire pool. 10 days swiftly passed. Compared to her prior experience with the essence of water, this time she approached her endeavor with far more intention and clarity of purpose. As the days unfolded, her comprehension of the flames deepened, to the point where she could simulate the sensation of fire within her mind without its physical presence. Ling Yu opened her eyes, her left hand swiftly gliding across the blade of the sword, imbuing it with a fervent essence of fire that gradually permeated its core. Holding her breath, she awaited the moment when the simulated flames would make contact with the sword's body, merging seamlessly. At the instant when the fire essence harmonized completely with the Kamli's sword, Ling Yu unsheathed it with a swift motion and with a resounding roar. The flames of the ground fire pool were ignited, a blaze erupting from the Kamli's sword. This commotion startled others nearby, prompting a few to curse in annoyance. Yet Ling Yu, exhilarated, paid them no mind. The essence of the fire sword had finally manifested. Had she succeeded so swiftly? Lu Wei was astonished. Indeed, she had. Ling Yu did not comprehend the reason behind her astonishment. To perceive the sword energy, one merely needed to adopt the correct approach. Success could be achieved in a matter of days or, at most, several months. Her time of comprehension was not excessively lengthy, falling well within the normal range. Lu Wei's expression reflected a deep understanding. Indeed, Feng Lao's insight was remarkably astute. Were it someone else, attempting to grasp the sword energy of water only to transition to the entirely opposing sword energy of fire would undoubtedly result in great difficulty, potentially consuming several months or even half a year. Yet, you have navigated this transition with such ease, revealing a profound affinity with the Kamli's sword. So it is, Ling Yu realized. Speaking of which, her shift from water to fire seemed devoid of any awkwardness. Thus, it appears that the Kamli's sword is indeed well suited for her. Well, when time permits, I shall extend my gratitude to Feng Lao. Then, Master Lu, how might I amalgamate the two sword energies into one? Lu Wei chuckled. How would I know? That is for you to discover. Me? Ling Yu found herself perplexed. It is you who resonates with the Kamli's sword, not I. Just as the Kamli's sword merges two entirely opposing energies together, you must learn to harmonize these two sword energies into a singular force. Is that not the most fitting reference? Chapter 29. The discourse of immortal realms. Ling Yu repeatedly thrust the Qianli sword. She possessed an innate ferocity, fierce towards others and equally relentless towards herself. Over the course of 3 years, she devoted every moment to martial trainings, cultivating not only a robust physique, but also an extraordinary mastery of swordsmanship. The execution of her sword technique flowed like water, seamless and fluid. Yet, this was insufficient. Lu Wei had stated that such a sword was merely that of a mortal. Completing her set of sword techniques, Ling Yu halted, poised and ready for the next endeavor. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as a surge of true essence flowed into the sword's body, causing the Qianli sword to emit a piercing cry. As the sword technique was executed once more, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An invisible sword aura swept through the surrounding mist, clearing everything in its path. After a brief moment, Ling Yu sheathed her sword and paused. After a while, she raised the sword again, and a fervent heat radiated from its body, igniting a fierce sword energy that consumed all it encountered. Ling Yu practiced repeatedly, sometimes invoking mist, at other times flames, occasionally blending the two, or allowing them to devour one another. Yet something felt amiss. Ling Yu understood that the true essence of the Qianli sword should not manifest in such a manner. It ought to resemble the Qianli sword itself, a cohesive entity, harmoniously intertwined, never at odds. She meticulously controlled the true essence within her, testing repeatedly to ascertain how to maintain balance and integrate them seamlessly. On this day, the Xianyuan Temple's Lingjing Palace was filled to capacity. At the head of the assembly sat a middle-aged Taoist with long brows and sharp eyes, who appeared remarkably warm and approachable, his eyes closed in meditation. Flanking him were several elderly Taoists, each seemingly over 60 years of age. Behind them were rows of practitioners, both male and female, young and old. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the celestial realm to open once more. After an indeterminate period, the middle-aged Taoist slowly opened his eyes and spoke with a tone of reflection. The slightly portly elder beside him chuckled, exclaiming, 50 years, gone in the blink of an eye. The plump elder, upon hearing this, scoffed, Old South, after more than a century of cultivation. Do you think a mere half-day will make the difference between ascension and stagnation? You should be ashamed to be so pretentious in front of the younger generation. The middle-aged Taoist priest at the head of the table, the master of Xianyuan Temple, spoke in a calm and unhurried manner. 50 years have passed, and the disciples within the temple have changed. It is essential to clarify matters with them, is it not? The elder Taoist of the Nan family snorted coldly, but still took a seat. The master smiled faintly, turning his gaze towards the line of priests, Han Funing. With measured steps, Han Funing emerged, disciple present. He raised his hand in a bow and turned to face the assembly of priests. Observing this scene, Tan Tong could not help but curl his lip in disdain. He could hardly fathom what sort of enchantment Han had cast upon the master. The 2 supervising elders and the 3 chief priests were present, yet they had allowed a mere priest to preside over the gathering. Even more perplexing was the apparent lack of anger from the supervisors and chief priests. Could it be that the rumors were true, and Han Funing was, in fact, the master's illegitimate son? Esteemed fellow disciples, you must have heard of the realm of immortals, albeit perhaps only vaguely. In truth, this so-called realm is not a mere fantasy, but a tangible existence. Han Funing retrieved a piece of silk from his sleeve, untying the strings and revealing a painting. Upon seeing this artwork, the previously tranquil Lingjing Palace erupted in excitement. Purple Ganoderma, a fully grown 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma. Drunken orchid grass, that is mature drunken orchid grass. And look, an 8 immortals tree, such a grand specimen. Just imagine how many 8 immortal fruits it could bear. After showcasing the painting, Han Funing carefully rolled it up once more. What you have just witnessed is the location of the realm of immortals, he proclaimed. Brother Han, from whence does this realm originate, to possess such an abundance of rare and exotic treasures? Someone impatiently inquired. Han Funing smiled gently. The origin of the fairyland remains a mystery to all. According to the records of the past masters of the Xianyuan Temple, over 1,000 years ago, the fairyland suddenly appeared in the world. The 3 great temples at that time concealed this event and divided its treasures among themselves. As dynasties changed, the 3 great temples shifted positions, yet the fairyland continued to be divided according to the old rules. What rules? The crowd nodded in curiosity. Among them, Hua Toshi spoke up. Junior brother Han, 3 years from now marks the year the national master will change. Could this matter be related to the fairyland? Han Funing nodded slightly. What Brother Hua says is indeed correct. It is widely known that the position of the national master is contested every 50 years. and any master from the three great temples who has entered the Tao within that time frame is eligible to participate. In fact, the contest for the national master takes place within the fairyland. Such a revelation caused the Lingjing Palace to erupt in excitement once more. Though a few visibly older masters observed the scene with calmness. Ladies and gentlemen, Han Funing raised his hand to gently quell the tumultuous atmosphere. There is no need to rush. The contest for the national master will occur in 3 years. Thus, to enter the fairyland, one must also wait for 3 years. Within the Lingjing Palace, the clamor gradually subsided as Han Funing continued. 3 years may seem neither long nor short. But the contest for the national master is not only related to the struggle for the foremost temple, but also to the distribution of treasures from the fairyland. Therefore, the temple master has summoned everyone today to discuss this matter, hoping that all will prepare accordingly. Not only to secure benefits for our sect, but also to seize opportunities for oneself. Ahem. With a soft cough, the master took the stage. As for the origins of the celestial realm, there is no need for you to delve into it. What you must understand is that 3 years from now, a formidable challenge awaits you. If fortune favors you, you may soar to great heights. If not, you may find your demise within. The slightly plump supervisor among them chuckled. You little ones, do not rejoice too soon. While the celestial realm is replete with opportunities, it is equally fraught with peril. Otherwise, why would I inform you 3 years in advance? This is to urge you to enter seclusion promptly and to settle your affairs, lest you find yourself unprepared when the time comes. His words were harsh, far from what one would expect from an elder. The other supervisor, seemingly at odds with him, remained silent, his eyes half closed as if lost in contemplation. Master Chui, is it truly that dangerous? A timid young man among the practitioners inquired. Supervisor Chui replied. Have you not noticed that each time the contest for the national master occurs, many of our peers perish? The crowd below fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of dread. Indeed, every contest for the national master claimed the lives of half the practitioners. They had merely assumed that those who perished did so in the arena and that their own safety was assured by staying away. Master, what dangers truly lie within the celestial realm? Lu Wei asked. The master smiled faintly, nodding in appreciation at her question. Do you know why there are such a plethora of rare treasures within the celestial realm? After a pause, he answered himself. It is because the celestial realm is a place of spiritual resonance. A place of spiritual resonance? The master nodded gently. As practitioners of the Tao, we are all aware that the process of cultivation is, in essence, the absorption of spiritual energy. However, this energy is intangible and can only be perceived through one's subtle sensations. In truth, when spiritual energy reaches a certain density, it becomes almost visible to the naked eye. Rare treasures are nurtured from this very energy. Among the sorcerers, several are dedicated to the art of spiritual flora, nodding in affirmation. Spiritual energy can not only give rise to spiritual entities but can also birth spiritual beasts. Do not be misled into thinking that the spiritual beasts in the celestial realm are akin to those we encounter, which merely wield rudimentary spells. The stronger among them surpass even the mightiest cultivators. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the master cautioned, thus, this is a struggle for survival. You must all bear this in mind. Chapter 30. An opportunity unbeknownst to Ling Yu. Events were unfolding within Lingjing Palace. She remained engrossed in honing her swordsmanship, striving to infuse the sword's essence into her technique. However, she soon sensed that something peculiar was afoot within her sect. Strangely, with Lu Wei in seclusion, the sect had ceased to assign teaching sorcerers, leaving the disciples under their tutelage unattended. Ling Yu shared her concerns with Ling Qingxue, who cryptically informed her that the sorcerers were preparing for the National Master Competition set to occur in 3 years. The prospect of the National Master Contest piqued Ling Yu's interest. She understood that the position of National Master was pivotal in the contest among the 3 great Taoist temples vying for supremacy. Currently, the National Master hails from the Wujiguan sect, which is recognized as the foremost temple in the realm. Should the position of National Master fall into the hands of one of the other 2 sects, the title of the preeminent temple would undoubtedly shift as well. Now that the position of the National Master is to be changed, does this imply that the Xianyuan temple might have the opportunity to ascend as the foremost temple in the realm? Under her persistent inquiries, Ling Qingxue revealed that every 50 years, the 3 great temples engage in a contest for the National Master. The specifics of the competition elude him. Yet he acknowledges its perilous nature, which has prompted the various masters to hasten into seclusion. Consequently, there are insufficient mentors available to guide their disciples, leaving them in a state of temporary autonomy. This revelation sent a ripple of anxiety through Ling Yu. Has Han Funing finally recalled her, intending to take action against her? Yet, she cannot refuse the summons of a master. Despite her trepidation, she must attend. Upon re-entering the Xianyuan Palace, Han Funing awaited her in the same room. Upon her arrival, he greeted her with a subtle nod, his demeanor indifferent. "Cheng Ling Yu? Please, take a seat." Ling Yu, filled with apprehension, complied. Han Funing remained silent, merely observing her with a gaze that held a tinge of complexity, as if he were mulling over some profound matter, unable to reach a conclusion. "Master Han." After a prolonged silence without any utterance from him, Ling Yu ventured to prompt him. His tone was calm, and his words seemed to bear an undertone of praise. Ling Yu found herself perplexed. What could he possibly mean? Is he intentionally lauding her? Alas, time is fleeting, merely 3 years remain. Han Funing did not meet her eyes. His gaze fixated on the void, as if engaged in a soliloquy. After what felt like an eternity, he appeared to have made a resolution. Turning his gaze toward Ling Yu, he inquired, "In the span of 3 years, do you believe you can attain the 7th level of qi refinement?" This question took Ling Yu completely by surprise. She blinked and then asked, "What does Master Han mean by this?" Han Funing remarked, "If you can reach the 7th level of qi refinement, I shall grant you entry into the Yushu Palace to partake in the contest for the National Master." Ah, Ling Yu was taken aback. The contest for the National Master? Han Funing actually wished for her to participate? She was merely a novice, just beginning her journey in sword cultivation. Han Funing regarded her with a serious expression, devoid of any smile. After a considerable pause, Ling Yu gradually composed herself, gazing intently at Han Funing, and cautiously inquired, "What exactly does Master Han wish for me to do? Even if I attain the 7th level of qi refinement, I cannot rival the esteemed seniors." Han Funing smiled faintly. "The National Master? Do you think my aim is to attain that position?" Ling Yu looked at him, remaining silent. It was undeniable that she had indeed thought so. As one of the few practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement in the Xianyuan sect, it seemed entirely reasonable for Han Funing to aspire to the role of National Master. He possessed both the qualifications and the strength. Securing the position of National Master would allow one to dominate the realm of Taoism. Standing atop the 3 great Taoist sects, this was the loftiest aspiration for any disciple of the Tao. Yet, Han Funing gently shook his head, the National Master, the foremost figure among the Taoists. Though it sounds grand, this world is too small, and what significance does being first hold? He regarded Ling Yu with a cold gaze. "You are not yet qualified to grasp these matters. At your current level of cultivation, it would be futile to share this with you." Ling Yu bit her lip, feeling a twinge of indignation at being underestimated, yet she had no retort. Her low cultivation was indeed a reality. "I offer you an opportunity," Han Funing continued, looking down at her. "Within 3 years, should you reach the 7th level of qi refinement, I shall permit you to enter the Yushu Palace and partake in this grand event. When the time comes, you will be qualified to become my collaborator." Ling Yu grew increasingly perplexed and could not help but exclaim, "Master Han, the struggle for the position of National Master is fraught with peril. Why should I hasten to participate? I have no desire to become the National Master." Ling Yu, in her confusion, had yet to grasp the situation when Han Funing leaned back against his chair and issued an ultimatum. "Please leave." The questions that swirled in Ling Yu's throat were ultimately swallowed back, and with a farewell, she departed, taking the nourishing pills with her, seizing the opportunity without hesitation. Upon returning to her small courtyard, Ling Yu retrieved the several jade vials and opened them one by one. Indeed, they contained nourishing pills, each one pristine and of exceptional quality. She was no longer the naive little acolyte from before. She understood the immense value of such elixirs. In the past, Ling Qingxue and Ji Xiaoming, both disciples of Xianglin Temple, possessed only 2 or 3 each, while her master, Xianxia, had likely exhausted his supply long ago, having none left. Although the Xianyuan Temple would distribute a meager 10 pills per year, this 100 pills represented a decade's worth for an ordinary disciple. What was Han Funing truly after? If she were to present these 100 nourishing pills at the exchange for cultivators hosted by Ji Wu, the entire Yuan city would be set ablaze with excitement. What did she possess that warranted such a substantial investment from him? Ling Yu pondered this question repeatedly, contemplating the implications of his words. Throughout their conversation, his demeanor remained grave, indicating that this matter held great significance for him. Yet he had also been deep in thought, seemingly hesitant. Could it be that he had other options, and she was merely one of his targets? He spoke of providing her with an opportunity. Was this endeavor truly beneficial for her? Entering the Jade Void Palace and becoming a mage undoubtedly offers numerous advantages. However, Han Funing's emphasis clearly lies in the latter half of her statement, which pertains to the contention for the position of the National Master. This raises a perplexing question. The struggle for the National Master is fraught with peril. As Ling Qingxue had warned her before, countless mages have perished in this contest over the years. Upon hearing this, she reflected that while attaining the title of National Master is indeed appealing, she values her own life far more. Without sufficient strength, it would be wise to abstain from participating, even if she were to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement. How could she compete against numerous experts at the 9th layer? Would they merely offer her a chance to court death? Certainly not. Ling Yu swiftly dismissed this notion. If she could conceive such thoughts, surely Han Funing would be aware of them as well. As she pondered, Ling Yu found herself in a state of deep conflict. She could not ascertain whether this so-called opportunity was a boon or a bane, or whether she should dare to seize it. If this matter were indeed a trap set by Han Funing, he would likely present a sufficiently alluring bait to compel her to strive for mastery. Yet he had not done so. Could it truly be an opportunity for her? What advantages would it hold for Han Funing? To become his collaborator? Collaborate on what? To facilitate his ascent to the National Master? Yet he seems to regard that position with disdain. The National Master, the foremost figure among the Taoist sects of the world. Sounds grandiose, yet this world is too small. What significance does being first hold? Suddenly, this thought struck Ling Yu, causing her to spring to her feet. The foremost figure among the Taoist sections. The world is too small. Could it be that this is the interpretation she is grasping? Her expression shifted rapidly as she finally grasped the jade vial tightly in her hand. 3 years' time, reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement, it is a gamble worth taking. Chapter 31. The Path to Acquiring Elixirs. After a brief respite of 2 days, Ling Yu found herself ensnared in a whirlwind of activity. Busier than she had been in the past 3 years. The practice of swordsmanship was unceasing. As a swordswoman, it was the very essence of her cultivation. Her nightly meditations could not be neglected either, for the meager spiritual energy amassed through sword practice alone was insufficient for her imminent ascension. The study of talismans must also continue, for in this realm of sparse spiritual energy, neither sword practice nor meditation could rival the potency of elixirs. To procure such elixirs, however, one required wealth, and her sole talent lay in her aptitude for talismanic arts. Like a spinning top, Ling Yu whirled through her endeavors, reducing her sleep to a mere hour, striving to substitute cultivation for rest. Fortunately, her burgeoning prowess diminished her need for slumber. As the moon reached its zenith, the spiritual energy became most gentle, and Ling Yu settled into a lotus position, silently absorbing the ethereal essence. 3 years prior, when she first welcomed spiritual energy into her being, she discovered an extraordinary state during her cultivation, wherein she could perceive myriad small blue dots. Through numerous experiments, she ascertained that these dots represented spiritual energy. The ability to see spiritual energy is indeed remarkable, for it is widely acknowledged among cultivators that spiritual energy is invisible and intangible, only discernible through sensation. Ling Yu, through extensive inquiries, ultimately confirmed that no other cultivator experienced such a phenomenon. This indicated that it was a unique gift bestowed upon her. The reasons behind this peculiar ability eluded her, yet she instinctively sensed the necessity of concealing it from others. To possess the ability to visualize spiritual energy meant she could draw it in at will, thereby accelerating her cultivation beyond that of her peers. Such a fortuitous advantage, if revealed, would undoubtedly invite envy and scrutiny. The adage "an innocent man bears the guilt of possessing a treasure" resonates with her understanding. Entering a state of cultivation, Ling Yu found herself enveloped in a swirling purple aura, as if she were amidst clouds of violet. In her perception, the surroundings were filled with flickering azure points, which, with each breath, she gradually drew into her being. After 2 full hours of this practice, the blue points coalesced into a luminous orb the size of a fingertip within her meridians. Ling Yu ceased her absorption of spiritual energy, gently guiding the orb into her channels, allowing it to flow with her true essence, ultimately transforming into her own vital energy. As dawn broke, the sweet chirp of birds outside interrupted her meditation, prompting Ling Yu to pause and exhale softly. She lamented the slow pace of her progress, despite a full day of cultivation. Her increase in spiritual energy was but a mere fraction, while a single elixir could offer several times that amount. In this regard, the 100 Yang Yuan pills gifted by Han Funing had spared her a year of arduous training. At this rate, achieving the 7th level of Qi refinement within 3 years seemed implausible, unless she could acquire more elixirs. With a heavy heart, Ling Yu exited her room, coincidentally encountering Shi Jingbai, who had just concluded her own practice and stepped out for fresh air. "Good morning, Senior Sister Cheng," she greeted cheerfully. "Morning," Ling Yu replied absently, her mind drifting elsewhere. Until she suddenly turned to ask, "Shi Shimi, is there a way to obtain elixirs?" Shi Jingbai paused, taken aback. "Yuanyuan pills?" Ling Yu nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Jingbai responded, "There are ways, though they are quite expensive." "How expensive?" Ling Yu inquired. "According to the sect's regulations, Yuanyuan pills cannot be sold externally, so they are virtually unavailable outside. However, within the confines of the door, some disciples, aware of their limited potential, choose to sell the nourishing essence pills, typically fetching 2 spirit stones each." 2 spirit stones. Ling Yu sighed. With over 200 spirit stones in her possession, she could acquire only 100 pills. The dilemma lay in whether she could simply present the spirit stones. It was not that such wealth should remain concealed, but rather that it would incite the avarice of others. Her legitimate master had already passed away, and her mentor, Master Liu, had secluded himself in meditation. Who could she rely upon? If she were to purchase them, she would need to do so discreetly. "Quite expensive, isn't it?" Shi Jingbai remarked with evident resignation. Furthermore, even if she possessed the funds, the likelihood of securing a purchase remained uncertain. Without established connections, one would seldom sell to a stranger. Ling Yu sighed once more, as her circle of acquaintances was limited, leaving her without avenues for procurement. "Shimi, among those you know, is there anyone willing to sell pills?" she inquired casually. To her surprise, Shi Jingbai hesitated, her words caught in her throat. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Not long ago, I met a senior brother who might be of help." "Oh," Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. Shi Jingbai glanced outside. Dawn had just broken, and the maid responsible for tending the courtyard had yet to arrive. She leaned closer to Ling Yu and whispered, "That senior brother is a furnace attendant at the pill refining pavilion and can acquire some inferior products." "Inferior products?" Shi Jingbai nodded. "Their efficacy is somewhat diminished compared to ordinary nourishing essence pills, yet they are also more affordable, priced at merely 1 spirit stone each. Inferior products, laden with impurities, if consumed over an extended period, would accumulate pill toxins within the body, necessitating the use of specific spiritual herbs for detoxification. In contrast, these spiritual herbs are considerably less costly than the nourishing essence pills." Ling Yu hesitated for a moment before addressing Shi Jingbai. "Junior Sister Shi, could I trouble you to inquire with this senior brother about the possibility of purchasing some elixirs from him?" Shi Jingbai hesitated briefly, responding, "It's no trouble to ask, but I cannot guarantee that we will be able to procure any, as I am not very familiar with this senior brother." Ling Yu smiled. "Should we fail to acquire any, it would not be your fault, Junior Sister." After a pause, she continued, "Some time ago, I acquired a method for dismantling a few spiritual talismans. If you are interested, shall we study it together?" Shi Jingbai's eyes lit up with joy at the mention. "Really? Thank you, Senior Sister Cheng." Ling Yu pondered that the quantity of elixirs was still insufficient, and she would need to devise an alternative approach. Her circle of friends was limited. The few sister disciples under Lu Wei were fervent practitioners, carrying forth their master's will, and they would undoubtedly procure their own supplies. This left her with Ling Qingxue and Ji Wu. The two differed in their social circles. Ling Qingxue sought the company of elite disciples, whereas Ji Wu was more closely associated with the ordinary disciples. After careful consideration, she spoke to both of them. Ling Qingxue was not surprised and informed her that among his acquaintances, there were individuals who regularly purchased elixirs from others, and he could assist in acquiring around 10 or 20 pieces, but no more than that. Ling Yu expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that even a few more would be beneficial. To her surprise, Ji Wu's response was exceedingly favorable. He readily agreed, stating that during the recent practitioner exchange meeting, a considerable number of elixirs had circulated, and he could intercept some for her. In appreciation for his assistance, Ling Yu gifted him a number of spiritual talismans, which included relics of Xianxia, of exceptional quality and unavailable for purchase elsewhere, much to Ji Wu's delight. Thus, a long-term avenue for purchasing Yuanyuan Dan has emerged. However, Ling Yu must still exercise some discretion, particularly regarding the source of the spirit stones used to buy the elixirs. Lacking other skills, she devoted herself entirely to the study of talismanic arts, crafting spiritual talismans to sell to Ji Wu, supplementing her earnings to acquire more elixirs. With the matter of elixirs resolved, Ling Yu immersed herself in fervent cultivation. Over the span of 3 years, she ascended from the 3rd to the 7th level of qi refinement, leaving no moment to waste. As time flowed like a river, Ling Yu diligently practiced swordsmanship, cultivated, and inscribed talismans. With dawn approaching, she paused her training, opened her eyes, and a faint smile graced her face. She had finally reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Extending her hand, she gently flicked her fingers, producing a spark of flame. Though delicate, it burned with unwavering steadiness. The 6th level of qi refinement indeed marks a watershed for practitioners. It is no wonder that many advanced spells are founded upon this level. Upon entering the 6th level, she felt an unprecedented mastery over the spiritual energy, acutely aware of even the slightest fluctuations. After briefly reviewing her cultivation manual, Ling Yu set it aside, her gaze drifting to the jade bottles nearby, and she sighed. Although her cultivation had progressed significantly, many challenges lay ahead. Over the past 2 years, her rapid advancement had come at a cost, with spirit stones spin as freely as meals, leaving her with only about 20 yang yuandan and 40 to 50 spirit stones remaining. More critically, the accumulation of medicinal toxicity within her body had reached a limit. She could not consume any more elixirs in the short term. To continue her cultivation with elixirs, she must first expel the accumulated toxicity. To expel the Dan poison, there exist 2 choices. One is to invest a considerable amount of time to gradually refine it using true essence, and the other is to consume spiritual herbs that possess detoxifying properties. Should she refrain from taking medicinal pills in the short term, her cultivation would be unable to advance rapidly, and with merely a year remaining, this option is evidently unfeasible. Although the required spiritual herbs for detoxification are not as exorbitant as the nourishing essence pill, they are still far from inexpensive, costing nearly half a spiritual stone, and necessitating at least 10 days to half a month for consumption. This presents yet another burden given her strained financial circumstances. As her cultivation progressed, her worries deepened. Ling Yu, with her head hung low, emerged from her small courtyard, making her way to the dining hall. Upon reaching the 5th level of cultivation, she was designated as an elite disciple and granted the privilege of residing in a solitary courtyard, yet she did not request Xi Jingbai to vacate. For the past 2 years, her focus on cultivation had been greatly aided by Xi Jingbai, who had helped sell her spiritual talismans. During the cultivator exchange meetings, she had been unable to spare the time, thus Xi Jingbai had assisted in that regard as well. In gratitude, Ling Yu imparted the secrets of talisman crafting to her. However, it seemed that Xi Jingbai's talent was limited, as she could never master the art of dismantling spiritual talismans. Despite this, Xi Jingbai had still caught the attention of the talisman crafting pavilion. She had once inquired of Ling Yu why, with her prodigious talent in talisman crafting, she did not showcase her abilities to gain entry into the pavilion. Ling Yu chose not to elaborate. The ambition of achieving the 7th level of qi refinement within 3 years was a goal she would keep to herself. Chung Shimi, it has been a while. A voice called out as someone approached. Ling Yu looked up to discover it was Ling Qingxue. Indeed, they had not seen each other for quite some time, as she had been sequestered in her courtyard for months, diligently practicing her swordsmanship and had not attended any lectures. Thus she had not encountered Ling Qingxue. Qingxue, the senior brother, was greeted by Ling Yu's delighted smile. How have you been lately? Ling Qingxue inquired with a warm smile and a nod. 5 years had elapsed, and he had matured into a handsome young man, retaining his cheerful round face, which endeared him to his peers among the elite disciples. Just as he was about to speak, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Chung Shimi, have you truly reached the 6th level of qi refinement? He was aware that Ling Yu had attained the 5th level, and at that time, he had marveled at her remarkable talent. Although she had started her journey a year after him, she had surpassed him to become an elite disciple. Shortly thereafter, he too ascended to elite status. Relieved that he had not fallen too far behind. Otherwise, addressing her as Shimi would have been rather embarrassing. Yet, to his astonishment, less than a year later, she had advanced to the 6th level. In the span of 5 years, from her initial entry into the path to reaching the 6th level of qi refinement. Even with the knowledge that she had consumed numerous medicinal pills, her progress was astonishing. After all, disciples like him, supported by their families, also relied heavily on medicinal pills. Yet only a select few could ascend to elite status. Moreover, the distinction between the 6th and 5th levels was profound. Some individuals might spend their entire lives without ever entering the 6th level. As Ling Qingxue regained his composure, his demeanor grew increasingly amiable. Shimi, you are but 17 and have already reached the 6th level of qi refinement. I can only imagine that your breakthrough to the 7th level and entry into the 3 palaces is imminent. I, your elder brother, feel thoroughly ashamed. Though I am 2 years your senior, I cannot measure up to your accomplishments. Ling Yu responded, Brother, if you speak thus, I am the one who ought to feel ashamed. You are well aware of the countless medicinal pills I have consumed over the years. If I were to take pride in that, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Shimmy, you are far too humble. Before Ling Qingxue could finish his sentence, the distant sound of a bell echoed through the air. The resonant and majestic chimes of the bell rang out, one after another, a total of 9 times, before finally ceasing. Upon hearing the tolling, the disciples hurrying towards the dining hall came to an abrupt halt, while those inside the hall rushed outside. Where was the bell being struck? Was it from the bell tower? To their surprise, the bell tower indeed had a functioning bell. They had thought it merely ornamental. The disciples murmured amongst themselves, exchanging whispers. However, Ling Qingxue's expression shifted subtly. 9 sounds. Ling Yu, puzzled by his reaction, inquired, Senior brother Qixue, what is the matter? What do these bell tolls signify? Ling Qingxue replied gravely, The 9 bell tolls summon the disciples. We must hurry. No sooner had he spoken than a steward hastily approached, loudly proclaiming, The master has issued a command. All disciples are to proceed to the square without delay. This was repeated several times. Ling Yu followed closely behind Ling Qingxue as they hurried to the square. They arrived early, finding only a few dozen disciples present. They positioned themselves at the front, designated for the elite disciples. Before long, disciples from both the upper and lower academies had gathered. Even those who had been in seclusion emerged. Ling Yu noticed a middle-aged Taoist priest approaching from the direction of Xianyuan Palace, accompanied by several young practitioners. Following them were 2 elderly Taoist priests, each leading their own disciples. She recognized the middle-aged priest as Master Qingguang. While the 2 elder priests were the supervisors, the slightly rotund one named Chui Yueheng and the white-browed one named Nan Mo. These 3 were the most formidable experts of Xianyuan Temple. At that moment, all 3 wore serious expressions. Master Qingguang's face was particularly grim, while the priests displayed furrowed brows and troubled countenances, with none bearing a smile. Ling Yu cast her gaze over the ranks of the mages and was startled to see Lu Wei and Han Funing among them, both in seclusion. Lu Wei held a sword in his left hand, his expression grim, while Han Funing wore a somber countenance, devoid of emotion. It had been 2 years since she last saw either of them. Lu Wei had rarely communicated with her, sending only the occasional message through his attendant, offering brief guidance. Han Funing, on the other hand, had not inquired about her even once, dismissing her with a single remark before retreating into his own solitude, showing no concern for her well-being. A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Yu. Next year would see the contest for the national master, and what could possibly be of greater significance? Even if the sky were not to fall, it would surely feel akin to such calamity. Disciples, silence. The first to speak was Luo Tonglin, the head of the Taisu Palace. Appearing to be in his 50s, his demeanor was stern, making him the most imposing figure among the several heads present. Addressing the 1,000-strong assembly of disciples, Luo Tonglin declared in a resounding voice, Esteemed disciples, the ringing of 9 bells heralds a momentous event. Today, we sound the 9 bells to announce a matter of great importance to the entire congregation. Our Xianyuan Temple, as a celestial temple, has long been revered by the world, residing in a blessed realm. For centuries, our disciples have pursued immortality in leisure, detached from worldly affairs. However, a significant event has transpired that compels us to re-enter the world. Luo Tonglin paused, his gaze piercing as it swept across the square, and continued in a grave tone. Several months ago, a fearsome beast suddenly appeared in the southern pole. This creature possesses immense strength and the ability to command wind and fire. Subsequently, several reclusive masters joined forces, exerting tremendous effort to vanquish it. As a result, not only were these esteemed individuals gravely injured, but the southern pole also suffered extensive devastation. It is well known that beyond Antarctica lies the void, where perpetual geomagnetic storms rage, rendering all living beings incapable of survival. Now, a fissure has appeared in the pillar mountain that safeguards Antarctica. Soon, the geomagnetic storms will sweep into Antarctica, and at that moment, the entire world will face annihilation. As these words fell, a wave of astonishment rippled through the disciples. This was indeed a cataclysm. If it could not be averted, would it not spell the end of days? Ling Yu and Ling Qingxue exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. They had anticipated significant trouble. yet never imagined it would be of such magnitude. Do not panic, dear disciples. The noise in the square grew increasingly chaotic, with many disciples expressing their horror, and some even breaking into tears. The observer, Master Qingxue, was compelled to step forward and deliver a commanding shout. This resonant exclamation pierced the air, finally restoring some semblance of order. Master Qingxue addressed the disciples, saying, "You are all accomplished practitioners. How can you allow such fear to overwhelm you?" His piercing gaze swept over the assembly with authority before softening his tone. "You need not be afraid. The geomagnetic storm has yet to invade, and the situation can still be salvaged." Upon hearing this, Ling Yu exhaled a breath of relief. Indeed, if it were truly an unavoidable apocalypse, those in power would likely conceal it from the populace. The fact that they were now informing the disciples suggested that a solution was still within reach. The square gradually returned to silence, and Luo Tonglin continued, "To preserve Antarctica, we must fortify the Pillar Mountain before the geomagnetic storm encroaches." With guidance from several esteemed elders, it has been established that the Pillar Mountain can indeed be restored, albeit at a considerable cost. Therefore, all sects must mobilize their disciples to gather the necessary materials. Ling Yu stood outside the Jade Extreme Palace, her mind clouded with concerns. Upon the announcement from the master of the observatory regarding the rift that had appeared in Tian's Hushan, a command was issued for all disciples to proceed to the Jade Extreme Palace to receive their tasks. This marked the first occasion since Ling Yu's entry into the sect that she was compelled to undertake a mission. The Xianyuan sect was notably lenient with the disciples of the upper house. Aside from regular assessments of their cultivation progress, there were no additional obligations placed upon them. They adhered more to the principles of master-disciple transmission rather than rigid regulations. However, this time was different. Not only the Xianyuan sect, but also Taoist temples across the realm and a handful of other cultivators were required to participate in the efforts to mend the rift. She couldn't help but ponder whether this endeavor would truly unfold as smoothly as the master had proclaimed. If so, why did every mage wear such grave expressions? After a considerable wait, someone finally emerged from the side hall, announcing, "You elite disciples may enter." Ling Yu followed closely behind Ling Qingxue, quietly entering the side hall. The true disciples were already gathered in another chamber, summoned earlier to receive their tasks directly from the master. In contrast, the elite disciples like herself did not enjoy such privileged treatment. It was likely that the assignments were being handled by the head of a palace or perhaps a mere mage. Upon entering, Ling Yu discovered it was indeed the latter. Several mages were seated within the hall, with Han Funing presiding over them. It was said that he was held in high regard by the master, and rumors circulated within the sect that he was, in fact, the master's illegitimate son. Ling Yu found this hard to believe, as there was no resemblance between the two. Upon their arrival, Han Funing handed a stack of papers to the disciple at the forefront, instructing him to distribute them. Ling Yu obtained the piece of animal hide, upon which was inscribed a plethora of materials, many of which were unfamiliar to her. Fortunately, the latter part detailed potential locations for their collection. This task has been assigned to you. Each individual may freely choose which materials to gather and whether to embark on this journey alone or in pairs. One stipulation remains. Each person must collect no fewer than 10 distinct materials. Should there be a shortage in variety, an excess in quantity will suffice. Han Funing's demeanor was notably weary, his tone imbued with profound fatigue. "Master Han," someone inquired after perusing the list of materials, "how much time do we have?" 3 months, Han Funing replied. "Upon the culmination of this period, the sect will reward or penalize you based on your individual contributions. Do not mistake my words for jest. If you fail to gather enough, regret will surely follow." 3 months. Time was indeed of the essence. The mention of punishment instilled a palpable tension among the group. While the Xianyuan sect was known for its benevolence towards disciples, its regulations were stringent. When a punishment was declared, it would be enforced, often resulting in considerable distress. Though Han Funing's tone was calm, his gaze was cold, leaving no room for doubt regarding the seriousness of the matter. With his pronouncement, the disciples promptly took their leave. Ling Yu exited the grand hall alongside Ling Qingxue and inquired, "Senior brother Qingxue, what are your plans?" Ling Qingxue, bearing a similarly grave expression, offered a wry smile and replied, "What else can we do? We must hasten to pack our belongings and, perhaps, pray for a stroke of good fortune." "Will you be embarking alone or seeking companionship?" Ling Yu asked, prompting Ling Qingxue to ponder for a moment before responding, "It would be wiser to find a partner. Many locations are fraught with peril, and venturing alone lacks assurance. Ling Yu nodded in agreement. Whether alone or accompanied, each choice bears its own advantages and disadvantages. Solo endeavors are fraught with peril. However, all that is collected belongs solely to the individual. In contrast, companionship mitigates danger, but also presents a broader array of sought-after treasures. Those individuals, upon entering this realm, strive tirelessly in their cultivation, with few having ventured into the world beyond. Their practical experience is limited to their peers and is woefully insufficient. Alone, they may find it challenging to navigate certain situations. If it would not be too much trouble, Brother Zhang, might you consider accompanying me? Without hesitation, Ling Qingxue replied, Sister Qing, as a sword cultivator of considerable prowess, I would be honored to accompany you. Ling Yu's face brightened with a smile, just as she was about to discuss their specific itinerary. Suddenly, they heard a voice calling from behind, Cheng Ling Yu. They paused and recognized it was the attended disciple of Han Funing. The disciple approached them and addressed Ling Yu, saying, Sister Qing, Master Funing requests your presence. Ling Qingxue, puzzled and somewhat apprehensive, glanced at Ling Yu. She nodded in acknowledgement and smiled at the disciple, saying, Thank you for relaying the message. The disciple, with utmost courtesy, responded, Not at all. Sister, please follow me. The master is already waiting. Inside the side hall of Yuzhigong, only Han Funing remained. The disciple ushered her in, bowing respectfully before taking his leave. Ling Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if Han Funing intended to inform her that their agreement was void. Though she did not particularly care about entering Yushu Palace, she was reluctant to miss this opportunity if it pertained to that matter. Han Funing's gaze swept over her, and he nodded slightly, remarking, In these past 2 years, you have not been idle. Not merely idle, she mused inwardly, but rather fighting for her life. Nevertheless, Ling Yu maintained a facade of respect as she bowed and greeted, Greetings, Master Han. Han Funing lifted the corner of his mouth. Yet his expression revealed little mirth as he motioned with his chin for her to sit. After Ling Yu took her seat, she anxiously awaited his words for what felt like an eternity. Until he finally spoke. I summoned you to inform you that the words I spoke to you 2 years ago should be regarded as if they were never uttered. Despite her prior suspicions, Ling Yu felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment upon hearing this. Observing her despondent demeanor, Han Funing smiled for the first time since their reunion. A genuine smile that illuminated his face. It appears you have already discerned my intentions. Indeed, I have a fondness for perceptive children. Ling Yu, feeling dejected, asked, Master Han, the competition for the national master should be postponed, correct? If by then I have reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, may I still uphold our agreement? That is unlikely, he replied. Why? Ling Yu pressed. If we successfully navigate this current crisis, the competition for the national master must still take place, mustn't it? Han Funing nodded, yet soon shook his head, countering her question. Do you genuinely believe that this calamity will pass unscathed? Ling Yu hesitated, then, with newfound resolve, affirmed, of course. With a sigh, Han Funing lamented, You are utterly oblivious. Where does your confidence stem from? Ling Yu retorted, If we cannot overcome this, then we all face death. Speaking of confidence becomes mere rhetoric. In the end, I shall perish regardless. What does it matter if I utter empty words? Yet, if there is a chance of survival, a measure of confidence can make the ordeal somewhat more bearable. A few days ago, my computer crashed. Today, or rather, yesterday, the parts arrived, and I spent half the night assembling it. My clumsiness and inexperience made the task quite challenging. As the ancient texts say, the four-legged tripod stands firm. The heavens are round while the earth is square. This phrase conveys the notion that the heavens are spherical, the earth is flat, and the 4 cardinal directions are upheld by 4 celestial pillars that support the entire realm. Hence, it is universally acknowledged that these celestial pillars safeguard the world. Should they collapse, the world itself would meet its demise. Although Han Funing did not explicitly state his intentions, he nonetheless subtly hinted at aspirations beyond the earthly realm. This revelation thrilled Ling Yu immensely. Despite her reservations about Han Funing's reliability, she felt unqualified to be choosy and decided to endure it. In the afternoon, Ling Yu sought out Ling Qingxue. In the brief interval, Ling Qingxue had already gathered several fellow disciples. Upon seeing her approach, he promptly led her aside. Junior Sister Cheng, Master Funing is looking for you. Is everything all right? Noticing her composed demeanor, Ling Qingxue felt reassured and patted her shoulder. It's good if all is well. Now, let's discuss which path to take and what to collect. Ling Yu maintained amicable relations with the individuals in their circle, and casually greeted them before taking a seat beside Yuxin. "Sister Yu, what brings you here?" As Ling Yu understood, Yuxin was quite popular among Lu Wei's disciples, even more so than Ling Qingxue, and she found herself wondering about the dynamics at play. Initially, her inquiry was casual, but observing Yuxin's reaction made her realize something was amiss. However, recognizing that this was not the appropriate moment for such questions, she chose to remain silent. "Before your arrival, Cheng Shimi, we had a preliminary discussion and deemed that the southwestern route was quite favorable." Ling Qingxue tapped on the large map laid out on the table and inquired about her opinion. "What do you think?" Ling Yu gazed at the map. Their homeland, the Yin Kingdom, stood as the largest nation in the realm, strategically located in the central land, bordered by several smaller nations on all sides, which, in terms of both power and livelihood, paled in comparison to Yin. To the north lay a frigid expanse, an icy wasteland with sparse human habitation. The west was a dense forest, teeming with wild beasts. To the east, towering mountains rendered passage perilous for mere mortals, while the south was a labyrinth of marshes and islands, extending all the way to the Antarctic. The land itself resembled a crescent moon, akin to a stout, plump banana. Why did the senior brothers and sisters settle on the southwest? In Ling Yu's perspective, the southwest did not seem an optimal choice. To begin with, the north, though lacking in abundant resources, had always been sparsely populated and excessively cold, devoid of large beasts, an acceptable destination, albeit somewhat arduous, as their cultivation levels were insufficient to withstand such extreme temperatures. As for the east, it offered the most resources and proximity to bustling areas, which naturally attracted the most adventurers, leading to fierce competition. The southern islands presented another viable option, rich in marine resources, and given the recent disturbances in the Antarctic, it was under the protection of formidable experts, thus posing little threat from malevolent creatures. Yet, they opted for the southwest, the region most populated by beasts. With such a proliferation of wildlife, the likelihood of encountering transformed beasts was high. While there were indeed plentiful resources, the dangers were equally pronounced. Ling Qingxue asked, "Do you find this choice unwise, Shimi?" It was not entirely so. Ling Yu pondered for a moment and replied, "The southwestern region does yield a considerable amount of resources. If we dare to take risks, we should be able to accomplish our mission with relative ease." Ling Qingxue chuckled. "Indeed, junior sister Cheng speaks wisely. This is precisely our line of thought." Ling Yu cast a glance of mild perplexity over the four of them, her curiosity intensifying. These individuals, either immensely favored by our master or backed by influential families, surely lead a life of comfort. Why would they contemplate embarking on a perilous adventure? Under her scrutinizing gaze, Ling Qingxue awkwardly smiled and confessed, "To be candid, we have heard that the rewards for this mission are exceedingly generous." It appears they have received some intriguing information, suggesting that the rewards for task completion are quite remarkable. Yet, she still found it puzzling. Regardless of how bountiful the rewards may be, these elite disciples need not risk their lives. A steady approach to cultivation would likely assure their ascension as mages. As thoughts swirled in her mind, she heard Ling Qingxue propose, "If junior sister Qing has no objections, shall we proceed with this plan?" "Very well," Ling Yu replied, refraining from further inquiries. "Now, let us deliberate on the route. To head southwest, we have two paths, one through Jilin City and the other via the Shilua Avenue." Ling Yu intentionally walked alongside Yuxin. The two traversed in silence for a quarter of an hour, until Yuxin, exasperated, halted and said, "Junior sister Cheng, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. You have circled with me twice already." Being well acquainted with Yuxin, Ling Yu felt no embarrassment, chuckling lightly, "Senior sister Yu, what on earth transpired? Why aren't you with the other sisters?" Yuxin let out a rueful smile. "I knew you wouldn't let me off the hook so easily." She paused momentarily, sighed softly, and confessed her uncertainty in how to articulate her thoughts. In summary, due to a series of misunderstandings, senior sister Ding assumed I was clandestinely associating with brother Ming, and our fellow sisters believed her. Thus, I find myself in this predicament. Senior sister Ding and brother Ming? Ling Yu's curiosity piqued. Had something transpired between them? Senior sister Ding, Ding Huaqing, is the most esteemed disciple of Lu Wei, while brother Ming, Meng Xiefeng, is her childhood companion. Their bond is renowned for its intimacy. Although Ling Yu was not particularly acquainted with Ding Huaqing and had only encountered Meng Xiefeng a handful of times, she was well aware of their relationship. In a gathering dominated by women, gossip flourishes, even among a group of young maidens. Yu Xin observed her with a perplexed expression, inquiring, "Why is it that the moment I speak, you conclude they are having issues?" Ling Yu responded, "Isn't that a reasonable assumption, given the depth of their relationship? If they were not experiencing difficulties, there would be no grounds for suspicion regarding your connection with Brother Ming." Yu Xin paused, contemplating. "That seems plausible. But are they truly facing problems?" Ling Yu reassured her, "If that is the case, do not let it trouble you. I suspect Brother Ming is merely attempting to provoke Senior Sister Ding. Indeed, Senior Sister Ding can be a tad petty, as we have long recognized. There is no cause for anger. Once they reconcile, this matter will resolve itself." Despite her words, Yu Xin sighed once more as she spoke. She was not particularly concerned about being misunderstood by Ding Huaqing. Rather, her heart ached over the fact that so many sisters, who typically shared a harmonious bond, had united to isolate her. Yet, she found it difficult to voice this sentiment to Ling Yu. "Do not dwell on it too much. Let us regard this outing as an opportunity to unwind," she resolved. "By the way, why do several senior brothers wish to venture to the southwest, even with generous rewards? Are they truly that desperate?" Ling Yu, unconcerned with the trivial troubles of youthful friendships among girls, swiftly inquired about another matter she deemed significant. Yu Xin had no choice but to temporarily set aside her worries and patiently elucidate. "Junior Sister Cheng, your cultivation has soared in recent years. Hence you are unaware of their concerns. As for Senior Brother Qishu, he is akin to me, having only recently attained the 5th level of Qi refinement. Senior Brother Dantai has lingered at the 5th level for 5 years, while Senior Brother Sheng has remained at the 6th level for 3 years. Now that a fissure has appeared at the southern polar pillar mountain, should the situation escalate, those with higher cultivation possess a greater chance of survival, which is why they are eager to break through." "Oh, upon reflection, that makes sense. If the pillar truly is cracked, can one rely solely on family and masters to live idly?" However, Ling Yu was far more intrigued by another query. "Sister, what exactly is the reward?" After conversing with Yu Xin for a while, the two set off to meet Lu Wei. As for Yu Xin as a disciple, she must pay her respects upon her master's emergence from seclusion. Ling Yu felt the same. Aside from her title, Lu Wei was effectively her master. To their surprise, upon entering the Qingshu Palace, they encountered Ding Huaqing exiting. Upon seeing Yu Xin, her expression shifted, and she forced a faint smile, greeting them before departing. Ling Yu paid her no mind, guiding the dejected Yu Xin inside. Upon their entrance, Lu Wei's demeanor softened slightly as she gestured with her chin. "Sit." The two respectfully performed their salutations before taking their seats at the lower end. Lu Wei inquired meticulously about their cultivation progress and current circumstances, feeling greatly reassured to learn that they would be embarking on their journey together. He imparted several instructions, bestowing upon them spiritual talismans and elixirs. Finally, as they took their leave, he retained Ling Yu, leaving her somewhat perplexed regarding his intentions. For a while, Lu Wei gazed intently at her before suddenly asking, "What does Han Funing wish for you to do?" This question startled Ling Yu, prompting her to lift her head in a state of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously inquired, "Is it that Master Lu wishes to ask?" Lu Wei responded, "That fellow Han Funing is someone you ought to distance yourself from. His mind is convoluted and troublesome. Associating with him could lead to your downfall without your awareness. The realm of sword cultivators should embody straightforwardness and simplicity. Being overly scheming is not advantageous." Ling Yu steadied herself and cautiously replied, "Thank you for your concern, Master Lu, but Han Master is a mage, and I." "Did he threaten you?" Lu Wei's brows furrowed. Ling Yu quickly shook her head, "No." Yet, her expression revealed hesitation as she pondered, then softly remarked, "Master Lu must be aware of the relationship between my master and Han Master during his lifetime." "Indeed, the disciple understands," Lu Wei affirmed. He continued, "Although you have consumed a considerable amount of elixirs, your extraordinary talent is evident in your rapid advancement to the 6th level of Qi refinement. You will soon catch up to me. Strive diligently. Once you reach the 8th level of Qi refinement, I shall assist you in gaining entry to the Qingshu Palace. The threshold of the Qingshu Palace is notably higher than that of the other two palaces." Ling Yu is uncertain whether to feel joy or not. Her cultivation is still insufficient. Yet two individuals have already made promises to her, inviting her to join the Yushu Palace or the Qingshu Palace. She expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Master Lu. Despite knowing that her aspirations lie far beyond, Ling Yu sincerely bows in thanks to Lu Wei. Over the past 5 years at Xianyuan Temple, The one who has treated her with the utmost kindness and sincerity has been this Master Lu. She wonders if there will be an opportunity in the future to repay her kindness. As night falls, the sect distributes a series of Qianxia bags to the disciples. Upon opening hers, Ling Yu discovers 30 spirit stones, several bottles of medicinal pills, most of which are for healing and detoxification, as well as gold and silver items, a truly generous bounty. It seems the sect has indeed invested significantly. Ling Yu places the Qianxia bag into her bosom and continues to pack her belongings. A knock on the door interrupts her, followed by the voice of Shi Jingbai, senior sister Qing. Ling Yu hastily stows away her prepared items into the Qianxia bag and opens the door. Shi Jingbai appears much like the shy girl she was 2 years ago, looking several years younger in front of the tall Ling Yu, despite only a few months' difference in their ages. Junior sister Shi, please come in. Shi Jingbai enters the room, accepting the tea poured by Ling Yu and sitting across from her. Do you have any plans for tomorrow, senior sister Qing? Ling Yu nods. I shall be traveling with senior brother Ling Qingxue. What about you? Do you have a companion? Yes. Shi Jingbai replies softly. Senior brother Ji has agreed to take me along. Over the past 2 years, Shi Jingbai has spent considerable time with Ji Wu, developing a good rapport. Their cultivation levels are quite similar, with Ji Wu recently reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement and Shi Jingbai at the 2nd. Ji Wu is indeed a reliable companion. Ling Yu pondered for a moment, then retrieved a bundle of spirit talismans from her bosom and presented them. You may keep these. Given your modest cultivation, possessing more talismans will serve as a safeguard. Shi Jingbai was taken aback at the sight of the talismans. Sister Chum, have you already mastered the art of crafting the Bai Tao talisman? The Bai Tao talisman, a water-attributed charm, surpassed ordinary xianxia talismans in both sophistication and offensive capability. As a disciple of the talisman crafting pavilion, Shi Jingbai was aware that within the entire pavilion, only a handful of advanced talisman masters possessed the skill to create Bai Tao talismans. Beyond that expertise lay the realm of explosive talismans. She had witnessed Ling Yu commence her studies in talisman crafting merely 2 years prior. It was astonishing that she could now produce Bai Tao talismans in such a brief span. Ling Yu responded with a calm smile. My master, in his lifetime, was a remarkably skilled talisman master. As she observed Shi Jingbai rummaging through her belongings, Ling Yu's expression transformed from serene to astonished, and then to touched. The table was cluttered with an array of items: firestones, rain gear, water pouches, ant-repellent powder, bandages, provisions, and a tent. After a moment of speechlessness, Ling Yu finally found her voice. Junior sister Shi, you are exceedingly well prepared. Shi Jingbai's cheeks flushed slightly. I thought the sect would not provide these trivial items. Yet they are quite useful for the journey. Indeed, Ling Yu replied, rising to gather the assorted items into a large bundle. Thanks to your thoughtful preparations, I would have otherwise needed to procure these myself. Shi Jingbai exhaled in relief, a smile illuminating her face. I am simply glad to assist my sister. Over the past 2 years, had it not been for your selflessness in imparting the art of talisman crafting to me, I would not have gained entry into the talisman crafting pavilion or experienced such a favorable existence today. Compared to my senior's Azure Wave talisman, my small offerings seem rather insignificant. Ling Yu carefully stowed the large bundle into her bag of holding, earnestly stating, though these items may be modest, they carry my heartfelt intentions. Junior sister Shi, your kind-heartedness and gratitude will surely be rewarded in the future. Uncharacteristically, Ling Yu refrained from her usual training, indulging in a restful slumber. The following morning, as promised, she gathered at a corner of the square. Ling Qingxue, Yu Xiyin, Dan Taiyu, xianxia, and herself. All 5 were equipped with bulging bags of holding, neatly organized. Are you all ready, fellow seniors and juniors? Ling Qingxue inquired. Upon receiving a chorus of affirmations, he waved his hand, declaring, since we are prepared, let us embark. Each of the 5 produced a paper crane, performed a series of hand gestures, and with a puff of breath, the paper cranes transformed into slightly awkward yet authentic cranes. They mounted the cranes, which flapped their wings and soared into the sky. As Ling Yu rode atop the crane, she gazed down from the heights, feeling a slight dizziness beneath her. This paper crane, a type of talisman, was typically under stringent regulation due to its immense utility. Only the most skilled talisman makers from the Talisman Crafting Pavilion had the privilege to create them, and they were seldom distributed to disciples. Thus, this was Ling Yu's inaugural experience flying on a paper crane. However, her adventurous spirit quickly overcame any trepidation, and excitement supplanted her initial nerves. Junior sister Cheng. How does it feel? Ling Qingxue shouted over the gusty winds. Ling Yu nodded, her eyes sparkling with delight. It's quite enjoyable. How about you, junior sister Yu? Came Dantai Yu's voice from beside her. Ling Yu turned to see Yu Xin lagging behind, her complexion pale. She hastily urged the paper crane to soar beside Yu Xin. Senior sister Yu, are you all right? Yu Xin clutched the neck of the crane, her face glistening with beads of sweat. Her hands stiff with tension as she forced herself to reply. I'm fine. Senior sister Yu, do not be anxious. As long as you hold on tightly, you will not fall. Moreover, even if you do, we are here for you. Dantai Yu, whose gentle name belied his robust demeanor, flashed a bright smile, saying, Cheng Shimi is absolutely right. Do not fear, senior sister Yu. Ling Qingxue and xianxia also approached, encircling Yu Xin protectively. Senior sister Yu, you should fly in the center. Should anything occur, we will be there. Yu Xin nodded gratefully, gradually shedding her nervousness under the guardianship of her four companions, though she dared not cast a glance downward. After approximately an hour, as the spirit energy of the paper crane began to wane, the five sought a safe location to descend and rest. The crafting of the transport talisman was far simpler than that of magical artifacts, but its drawbacks were evident. It had a limited duration of use and was prone to damage. Before their journey, each disciple had been allotted 3 paper cranes by their sect, sufficient for their use over the next 3 months. With careful handling, perhaps even a single crane would suffice. Given the scarcity of these cranes, even Ling Qingxue could only occasionally procure one from Zhang Xiaoguan for a brief thrill, which made everyone cherish them dearly. As they observed the dwindling spirit energy, they decided to land and replenish their energy before resuming their journey. On their second ascent, Yu Xin felt considerably more composed, flying steadily behind them, occasionally daring to glance downward. After soaring for most of the day, as the afternoon approached, the 5 descended the paper crane and sought refuge at a local Taoist temple. Although flying through the heavens is exhilarating, the accompanying pressure is undeniably immense, leading to a sense of fatigue. This modest Taoist temple occupies merely 5 or 6 acres, consisting of a single grand hall and 2 courtyards, likely accommodating no more than a dozen Taoists. The sign at the entrance identifies it as a jungle temple. Ling Qingxue approached and knocked on the door, prompting a young acolyte to hurriedly emerge from within. This acolyte, barely in his early teens and clad in simple attire, appeared quite flustered upon seeing the splendid robes adorned with the emblem of Xianyuan Temple worn by the visitors. He stumbled over his words as he hastily invited them inside. The acolyte ushered them to sit in a side hall, served them exquisite tea, and then hurried off to summon his master. Such a jungle temple lacks the qualifications to accept disciples, and the acolyte is not a genuine Taoist. The term master is merely nominal. Much like at Baishui Temple, where Ling Yu and xianxia refer to Zuan Chunzi as their master, it does not denote a legitimate transmission of teachings. Shortly thereafter, an elderly Taoist with graying hair and beard entered the side hall and greeted the 5 of them. I am Guangningzi, honored to meet several fellow Taoists. The 5 introduced themselves before taking their seats once more. Guangningzi, who had attained the 5th level of qi refinement, appeared quite old, likely over 80. However, Taoist practitioners often seem younger and more vigorous than ordinary mortals, giving him the appearance of someone in his 60s, full of vitality. Esteemed fellow Taoists, you are truly remarkable at such a young age, Guangningzi remarked, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable envy as he regarded the 5. Despite sharing the same level of cultivation, they were all around 20 years old, while he felt as though he had 1 foot in the grave. How could that not evoke a sense of melancholy? Ling Qingxue chuckled and replied, your praise is overly generous, dear friend. There are countless exceptional individuals in this world. We hardly consider ourselves noteworthy. This is not an exaggeration. Within the Xianyuan Temple, one must attain the 5th level of qi refinement by the age of 20 to qualify as an elite disciple. Among the elite disciples, they may be considered respectable, yet there exists a higher echelon known as the true disciples. When compared to some exceptionally talented true disciples, they appear rather ordinary. Zhang, my friend, is far too modest. Guangningzi continued to shower praises, referring to them as the favored children of heaven, endowed with extraordinary intellect. Only pausing when he had sufficiently elevated their spirits before inquiring about the matter at hand. May I inquire what brings you 5 esteemed friends to our humble temple? Ling Qingxue responded, we, as fellow disciples, have pressing matters to attend to, and, having passed through this area, Seek a place to rest as night approaches. We kindly ask for your assistance in this regard. Oh, Guangmingzi nodded. Are you perhaps in search of materials to repair the heavenly pillar? Indeed, Ling Qingxue replied, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Your knowledge is quite impressive. Guangmingzi waved his hand dismissively. To be candid, I only learned of this matter earlier today, via a signal from your esteemed temple. He then furrowed his brow, lamenting, alas, the heavenly pillar has fractured, and calamity looms. We have been assigned numerous tasks and are quite troubled. Ling Qingxue smiled gently. It is beyond our control. Should the heavenly pillar collapse, the world would face devastation, and everyone would suffer. The collection of materials is not for any other reason than to safeguard our own lives and those of our loved ones. You speak wisely. Guangmingzi concurred. Our temple also intends to mobilize a significant portion of our disciples to contribute to the repair of the heavenly pillar. Ling Yu listened intently as Ling Qingxue and Guangmingzi exchanged words, occasionally interjecting with comments, while she contentedly sipped her tea. After a casual conversation, noticing their lack of enthusiasm, Guangmingzi astutely suggested that they take a rest and cease their idle chatter. The temple was modest, and with only 5 of them present, they had to share 2 rooms, separated by gender. The conditions were simple, but they paid little heed to such trivialities, tidying up slightly before each retreating to restore their internal essence. As night fell, Guangmingzi sent someone to invite them to a banquet. Ling Yu and Yuxin both declined, citing ill health, while Ling Qingxue and the others accepted the invitation. Upon opening the door, Ling Yu found him somewhat inebriated and quickly ushered him inside. Pouring a cup of tea, Senior Brother Qingxue, what troubles you? Ling Qingxue, reeking of alcohol, gulped down the tea in one go and exclaimed, that old Taoist has quite the imagination. The old Taoist, Guangmingzi? What is the matter with him? Yuxin inquired, stepping closer. Ling Qingxue replied, just now, Guangmingzi mentioned a nearby site known as Wulongpool, where deer antler fungus grows abundantly. However, the area is rife with marsh gas and numerous toxic plants and creatures. He hopes we can join forces to explore it, sharing the spoils equally. Deer antler fungus? Isn't that among the materials we need? Yuxin asked. Did Senior Brother Qingxue refuse? Ling Qingxue shook his head. This temple has only 5 cultivators, including him, most of whom are merely at the 2nd or 3rd level. Collaborating with them would mean we do all the work. Moreover, given the proximity to Yuancheng, if Wulongpool were truly worthwhile, why has no one else harvested the deer antler fungus? There must be some hidden danger. That old Taoist is trying to deceive us. Yuxin was astonished. This place is less than a day's journey from Xianyuan Temple. How bold is this old Taoist to scheme against the disciples of Xianyuan Temple? Ling Qingxue shrugged. Junior sister, you do not hold too high an opinion of others. In these dire times, with the 3 great temples looming ahead, who knows if they can endure? In the past, during the upheaval, even the prestigious Baishui Temple fell from grace within a few decades. What can we expect in the face of such a cataclysm? Ling Yu concurred. What brother says is true. If it succeeds, we shall bear the burden. If it fails, we shall be the unfortunate ones. No wonder this old Taoist has been extolling us, as though sweet words cost him nothing. Determined to disregard the situation, the 5 of them departed from the small temple early the next morning, regardless of Guangmingzi's attempts to retain them. Guangmingzi, feeling helpless, knew he could not compel the disciples of Xianyuan Temple. After all, his humble temple was right beneath their watchful eyes. The journey thereafter was uneventful, and 7 days later, they arrived at Jilin City. Jilin City, located to the west of Dian, guards the Shilua Avenue and is nestled against the Mingsha Mountain, making it the foremost city of the western regions. There were 2 routes to the Shilua Forest. One curved around the front of Jilin City along Shilua Avenue, while the other passed directly through Jilin City, leading into the canyons of Mingsha Mountain. They chose the latter. The rationale was simple. Although Shilua Avenue was smooth, it was winding, while the canyon behind Jilin City offered a direct passage into the heart of the Shilua Forest. With the entire world bustling to gather materials, they aimed to arrive ahead of time to seize the best resources. However, Ling Yu harbored a different intention. The vast expanse of the western regions is sparsely populated, with Jilin City being the closest to the Xiao Forest. Much of the produce from the Xiao Forest is traded in Jilin, and who knows whether there might be some hidden treasures among them. Perhaps the common folk, unaware of their worth, might carelessly discard them. This notion persuaded the other 4, and the group decided to linger in Jilin City for a couple of days, hoping to uncover some overlooked gems. Upon entering Jilin City, The five were immediately captivated by the sights before them. Nestled against the backdrop of the Singing Sands Mountain, the architectural style of Jelen City is rugged and open, a reflection of its inhabitants. The Jelen people possess high noses and deep-set eyes, exuding warmth and vitality. The men are tall and robust, while the women are strikingly slender and beautiful. The women, adorned in strapless gauzy dresses that reveal their sun-kissed skin and delicate waists, embody a wild and alluring beauty. Ling Qingxue and his companions, having spent much time in the austere confines of Xianyuan Temple, were accustomed to the modest demeanor of their female disciples, who, despite their beauty, adhered to a gentle and reserved approach. They had never encountered such captivating charm. Noticing the trio's favorable appearance, the Jelen women would occasionally cast flirtatious glances their way, leaving the three momentarily entranced. "Wow!" exclaimed Dan Taiyu, whistling in admiration. "What a splendid place." Indeed, even the usually taciturn xianxia smiled broadly, remarking that if time permitted, a stay of a year or two would be delightful. In contrast, the typically lively Ling Qingxue felt a twinge of embarrassment and awkwardly suggested, "Shall we find a place to stay?" Dan Taiyu and xianxia exchanged knowing glances, chuckling mischievously. "Why so shy, junior brother Zhang?" they teased. "Indeed, it is only natural for a man to admire a woman," Ling Qingxue awkwardly remarked. "The two junior sisters are here." Ling Yu cast him a glance and calmly raised her hand to fan the air, saying, "I have seen nothing." Just as she finished speaking, a beautiful woman from Jelen passed by and threw her a flirtatious glance. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned, while Ling Qingxue appeared dazed. Dan Taiyu and xianxia burst into hearty laughter, with Yu Xin struggling to suppress her amusement. Yet, despite her youth at 17, she felt like a mere sprout in front of the alluring Jelen beauty. Why would anyone throw her a flirtatious glance? Men had once been the naive dreams of her youth, but since entering the path, she had come to understand that women could wield the same formidable power as men. That ridiculous dream had long been cast aside into obscurity. Upon reflection, the thought of men was rather distasteful, coarse pores, unkempt stubble. Even a refined gentleman like Ling Qingxue would surely have leg hair. Perhaps it was better to remain indifferent to both genders. Ling Yu felt a wave of frustration and declared, "Let us find an inn to stay." Ignoring the amused onlookers, she chose a seemingly clean and tidy inn and stepped inside. The inns of Jelen mirrored the style of the city itself, spacious, rugged, and bright. The hall contained 50 to 60 tables, accommodating around 100 patrons, most of whom were merchants laden with goods. Upon their entrance, a waiter promptly approached, exclaiming, "Esteemed guests, please come this way." His voice carried the distinct accent of the Jelen people. He led them to an empty table and cheerfully inquired, "From your attire, are you Taoists from the Central Lands?" Ling Qingxue nodded in acknowledgement. "Your discernment is commendable." In various Taoist temples, the majority are primarily active in the vast expanse of Dian, seldom venturing to the remote corners of the world. Resources abundant in certain locales are directly allocated for management under their names. Thus, even in a grand city like Jelen, located in the western regions, encounters with cultivators are rather rare. Having settled in, Ling Qingxue proposed, "If you could kindly provide us with a well-crafted golden ingot, we would appreciate a table of light, yet delectable dishes and a room for each of us." "Certainly. Please wait a moment," replied the waiter hastily, soon returning with a sumptuous spread of food and drink. It is said that highly skilled practitioners need not partake of earthly sustenance, sustaining themselves instead by absorbing spiritual energy, a practice known as bigu. Yet, such notions are merely the stuff of legend. These cultivators still require food and drink. Within their sects, they consume meals imbued with spiritual essence, often looking down upon mundane fare. However, during their travels, they bring only provisions. They cannot survive solely on dried rations. The lavish banquet before them garnered little interest from the five, who only nibbled at the offerings before setting their chopsticks aside. The wine, a pure essence of grains with minimal impurities, was swiftly consumed. As they prepared to retire for the night, a stranger approached Ling Yu, bowing deeply and hesitantly inquired, "May I ask, are you the esteemed young Master Cheng?" Ling Yu blinked, observing this individual, who appeared to be around 40, with amiable features and a twinkle of intelligence in his eyes. Though his attire was unadorned, it was of fine quality, yet he bore a somewhat gaunt appearance, suggesting a lack of vitality. Somewhat familiar, yet struggling to recall, she inquired, "My surname is Qing, and you?" A smile blossomed on the man's face as he bowed slightly. "It has indeed been many years, young Master Cheng." I am delighted to see that you have entered the Xianyuan Temple. This is truly a cause for celebration. I am Qi, and I had the fortune to travel alongside you to the Yuan city years ago. Might you remember me? Ah, Ling, you suddenly realized you are Boss Qi? Does young Master Cheng still remember me? Boss Qi's joy intensified as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "It is indeed an honor. After parting ways in Yuan City all those years ago, I never expected to reunite here in Golan City. What a twist of fate." Boss Qi was a traveling merchant, often leading a caravan across various regions. During their journey from Yin City to Yuan City, it was thanks to his caravan that Ling Yu felt a sense of security. She remembered this kindness fondly. She turned to her fellow disciples and informed them, "This Boss Qi is an old acquaintance of mine. I shall catch up with him and return shortly." Seeing that he was merely a mortal, the four disciples paid no mind and proceeded to rest. Boss Qi, elated, warmly ushered her to a private room upstairs, instructing the attendant to bring exquisite pastries and fruits, regardless of the cost, as long as they were of superior quality. Observing Boss Qi's actions, Ling Yu understood the situation and allowed him to orchestrate the arrangements. Crystal grapes priced at 1 tael of silver each and sweet melons from the western regions at 10 taels each were piled before her as if they were without cost. The entire feast would easily exceed 100 taels of silver. "It has been many years. How has young Master Cheng fared?" Boss Qi inquired with a friendly demeanor, his tone perfectly balanced, sincere yet not overly flattering. At that moment, he silently rejoiced in having performed a good deed so casually all those years ago. Otherwise, a merchant like him, regardless of his wealth, would find it impossible to forge a connection with the Taoist priest of Xianyuan Temple. Indeed, if this young Master Cheng were to lend a helping hand, the troubles that plagued him could be easily resolved. Ling Yu picked up a crystal grape, taking a bite, the juice flowing forth, sweet and delightful. It is said that the crystal grapes grow in the ethereal lands of the western regions. And there appears to be some truth to this, for these grapes contain minimal impurities, worth their weight at 1 or 2 silver coins each. She pondered that upon her departure, there was no need to bring any provisions, and instead, it would be wise to pack a bag of fruits. Quite satisfactory. Ling Yu glanced at him and smiled. "Boss Qi, your memory is truly remarkable. I have changed significantly since those years, yet you still recognize me." Boss Qi chuckled lightly, observing Ling Yu before feeling that something was amiss. Having begun his mercantile pursuits in his teenage years, immersed in the trade for over 2 decades, his discerning eyes had witnessed many a character. With a little effort, he could remember them all. Indeed, Ling Yu had transformed greatly over the past 5 years. The transition from childhood to adulthood was stark. Her stature had risen, her round face had morphed into an oval shape, and the innocence of her youth had faded. Boss Qi, both recognizing and guessing, approached her with a sense of adventurous curiosity, fortunate that his guess had proven correct. Yet what fell off? He scrutinized her once more, and suddenly, his gaze fixed upon Ling Yu's earlobe, then swiftly descended. "Ah!" Boss Qi was taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out as he hurriedly stood up and bowed. Realizing it was Miss Cheng, "I beg your pardon for my lack of discernment and my offense." Ling Yu, casually enjoying a sweet melon, waved her hand dismissively. "If you've made a mistake, then acknowledge it. I bear you no ill will." Cautiously, Boss Qi lifted his gaze to her, and upon confirming her indifference, he relaxed his tense demeanor but dared not sit again. Instead, he stood to the side, a forced smile upon his lips. "Miss Cheng, you possess a magnanimous heart." "I truly am." Ling Yu paid him no mind, continuing to savor her melon. After a while, as nearly half of the fruits on the table had been devoured, she finally paused, methodically taking a cloth to wipe her hands. While doing so, she asked, "Now speak. What is it that you seek?" Boss Qi, somewhat astonished, replied, "Miss Cheng, you have keen insight to discern that I have a request." Ling Yu regarded him with a half-smile. "Your essence is diminished, and you are making an effort to curry favor with me. If this is not a request, could it truly be a mere chance to reminisce?" Upon her mention of his diminished essence, Boss Qi's face instantly glistened with sweat. Gritting his teeth, he bowed once more. "I am willing to offer my entire fortune in exchange for Miss Cheng saving my family's lives." Ling Yu furrowed her brow slightly. "What is so grave that you would offer your entire fortune? Furthermore, do not attempt to entice me. Whether I choose to intervene depends on the circumstances. If it is inconvenient, even your entire fortune would not pique my interest." "Nay, I would not dare," Boss Qi stammered, "as a mere merchant. I possess nothing of value beyond my wealth. I did not intend to offend Miss Cheng." "Very well, proceed with your tale." She lifted the teacup, took a sip, and then set it down again. Having just consumed sweet melon, the tea felt bitter and unpleasant in her mouth. Boss Chi cast a glance at Ling Yu, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. This matter, to speak of it, is entirely my fault for being momentarily confused. What person? Boss Chi's face flushed, hesitating. It is a woman. If Ling Yu were the young Master Ching he presumed her to be, he would have felt no qualms in saying such a thing. However, upon discovering that young Master Cheng was actually a young lady, he felt awkward mentioning it in front of an unmarried maiden. Oh, Ling Yu nodded. I presume this woman is exceedingly beautiful? Upon hearing this, Ling Yu's expression grew serious. It would not be surprising if Boss Chi alone faced such a predicament, as certain spirits and entities, lacking proper cultivation methods, resort to deviant practices, absorbing yang essence through the union of yin and yang to aid their cultivation. Yet, if the entire family was afflicted, it was unlikely they all had been. I sensed something was amiss, and later, at great expense, I invited a Taoist priest, who finally discerned the issue. Then why was the problem not resolved? Ling Yu inquired. Such spirits and entities, lacking a cultivation system, should be easily dealt with, she asserted. Boss Chi, feeling ashamed, replied, I am merely a merchant and unable to summon a highly skilled Taoist priest. The one I managed to hire hailed from a small temple. The priest failed to exorcise the demon and was instead discovered by the female demon. After that, I had no further opportunity to seek out other priests. I see, Ling Yu nodded. And where is this female demon now? She is among my merchant caravan. Boss Chi wore a sorrowful expression as he wiped his eyes and lamented, my elderly mother is over 60, and how could she possibly endure this? She fell ill a year ago. With no other choice, I had to leave home to engage in trade, bringing this female demon along with me. Thus, the one who suffers from her presence is none other than myself. You are indeed a filial son. Ling Yu pondered for a moment before meticulously inquiring further, gaining a clearer understanding of the female demon's capabilities. In this era dominated by the Taoist sect, neither demons nor ghosts possessed legitimate lineages. Many were merely at the nascent stage of Qi cultivation. The female demon Boss Chi spoke of was not without strength. Ling Yu estimated her cultivation to be around the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement. I can assist you with this matter, Ling Yu declared. But your wealth holds no value for me. Boss Chi was overjoyed and immediately prostrated himself, exclaiming, Miss Cheng, if you are willing to lend a hand, I shall comply with any request you have, even if it costs me my life. Ling Yu replied, what would I want with your life? Since you are willing to do anything, we shall discuss it after the task is complete. As she spoke, she stood up to stretch her limbs and retrieved the Canly sword from her bag of holding. Before departing the inn, Ling Yu took a piece of letter paper shaped like a crane, conveyed the details of the situation, and entrusted it to Ling Qingxue. She then grasped her sword and followed Boss Chi out into the world. Due to the presence of the female demon, Boss Chi chose not to stay at the inn, instead renting a small courtyard behind it. Upon entering the courtyard, Ling Yu's brow furrowed. Although the female demon's strength was not formidable, at merely the 3rd level of Qi refinement, her abundant essence was perplexing. It was unclear where she had sourced such richness, but if absorbed entirely, it could potentially elevate her cultivation to the 5th level of Qi refinement. However, observing her demeanor, it was evident that she was likely unaware of how to absorb the situation. Approaching the small courtyard, Boss Chi trembled with apprehension. Over the past year, he had been compelled to share a bed with the female demon, enduring immense pressure. Yet, as long as hope lingered in his heart, fear was somewhat alleviated. Now, with Ling Yu by his side, it was clear she intended to confront him. Should it succeed, the safety of his family would be secured. If not, he was drenched in cold sweat as he stood behind Ling Yu, whispering, Miss Cheng, the demoness is inside. No sooner had he spoken than the door was flung open with great force, revealing an exquisitely beautiful woman who emerged. Pointing at him and unleashing a torrent of invective, Qi Junqing, you scoundrel. You sweet-talked me openly, promising to share a life together, while secretly seeking out filthy Taoists to berate me with your vile insults. How could you utter such foul words about bearing children without an anus? Or your wife consorting with a concubine? Ling Yu listened with keen interest, while the seemingly respectable Boss Chi was left blushing furiously, wishing to retreat into oblivion. The woman continued her tirade for a full quarter of an hour before finally pausing, casting a wary glance at Ling Yu, little Taoist. What benefits has this old turtle bestowed upon you to meddle in this affair? Ling Yu glanced around. Are you finished with your outburst? The woman seethed with rage. I am speaking to you. Just as she was about to continue, a sharp sound rang out as a brilliant flash of sword light surged forth, aiming directly at her. The woman rolled to the ground, her hair disheveled, gazing at Ling Yu in shock. "You." Ling Yu, brandishing her sword and flicking away a loose strand of hair, replied, "To aspire to be my mother, you are sorely lacking. The presence of malevolent spirits is often starkly evident when it comes to disparities in strength." This woman sensed that Ling Yu possessed greater power than herself, yet she remained oblivious to the extent of that superiority. It wasn't until she narrowly escaped a lethal strike from Ling Yu that she comprehended the vastness of their difference in capability. Her expression shifted multiple times as she gritted her teeth and asked, "What do you intend to do, little Taoist?" "Nothing in particular," Ling Yu replied languidly. "Such matters as mutual affection require the consent of both parties. It seems this old turtle is no longer inclined to be your man. Pursuing him would be futile, wouldn't it?" The woman glanced at Ling Yu, then at Boss Chi, her face contorting into a twisted smirk. "Very well. I cannot defeat you, so I shall take my leave." With that, she rose in a huff and began to stride toward the exit. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, a sudden flash of green light surged toward Boss Chi's head. Ling Yu's expression turned icy. With a flick of her wrist, the blade illuminated and, with a sharp sound, the green light was severed. The woman let out a piercing scream as she was hurled backward, collapsed on the ground, blood pouring from her mouth. She glared at Boss Chi with unbridled resentment. "Chi Junqing, if you dare to deceive me, I shall curse you through countless lifetimes, even if my soul is scattered." "Do you possess no common sense?" Ling Yu interjected. "If your soul is indeed scattered, where lies the possibility of countless lifetimes?" Momentarily taken aback, the woman spat more blood and fury. "I am on the brink of death. Can't you allow me to utter a few harsh words?" "Cease your pretense," Ling Yu scoffed. "This strike of mine will merely require you to recuperate for 3 to 5 months. It would be a miracle if you were to die." The woman was momentarily stunned. "Why you won't kill me?" "All living beings possess the right to seek transcendence. To obstruct one's path to immortality is to invite misfortune. Why should I entangle myself in such causality?" After a considerable pause, the woman rose, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, hesitantly inquiring, "Will you truly let me go?" Before Ling Yu could respond, Boss Chi, trembling, interjected, "Miss Chung, are you really going to let her go? What if she comes back to find me?" Ling Yu stroked her chin and addressed the woman. "Hey, swear to me that you will never seek him out again." The woman glared fiercely at Boss Chi, but remained silent. Ling Yu sighed, "You're making this quite difficult for me." After a moment of silence, with no reply, Ling Yu helplessly produced a dark, ominous bag from her bosom. "You must come with me for now." The sight of the bag took the woman aback. "You intend to capture me?" Ling Yu replied in astonishment. "Why such surprise? You refused to leave when I offered you the chance." As she pondered how to utilize the mysterious bag, she muttered, "How does this even work? Master Lu never taught me." Just then, a flash of green light appeared before her. Ling Yu's gaze sharpened, and she brandished the Canli sword. The gray blade suddenly radiated brilliance, its sword energy enveloping the green light, completely severing it from its source. "What an abundant essence!" Ling Yu marveled. The green orb was evidently the source of the woman's vital energy, likely a tool she employed to siphon the essence from others. "Return it to me." The once delicate voice had turned hoarse as the woman lunged forward with malicious intent. Ling Yu, swift and astute, deftly tossed the object into her Qingxue pouch. To her astonishment, the seemingly diminutive bag expanded and effortlessly contained an entire person. "Did you truly believe I was incapable?" Ling Yu remarked as she tightened the bag's opening, playfully deceiving him. Upon witnessing the woman being taken away, Boss Chi felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. After a prolonged moment of recovery, he respectfully bowed to Ling Yu, expressing, "I am eternally grateful for Miss Cheng's life-saving grace. Should you require anything in the future, I would face 1,000 deaths without hesitation." Ling Yu secured the black pouch at her waist and replied, "There is no need for such extreme measures. Simply assist me with the task. Please, instruct me, Miss Chung. In Golan City, your connections are vast. I need you to procure something for me." Ling Yu pondered briefly, specifying, "Something that, in your discerning eyes, may possess unique properties." This vague description left Boss Chi contemplative for a moment before he inquired, "Are you referring to items utilized by your esteemed kind?" Ling Yu clapped her hands in approval. "Indeed. A savvy businessman like yourself understands perfectly." "Consider it done," Boss Chi affirmed. "When do you require it?" "We shall remain in Golan City for 2 days, departing the day after tomorrow." Boss Chi's expression shifted to one of concern as he glanced at the black pouch at Ling Yu's waist, finally conceding. Very well, Miss Chung. Rest assured I will see to it. Ling Yu nodded. Then you may return to your duties. Once you have succeeded, seek me out at the inn. Boss Chi hurried to keep pace with her, diligently escorting her to the inn's entrance. Suddenly, a small creature, entirely black and adorned with a vine circlet atop its head, materialized on the ground, its fierce gaze fixed upon her. Ling Yu leisurely sipped from her teacup and remarked, You cannot possibly defeat me. Yet you dare to present yourself in such a manner? Do you have a death wish? The little beast's gaze dimmed as it lowered its head. Truly, it appeared rather foolish and dull-witted. Observing its demeanor, Ling Yu sighed, questioning whether an aging man was truly worthy of such lamentation from it. Or perhaps, were all your kind so singularly focused? The little beast emitted a few muffled whimpers, remaining silent with its head bowed. Ling Yu gazed at it for a moment before retrieving a glowing green orb from her bosom. Upon its sight, the little beast let out a yelp and lunged forward. Ling Yu lifted the green orb higher, teasingly inquiring whether its despondence stemmed from a lost lover or from having something precious snatched away by her. The little beast bared its teeth in a snarl. Still daring to be fierce? Ling Yu raised an eyebrow, feigning the motion of drawing her sword. In the midst of the green light, the little beast's expression shifted to one of confusion and contentment. Before long, it transformed, manifesting once again as the stunning woman from earlier. Coughing softly, the woman wiped blood from the corner of her mouth. Just as she reached to cleanse the blood, a pristine, round elixir materialized before her. After a brief pause, she seized the elixir and swallowed it whole. The warmth enveloping her belly brought about a wave of comfort throughout her entire being. Is that better? The woman warily glanced at Ling Yu, cautiously rising to her feet and keeping her distance. Ling Yu remained unperturbed, still holding her teacup with ease, and inquired, What is your name? Perhaps due to the effects of the elixir, the woman hesitated momentarily before reluctantly responding, Abai. Abai. Ling Yu recited the name and nodded, remarking that it suited her well. She bore traces of green vines, and her luminous orb was green as well. After a prolonged silence, Abai could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Will you take me in? Ling Yu scrutinized her from head to toe and replied evasively, Your temper is quite straightforward, yet your intellect leaves much to be desired. Abai, incensed by the remark, retorted, Are you implying that I am foolish? Those are your own words. Ling Yu leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and observed, clearly aware that you cannot match my strength. You still dare to be impudent before me. As a cultivator, one must know when to yield and when to advance. How have you survived this long? Gazing at her face, Abai felt an overwhelming urge to transform into a beast and sink her teeth into her. Yet, as Ling Yu had noted, she was not capable of overpowering her. Speak. Ling Yu reclined comfortably, tilting her head slightly. Speak of what? Abai asked, bewildered. Naturally, your origins, and why you are so entangled with Boss Chi. Are you not aware that the essence-draining entity residing within you could lead to his demise should he remain in your company for too long? Abai gasped. He will die? You were oblivious to this? Ling Yu sighed. Truly, you are a foolish creature. She had never encountered living spirits or demons. Yet upon entering the Dao Palace, the master had once remarked that demons and spirits, being incompatible with the human realm, could not coexist for long. However, the same did not hold true for spirits. Should they cultivate the righteous path, they would be indistinguishable from practitioners. Conversely, if they pursued a misguided path, they could inflict harm upon the human body, albeit this damage was exceedingly subtle, only discernible after prolonged interaction. In the case of Abai, the green orb that drained human essence posed a particularly grave threat to humanity, as exemplified by the plight of Boss Chi's family. Upon mentioning this, Ling Yu could not help but feel curious. What could Abai possibly see in Boss Chi? He was aged, unremarkable in appearance, and had both a wife and a concubine. Did spirits not have discerning tastes? Abai, with her head bowed and a lackluster demeanor, replied, What do you understand? I was merely an ordinary vine spirit, and it is only because of him that I could take human form. Ling Yu understood that not all spirits could transform merely by commencing their cultivation. Many birds, beasts, and plants, despite possessing the cultivation level of the Qi refinement stage, remained devoid of consciousness, only marginally superior to their ordinary counterparts, rendering them incapable of comparison with humans. Only a select few spirits, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, possess the ability to transform early and awaken their intellect. Such spirits were undeniably blessed with immense fortune. From this perspective, if Abai were able to take form, it was indeed due to Boss Chi. Thus, pledging her life or following him through lifetimes would be entirely reasonable. The desolation of Mingsha Mountain was severe, with trees and vines withering. I depended on the vines for sustenance, and should they perish, so would I. If it were not for his benevolent watering, I would not have survived until that fateful night, nor would I have been able to await the imperial flowing nectar. So it was the imperial flowing nectar. Ling, you comprehended. The imperial flowing cream, akin to the luminous moonlight of the Gengxian night, is imbued with the essence of radiant moonbeams. Creatures of all kinds, as well as flora, when endowed with profound opportunities, may transform into ethereal beings upon consumption. In his quest to repay his debts of gratitude, he is reluctant to remain as your husband. Why do you persist? He has departed far from home, unable to reunite. And you call this an act of gratitude? Ling Yu remarked with surprise. Do you truly believe the words of a man? My father swears an oath with every wife he takes, yet he has never met his demise nor faced divine retribution. Abai blinked. Your father? Let us not dwell on him. I cannot fathom which number of wives he has now. Ling Yu waved her hand dismissively, adding, even if he genuinely cares for you, he cannot idly watch as you bring ruin upon his entire family. Abai retorted, I have no intention of harming his family. Regardless of your intentions, the reality remains unchanged. After a pause, Ling Yu inquired, what exactly is that substance? Why does it drain one's essence? Does it truly have the power to do so? Abai appeared perplexed. I do not know. You remain unaware of such a fundamental truth? How naive can you be? Ling Yu sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Surely, you must understand how it came to be. After consuming the imperial flowing cream, I practiced diligently for several days, suddenly attained enlightenment, and then discovered this entity within me. Wait. Abai regarded her with less hostility, but still with a hint of caution. What do you truly intend? Do you genuinely wish to claim me? She had heard tales of Taoists capturing spirits. Some were destroyed outright, while others were taken as cherished companions. Since Ling Yu had spared her, she wondered if she fell into the latter category. This question prompted Ling Yu to ponder for a moment before she shrugged. I have yet to decide. Yet to decide. Abai's expression contorted slightly. Why are you seizing me? Who told you not to comply? Attempting to take a life in my presence, if I were to let you go, would it not be a significant loss of face for me? Ling Yu retorted with conviction. Moreover, my intention is to prevent you from committing a grave error. Your ability to transform is a blessing bestowed upon you by Boss Qi. A benevolent connection exists between you. Yet you nearly brought ruin to his family and even contemplated taking his life. Should such a calamity occur, your cultivation would stagnate, and the path to enlightenment would be forever out of reach. Is it truly so? Abai was taken aback. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with such realities. Ling Yu stated solemnly. Abai, flustered, exclaimed, what should I do then? Can I atone for this? With her head hung low in despair, she refrained from further opposition. Early in the morning, I rose to update, only to find the power had gone out. 041. The disappearance of essence. The most primordial force in the universe is the essence of heaven and earth, which serves as the foundation of all living beings. Unlike spiritual energy, it possesses remarkable capacity for physical restoration, yielding superior results. In other words, it is more potent than spiritual energy. However, the essence of heaven and earth is dispersed throughout the cosmos, making it impossible to collect or directly absorb. In contrast, essence is different. Living beings are inherently creations of heaven and earth, and humanity enjoys a distinct advantage, as the essence of heaven and earth seamlessly melds with the corporeal form to create essence. Thus, essence can not only be absorbed but also acts as a powerful tonic. This explains why certain monstrous creatures consume humans and other beings, as well as why some ethereal entities ensnare others through the union of yin and yang to absorb vital essence. Certainly, consuming it raw yields only a meager essence, fraught with impurities, offering only marginal benefits compared to absorbing spiritual energy. Furthermore, indulging in consumption or coupling for cultivation incurs significant karmic repercussions, often leading to considerable detriment. However, the green orb of light possessed by Abai is remarkable. It can absorb one's essence without causing fatality, rendering it exceptionally unique. If utilized effectively, it could gather essence without inviting karmic entanglements, truly a treasure. Alas, Abai, this foolish spirit, possesses such a gem yet remains unaware of its potential. Ling Yu, holding the orb, conducted a brief experiment. Regrettably, having previously ingested an excess of elixirs, the toxins within her body remained unpurged, making even the essence difficult to absorb. I'll spare you for now, Ling Yu muttered, casting the orb into her bag of holding before retiring for the night. The following day, she accompanied Ling Qingxue and the others to the market. Ling Yu had previously entrusted Chi Boss, yet this orb was her own, and she had no intention of sharing it. Even if she were to do so, the portion would be negligible. The five of them spent the day collecting various materials. Though their haul was modest and far from sufficient, nonetheless, they felt quite satisfied. Acquiring goods directly in Gulan City posed no danger, a far preferable alternative to venturing deeper into the West Luo forest. On the third day, a fresh influx of cultivators arrived in Gulan City, including members from Xian Yuanguan, practitioners from other sects, and several solitary cultivators. The five understood that as the crowd grew, the opportunities for scavenging dwindled, prompting them to plan their departure. That evening, Chi Boss invited Ling Yu over, showcasing an array of precious treasures. Ling Yu selected several items, leaving contentedly. Chi Boss had procured more than the five of them combined, marking her completion of 1/5 of the task. On the fourth day, the five travelers packed their belongings and departed from Jialan City, entering the realm of Mingsha Mountain. The air currents above Mingsha Mountain were tumultuous, rendering flight impractical. Thus, they proceeded on foot, like ordinary mortals. Here, the bustling merchants had vanished, leaving only woodcutters, herbalists, and hunters. After traversing Mingsha Mountain, they ventured deeper into the forest. Initially, they encountered commonplace wild beasts, but after 3 days, they finally came across a formidable beast. "Are you well, Sister Yu?" A damp handkerchief was extended towards Yuxin. "We owe our success this time to you all." Yuxin gazed at the flickering flames in the center of the camp and murmured, "I realize my timidity. Had it not been for your protection, it would not have gone so smoothly." Ling Yu replied, "Sister, you are being overly modest. Over the years, as we have honed our skills together, you have always looked after me. There is nothing remarkable about it." Nevertheless, Yuxin sighed, shaking her head. "I had always believed I was well liked until the incident with Sister Ding made me realize how illusory that was." "Sister, you are still dwelling on that?" Ling Yu stirred the fire. "As for me, I hardly know how to console you. My relations with the other sisters are quite average, even if they disregard me. It doesn't cause me distress, for I hold no attachment to them." "That is indeed wise," Yuxin perked up. "As long as one remains indifferent, isn't that sufficient?" Despite her words, a hint of forced cheerfulness lingered in her expression. Ling Yu could only advise, do not overthink it. Rest early. For tomorrow we must continue our journey. Yuxin smiled gently. "I shall remain a while longer. You may go ahead, junior sister Cheng." Seated within the tent, Ling Yu opened her universe bag and began to rummage through its contents. For the past few days, she had diligently consumed the elixir to dispel the poison within her, and she felt a significant reduction in its presence, allowing her to consider resuming her cultivation. The first thought that crossed her mind was to test the efficacy of the essence green pearl, wondering if it truly possessed remarkable restorative properties. However, after an extensive search, having emptied the entire contents of the universe bag, she could not locate the luminous green orb. How peculiar! Where could it have vanished? Turning the universe bag upside down yielded nothing. Ultimately, amidst a heap of miscellaneous items, she discovered a small glass bead, the color reminiscent of amber, scarcely the size of a fingertip, adorned with faint green streaks. Could this be it? Ling Yu gasped in shock. Had the essence spontaneously dissipated? The mere thought filled her with regret. The essence contained within that bead might have propelled her cultivation to new heights. After a moment of sorrowful reflection, she considered again. It was impossible. The universe bag was entirely sealed. If the essence were to dissipate, it would have filled the bag instead, yet there was not a trace of its aura within. Something was amiss. Surely, some entity had stealthily absconded with her essence. Gritting her teeth, Ling Yu scoured through the bag's contents repeatedly, laboring for over half an hour yet finding not a hint of the essence's presence. How could this be? How could it simply vanish? "Junior sister, what troubles you?" came the voice of Dan Taiyu from outside, as he stood watch that night. Ling Yu quickly composed herself, responding, "It's nothing, just a small item has gone missing. I will find it." "Oh, then I shall not disturb you further," Dan Taiyu replied, his footsteps gradually receding into the distance. Regardless of her vexation and lamentation, the essence had vanished, and despite a night of searching, it remained elusive. The following day, Ling Yu embarked on her journey with a palpable sense of exhaustion, drawing the curious gazes of her companions. "Sister Cheng, what troubles you?" Yuxin inquired softly, drawing nearer. Ling Yu maintained a stiff expression, shaking her head. Her tone devoid of inflection. It's nothing, truly. Is it really nothing? Yu Xin remained skeptical, for the ever-busy and energetic Sister Cheng had never exhibited such lethargy. Ling Yu sighed. It's nothing serious. I'm merely feeling a bit down. I shall recover in a couple of days. Oh. She wished to say no more, and Yu Xin, respecting her silence, ceased her inquiries. Suddenly, xianxia, who led the group, halted, raising a finger. Beasts ahead. The other four immediately came to a stop, drawing their weapons in readiness. Soon, a whiff of blood filled the air, accompanied by a nauseating stench. There were 3 beasts in total, 2 at the 4th level of qi refinement, and 1 at the 3rd level. Ling Yu, attuned to the sounds, quickly deduced their numbers. The atmosphere grew tense. Dantai Yu furrowed her brow. How is it that the beasts we encountered yesterday had just entered the qi refinement phase? Yet today we face those at the 4th level? Zhang Qishu retrieved a talisman, affixing it to his sword. Let us eliminate them first. They had come to the Shilua forest to gather materials, including beast bones and spiritual herbs. A 4th level beast would indeed be a valuable find. They are upon us. Sheng Yangqiu bellowed, charging forth with his sword drawn. Ling Yu raised her arm, and calmly executed a flourish with the blade, the grayish sword suddenly radiating brilliance. As the beasts approached, she tightened her grip on her weapon. Roar! The roar of the demon beasts was deafening, and 3 giant tigers with long tails emerged. Their fur a striking mix of black and yellow, with shallow little wings beneath their flanks, resembling a family of 3. However, these colossal tigers had not awakened their intelligence like Abi. They remained mere ordinary demon beasts, their behavior indistinguishable from that of wild animals. Upon sighting them, the smaller one retreated 2 steps, while the 2 larger ones charged forward, clearly perceiving the group as potential prey. Despite their lower cultivation, the strength of the giant tigers was formidable, far surpassing that of Abi, who, as a vine demon, possessed little offensive power and knew only a few spells. In contrast, the tigers, as kings of beasts, were inherently powerful. Shang Shimi, you and Yu Shimi take down the smaller one. Dan I Shitty, you and Xiao Zhang Shitty handle the other, shouted Sheng Yangqiu. Among the 5, he possessed the highest cultivation level, implicitly assuming the role of their leader during the battle. The others complied, and Ling Yu flicked her wrist, causing the Kamli sword to emit a soft chime, with sword energy rising like water and fire. The sword energy of the Kamli sword was composed of both water and fire elements, yet it was not merely a combination of the 2. Years ago, she had comprehended both sword energies within a month, but it had taken her nearly a year to merge them into one. Now, the technique had matured significantly, and due to its unique attributes, she had a considerable advantage in combat against her peers. Before the sword energy reached its target, one of the large tigers seemed to sense danger, suddenly leaping back, its formidable claws extending to forcibly intercept Ling Yu's sword energy. Sheng Yanqiu pressed on, lunging forward with his sword aimed directly at the tiger's head. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu and Yu Xiyin simultaneously drew their swords, one lunging towards the small tiger while the other aimed a decisive strike at the large tiger's claw. The clash of the sword energy from the Ji Qinli sword and the tiger's claw erupted in a plume of azure smoke, searing as it dissipated. The great tiger let out a thunderous roar, a manifestation of its anguish. Sheng Yangqiu's blade swept across the tiger's head, leaving a profound gash that oozed crimson. The 5 of them, 2 at the 6th level of qi refinement and 3 at the 5th, held a distinct advantage against the 3 ferocious beasts, lacking only in experience and decisiveness. However, this was inconsequential, for they were gradually maturing. Even the most timid, Yu Xiyin, wielded her sword with newfound resolve. A quarter of an hour later, bloodied and panting, they stood over the lifeless forms of the 3 tigers, now utterly vanquished. Hu Dan Tai Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that their venture into the Zyro forest had been fortuitous. Without this battle, they would have remained oblivious to their own weaknesses. Indeed, Sheng Yangqiu concurred, reflecting on how, within the confines of their sect, their sparring had hardly showcased their true abilities. With over 2 months to go, the 2 senior brothers had ample opportunities for further training. After a brief respite, Zhang Qingxue produced a short blade from his robe and crouched before one of the tiger corpses. Both the tiger's hide and bones were valuable. But what of the tiger meat? Naturally, it was to be consumed. Ling Yu interjected, asserting that this was a prime spiritual material, with tiger meat available. She had no desire for rations. Dan Taiyu chuckled. Indeed, what junior sister Qing says holds true. The ingredients we utilize in our sect hardly compare to this. Yet, how could they possibly consume so much? Yu Xiyin pondered, gazing at the tiger carcasses with hesitation. Placed within the spatial pouch, it could preserve provisions for several days, which should suffice for our needs. Ling Yu's suggestion was unanimously accepted, and the group busily skinned and disassembled the 3 tiger corpses, wrapping the pelts and stowing them away in the pouch. As night fell, Ling Yu was once again engulfed by a frenzy. Where is the tiger meat? She upended the pouch, turning it inside out, yet a substantial portion of the tiger meat had inexplicably vanished. Had it not been for the bloodied pelts still present, she might have thought the day's slaying of the tiger demons was merely a figment of her imagination. No matter how she rummaged, the meat eluded her grasp, leaving Ling Yu seated within the tent, staring blankly at the clutter before her. Today had been marked by the demise of 3 tiger demons and the gathering of several spiritual herbs. Fortunately, the herbs were securely stored within the medicinal pouch issued by her sect, and she had also accumulated a considerable amount of tiger bones, which filled another spatial pouch. That pouch remained intact, its contents undiminished. She found it perplexing. The pouch had never left her side. Who could possibly have pilfered from it without her notice? Moreover, she had encountered no one else throughout the day. Ling Yu sat cross-legged for a while, arms folded, before lifting the tent flap and calling out, "Sister Yu, have you lost anything?" Yu Xin, taken aback by the inquiry, set aside her tiger meat and peered into her own pouch, shaking her head. "No, why do you ask?" Zhang Qishu even paused his training, concern etched across his face as he asked, "Sister Cheng, have you misplaced something?" Ling Yu pressed further. "Is the tiger meat still there?" Something felt amiss. Was it possible that the 4 of them had conspired to play a trick on her? It is indeed perplexing. She was absolutely certain that no one had approached her, let alone pilfered anything from her spatial pouch. One must understand that opening a spatial pouch generates a distinct aura, and at such proximity as its master, how could she possibly remain unaware? Ling Yu cradled her head in her hands, feeling for the first time that her intellect was insufficient. Under what circumstances could items vanish silently from a spatial pouch, especially in the depths of the wilderness? The external factors seemed implausible. It couldn't possibly stem from an internal cause, could it? She tapped her forehead and resumed organizing her belongings, starting with dozens of spirit stones, which she placed into a small pouch. Next, she carefully arranged several jade vials containing elixirs. Then came a handful of texts, including cultivation manuals, talisman books, and that so-called celestial tome, alongside a stack of talismans she had painstakingly crafted for this journey, and finally, an assortment of flint stones and rain gear. Nothing appeared particularly unusual. After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a conclusion, Ling Yu resolved to conduct an experiment. She opened another spatial pouch, retrieved a piece of tiger bone still enshrined in its skin, and tossed it inside. Subsequently, she continued organizing her items and retired for the night, ignoring even Yu Xin's invitation to indulge in roasted meat. Sleep eluded her, and as dawn broke with the chirping of birds, Ling Yu sprang up eagerly to inspect her spatial pouch, extracting the tiger's skin. Upon grasping it, her expression turned peculiar. It was empty. The bone, the meat, and the essence had all vanished, leaving only the skin behind. Ling Yu attempted to discern a pattern. It seemed that only items containing essence had disappeared. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, amidst the lifeless objects within the bag, the distinction between tiger skin, tiger flesh, and tiger bones lies in the fact that the skin merely serves as a covering, with its intrinsic vitality being nearly negligible. How could this be? Could it be that there exists something within her bag that possesses essence? Yet, that seems implausible. She has utilized this bag for quite some time, and there has been no sign of it consuming her. If we were to consider what could potentially possess essence within the bag, it would be the green orb belonging to Abi, but ironically, that was the first to be devoured. As dawn broke, everyone packed away their tents and resumed their journey. Ling Yu remained distracted throughout the day, but fortunately, they encountered no peril and successfully found some spiritual wood by nightfall. "Sister Yu, do you still have any tiger meat?" Ling Yu inquired during their camping. "Indeed," Yu Xin replied, extracting a sizable portion of tiger meat from her bag. "How would you like it prepared? I can assist you." "What has come over junior sister Cheng?" Yu Xin pondered aloud after observing her sudden disappearance for a considerable time. "Is she in conflict with the tiger meat?" Dan Taiyu interjected, "I find this rather peculiar. Could it be that she is related to this tiger demon?" "Don't speak nonsense," xianxia admonished, glaring at her. Dan Taiyu fell silent. gesturing for discretion. She first removed various odds and ends, such as firestones, from the bag and set them aside before wrapping a piece of tiger meat and tossing it in. After approximately half an hour, she opened the bag only to find it empty once more. The tiger meat had vanished. Clearly, something was amiss, lurking among the items. Once again, she rummaged through the bag, extracting a stack of talisman papers and a jade vial, then wrapped the tiger meat and placed it inside. Half an hour later, the tiger meat had disappeared once more. Very well, it remains within. Next are the spirit stone pouch and the books. The remainder consists solely of treasures procured from Boss Chi. After deliberating, she concluded that these items were the only additions in recent days. And if anything peculiar were to be found, it must lie among this collection. Half an hour later, as she touched the tiger's skin, she was astonished. The tiger meat was still there. Could it be that her conjecture was incorrect? She had not extracted anything substantial, only a spirit stone pouch and a few books. Surely, it was improbable that the pouch and the tomes had consumed the tiger meat. Though the notion seemed utterly preposterous, the reality was undeniable. She proceeded to empty the other items, casting the spirit stone pouch and books inside, followed by the tiger meat. After another half hour, the tiger meat had vanished. Ling Yu felt as though she might faint. How could it be that the spirit stone pouch and the books had devoured the meat? She retrieved the items, examining them from left to right, unable to fathom how this could be, for they were all inanimate objects. Ling Yu pondered for a moment, emptied the contents of another bag, and separated the spirit stone pouch and books, placing them individually with the tiger meat. After a while, when she opened the bag again, the tiger meat was missing from the compartment housing the books. In these times, could books truly consume food? Ling Yu suspected she might still be dreaming. The titles Taisu Ziyun Heart Sutra, Xinyang True Explanation, Jiu Xiao Qingyan Sutra, The Disciple's Notes, the Introductory Manual, and Zhuan Chunzi's Talisman Book. Her gaze fell upon the last book, its ancient cover and yellowed pages devoid of any text. It was that tome of immortality. This book appeared unchanged from 5 years prior, yet it also seemed somewhat different. The cover appeared to be newer, even possessing a slight sheen. Could it be that it had partaken of the meat? Ling Yu glanced at the final piece of tiger meat and decisively placed the celestial book into a separate Xinquan bag, tossing it in with the meat for nourishment. Before half an hour had passed, she could hardly contain her anticipation and opened it. It was empty. Ling Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat lighter. At last, she had identified the culprit. The idea of a book consuming meat was utterly unheard of. Yet since this tome was referred to as a celestial book by the ancestors of the Chung family, it must possess some peculiar qualities, wouldn't it? Ling Yu felt a sense of absurdity. Could it be that Duke Chung Yu, spent a lifetime researching this text and failed to uncover its secrets simply because it needed to be nurtured like a spiritual pet? Yet, she hesitated, concerned that this book might harbor some strange traits. What if it turned out to be a demonic tome? There were accounts in various records of cultivators mistaking an object for a treasure, only to be devoured by the very thing they had collected. After much contemplation, Ling Yu concluded that she might be overthinking it. With so much essence and the addition of tiger meat, it was unlikely that the book would easily transform. At worst, she could just observe its progress. Most importantly, knowing how to nurture the book without taking action left her restless. "Chung Shimi, are you not resting?" came the voice of Ling Qingxue from outside. Ling Yu replied, "I will shortly." She carefully stored her belongings, placing the tiger bones into a Xinquan bag. As they were task-related items, if consumed, she would surely be in tears. The celestial book was kept in its own Xinquan bag to prevent any unforeseen whims from causing it to devour her other possessions. Having completed these tasks, Ling Yu lay down to rest, though her mind remained restless. What exactly was the purpose of the celestial book? Was it a formidable magical artifact or an elite cultivation technique? How much sustenance is required for it to grow? Will it consume even living beings? These questions filled Ling Yu's mind. After a while of restless pondering, and with dawn approaching, she finally ceased her contemplation and entered a state of visualization, allowing herself to attain a restful slumber. Before long, the melodious chirping of birds roused Ling Yu from her sleep. After more than an hour of rest, her vital energy was replenished, and she felt invigorated. The others also awakened, rising to pack their tents, organize their belongings, and partake of the roasted tiger meat from the previous night as they continued their journey. The flesh of the 3 tiger demons weighed a considerable 500 or 600 pounds, although the appetites of the cultivators were substantial. It was sufficient to sustain them for over half a month. Ling Yu had wasted around 100 pounds, a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. However, the celestial tome also required nourishment. Should she request some from the others? They were indifferent to the tiger meat, yet how could she justify her request? Her previous behavior had already seemed peculiar. If she were to ask them for tiger meat again, how could she explain herself? Ling Yu quickly dismissed this notion. Alternatively, could she hunt alone? That was impractical. Hunting beasts would certainly draw the attention of others, and moreover, one could not encounter demon beasts every day. The ordinary wild animals contained little vital essence. Ling Yu pondered the matter deeply and concluded that it was fundamentally unsolvable, unless she separated from the group and ventured alone. But that would be exceedingly perilous. Just days prior, the 3 tiger demons had been effortlessly subdued by their combined strength. If she were to face them alone, though she might not meet her demise, it would demand considerable effort, and during rest, there would be no one to keep watch. With no viable options to consider, Ling Yu reluctantly set this thought aside. Seize the opportunity, for they are to remain in the Zyro forest for the better part of 2 months. Opportunities are bound to arise. As the day drew to a close without any notable gains, the 5 companions selected a sheltered spot to set up camp. While night had yet to fall, Ling Yu ventured to a nearby stream to refresh herself. In the depths of the mountains, the prospect of bathing was impractical and perilous. As a cultivator, a simple cleansing spell sufficed to maintain her bodily purity. Nonetheless, nothing could rival the comfort of washing with water. Ling Yu dampened her handkerchief, cleansing her face and hands, and let down her hair, restyling it anew. The crystal-clear stream reflected a handsome visage, one that, upon closer inspection, could easily be mistaken for that of a striking young man. Ling Yu mused that perhaps it was the multitude of wishes she had made in her youth that had shaped her into this form. All of this, she surmised, was a consequence of her father's influence. The descendants of the Chung family were known for their indulgence, and her father was a paragon among them. As the head of the legitimate branch, affluent and unhurried, his life revolved solely around pleasures and the acquisition of wives, leaving little else to attend to. With many women in the household, chaos reigned. In the contest for favor, anything was possible, and the desire for sons became a fierce competition. Her mother, belonging to the second household, had once enjoyed exclusive favor but found herself embroiled in rivalry with the third wife upon her arrival. A contest that had yet to yield a victor, as the fourth and fifth households soon appeared. Despite this turmoil, her mother had resolutely designated the third wife as her lifelong adversary, especially since they were both pregnant at the same time, with the latter giving birth to a son. Ling Yu grew up in such an environment, acutely aware from a tender age that her gender was regarded as a flaw. She could hardly count the number of wishes she had made in those days, wishes that were fundamentally unattainable. After extricating herself from that environment and embracing her gender with equanimity, she found to her dismay that she was growing increasingly masculine. Oh heavens, please forgive my youthful ignorance. Being a woman is rather delightful, she mused. Well, I may be a bit tall and my chest may be flat, but at least I haven't become a portly figure with a large head and ears. Thus did Ling Yu console herself. Her features were not coarse. Her complexion bore the delicate quality of a woman, though her contours were slightly pronounced, and her stature was taller with a flatter chest, rendering her somewhat resembling an underdeveloped youth. From this perspective, she possessed the generally favorable looks characteristic of the Qing family, albeit with a slightly androgynous flair. Having attended to her appearance, Ling Yu settled by the stream, meticulously polishing the Kamli sword. After 2 years of companionship, the gray hue on the sword had significantly faded. A perfect amalgamation of water and fire that had birthed a unique sword aura. Years ago, Feng Lao had remarked upon her affinity for spiritual energy, lamenting that it would be a pity for her to practice swordsmanship alone. The sword aura of the Kamli sword, bridging the energies of water and fire, combined the sharpness of a blade with the essence of spells, rendering it most suitable for her. As she continued to polish her sword, a wild boar burst forth from the woods, seemingly intent on quenching its thirst at the stream. Upon spotting her, it revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, an infernal beast, just entering the stage of chi refinement. With a casual lift of her arm, the gray sword aura, a fusion of water and fire, silently surged forth, and the boar fell lifeless without a sound. She sheathed the Kamli sword and approached the fallen beast, weighing it in her hands. It was approximately 300 pounds, which she effortlessly tossed into the Qianxue bag, where she kept her treasured books. She now tends to the celestial book as if it were a spirit pet, though the spirit pet must be kept in a demon-seizing bag. whereas the celestial book can reside in a cosmic bag, under the luminous moon. The others in the four tints are engrossed in their cultivation, while Ling Yu sits languidly on a branch, idly perusing a talisman book. The talisman book left by Xianxia has been nearly mastered by her, and she has just grasped the threshold of crafting explosive talismans. Though the materials required for such creations are of a high grade, leaving her to merely observe for now. What astonishes Ling Yu the most is that the thin silk she had once extracted from the soul of Qingxue's shoe during her time at Xianglin Temple astonishingly contains the method for crafting a weapon talisman. Although it is merely a low-tier flying sword talisman, it is still a weapon talisman. She has witnessed firsthand how the intricate array of talismans laid down by Xianxia was utterly dismantled by a single weapon talisman wielded by Qingxue, resulting in her sustaining severe injuries. If only she had a weapon talisman in her possession. Alas, her talisman skills still need refinement. Otherwise, she could have secured greater initiative before Han fuming. After meticulously dissecting all the spirit talismans within the book, Ling Yu opened her cosmic bag to find the wild boar had been nearly consumed, leaving only some filthy bristles and coarse pigskin. She tidied the cosmic bag and retrieved the celestial book. In the eerie stillness of the night within the West Luo forest, the campsite is enveloped in an unsettling silence. Save for the crackling of the fire, Ling Yu reclines lazily against the trunk of the tree, her body relaxed yet her gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Her hand resting firmly on the Kamli sword, never straying away. Their current position lies deep within the West Luo forest, a territory dominated by demonic beasts, necessitating utmost caution, particularly at night. In recent days, tranquility has prevailed, save for a few tiger demons. The encountered beasts have proven to be rather feeble. Yet, what lies ahead remains a mystery. Amidst the stillness, the wind whispers through the treetops, creating a rustling sound that subtly hints at impending unrest. Upon catching a whiff of this unsettling aura, Ling Yu's languid gaze sharpened instantaneously. She straightened her posture, inhaled delicately, and nimbly descended from the tree. Pushing aside the branches and vines, she ventured several paces forward, where the scent in the air grew more pronounced, laced with an unpleasant metallic tang. Ling Yu turned her head to survey her surroundings, and suddenly startled, she drew her Kamli sword with a sharp sound, retreating swiftly back to the campsite. "Senior brothers and sisters, there are demon beasts," she exclaimed. As her words echoed, the others sprang into action. The first to emerge was xianxia, the most accomplished and vigilant among them. A horde of demon beasts, no less than a dozen, with cultivation levels hovering between the third and fourth tiers of qi refinement. Ling Yu's expression turned grave as she assessed. Preliminary estimates suggest these are pack-dwelling beasts, likely wolves. A dozen. Yu Xin gasped in horror. A dozen beasts at the third and fourth tiers are far more daunting than a single one at the fifth or sixth tier, especially considering wolves, known for their untamable ferocity and pack mentality, pose a significantly heightened threat when gathered together. According to our initial plan, xianxia continued, the scent of the beast has already permeated the air, accompanied by low growls. He reassured them, there is no need for fear. We have not expended any spiritual talismans in recent days. Even with a dozen demon beasts, there is little to dread. Understood, the group responded in unison, promptly dismantling their tents and swiftly relocating to a defensible hollow, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. A simple array of symbols had been laid out here, as mandated by the sect for their camping purposes. Each time they set up camp, they would choose such a location to guard against the very situation they now faced. The metallic odor in the air grew increasingly pungent, evoking a sense of nausea. From the depths of the forest came the rustling sound of footsteps, growing clearer and more numerous. Ling Yu gripped her Kamli sword tightly, her gaze unwavering as she focused on the source of the noise. Suddenly, she beheld the glimmering green eyes of wolves emerging from the thicket. The pack of wolves, now transformed into demon beasts, slowly advanced from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, emitting low growls as they approached. "Prepare yourselves," Xianxia commanded in a hushed tone. "Activate." Yu Xin and Ling Qingxue immediately formed a hand seal, directing their power towards the array. Boom, whoosh, fireballs, golden light, and wind blades surged towards the pack. The wolves howled in retreat as the spell struck the ground. One wolf, unable to evade the wind blade, was hit, erupting in a spray of blood while letting out a mournful cry. The scent of blood agitated the pack, simultaneously revealing their organization, distinct from that of ordinary beasts. Two wolves darted forward, seizing the injured one in their jaws and swiftly dragging it back to safety, shielding it from harm. Ling mused to herself. The demon beasts truly are extraordinary. Even if they had not fully awakened their intelligence or assumed human form, their cunning surpassed that of ordinary animals. One wolf let out a piercing howl, prompting the pack to disperse, encircling the small valley but refraining from attacking. What were they plotting? Ling Qingxue was astonished. Did they really think that a mere dozen wolves could trap them here? Individually, these wolves lacked formidable strength. Any one of them could be easily managed. If they coordinated their efforts, it would be challenging to break through, but if they dispersed, they could be easily defeated one by one. However, Dantayu interjected. It may not be so simple. From their previous maneuvering, it is evident that these wolves possess remarkable intelligence. Within their small team of 5, each member had their own strengths. Ling Qingxue exuded a friendly demeanor and excelled at handling mundane affairs. Yuxin was an excellent cook and had a nurturing spirit. Ling Yu was a master swordsman, alert and agile. Xianxia, the most skilled among them, was composed and acted as an effective leader, and Dantayu, though appearing rugged, possessed a keen intellect, adept at identifying critical points. What do they intend to do? Before Yuxin could finish her sentence, a cacophony of rustling echoed through the dense forest. The 5 exchanged apprehensive glances as pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from the underbrush, encircling the entire valley. Hundreds upon hundreds of demonic wolves. Ling Yu gripped her Kamli sword tightly, exhaling slowly as she struggled to maintain her composure. This would be a formidable battle. Although the demonic wolves were not particularly powerful, their sheer numbers posed a grave threat. One misstep could lead to their demise. The sound of crunching leaves announced the emergence of an exceptionally large wolf from the thicket. As it advanced, the pack parted like a tide, creating a clear path. 6th level of Qi refinement. Ling Qingxue gasped. Xianxia observed the wolf intently for a while before turning to ask softly, Dantai, what is your assessment? This is likely the alpha, came the reply. Dantai furrowed her brows, deeply troubled. Wolves, once stirred to ferocity, seldom relent until death. Our recent activation of the talisman array has already drawn their blood. Thus, it appears we must fight to the bitter end. Xianxia tightened his grip on his sword. Despite his considerable prowess, he had only engaged in sparring with his peers over the past decade, never in life-or-death combat, and now found himself gripped by an uncontrollable tension. The others shared his sentiments. Perhaps the most composed among them was Ling Yu. During her 5 years at Xianyuan Temple, she had faced no different trials than the rest. Yet the harrowing experiences of her 12th year had imbued her with a calmness in the face of adversity. Let us first employ the talisman array. Dantayu suggested after a moment of contemplation. It is our greatest asset. We must slay as many as we can. If we can temporarily repel them, it will grant us a moment to breathe and a chance for survival. Dantai's reasoning resonated with Xianxia, who, after a brief pause, concurred. Junior brother Zhang and junior sister Yu, you shall oversee the talisman array. Junior sister Cheng, junior brother Dantai. We 3 will guard the gaps and await the opportune moment to strike. Everyone nodded in agreement. The pack of wolves held their ground for a moment before succumbing to impatience. The lead wolf let out a piercing howl, and the entire pack surged forward. Ling Qingxue and Yuxin, both tense, hastily chanted their incantations, their movements faltering several times in their haste. But they finally activated the talisman array just before the wolves pounced. Begin with the fire talisman, Ling Yu proposed, a spark of inspiration igniting within her. Wolves fear fire. Despite their transformation into demonic beasts, this primal instinct should remain unchanged. Ling Qingxue nodded, his fingers deftly weaving intricate gestures as he continuously struck the fire talisman. With a series of resounding explosions, fireballs erupted and soared towards the withered branches, igniting them in a brilliant blaze. Upon witnessing the flickering flames, the wolf pack indeed hesitated momentarily, yet it was not until the alpha wolf let out a thunderous roar that they surged forward once more. The defensive talisman array was relentlessly activated, the spiritual talismans rapidly depleting. In comparison to genuine formations, the talisman array was relatively simple to arrange and execute, requiring little foundational knowledge of yin and yang arts. However, it lacked the profound intricacies of true formations and was wholly reliant on the spiritual talismans. Once depleted, it became utterly ineffective. Dantayu anxiously observed the talisman array, feeling that the consumption of talismans was alarmingly swift and feared they might struggle to fend off the wolves. Ultimately, it was Xianxia who spoke up. Fellow brothers and sisters, if any of you possess spiritual talismans, please bring them forth. Should we meet our demise here, no amount of wealth will serve us. With that, He produced a small bundle of talismans from his robe, proclaiming, "These are mine." Ling Qingxue hesitated briefly before retrieving a thick stack of talismans from his own garments. "These are fire talismans. They should sustain us for a while." Next came Yuxian, who readily tossed forth a handful of water talismans, stating, "I may not possess as many resources as senior brother Qishu, but this is what I have." Dantai then chimed in, "Mine are right here." Ling Yu observed that even if they had not produced their entire stock, they were nearly sufficient, and thus revealed his own talismans. "As you all may know, I have consumed quite a number of elixirs over the past few years and am not flush with resources. These are the talismans I possess, but all are the esteemed Bai Tao talismans." Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue's spirits lifted. "Bai Tao talismans? These are high-grade water-type talismans." Sheng Shimi was overly modest. Sheng Yangqiu nodded and remarked, "That should suffice. With these talismans, we can nearly decimate the wolf pack." Outside the mountain hollow, the ground was littered with the carcasses of wolves. Initially, the pack had launched tentative assaults, but upon activating the talisman array, they delivered a devastating blow, swiftly annihilating 7 or 8 wolf demons. Wolves are creatures prone to harboring grudges, especially once they have transformed into demonic beasts. At the command of their alpha, over 100 wolves surged forward, throwing them into disarray. Ling Qingxue and Yuxian initiated the talisman array, while Ling Yu and Sheng Yangqiu, along with Dan Taiyu, diligently guarded the gaps, systematically slaying the wolf demons that slipped through. Ling Yu remained intensely focused on the openings. Each time her sword light flashed, it would send forth a cascade of blood droplets. She vigilantly observed the wolf pack, meticulously calculating the angles and timing for her strikes. The talisman array consumed an immense amount of talismans. Although they possessed a considerable supply, it was insufficient to eradicate the entire pack, especially with the presence of an alpha wolf at the 6th level of Qi refinement. After dispatching another wolf demon, Ling Yu turned her gaze toward the alpha, only to find it glaring at them with a fierce intensity, clearly incited by rage. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fire talismans were exhausted, and the array began to activate the wind splitter talisman. Ling Yu took a glance around. They had already expended more than half of their talismans. Yet only about 30 wolves had been eliminated. The fire talismans possessed the greatest potency, and as cultivators ventured forth, they typically carried the most of these. The remaining talismans could at most eradicate another 30 or 40 wolves before the array would be rendered inoperative. The situation was dire. Ling Yu furrowed her brows. Even if the talisman array were to be rendered inoperative, they could at most eliminate half of the wolf pack, excluding the formidable alpha wolf. Eventually, they would have to confront an onslaught of 70 or 80 wolf demons. If they were seasoned cultivators, well-versed in the art of battle, perhaps they could break free from such a siege. However, mere days ago, they struggled to even steady their swords. The gravity of the situation was not lost on Ling Yu. With the depletion of talismans, the array was on the verge of collapse, and the expressions of all present were grim. A woo. The talismans emitted from the array dwindled in number, and the alpha wolf seemed to sense their predicament. It threw back its head and howled, issuing a command. At the sound of the alpha's call, the other wolves joined in a chorus of howls, creating a cacophony that was utterly chilling. Yuxian shuddered slightly and glanced at her companions. Sheng Yangqiu's countenance was grave as he tightened his grip on his sword and resolutely declared, "This cannot continue. Dantai, Qing, we will break through together, taking down as many as we can. You, Junior Zhang, you two will hold the line, releasing the talismans at a measured pace to suppress them." Everyone nodded in agreement. With the talisman array in place, they could keep the wolves at bay. Once it faltered, the 5 of them would be reduced to a desperate melee against the pack. A perilous prospect. DUI, Can, Jin, cease activation of the talismans. Sheng Yangqiu commanded. Ling Qingxue and Yuxian slowed their activation of the talismans and vacated 3 positions. Dantai, Cheng, we move. Sheng Yangqiu bellowed, brandishing his sword as he charged ahead. Ling Yu and Dan Taiyu followed closely behind. The 3 took their respective positions and surged toward the wolf horde. Compared to ordinary wolves, these wolf demons were significantly more robust, exhaling a foul, bloody scent and displaying ferocious glints in their eyes, their sharp fangs gleaming like blades. When Ling Yu dashed forward, 2 wolf demons pounced in unison, their jaws agape, eager to bite. Ling Yu's expression darkened. With a flick of her Canly sword, a surge of sword energy was unleashed. This energy wedged itself between the 2 wolves, forcing them to retreat in haste. However, the space left by the talisman formation was limited, causing one wolf to inadvertently step into its attack range. With a splatter of blood, a howl erupted as one wolf demon was struck squarely by the wind-rending talisman, instantly crippling a leg. The other wolf demon fared little better. The Canley sword shimmered with brilliance as an exceptionally sharp blade of sword energy pierced the creature's right eye. With one wolf demon dead and the other injured, the lead wolf howled once more, prompting 2 additional wolf demons to charge forward. Ling Yu gradually sensed a shift in their tactics. The pack had adapted. They no longer engaged in relentless confrontation, but instead sent 2 wolves at a time to strike and swiftly withdraw, allowing others to take their place. Though her sword inflicted wounds, the prospect of killing them became increasingly challenging. Xianxia and Dantaiyu found themselves in a similar predicament. After enduring for nearly half an hour, Xianxia exclaimed, "This is untenable. We shall be overwhelmed. Fellow disciples, do any of you have a clever plan?" Dantaiyu glanced around. Within the talisman formation, Yu Xiyin and Ling Qingxue appeared troubled, their talismans dwindling, and it seemed they could hold on for no more than another quarter of an hour. He then surveyed the wolf pack, under the lead wolf's command, despite some injuries. Their casualty rate had decreased, resembling the previous chaotic bombardment of the talisman formation. The wisdom of the alpha wolf should not be underestimated. Contemplating this, a thought arose in his mind, and he proclaimed loudly, "Capture the leader before the followers. What do you all think? Senior Dantai, isn't this too perilous?" Ling Qingxue's expression changed dramatically. Setting aside the fact that the alpha wolf possesses formidable prowess far surpassing that of its pack, it would be a challenge to confront it. "No." Ling Yu's heart stirred, her gaze resolute. "If we continue to delay, we will only be dragged down by them. It is better to take a risk. Perhaps we can carve out a path to survival." Xianxia pondered for a moment and reached a decision. Junior Cheng's words hold merit. Though this approach is fraught with danger, it is indeed the most straightforward. After much deliberation, they all came to an agreement. Dantaiyu glanced around, his expression a bit awkward, and said, "Junior Cheng, among the 3 of us, your swordsmanship is unparalleled. What do you think?" Although Xianxia possessed the highest cultivation, he was not a swordsman. His weapon was a magical sword. In terms of sheer strength, Ling Yu was indeed the strongest. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Junior Dantai, how can we place such a risk upon Junior Cheng?" He cast his gaze over the pack of wolves before them and continued, "Junior Cheng, you and Junior Dantai must hold the wolves at bay while I seize the opportunity to eliminate the alpha." "Brother Sheng," Dantaiyu urged anxiously, "although you are highly skilled, you are not a swordsman. Striking with certainty is what Junior Cheng excels at." It was not that he was assigning the perilous task to the youngest among them. He felt a bit embarrassed, but being a practical person, he recognized Ling Yu's strength. Even if it made him blush, he would still make that decision. "However, Brother Sheng, there is no need to elaborate further," Ling Yu said calmly. "It is not out of selflessness that I act, but rather that this course of action presents the greatest possibility for our collective escape." Xianxia was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Logically, he too wished for Ling Yu to take action, yet his pride would not permit it. "I implore both brothers to restrain the pack of wolves. Rest assured, Junior Sister Cheng." Xianxia responded hastily, seemingly to compensate for his decision to send Ling Yu into danger. "Then let us proceed." The 3 of them charged forth, abandoning all reservations. Xianxia, with a deft motion of his fingers, drew his blade across its edge, the sharp obsidian slicing through his fingertip, blood trickling down the sword's length. Igniting a brilliant crimson light, the blade danced, the red gleam flickering. Wherever it passed, the wolf demons recoiled in fear. Yet, he showed no inclination to linger in battle, gliding past as he advanced toward the lead wolf. Dantaiyu, more adept in talismanic arts, wielded a sword imbued with such magic. With a talisman in his left hand and his sword in his right, he moved with impeccable synchronization, similarly avoiding entanglement as he surged toward the lead wolf. Ling Yu hesitated for only a moment before dashing forth, her Canley sword unleashing a cascade of blade light, the gray hue dissipating as a misty, fiery sword aura surged upward, accompanied by the sound of wind, charging toward the wolf pack. The trio unleashed their most potent attacks, and in a fleeting moment, the wolves found themselves unable to retreat, falling one by one. Observing this, the lead wolf howled towards the heavens several times, prompting the remaining wolves to withdraw. As the 3 of them breached the boundaries of the talisman array, the Wolf King's eyes glowed with a sinister light. A fleeting glimmer crossing its gaze as it let out a low growl, followed by a deafening howl. The wolves, who had just begun to retreat, instantly regrouped, dividing into 3 swarms and charging toward them with reckless abandon. Without needing Ling Yu to say anything further, Xianxia and Dan Yu wielded their swords, unleashing a flash of bloodlight as they engaged in fierce combat. As their strength intensified, more and more wolves surged towards them, leaving Ling Yu with dwindling numbers. Ling Yu consciously conserved her strength, focusing on defense rather than offense. The situation for Xianxia and Dan Yu grew increasingly perilous, each encircled by a dozen wolf demons. With each one slain, another swiftly took its place. Meanwhile, Ling Yu's side was left with only 5 or 6 wolf demons. Qingxue, Dan Yu, who was at the 5th level of qi refinement, cried out as she could no longer hold out. Understood. The KNL sword suddenly radiated a brilliant light, akin to flames soaring upwards, as she unleashed a sword aura that traced a graceful arc from left to right. The surrounding wolf demons caught unawares could not evade. The sword aura cleaved through the belly of one, causing wolf blood to spray forth as it collapsed. The KNL sword aura is composed of 2 types of sword energies, KN water and L fire. What she unleashed now was the L fire sword aura, which, while not as intricate as the KNL sword aura, possessed formidable lethality, delivering a fatal blow when the enemy was caught off guard. The others were taken aback upon witnessing this. They were aware that Ling Yu had been ardently cultivating over the past 5 years and recognized her exceptional talent. Highly regarded by Lu Wei, yet they were oblivious to the fact that her swordsmanship had reached such a remarkable level. While both Dan Yu and Xianxia would require time to vanquish the 5 or 6 attacking wolf demons, she was able to dispatch them in a single strike. Having slain the pack of wolves, Ling Yu did not pause for breath. She swiftly affixed a teleportation talisman to herself, activating her lightness technique as she lunged towards the lead wolf. The alpha wolf howled to the heavens, its gaze fierce, muscles taut in preparation. 2 wolf demons, ever vigilant beside the lead wolf, advanced towards Ling Yu. With a tranquil gaze, Ling Yu deftly turned her wrist, unleashing the KN water sword qi. This particular sword energy moved with a languid pace, almost languorous, yet it coiled around the 2 wolf demons, immediately hampering their movements. With a delicate flick of the sword tip, the sharp blade precisely severed the throat of one wolf, while she swiftly evaded the grasp of the other wolf demon. In a fluid motion, she retaliated with a strike as swift as lightning, decapitating the beast. From the corner of Dan Yu's eye, he observed this scene and felt a sense of affirmation regarding his decision. Among them, only this junior sister Cheng possessed the fortitude to contend with the lead wolf. If she faltered, neither he nor senior brother Sheng would stand a chance. Such is the essence of a sword cultivator. Before the lead wolf, there remained no obstacles. Ling Yu grew increasingly composed, retracting and then sweeping her KN sword, releasing another wave of KN water sword qi. At that moment, the lead wolf, having bided its time, propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, its form a flash of lightning as it evaded the sword energy. Alas, Ling Yu sighed inwardly, yet did not feel disheartened. The lead wolf, at the 6th layer of qi refinement, was undoubtedly superior to those at the 3rd or 4th layers, and its existence in the wild contrasted starkly with the spirit beasts nurtured in the beast garden of Xianyuan Temple, where survival of the fittest reigned supreme. The scent of blood filled the air as the lead wolf's gleaming fangs loomed near, its sharp claws lunging fiercely. Ling Yu sprang into action, employing a movement talisman to its fullest extent, evading the lead wolf's assault with grace and agility. She was born robust and lively, having always been sprightly since childhood. After joining Xianyuan Temple, she dedicated herself to daily training without faltering, and when it came to physical prowess, few could rival her. With a missed strike, the alpha wolf seethed with rage and turned to lunge once more. Ling Yu pivoted midair, unleashing another wave of sword energy. The fierce battle between a lone warrior and a wolf ensued. It was no wonder that the master held Shimi in such high regard. Instructing her as if she were a direct disciple, Yu Xin gazed down at her own hand gripping the sword, though she too was a swordsman. She found herself relegated to the background. Xianxia and Dan Yu were already drenched in blood, their bodies marred with numerous wounds. As they faced the relentless onslaught of 20 to 30 wolf demons, peril looming at every turn, Ling Yu, undeterred, remained focused on her duel with the alpha wolf, the stakes of life and death hanging by a thread. Yet, she was acutely aware of the dire situation. Xianxia and Dan Taiyu could not endure for long. Dispatching a mere dozen wolf demons required their combined efforts, let alone facing 2 or 3 dozen alone. If Ling Yu were to delay in her assault, their fates would be sealed, and she would find herself confronting the alpha wolf alongside 50 or 60 more demons. An inescapable demise awaited her. Xianxia and Dan Taiyu had ceased direct confrontation with the pack, employing agility to evade the relentless attacks. As yet another strike fell short, the alpha wolf's claws narrowly missed, intensifying its fury. Grasping the grass beneath its paws, its eyes glowed with a predatory light, radiating a murderous intent. Irritated, it propelled itself backward before lunging once more at Ling Yu. An opportunity. Ling Yu's eyes gleamed with determination. The alpha wolf's hasty attack had left its abdomen exposed. In an elegant maneuver, she twisted in midair, sidestepping a full yard, her canly sword raised, channeling her entire essence into its blade. Suddenly, the blade radiated a brilliant light. A vibrant red and blue, flickering incessantly. Eventually, it transformed into a deep, resplendent purple. The union of Kan and Li, the harmonious interplay of water and fire. With a swift motion, Ling Yu wielded the sword, unleashing the Kanli sword energy from above, slicing through all as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. A thunderous howl erupted from the lead wolf, blood spraying into the air, drenching Ling Yu. The blade struck the wolf's abdomen, cleaving a long gash from its chest to its tail, exposing its entrails. Having endured such a blow, the lead wolf's fate was sealed. Elated by her success, Ling Yu was poised to press her advantage when a chorus of wolf howls erupted, and the wolf demons besieging Dan Taiyu and Xianxia turned their attention towards her. Cheng Shimi. Her companions cried out in unison. Ling Yu was taken aback. Despite her prowess, she was merely at the 6th level of chi refinement. To slay the lead wolf was her utmost limit. Now, with her true essence waning, how could she possibly contend with the onslaught of 50 or 60 wolf demons? Without a moment to ponder, she quickly devised a plan, producing a swift movement talisman and affixing it to herself before fleeing. Under the talisman's influence, her agility reached its zenith, almost becoming a fleeting shadow as she dashed away, heedless of direction, lost in her escape. The wolf pack was drawn away, alleviating the peril faced by Dan Taiyu and Xianxia. Her sole concern was her own escape. The wind howled around her, the night's chill slicing against her cheeks like a blade. As she sprinted, branches and vines occasionally snagged her garments, but Ling Yu paid them no mind. Her ears filled with the relentless howls of wolves and the pounding of their footsteps in pursuit. Exhausted of her true essence, she did not pause her steps. Swallowing a medicinal pill, as the effect of the movement talisman waned, she activated another, engaging in a frenzied and aimless flight. Yet the pack of wolves remained relentless at her heels. There was no escape. This was their territory, and wolves were naturally swift, further incited by her presence. Time slipped away, and beads of sweat poured from Ling Yu's forehead. What began as a temporary measure had now become a desperate necessity. The restorative effects of the pill were slow, and she lacked the sufficient essence to confront the pack directly. To survive, she could only flee. Heaven, must you toy with me so? She lamented inwardly. This was merely her first task away from the sect. And the thrill of ambushing the alpha wolf had already been exhilarating enough. Yet now she found herself besieged by 50 or 60 wolf demons. Her agility was her asset. Yet her speed was rather mediocre. If this continued, once her essence was fully depleted, a shiver ran through Ling Yu, and she hastily cast aside such thoughts, focusing solely on her escape. Should one succumb to lethargy, they would lose the courage to strive. She had no desire to meet her end in the belly of a wolf. Despite being drenched in sweat, Ling Yu found herself devoid of the strength to even wipe her brow. Run with all her might. Behind her, Xianxia and Dan Taiyu, panting heavily, came to a halt. What now? Dan Taiyu gasped. Brother Sheng, we cannot keep up. Xianxia struggled to catch his breath. How can someone as slender as junior sister Cheng outrun us? He and Dan Taiyu were tall and robust, their physiques more than capable. Yet they were utterly outpaced by her. Junior sister Cheng is a sword cultivator. Dan Taiyu replied with a bitter smile. Sword cultivators must train rigorously, despite her slenderness. Her physique is undoubtedly superior to ours. In contemplation, Xianxia mused. In terms of physical prowess, neither of them could rival Ling Yu. Senior brother Xing, senior brother Dan Tai. Ling Qingxue arrived, gazing ahead in confusion. Where is junior sister Cheng? She has vanished. Dan Taiyu shrugged. We cannot catch up. What should we do? Ling Qingxue exclaimed in alarm. She is alone amidst a pack of wolves. There is no choice but to continue the pursuit, xianxia stated. What about junior sister Yu? Ling Qingxue replied. I came to assess the situation. I asked her to guard the talisman array. Let her join us. The wolves have fled. And it is futile to guard the array alone. Very well. Ling Qingxue readily complied, retrieving a signal talisman from his robe. He cast a spell, and the talisman transformed into a faint stream of light, soaring toward the direction they had come from. This signal talisman was far superior to the one Gongsun Yin had employed in the past. Its purpose was communication, not mere pyrotechnics, a fact that Ling Yu would later come to understand. Shortly, Yu Xin, having prepared the talisman array, caught up with them. The four followed the traces left by the wolves. Yet curiously, they pursued until dawn without catching sight of the pack. Senior brother, Yu Xin halted, her expression tinged with concern as she regarded him and Dantai. Junior sister Cheng has fallen behind for the moment, and both of you are injured. Continuing the chase may prove detrimental. Indeed, Ling Qingxue suddenly realized. You should tend to your wounds before resuming the pursuit. Otherwise, xianxia and Dantai were both smeared with blood, having sustained multiple injuries while diverting the wolves' attention. After a night of frantic flight, their blood loss had intensified. Upon this reminder, both of them felt a wave of dizziness. Dantai nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, senior brother Sheng, we must attend to our wounds. Otherwise, excessive blood loss will not only hinder our search for junior sister Cheng, but also burden junior brother Zhang and junior sister Yu. xianxia appeared hesitant but ultimately sighed in acquiescence. Very well, let us rest for a moment. They gazed in the direction from which the wolf pack had departed, filled with concern, hoping that junior sister Cheng could endure. At this moment, Ling Yu was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, she had sustained minimal injuries. Her true essence was merely on the verge of depletion, rendering her unable to sustain herself. Thankfully, the wolf pack was also faltering, with many of them wounded, some even limping. As they pursued her, the distance between them gradually widened, and they fell further behind. By the time the sun had risen high in the sky, the howls of wolves behind Ling Yu had finally ceased, and the pungent scent of blood had vanished from the air. Ling Yu dared not stop recklessly until she came upon a low peak. This peak stood merely a few dozen zhang in height, with a small cave situated about 10 zhang above the ground. The entrance was flanked by 2 stones, forming a natural barrier. An excellent place. Ling Yu's eyes lit up. Though 10 zhang was not particularly tall, it would pose a challenge for most wild beasts to ascend. Furthermore, with the stones as a shield, she could mount a defense should any enemies approach. Without hesitation, she summoned the last remnants of her true essence, employing her lightness technique to slowly ascend. Cautiously squeezing into the cave, Ling Yu surveyed her surroundings. The cave was roughly a few zhang in width and elongated in shape. At the far end, a fissure opened in the ceiling, roughly the length of a person, allowing beams of daylight to filter through, while fine streams of water trickled gently down the stone walls. After surveying her surroundings, Ling Yu felt a surge of joy. With water, a door, and light, this truly was an excellent refuge. Before reuniting with others, she could easily evade the wolf pack here. With that thought in mind, she promptly set up her treasured array of talismans at the cave entrance, placing her remaining stack of spirit talismans upon it. Once she confirmed that the array could be activated at any moment and that no dangers lurked nearby, Ling Yu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After a night of frantic running, she was not only exhausted of her true essence but also on the brink of physical collapse. Sitting motionless for nearly half an hour, she gradually regained her breath. She retrieved a vial of medicine from her bosom, poured out a vitality pill, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged to restore her true essence. This meditation lasted for much of the day, and by the time she awoke, brimming with energy, it was already dusk. The crisis had finally passed. Ling Yu mused to herself that given her current condition and newfound shelter, she would possess the strength to retaliate even if she encountered a wolf pack again. She exhaled deeply, stood up, and stretched her limbs. All was well, save for some minor injuries that posed no significant threat. Peering out of the cave, she glanced around and found the area tranquil, with only some wild rabbits and squirrels occasionally darting by. It seemed this place was not the territory of any ferocious beasts and should be quite safe. Feeling relieved, Ling Yu approached the stone wall to gather some water, meticulously cleansing herself. With the aid of a purification technique, she quickly tidied up. Her current attire, stained with wolf blood and tattered from branches during her frantic flight, was no longer wearable, so she discarded it nearby and retrieved fresh clothing from her spatial pouch. After her transformation, she once again resembled a graceful young man. She contemplated for a moment, retrieving a signal talisman with the intention of making contact. To her dismay, the talisman failed to send out a signal. Ling Yu's expression turned grave, indicating that they were too far apart, and the talisman could not detect their presence. Where could they possibly be? Soon, as the golden crow descended in the west, and the jade rabbit rose in the east, nightfall enveloped the land, yet Ling Qingxue and the others remained elusive. Despite her anxiety, Ling Yu opted to sit in meditation. During her cultivation, she once again entered a profound state, surrounded by drifting blue dots, many of which emerged from the dense thickets, surging towards her and merging into her meridians. With each breath, the blue dots rushed towards her, initially mere points. They gradually transformed into clusters of blue light and ultimately coalesced into a mist of azure luminescence. Ling Yu inhaled greedily, striving to absorb every single blue light point into her being. However, this was evidently an impossibility. Her capacity for absorption at the qi refinement stage reached its limits, preventing any further acceleration. Nevertheless, she genuinely sensed the spiritual energy within her swiftly accumulating, and she exerted all her efforts to circulate her true essence, allowing this energy to integrate with her own. In the midst of her cultivation, time flew by. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already the hour of the tiger. Soon, dawn would break. Ling Yu rose and stretched her limbs, feeling immensely refreshed. She had not anticipated the richness of spiritual energy within the forest. A single night of cultivation here equated to several days of effort elsewhere, surpassing even the efficacy of medicinal pills. It was no wonder that this place had given rise to a pack of wolves that had transformed into demons. At this thought, Ling Yu paused in contemplation. It is incorrect to assume that the wolf pack has transformed into formidable creatures. Aside from the alpha wolf, the rest possess merely ordinary strength. Given the dense spiritual energy in this vicinity, it is effortless for beings at the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refining to reach the 8th or 9th layer. Moreover, she had observed the area for quite some time yesterday and found no trace of demonic beasts, only some commonplace small animals. What, then, accounts for such abundant spiritual energy here? Compared to the renowned Lingyu Mountain, this place seems to harbor an overwhelming concentration of spiritual essence. Lingyu tapped her forehead, feeling a bit bewildered. She sensed something unusual about the situation. Logically, the West Luo forest should not possess such rich spiritual energy. Otherwise, the 3 major Taoist temples would have relocated here long ago, allowing a pack of wild beasts to claim dominion over the land. It was perplexing. She mumbled to herself, opened her xianxia bag, retrieved a luminous pearl for illumination, consumed some dried provisions, and rummaged through another xianxia bag to extract a tome of celestial knowledge. The current appearance of this celestial book bore no semblance to antiquity. Its cover was a pale gold, with subtle swirling cloud patterns, and the slightly brownish pages were thick and substantial, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. Most notably, the cover bore 5 characters, Yunji Xuanjin Pu. These characters were inscribed with runes, bold and unwavering as a mountain. Thus, this book was entitled Yunji Xuanjin Pu. In Taoist terminology, Yunji refers to a book box, while Xuanjin signifies the pursuit of truth through the Tao. Ling Yu pondered thoughtfully, considering the audacity of such a title. Directly invoking the Tao, why not simply call it Daozong? Nevertheless, she was filled with enthusiasm as she turned to the inner pages. There were words. Ling Yu rejoiced. As she turned the page, the initial joy began to wane, revealing merely a single page. Tilting her head in contemplation, she pondered whether her consumption had been insufficient. Perhaps the book required a certain essence to unveil its contents, with the quantity of this essence determining the extent of the material presented. This was her conjecture. Yet its veracity awaited empirical validation. For the time being, Ling Yu set this thought aside and began to earnestly scrutinize the text of the celestial tome. To her astonishment, the content of the first page was none other than the Tai Su Zi Yun Heart Sutra. Ling Yu was both surprised and perplexed. The Tai Su Zi Yun Heart Sutra was merely an intermediate technique practiced by the newly inducted female disciples of the Xian Yuan Temple, who were all required to study this method. Upon reaching the 5th level of qi refinement and attaining elite disciple status, they would then be entitled to select another technique. Once one became an elite disciple or entered the 3 palaces to become a master, they would be eligible to pursue advanced techniques. Ling Yu, focused on sword cultivation, had only undertaken the Tai Su Zi Yun Heart Sutra as a supplementary study and had never sought to exchange it for another. How absurd it seemed that such an esoteric celestial book contained merely the Tai Su Ziyun Heart Sutra. It felt as though a precious tome, safeguarded in the most esteemed library, turned out to be no more than a rudimentary primer. Shaking her head, Ling Yu continued to read, but with each word, her expression grew increasingly grave. This was no mere Tai Su Ziyun Heart Sutra. Although it bore the same name, the content was vastly different. Ling Yu retrieved the Tai Su Ziyun Heart Sutra from another Qianxue bag and began to compare them meticulously. After a prolonged silence, she pondered deeply. The two versions of the Tai Su Ziyun Heart Sutra shared a considerable number of identical phrases, yet the substance diverged immensely. The version issued by the Xianyuan Temple was couched in enigmatic language, enveloped in clouds and mist, requiring careful and thorough examination to grasp its true meaning. The volume from the Celestial Scriptures employs language that is remarkably straightforward and accessible. However, when it comes to profound wisdom, the celestial text undoubtedly surpasses others in terms of artistic conception by an immeasurable degree. The tome from the Xianyuan Temple, while detailing methods of cultivation, meanders extensively through the true essence of the Tao, its existence and manifestations, leaving one in a haze of confusion. In contrast, the celestial scripture refrains from explicitly defining the Tao, yet it is simple and thought-provoking, making the distinction between the two abundantly clear. Ling Yu, though inexperienced with advanced techniques, has perused numerous classical texts of Taoism and instantly recognizes that the celestial scripture, particularly the Tai Su Ziyun Heart Sutra, aligns more closely with the fundamental essence of the Tao. The Tao is formless and nameless. Each individual's understanding varies, eluding verbal articulation. To attempt a comprehensive discourse on the Tao is an impossibility, no matter how one elaborates. It can only represent a fraction of personal insight. Truly, this celestial scripture is remarkable. Such a work as the Tai Su Ziyun Heart Sutra convinces Ling Yu that this Yun Ji Xianjin Pu is indeed a celestial scripture without a doubt. It appears that I must gather more vital essence to explore what lies ahead. Cherish life and distance oneself from trivial tales. Initially, she had reached a decision regarding this matter, yet the nighttime was not conducive for action, so she resolved to wait until dawn. However, upon discovering the rich spiritual energy in this place, which is exceedingly beneficial for cultivation, and the emergence of an exceptionally advanced technique within the celestial scripture, she found herself wavering. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu made her decision. Since it seems to be the will of heaven, she would remain here. This presents a splendid opportunity for her. There are risks to guard against, yet it is safe and reliable, with abundant spiritual energy. And she might even hunt some demon beasts to nourish the celestial scripture. Perhaps, as she feeds it, the second page may unveil more characters. It is indeed peculiar that the Ta Su Ziyun Heart Sutra, containing several thousand characters, can fit onto a single page of this celestial tome. One wonders just how much content the entire volume possesses. With a resolute mind, Ling Yu contemplated how to pass the next 2 months. The cave proved to be an excellent dwelling, a splendid refuge, and sustenance was scarcely a concern, for the forest teemed with wild beasts, and she possessed a considerable supply of rations. Moreover, the rich spiritual aura in this place made cultivation exceedingly convenient. Such dense spiritual energy is a rarity to find. However, the solitude was daunting. 2 months without conversation might well lead to a decline in her mental state. Wait, Ling Yu recalled the presence of a Bai, the spirit trapped within her demon-catching pouch. Though a mere demon and rather simple-minded, a Bai could serve as a delightful distraction. Yet, having consumed her essence pearl, Ling Yu needed to devise a solution. After a brief moment of contemplation, she clapped her hands and released a Bai from the pouch. After spending over 10 days confined, a Bai emerged in a daze, barely retaining her humanoid form. Ling Yu offered her a chi-replenishing pill, and after some time, a Bai finally regained her composure. While the spiritual companions within the pouch do not perish, they fall into a deep slumber. Prolonged confinement can lead to a depletion of their essence. Fortunately, a Bai had not been confined for long enough to suffer such a fate, merely feeling stifled. Raising an eyebrow, Ling Yu brandished her kindly sword. Oh dear? At the sight of the sword, a Bai recoiled slightly, her confidence wavering as she stammered. I merely spoke casually. Indeed. Trouble arises from careless words. Ling Yu replied languidly. To call you a simple demon is no exaggeration. With your skills, charming a mortal may suffice. But surviving among your kind? That would be quite the miracle. How could I not survive? A Bai retorted. Abai felt a surge of defiance yet hesitated to act. Ling Yu stood and circled her twice, her tone dripping with disdain. You are utterly ignorant of propriety, lacking in human sentiment, and your cultivation is abysmal. What merit do you possess to survive? Abai, taken aback, replied, in what way am I unaware of propriety? Besides, is this world truly so perilous? Ling Yu placed a hand on her forehead, exclaiming, you are deeply indebted to Boss Qi. With your current state, you can barely survive in his household. Abai was perplexed. Ling Yu, unable to tolerate such a foolish creature, continued, are you truly oblivious to the fact that spirits can devour one another? Your survival until now is nothing short of sheer luck. Shaking her head in exasperation, she retrieved a pearl from her bosom and tossed it to Abai, saying, here, this is yours. Abai, bewildered, caught it, and upon realizing what it was, gasped, why has my inner Dan transformed into this? Inner Dan? Ling Yu's attention shifted entirely, her surprise evident as she gazed at Abai. Is this truly your inner Dan? Abai hesitated before nodding. Do you possess any common sense? Ling Yu exclaimed, beasts with inner Dan are exceedingly rare. An inner Dan contains the majority of their cultivation. Once it leaves the body, their power is rendered useless. What you possess cannot be considered an inner Dan. Your cultivation remains intact, yet this pearl lacks even a trace of true essence. After being in my possession for so many days, you are still lively. How can you call this an inner Dan? Abai felt a pang of guilt in response to Ling Yu's inquiries and stammered, but in the tales of your kind. Do they not say that spirits expel their inner dawn to cast spells and such? What tales have you been reading? By Xianxia, another child harmed by the tales. Ling Yu covered her face. During her youth, she frequented tea houses and theaters, later pursuing the path of cultivation, often attempting to apply the concepts from the tales she had read. It took her half a year at the Taoist temple to rectify her misconceptions. Those legendary tales and celestial stories were mere entertainment for the masses. How could one take them seriously? However, at that time, she was merely a mortal, still a child, which was understandable. But what about Abai? As a spirit, she astonishingly learned cultivation knowledge from human tales. If it weren't for her current utility, Ling Yu would have relished the idea of abandoning this foolish creature in the western forest to fend for herself. It was simply too ridiculous. Nevertheless, it was for the best. Ling Yu quickly composed herself. Abai's current state was advantageous for her next steps. I advise you, she said earnestly, to cherish your life and steer clear of those tales. Abai looked perplexed. Ever since I transformed into human form, I have only encountered a few of my kind, and they all kept their distance upon seeing me. They avoid the tales, so where could I learn about cultivation? Your cultivation is at the third level of qi refinement, which might intimidate ordinary spirits. They fear becoming your next meal, hence their avoidance. Ling Yu thought to herself, yet maintained a serious demeanor. I can teach you, but I have a condition. Really? Abai's face brightened with joy. I didn't realize you were actually kind. I have a condition. Ling Yu reiterated, uninterested in idle chatter, and stated plainly, I will teach you cultivation, and you will become my spirit pet. Abai's expression shifted to one of indignation. I knew it. You appear far from virtuous. How could you possibly possess such a benevolent heart? It seems you intended to deceive me. Ling Yu cast a disdainful glance her way, unbothered by the need for pretense. You ought to consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been someone else, they might have compelled you to submit without hesitation. Foregoing all this needless chatter, then why do you not compel me? Abai inquired. Is it that you lack the strength to do so? Quite astute of you. Even a fool can exhibit moments of brilliance, Ling Yu retorted. Nonsense. Those who cultivate possess two swords suspended above their heads. One represents cause and effect, the other merits. Mishandling these can not only give rise to inner demons, but also affect one's tribulations. Although I am a sword cultivator, I tread the path of Tao, and thus, I must exercise caution, but others do not. Not everyone adheres to the significance of cause and effect or merits. Ling Yu rolled her eyes. Many cultivators, constrained by their innate capabilities, find it challenging to achieve greatness and therefore harbor fewer reservations. Oh, Abai pondered for a moment before asking, what advantages would there be in becoming your spirit pet? What would I be required to do? I shall teach you the ways of cultivation. That is the benefit. As long as you remain obedient, I will wholeheartedly protect you. You will assist me with tasks within your capabilities. I see. Abai reflected. This seems quite similar to my arrangement with Qi Junqing, where he ensured my basic needs were met. Ling Yu, disinterested in elaborating further, found her reasoning acceptable. Very well then. Abai hesitated, saying, after all, having left the Qi family, I am uncertain of what to do next. Just as Ling Yu was about to respond, Abai added, however, you must guarantee that you will not betray me as Qi Junqing did. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to turn against you. We have established the master contract, and should we wish to withdraw, it must be by mutual consent. Is that acceptable? What is the master contract? Abi inquired further. After much effort, Ling Yu finally elucidated the concept of the master contract to Abi. This so-called master contract, formally referred to as a soul pact, is indeed a covenant forged by souls. It encompasses not only allegiance, but also exchange and subservience. Yet only the master contract has persisted through time. This is not a deliberate deception on Ling Yu's part. Seizing the moment while Abi was still processing this information, they completed the master contract, and Ling Yu exhaled in relief. Truly, she was a simple-minded spirit, amidst all the discussions. She had forgotten the crucial matter of the depletion of her inner essence. Go, fetch me a few wild rabbits. With a spirit companion, particularly one that had already taken form, Ling Yu boldly commanded Abi. Abi felt no discomfort in this arrangement, having previously served Qi Junqing. She found the transition to a new master rather seamless. Once the rabbits were roasted, the two devoured them with great haste. Ling Yu, patting her belly, sighed contentedly, at last. A decent meal. In gratitude for the roasted rabbits, she resolved to treat Abi with greater kindness. Though this creature was somewhat slow-witted and had a temper, she was obedient enough, a commendable trait for a spirit companion. Absorb the essence. Ling Yu exclaimed. Did I not mention my ignorance on the matter? Abi shot her a disdainful glance, remarking on her poor memory. Feeling belittled by this foolish demon, Ling Yu felt quite vexed. How do you usually utilize it? She inquired. Well, I keep it in my dantian and bring it out during cultivation. It must be something she learned from Madame Whitesnake. Indeed. She had stumbled upon a fortunate truth. Other demons might not be able to cultivate this way, but she fortuitously possessed a pearl within her body that could absorb essence. By drawing on the essence from this pearl, she could enhance her cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Yu declared, from now on, I shall teach you how to cultivate. First, lend me that trinket of yours for my study. Is that necessary? Abi regarded her with suspicion. Am I to be seen as a thief by my own master? Ling Yu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Besides, having me teach you is far more advantageous than your solitary fumbling. That pearl is of little use in your hands. Abi pondered this, unable to discern any flaw in her limited understanding of cultivation. Thus, she produced the pearl, saying, Here, take it. But you must teach me how to cultivate right away. Understood, Abi readily agreed. You shall first memorize this technique. Ling Yu opened the celestial tome and taught her line by line. The Tai Su Ziyin Heart Sutra was not lengthy, merely a few thousand characters, and the language was rather simple. In a short while, Abi had memorized it. Intrigued, she peered at the tome, asking, I do not recognize these characters. When will you teach me? I will teach you when time permits, Ling Yu replied dismissively. For now, attempt some cultivation on your own. With that, she sent Abi off to practice as she continued her study of the celestial tome. She decided to impart this technique to Abi, harboring a slight selfish desire to have Abi experiment with it first to ascertain its efficacy. Should it prove advantageous, she too would adopt it. Another day passed without any word from Ling Qingxue and the others. The signal talisman remained unresponsive. Ling Yu had completely relinquished her reservations, resolved to settle in with Abi for the next 2 months. Abi practiced diligently for half a day, her progress commendable, swiftly achieving a meditative state. In a moment of sheer delight, she exclaimed, So this is what cultivation truly is. I always wondered why I couldn't feel the flow of true essence. Ling Yu could only smile in response. As night fell, Ling Yu commenced her own cultivation. Abi adapted well, and it was time for her to explore independently. Placing the celestial book upon her lap, she sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and sought to still her mind, entering a state of contemplation. Subsequently, she silently recited the Tai Su Ziyin Heart Sutra from the celestial tome, channeling her true essence as instructed. She soon found herself enveloped in a remarkable state. The surrounding spiritual energy manifested first as blue dots, then as a radiant blue light, and eventually as a blue mist, surging violently into her meridians. Intriguingly, the blue hue intensified around her knees, morphing into a deep indigo. Could it be that the unusual spiritual energy in this place was a consequence of the celestial book? This thought flitted through Ling Yu's mind as she observed the indigo gradually fading, the spiritual energy seemingly absorbed by the celestial tome. Astonishingly, it consumed not only flesh, but also spiritual essence. With no time to ponder further, the frenzied influx of spiritual energy rapidly approached its limit. This threshold was significantly higher than the previous day, suggesting that different techniques might indeed elevate one's cultivation ceiling variably. Ling Yu concentrated intently on absorbing the spiritual energy, diligently circulating her true essence, gradually transforming it into her own. A sudden exclamation from Abby startled Ling Yu from her focus. She hastily ceased her cultivation, opening her eyes to see that it was Abai who was shouting. Irritated, she retorted, "What are you doing? If I were to lose control, would you take responsibility?" Abai, with a look of lingering fear, replied, "This technique is terrifying. If I continue practicing, I might explode." "What?" Abai explained, "Just now, while I was cultivating, an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy surged towards me, and I was on the verge of losing control." Ling Yu paused, then suddenly understood. "The spiritual energy is too dense for your meridians to accommodate, and your cultivation level is too low to maintain control. What should I do?" Abai asked. Ling Yu pondered for a moment, then suggested, "The fundamental solution is for you to enhance your control abilities. Until then, keep your distance while you cultivate." Abai glanced around and moved to the deepest part of the cave. "Is this far enough?" "Yes." Ling Yu closed her eyes again and said calmly, "Stop your loud outbursts. If I lose control, I will take it out on you." "What? Who are you calling I?" Abai retorted. Ling Yu didn't even open her eyes. "Even if you take offense, I still have the right to call myself I." Abai tilted her head and scrutinized her. "Aren't you a woman? Why refer to yourself as I?" Ling Yu shot back, silencing Abai, because I is more imposing than she. Having once been a streetwise bully, Ling Yu understood well the significance of gender dynamics in confrontations. In such disputes, it is invariably women who bear the brunt of derogatory remarks. Although fierce women may possess greater resilience than their male counterparts, it is ultimately more efficient to conserve energy whenever possible. Self-proclaimed as old lady, Abi ultimately succumbed to defeat. After muttering to herself for a while, she chose to continue her cultivation. The spirit jade was not like Boss Chi, who could endure beatings, insults, and torment without a care. Although Abi lacked intelligence, she possessed a commendable trait: she knew how to adapt to circumstances. Spirit Jade conducted several experiments on the density of spiritual energy, discovering that it radiated outward from the center of the celestial tome, akin to a gathering spirit array. Intriguingly, this array could not be obstructed even by a Qingxue pouch, and it obediently confined its range to within 3 zhang. Beyond this distance, the spiritual energy returned to its ordinary state. It was a superlative gathering spirit array endowed with sentience. Filled with elation, Spirit Jade mused that such formations were typically found only in grand Taoist temples and were reserved for significant purposes. Ordinary disciples could scarcely dare to dream of such phenomena, let alone experience such remarkable effects. Panicking, Abi stood up abruptly. "Are you going to leave me behind?" Spirit Jade rolled her eyes. "Am I to drag you along at the expense of my own life?" Abi, undeterred by the disdain in her words, timidly replied, "What if I encounter a beast while alone?" "You are a beast yourself. Why ask me what to do?" Spirit Jade retorted, irritation creeping into her tone. However, after a moment's reflection, she softened and took the time to instruct her on how to utilize the talisman array. This foolish creature was, after all, her spirit pet. She could not simply abandon her. After concluding her instructions and offering a few final admonitions, Spirit Jade departed the cave, sword in hand. Since the spiritual energy follows her, there is no need to remain here in seclusion for cultivation. Although the Zyro Forest is fraught with danger, it serves as an excellent arena for honing one's skills. Recent experiences have imparted to Ling Yu the invaluable lesson of the significance of experience. Had she been a seasoned sword cultivator, she would have easily triumphed over demonic beasts of the same rank, thus preventing the perilous situation that unfolded that fateful night. Furthermore, who can fathom what Han Funing intends for her? The stronger one is, the better. After traversing for about an hour, she encountered a 4-tiered demonic beast, which she dispatched effortlessly. This was followed by several 3-tiered beasts, all of which met the same fate beneath her blade, scarcely depleting her true essence. Half a day later, Ling Yu finally stumbled upon the carcass of a wolf. As a demonic beast, its body was not prone to decay and remained remarkably intact. The wolf had a broken hind leg, suggesting it belonged to the pack from that night. She collected the carcass and stowed it away in her spatial pouch, then continued onward. After another hour of travel, she gathered 4 or 5 more wolf carcasses, all of which were consumed by the tome of celestial texts. Indeed, it possessed an insatiable appetite. Just days prior, it took several hours to devour a wild boar, yet now, encountering the wolf demons, it consumed them in no time, leaving only a pile of fur behind. At that moment, she halted her steps, her senses heightened. The aura of demonic beasts was thick and chaotic. Surely, she could not be so unfortunate as to encounter another pack of wolves? As if to confirm her fears, just as the thought crossed her mind, wolf heads emerged from the thicket. 1, 2, 3, 4. Approximately 40 in total, indicating that the pack had sustained some losses that night. Demonic beasts, after all, do not possess the ability to transform into human form. Their intelligence, compared to that of humans, remains considerably inferior, relying predominantly on instinct. The wolf demons seemingly caught a whiff of the familiar aura emanating from Ling Qingxue, their eyes gleaming with malice as they began to encircle her menacingly. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Qingxue took flight once more, estimating her ability to defeat perhaps a dozen or so of them, or even 40. If she could prevail, there would be no need to flee that night. What was happening? Hearing the cacophony of howls, Abai emerged, startled by the sight of the throng of wolves below. Did you disturb their den or slay their pups? Enough chatter. Ling Qingxue activated her talisman array, preparing it for immediate deployment. With only a handful of talismans left, and even fewer suited for combat, she knew that if the array were to be unleashed, it would not endure for long. Thus, she must wield it judiciously. However, the advantageous terrain provided an excellent opportunity for counterattack. If utilized wisely, she might not even need the talisman array. Peering out, she observed the densely packed wolves clamoring at the base of the low peak, howling frantically upward. Although a few attempted to scale the heights, they struggled to ascend. Wolves were not adept climbers, and the steepness of the peak rendered them largely immobilized, caught midway. A splendid opportunity. Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. These wolf demons possessed only the cultivation of the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement. Unable to surround her, they posed little threat. If she could just divide and conquer this horde, the celestial tome would surely be most pleased. Resolute, she grasped her sword and emerged from the cave, charging fiercely towards the highest leaping wolf demon. The fiery sword energy swirled forth, swiftly dispatching 5 or 6 wolf demons that had scaled the rocky cliff, leaving no trace of them behind. After collecting the slain bodies, she shifted her gaze downward with a glint of malice. With the alpha wolf of the 6th level of qi refinement eliminated, the pack's intelligence significantly diminished, allowing her to methodically slay them one by one. Yet, driven by instinct, they continued to surge forward. Observing the howling pack below, unable to leap up, Ling Yu's mind sparked with inspiration. Was this not an opportune moment to hone her sword skills? The path of retreat lay conveniently nearby. Should she falter, she could simply leap back. Without hesitation, she leapt from the cliff, landing directly amidst the throng of wolves. The unsuspecting pack immediately converged upon her, encircling her entirely. With her sword held horizontally, Ling Qingxue adeptly thrust and parried, evading and maneuvering as she engaged in combat with the wolves. She aimed to acclimate herself to this combat sensation, heightening her awareness, ensuring that no detail escaped her notice. Fully concentrated, her strikes were primarily defensive, focused on evasion and repulsion. This encounter was not merely to eradicate the wolves, but to refine her swordsmanship and bolster her combat prowess. Though the wolf demons were of lesser cultivation, their sheer numbers initially posed a challenge, resulting in a few minor scratches. However, she swiftly adapted, entering a remarkable state where she no longer relied solely on her vision. Instead, she became acutely aware of her surroundings. She could sense the direction of impending danger and identify openings for her strikes. As if she were ensnared in a delicate web of awareness, with each subtle movement around her captured by her keen senses. As time progressed, this web became increasingly vivid and agile. Ling Qingxue could almost perceive every thread of energy on the internet, each minute quiver. No, it was spiritual energy. Invisible and intangible, yet undeniably a web woven from genuine spiritual essence. Where did this web originate? Ling Qingxue pondered, perplexed. After 2 hours, her true essence gradually dwindled. With a swift strike, she repelled the wolf pack and leaped into the cave. Eat your own head. Ling Qingxue washed her hands and tore off a piece of chicken wing, adding, you need to practice too, with your pathetic spells. Not going to happen. Abai resolutely declined. Ling Yu, disinclined to chastise her at that moment, finished her chicken wing, wiped her hands clean, and sat cross-legged, examining her Qingxue bag. The wolf carcasses had been completely consumed. This immortal book had quite the appetite. She tidied the Qingxue bag and extracted the immortal book. As she did so, a sudden chill swept over her, and something leapt from the book, rushing into her mind. 052, Return Journey. Ling Yu was taken aback, but in an instant, there was no further anomaly. She shook her head, uncertain whether it had been a mere illusion. Suddenly, her body stiffened, sensing something additional within her mind. Ling Yu frantically patted her head, recalling what ancient texts had described as soul-snatching. What's wrong with you? Abai, alarmed by Ling Yu's frantic demeanor, rushed over, calling out, "Hey!" Ling Yu, however, was too engulfed in her own terror to pay her any heed. In truth, the immortal book was not a treasure at all, but rather a malevolent entity that had grown by consuming demon beasts, now seeking to seize her soul. This thought flashed through her mind, prompting her to immediately fortify her spirit. The book spoke of the struggle for possession, a contest of souls in the devouring of one's essence. As long as she maintained her mental fortitude and vanquished her opponent, she would have no fear. Yet, as she anxiously awaited for what felt like an eternity, there was still no sign of movement. Tentatively, she reached out to sense the energies within her mind, when suddenly, something surged forth, releasing a flurry of ethereal energies that entwined and ultimately formed a web. She found herself within this web, a spatial domain of 3 zhang, utterly comprehensible to her. At that moment, Ling Yu opened her eyes and was startled to find Abby's radiant face alarmingly close, nearly touching her own. "What are you doing? Are you all right?" she exclaimed. Abby, releasing her grip and patting her chest, responded, "I thought you were having a fit." This foolish creature, not only dim-witted but also gluttonous. Ling Yu composed herself, focusing on the newly manifested spiritual web within her mind. This very entity was what she had sensed earlier while practicing her swordplay, a convergence of intangible energies intricately woven together. These energies were intimately connected to her, allowing her to perceive even the slightest fluctuations with clarity. Simultaneously, she realized that the so-called gathering spirit array was, in fact, this very web. With a mere thought, she could contract or expand it, transforming it into the gathering spirit array or reverting it to its original form. To her surprise, this was a gift from the celestial tome. Ling Yu felt a mix of concern and elation. The worry stemmed from uncertainty regarding the nature of this spiritual web and whether it posed any danger to her. The joy arose from the knowledge that it resided within her mind, a possession solely hers, impervious to theft by others. Glancing back at the celestial tome, she noted that it still contained only a single page, the Taisu Zi Yun Heart Sutra, while the devoured wolf's carcass had transformed into that very spiritual web. The spiritual net has taken root in her mind. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. For the moment, everything appears normal, so she shall make the most of it. Ling Yu has never been one to harbor suspicions. When faced with uncertainty, she contemplates deeply, yet if change is unattainable, she chooses to adapt and respond accordingly. Regardless of the origins of the celestial book, the spiritual net resides within her, unremovable and inextricable. It is far more prudent to utilize it effectively. After all, the journey will unfold as it must, and further worry would be superfluous. She contemplated her situation. With the spiritual net's ability to gather spiritual energy, the internal poison of her elixir has become relatively inconsequential. For her cultivation speed is now comparable to that of others consuming elixirs. Additionally, having adopted the grand primordial purple cloud sutra from the celestial tome, her efficiency in converting spiritual energy has significantly improved. She estimates that within 6 months, she could ascend to the 7th level of qi refinement. Moreover, with the spiritual net at her disposal, if she diligently hones her swordsmanship and combines it with the talismanic arts she acquired from Xianxia, it is conceivable that she may carve out a slender chance of survival under Han Funing's scrutiny. Interestingly, she has never witnessed Han Funing in action, nor has she heard others speak of his prowess. Lu Wei, a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement, is renowned within the entire Xian Yuan temple, which is why when Zhang Qishu learned of Lu Wei's intention to mentor her, he remarked that she could navigate the temple with confidence. Conversely, Han Funing, also at the 9th level of qi refinement but not a sword cultivator, should theoretically possess slightly lesser strength than Lu Wei. Yet, before her departure, Lu Wei's caution regarding Han Funing was palpable. Indeed, Han Funing is a person of true contradictions. He is discreet, yet at the Xianyuan temple, he thrives and earns the deep trust of the temple master, commanding respect even from the head of the three palaces. Conversely, if one were to argue that he is ostentatious, he has not accomplished anything noteworthy that would spark lively discussions among others. His actions and demeanor are neither forward nor backward, entirely unremarkable. However, it is certain that he should never be underestimated. His cunning and ability to endure are evident. Yet what is truly remarkable is his composure, as he dares to speak those words to her, unafraid of inciting her wariness. If possible, Ling Yu wishes not to be adversaries with Han Funing, unless he intends to use her as a stepping stone for his own survival, in which case she would have no choice but to fight back. After contemplating for a while, Ling Yu shook her head, dismissing such thoughts and immersing herself in her cultivation. No amount of contemplation could surpass the importance of enhancing her skills. By night, she practiced her techniques, and by day, she honed her swordsmanship against the wolf pack. After a fortnight, Ling Yu had mastered the spirit net, effortlessly navigating the assaults of the wolves, her strength significantly augmented. Sensing that her power could no longer grow against the wolf pack, she systematically eliminated the wolf demons and fed their corpses to the celestial tome. With the wolf pack finally dispersed, Abi joyfully ventured out to hunt. Terrified of the wolves, she had refrained from descending, subsisting on wolf meat for days, which she found unsatisfactory due to her picky palate. Now, she could finally indulge in other delights. Ling Yu paid her no mind. With the wolves gone, she sought out other demon beasts. Days passed swiftly in a blur of sword practice and cultivation. The companions who had come with her, including Ling Qingxue, had remained silent. And while Ling Yu occasionally pondered their fate, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to strengthening her own abilities. There were 4 of them, and should they truly encounter peril, it was beyond her capacity to confront. Since they had become separated, she could only wish for their safety. More than a month later, a jade token in Ling Yu's possession began to radiate light. Where is Abby? Gnawing on a lamb leg, with her mouth full of grease. Abby pondered for a moment and nodded earnestly. Staying here for a lifetime wouldn't be so bad. The food is quite delectable. Oh. After finishing the lamb leg in a few bites, Abby said, then I shall enter the demon-suppressing pouch and sleep for a few days until we arrive. As Ling Yu unfastened the demon-suppressing pouch at her waist, preparing to let Abby in, she suddenly heard Abby ask, by the way, where is your sect? Ling Yu paused her actions, silently gazing at her. Abby, feeling somewhat guilty under her scrutiny, asked, can't you tell me? Ling Yu, with an expressionless face, replied, no. I merely realized that there are certain things I failed to inform you. I, your master, am surnamed Cheng, with the Taoist title Ling Yu, an elite disciple of the Xianyuan sect. Remember this well. 053. A storm approaches. Ling Yu descended from the paper crane and observed that the entire Xianyuan sect was desolate. Many disciples of the sect had been dispatched to gather materials from the upper academy, while those from the lower academy had been sent to various mines and medicinal gardens. The majority of the Grand Masters had journeyed to the South Pole, leaving behind only a scant few. Seeing this, Ling Yu mused that if someone were to attack at this moment, the entire temple could easily be overrun. However, such a scenario was unlikely, with great calamity looming. Who among the cultivators of the world would be so bold as to seize territory? Furthermore, the Xianyuan sect was not lacking in strength. Once the formation was activated, it could withstand hundreds or even thousands of cultivators. At this critical juncture, no one possessed such confidence. Listening to the words of the attending disciple, it became evident that there were no disciples present within the observation area, and the masters had ceased their rotations. Given the rapidly changing circumstances, it was hardly conceivable that the masters could spare the time to uphold the daily rituals. Since the disciples had already been dispatched, there was little left to be done. Upon arriving at the Jade Void Palace, Han Funing was indeed present. Upon seeing her, a subtle smile graced his lips. Had you delayed any longer, I would have taken my leave. Han Funing appeared vibrant, yet the fatigue in her eyes was unmistakable. Ling Yu inquired, are you planning to go to the South Pole? Master Han. Han Funing nodded. However, she neither confirmed nor denied, instead offering a faint smile as she replied, I had intended to wait until you reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement before inviting you into the Jade Void Palace as my aide. But as the vicissitudes of life would have it, nevertheless, your diligence allows for some practical application. His tone was surprisingly magnanimous, showing no concern for her potential escape from his grasp. Ling Yu harbored her thoughts inwardly, revealing none of her feelings on the surface, merely observing him in silence. Han Funing chuckled. There is no need to gaze at me so intently. To gain greater autonomy from my influence, one must demonstrate commensurate strength. At this juncture, Ling Yu decided to be forthright and asked, though I consider my aptitude to be passable, I find myself lacking when compared to the esteemed senior brothers and sisters. Why then does Master Han choose me? Ling Yu paused, then continued, You possess lofty ambitions, Master Han, and would not impede their progress. Why invite misunderstanding? Han Funing simply shook his head. Wise individuals often project their own perspectives onto others. Even the truth can be twisted into falsehoods through repetition. Ling Yu, contemplating the multitude of wives and concubines within the Qing family, fell into a pensive silence. Sometimes, even when one offers a sincere heart, others may remain reluctant to believe. Thus, she grew weary of such interactions from a young age, preferring to drift along with the currents of life, adapting spontaneously when the moment arose, rather than overthinking matters. Dissecting a single phrase to the point of extracting myriad flavors before granting it even a modicum of belief. This is the jade token of a true disciple. Han Funing produced a jade token from an unknown source and tossed it to her, declaring, From this moment forth, you shall be a true disciple of Xianyuan Temple. Empowered to command both the lower house disciples and the stewards, second only to the 3 palace masters. Ling Yu received the jade token, momentarily dazed. Master Han, this. Although Han Funing had long promised her the position of a true disciple, she had not taken it seriously. The title of true disciple is conferred only once every 3 years within each palace. And even though Han Funing's standing in the eyes of the temple master far exceeded that of the head of Yusu Palace, she could only propose it before reporting to the temple master, followed by a modest ceremony to inspire the disciples. Ling Yu had spent 5 years at Xianyuan Temple and had yet to witness this ceremony, for it was not the case that suitable candidates emerged every 3 years. They typically adhered to the tradition of promoting a true disciple to master before filling the subsequent vacancy. Yet now, Han Funing had directly bestowed upon her the jade token symbolizing a true disciple, which felt rather hasty. In these extraordinary times, the ceremony was omitted. However, your name is indeed recorded, granting you actual authority, Han Funing stated with calm assurance. Ling Yu steadied herself, accepting the jade token and bowing to Han Funing. Thank you, Master Han. There was no excessive gratitude, for she understood that this true disciple was neither a reward nor a gift. It was merely an identity that Han Funing required for her to fulfill a task. What would the disciple do next? Without hesitation, Han Funing stated, I will leave the day after tomorrow for the Antarctic. You will assist me with a matter, and upon its completion, you must immediately join me. Ling Yu nodded. Please. Master Han, proceed. Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. Han Funing smiled lightly, leaning back in his chair. What surprises you? After some contemplation, she replied, Master Han, I alone can merely unravel the seal. I have long been prepared. Han Funing responded, You will have a companion, a descendant of the Fan family. Ling Yu's astonishment deepened, yet it also made sense upon reflection. He had long been aware of the conditions for retrieving the treasure. How could he not have made preparations? However, she had not anticipated that he would locate a descendant of the Fan family, and moreover, one who was a cultivator. A thought struck her, and she inquired, But what of xianxia? Han Funing shook his head. I have investigated the 2 individuals who besieged Brother Zheng. One has perished, and the other is missing. As for your brother, I have found no trace of him. This person is a wandering cultivator I encountered by chance. Ling Yu felt a pang of disappointment. After leaving the Cheng residence, she had spent 3 years sharing meals and journeys with xianxia. If there was anyone in this world, apart from her biological siblings, whom she felt close to, it was xianxia. Yet, after all these years, there had been no news of him. If even Han Funing could not uncover his whereabouts, she wondered if she would ever have the opportunity to see him again in this lifetime. What was the connection between this person and Master Han? After obtaining the treasure, what should one do next? Han Funing remarked, That lad is quite clever. You should bring him along to Antarctica. This implies that this individual belongs to Han Funing. Ling Yu nodded gently, acknowledging, the disciple understands. You may leave now. Once the matters were settled, Han Funing was not one to engage in idle chatter, nor inclined to teach another's disciple. He planned to set off for Antarctica early the next morning. Han Funing offered rare words of comfort. Lu Wei's strength is formidable. There is no need for you to worry. Ling Yu smiled, taking her leave once more. After returning to her small courtyard, she rested for a night. At the break of dawn the following day, she received a signal from Han Funing, instructing her to meet at the designated location. Ling Yu departed from Xianyuan Temple on her paper crane. Half an hour later, at the city gate of Yuancheng, she spotted a young man in a green robe, approximately her age. Unbeknownst to her, this new venture had been ongoing for 2 months, reaching the word count necessary for publication. Indeed, this serves as a notice that tomorrow the work will be available for subscription, concurrently launching the final plot of this realm. Following its conclusion, it will transition into the familiar world of cultivation. Upon publication, the word count will be adjusted, with potential for additional updates depending on circumstances. As Ling Yu beheld the silhouette of the young man, she was momentarily taken aback and instinctively called out, "Xianxia." The young man turned at the sound, his unfamiliar gaze scrutinizing her for several moments. "You are Cheng Ling Yu?" His voice was low and hoarse, akin to a worn arrow. Ling Yu exhaled deeply, unable to mask her disappointment. The young man stood tall, already resembling a youth, with a rather handsome face marred by an unsightly scar that disfigured half of it, rendering it grotesque and uneven. His voice was equally unpleasant, as if his vocal cords had been damaged. Upon seeing him for the first time, Ling Yu felt a sense of familiarity. She suddenly recalled Xianxia. Although she could not pinpoint the resemblance, it had been 5 years since they last parted, and it was only natural for Xianxia to have undergone significant changes. However, when the young man turned to speak, she realized she had mistaken him. This individual bore no resemblance to Xianxia. Even with disfigurement, such a transformation was implausible. Their demeanor and bearing were worlds apart. Xianxia was sincere and honest, exuding the rustic simplicity characteristic of a country lad, whereas this youth displayed a certain arrogance, with an air of coldness in his features. Ling Yu began to understand why Han Funing would consider him one of his own. Fundamentally, Han Funing was akin to him, yet he concealed such traits. How troublesome. She suddenly felt fatigued. Interacting with someone like him required cunning and effort, which was utterly exhausting. "I am Cheng Ling Yu. May I inquire your name?" "Fan Xianxia." The young man replied with a slight bow, his demeanor somewhat indifferent. Ling Yu's lingering doubts dissipated. This could not possibly be Xianxia. Their personalities were starkly contrasting. She was nonchalant, while Xianxia was always serious. Whenever she grew lazy, Xianxia would nag her. "Shall we depart?" Fan Xianxia asked bluntly, without any pleasantries. Since he was not Xianxia, Ling Yu felt no inclination to engage in further conversation, and simply nodded. "Let's go." With that, she summoned her paper crane for transportation. After a moment of contemplation, she tilted her head and inquired, "Would you mind if I brought along another person?" Upon hearing this, Fan Xianxia raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening with an icy intensity. Before he could respond, Ling Yu interjected, "It is my spirit pet." With that, she opened her demon-catching bag and released Abby. The moment Fan Xianxia laid eyes on Abby, the coldness in his expression transformed into astonishment. A spirit pet, one that had taken on a human form? His gaze towards Ling Yu now bore a sense of scrutiny, which was a misunderstanding. The presence of a transformed spirit pet did not indicate her exceptional abilities, but rather Abby's lack of intelligence. Abby, feeling dizzy and disoriented, exhaled heavily, having been confined in the demon-catching bag for several days, emerging only briefly the previous day. "Here," Ling Yu tossed her a paper crane, "don't wander off. If you dare to cause trouble, do not expect me to let you out again." "Understood," Abby pouted, accepting the paper crane and awkwardly performing a spell to ride upon it, a skill she had learned from Ling Yu the previous night. Ling Yu turned to Fan, "Fellow Taoist?" The trio ascended into the clouds. Throughout the journey, Ling Yu was preoccupied with her thoughts, reluctant to engage in conversation, while Fan Xianxia barely acknowledged their presence. Only Abby chattered incessantly, displaying no fear of her inaugural flight. Indeed, this clumsy creature had a remarkable adaptability. After flying for 2 hours and resting for half an hour, they continued their journey without pause, and in just 5 days, they arrived at the White Water Temple. Ling Yu gazed at the familiar yet dilapidated ruins of White Water Mountain, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. It had been 5 years since her last visit, and the mountain appeared even more desolate than she remembered. The side hall where she and her master once resided had not survived. It had collapsed halfway, rendered uninhabitable. Ling Yu stood for a moment before turning and taking a step forward. "Let us proceed," she said, leading a Bai and Fan Xianxia towards the treasure's location. Upon entering the Tai Chi Palace, the markers she had made in the past had long since vanished, replaced by a series of subtle illusions, though not particularly profound. They were remarkably intricate. This was the handiwork of Han Fu Ning, years ago, under the auspices of xianxia. The concealment array protecting the treasure had been completely dismantled. Had it not been so, the news of this trove might have been disclosed long ago. Ling Yu couldn't help but ponder Han Fu Ning's remarkable composure. Aware of such a treasure, he had maintained a facade of indifference. Locating the descendants of the Fan family and enlisting her assistance, only at a crucial moment did he summon them to retrieve the bounty. She recalled Han Fu Ning's demeanor before their departure. His generosity seemed to suggest a willingness to share the treasures with them. After a moment's reflection, she chuckled softly as she stroked her chin. Why not? If I can seize a bit, I shall. Why be so modest? Furthermore, this was a legacy left by the ancestors of the Chung family. Surely, she was entitled to a share. With these thoughts in mind, she boldly dispelled the final illusion and entered the treasure hall. The chamber was pristine and orderly, a far cry from the chaos she had left behind. Likely tidied by Han Fu Ning, the wooden racks and boxes remained meticulously arranged under the protection of seals. Wow, Abai exclaimed, spotting a large luminous pearl. How much is this worth? Ling Yu shot her a disapproving glance. How embarrassing. As a creature of spirit and a practitioner of the path, one should not be fixated on the monetary value of such artifacts. In that moment, Fan Xianxue's eyes glimmered with surprise. He had known they were there to collect treasures, but was unprepared for the nature of this particular bounty. Seeing it now, he couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a plethora of cultivation treasures. One could surmise that even the storerooms of the three great Taoist temples would pale in comparison. Contemplating this, he began to reassess Han Fu Ning's intentions. Allowing the two of them to come and retrieve the treasures, was it an act of trust, or did it harbor ulterior motives? Following Cheng Yu's last words, they forced out their essence blood. As 2 drops of essence blood merged, they activated the seal, and with a soft chime, both the treasure chest and the seal on the wooden frame gradually dissipated. The process of unsealing was far quieter than Ling Yu had anticipated, almost devoid of sound. Abai let out a cheer and dashed toward a rack displaying the South Sea Spirit Pearl. Can I take this? She asked, oblivious to the immense value of the South Sea Spirit Pearl, only aware of its dazzling brilliance. Ling Yu cast a glance at Fan Xianxue and remarked, do not take too many. Oh, Abai, in her eagerness, began stuffing items into her bosom, utterly disregarding the admonition. Ling Yu merely shot her a disapproving look. Observing this, Fan Xianxue pondered silently. Taoist Fan, let us hasten our actions. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can depart. As Ling Yu spoke, she produced several Qianxuan bags, which Han Fu Ning had specifically prepared. Given the sheer abundance of treasures here, ordinary Qianxuan bags would be insufficient, and Han Fu Ning had indeed put considerable effort into this arrangement. Fan Xianxue nodded in agreement and retrieved his own Qianxuan bag to assist. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ling Yu busily moving items, occasionally tossing a few into her own Qianxuan bag, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Why be so cautious? As long as he wished to spare their lives, they must be afforded some benefits. It was clear that no one could monopolize everything. Did Han Fu Ning not comprehend this principle? The decision to send only those 2 individuals was clearly an indulgence, allowing them to reap certain benefits. She found herself more perceptive than the young girl. As she observed Fan Xianxue beginning to take action, Ling Yu raised an eyebrow. Having visited this place before, her composure was entirely understandable. Fan Xianxue, encountering treasure for the first time, exhibited only fleeting astonishment, subsequently adopting a detached demeanor, mirroring her every move, seemingly unaffected by the allure before him. Could he truly be an ordinary rogue cultivator? Regardless, he was undoubtedly not a simple character. Initially feeling vexed, her thoughts drifted to Han Fu Ning, and her spirits lifted once more. This was advantageous. She could simply watch as these 2 pondered and deliberated, with an abundance of items. Nearly a day passed before they completed their task. In the final chest, Ling Yu discovered a Qianxuan bag made of light gray beast hide, polished to a smooth finish, adorned with a delicate white cloud. Without a change in her expression, she discreetly tucked the Qianxuan bag into her bosom in front of Fan Xianxue. He merely cast a glance, saying nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Fan Xianxue remarked that he indeed had matters to attend to, which would likely require 2 to 3 days. Ling Yu considered this, deciding that a couple of days was no inconvenience, and proposed, very well. Let us reconvene here in 3 days and journey together to the South Pole. Fan Xianxue nodded in agreement. Let it be as you say, my friend. Upon returning to her dwelling, Ling Yu carelessly tossed aside her belongings and retrieved the Qingxue bag. It evoked memories of the celestial tome she had received years prior, which bore a similar small white cloud upon Cheng Yu's final letter. This Qingxue bag must belong to Cheng Yu. Staring at the bag, Ling Yu inhaled deeply and opened it. Wow, what brilliant stones! Abi rushed over, while Ling Yu was left in utter astonishment. In the Qingxue bag, there were indeed an abundance of spirit stones. She casually tossed a dozen stones to Abi, saying, "Take these to play with, and leave me be." After dismissing Abi, Ling Yu rummaged through the pile of spirit stones and retrieved an exquisite brocade box. Upon opening it, she found a slender tome, atop which lay a light green jade tablet. She picked up the tome and discovered it was a manual titled Tai Bai Jing. As she leafed through its pages, a solemn expression gradually overtook her features. This was the cultivation method of the Tai Bai sect, the very sect of Cheng Yu. Ling Yu continued to turn the pages until she had perused the entire book, exhaling deeply afterward. So it was that in the higher realms. This was the path of cultivation. After refining qi comes the foundation establishment, followed by the formation of elixirs, and ultimately the birth of the primordial infant. It dawned on her how small their world truly was, and how vast the universe beyond it was. Ling Yu sat in silence for quite some time before setting the tome aside and picking up the jade tablet. The tablet was merely 2 fingers wide, its jade hue translucent with ethereal energy swirling around it, engraved with a small white cloud. It was the disciple token of the Tai Bai sect. Cheng Yu had claimed to be the most ordinary disciple of the sect, yet his token was of remarkably high quality. In the Xianyuan temple, only the tokens of true disciples were crafted from jade. Ling Yu gazed at the tablet for a long while, then carefully placed both the tome and the jade tablet into her inner pocket, treating them with utmost reverence. With the tome and jade tablet in her possession, Ling Yu felt an exhilarating rush of emotions. Whether it was Cheng Yu's posthumous message or the tidbits leaked by Han Fu Ning, she had long been aware of the existence of the higher realms. However, knowing was one thing. Without concrete clues, the higher realms remained an indistinct shadow, distant and intangible, just beyond her reach. Yet now, circumstances have changed. The final pages of the Tai Bai Classic hastily document Cheng Yu's journey to this realm, clearly outlining a path. The South Pole, the Pillar of Heaven. It is no wonder that Han Funing is so fervently invested in matters concerning the Pillar of Heaven. The road to the celestial realm lies within the South Pole. Ling Yu's right hand rests upon her chest, pressing against the tome. She is uncertain of how Han Funing acquired this information, yet she recognizes that it must remain concealed from others. With knowledge of this path, she need not fear being exploited by Han Funing. Instead, she may harness his strength to access that place, to ascend to the upper realm. The upper realm, where one may establish a foundation post-refinement and cultivate elixirs thereafter. Establishing a foundation allows for sword flight, while cultivating elixirs permits the swallowing of clouds and expulsion of mists. And the nascent soul can move mountains and fill seas. In contrast, the so-called top experts of this world are no different from a swarm of ants. The so-called duels of magic resemble mere childish play. Ling Yu's heart swells with excitement, her blood surging with fervor. The upper realm, the Tai Bai sect. This is the destination she yearns for. However, after the initial ecstasy, her gaze quickly dims. As for Xianyuan Temple, she harbors no attachments, be they mentors or friends. They each have their own paths to tread. Regarding the Cheng family, they are in the prime of their lives, with her mother, sister, and 3 brothers to rely upon. The issue lies in the impending catastrophe, should the Pillar of Heaven collapse and the winds of the void encroach. This small world will surely be consumed by the storm of primordial magnetism. If the destruction of the world is inevitable, she must ascend to the upper realm in search of a means of survival. Yet such a choice necessitates forsaking her loved ones in this world. She can sever worldly ties, yet she wishes for their continued well-being. Ling Yu is left in a state of bewilderment. What? Abi had grown weary of the spirit stones and was rummaging through her belongings. What s with that expression? No food. That s fine. I've noticed there are plenty of wild game nearby. We can hunt some. Ling Yu chuckled. For Abi, the most crucial matter in the world seemed to be whether there was food to eat. Yet, she had a point. If there was no food, hunting for wild game remained an option. Life offers myriad choices. Even if, hypothetically, one were to arrive at a solitary path in the end, what of it? As the ancients have said, with life comes death, with rise comes fall. Where there is a beginning, there is an end. To alter this reality, one must possess the requisite strength. Otherwise, one can only watch events unfold, powerless to intervene. She was but a novice who had just embarked on her journey into the Tao, and worrying excessively would yield no benefit. She could only strive to do her best. With renewed determination, she proclaimed, "No need for that. Let us go eat." As she led Abby out toward the square, Ling Yu spotted a familiar figure descending from a paper crane, staggering a few steps. "Junior brother Ji?" Ling Yu called out, taken aback. Ji Wu looked up blankly. "Senior sister Cheng?" "Junior brother Ji, what has happened to you?" Ling Yu stepped forward to support him, noticing that his robe was torn in several places, stained with blood. His injuries seemed severe. Ji Wu clutched her sleeve, his lips quivering, and suddenly burst into tears. "Senior sister Cheng, senior sister Cheng." Seeing him alone, Ling Yu's heart sank as she recalled Shi Jingbai, who had been accompanying him. She raised her voice, asking urgently, "Junior brother Ji, where is junior sister Shi?" Ji Wu trembled more violently, crying as he lamented, "It is all my fault, my insatiable greed." After much effort, he managed to regain his composure and recounted the events. It turned out that their group of 6, lacking in strength, had been circling aimlessly. Half a month prior, they arrived at a Taoist temple, where the monks deceived them into gathering materials under the pretense of a fair split. Instead, they ended up being used as fodder for demonic beasts while the monks collected the materials and fled. Ji Wu, having only reached the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refinement, was the sole survivor due to his lack of combat experience. Ling Yu's heart sank. "Are you saying that junior sister Shi?" Ji Wu's face reflected deep sorrow as he replied. Junior sister Shi was unable to escape. Ling Yu clenched her teeth and closed her eyes to steady her breath. She recalled the shy young girl who always looked at her with admiration, who had prepared gifts for her before their departure, hesitating for a long time, fearing she might not meet expectations. She had once told her that her kind heart would surely bring her blessings in the future, yet in merely 2 months, But an old Taoist named Guang Ningzi took you to a place called Wulong Pool to collect deer antler velvet? After a long pause, Ling Yu opened her eyes and spoke with a calm demeanor. Ji Wu looked astonished. "Sister Cheng, how did you know?" Ling Yu forced a smile. Realizing that Ling Qingxue's words were indeed prophetic, the old Taoist harbored ill intentions. Their 5 companions, being formidable, were not easily deceived, so he had sought out others instead. However, she hadn't anticipated that it would involve Shi Jingbai. "Where are they now?" Ji Wu shook his head in bewilderment. Having escaped from Wulong Pool, he was uncertain of Ling Yu's ability to stabilize her emotions as she summoned her paper crane, her voice chillingly cold. "I shall slay them." The paper crane soared into the sky, while Ji Wu's voice resonated from below. "Senior sister Cheng, you cannot go alone." Ling Yu guided the paper crane towards the small Taoist temple at Wulong Pool. She had never before felt such a fervent desire for vengeance boiling within her, even during the perilous times when she was held captive by Fei Yun and Gong San. The visage of Shi Jingbai incessantly flickered before her eyes, rendering her unable to contain herself. Had they acted decisively upon discovering Guang Ningzi's sinister intentions when passing by that small temple, Shi Jingbai would not have met his fate. Yet, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Just half an hour prior, she had been contemplating what would become of her family and friends should destruction be imminent. Never anticipating that before the world could end, lives had already been lost. The paper crane reached its maximum speed, reducing what would have taken over half a day to merely 2 hours. When her spiritual energy ran low, she replenished it with spirit stones. She descended at the entrance of the small temple, wielding her sword as she stepped inside. Despite the murderous intent surging within her, her gaze remained remarkably clear. The temple was desolate, devoid of any acolytes to greet her. They had likely fled after Ji Wu's escape, fully aware of the approaching doom. Ling Yu unleashed her spiritual net and proceeded deliberately, step by step, into the interior. Upon reaching the back hall, she pushed open the door to the master's meditation chamber. An elderly Taoist was rummaging through boxes when he heard the door creak open. He instinctively leaned back, and a vast wave of azure energy surged forth. Ling Yu's expression darkened as she drew the Canly sword, unleashing a fiery sword aura that cleaved the wave in twain. "The green tide talismans," she uttered softly. These talismans, crafted by her own hand, were bestowed upon Shi Jingbai before her departure. She could never mistake them. The green tide talismans were effortlessly destroyed, startling Guang Ningzi, who, in a frenzied response, unleashed a barrage of spirit talismans as if they were free. Ling Yu, with a deft maneuver, navigated through the interstices of the talismans, advancing steadily. Despite the overwhelming array of spirit talismans, she consistently discerned minute gaps, entering unscathed. Guangningzi, taken aback, inquired, "Who are you? Why prolong this?" Ling Yu, her gaze cold and indifferent, retorted, "If you cannot recognize me, why resort to violence upon our first encounter?" In his grip, Guangningzi clutched a thick stack of spirit talismans, his expression fluctuating between apprehension and resolve. Yet, he realized there remained a flicker of opportunity. This young girl was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, and he still possessed an abundance of talismans. The spiritual net unfurled, enclosing the area within 3 zhang at his command. Ling Yu, sword in hand, proceeded with unwavering steps, always locating the gaps within the talismans. Even if she could not evade a strike, it would suffice. As she drew nearer, the alarm on Guangningzi's face became increasingly evident. "Fellow cultivator, why resort to such ruthless measures? Should you spare my life, I am willing to offer my entire fortune." Faced with defeat, Guangningzi resorted to bribery. Ling Yu, a hint of scorn gracing her lips, replied, "If I were to slay you, your wealth would simply become mine." Seeing that he could not sway her, Guangningzi, disregarding his dignity, fell to his knees, pleading desperately, "Fellow cultivator, I was momentarily bewitched. The task issued by Xianyuan Temple is truly insurmountable, and I find myself at a loss. 2 months ago, when we passed this way, you lured me with great effort. Was it merely a moment of folly?" Ling Yu remained unmoved, standing before him and stating, "Considering your advanced age, I shall grant you a complete corpse." Taoist friend Guangningzi let out a cry of despair. Yet in that moment of submission, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He clasped his palms together, concealing a talisman within his grasp. With a sudden thud, his head rolled away, eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to comprehend his abrupt demise. Ling Yu picked up the talisman from between his hands, her eyes widening in surprise. A detonation talisman. This old Taoist indeed possessed a hidden treasure. Should this talisman be activated, she would be perilously close. And even if she survived, she would surely be gravely injured. Observing the decapitated corpse, Ling Yu smiled with scorn, thinking, even in death, one must create a disturbance. Do not blame me for the lack of a complete corpse. The searing blood slowly extinguished the murderous intent within her heart. Ling Yu stood in a daze for a moment, calming the turmoil within. This marked her first act of taking a life, yet she felt no hesitation. Perhaps her fury allowed her to swiftly adapt to this sensation. The sword energy sliced through the flesh, indistinguishable from that of a beast. Ling Yu remarked coolly, "This demon Taoist had 4 disciples who have already fled. Since my senior brothers were dispatched by the Master of Laws, I shall refrain from further interference and take my leave for now." Upon returning to the Xianyuan Temple, Ling Yu suddenly felt a fierce urge to undertake a certain action. With the apocalypse yet to arrive, the sudden death of Shi Jingbai made her acutely aware of the unpredictability of life. Even if she did not relinquish her hopes, she could not seize control. A person lacking sufficient capability, no matter how tenacious, could only watch the world unravel. Therefore, she resolved to take one last glance, from this day forth. Regardless of whether the world met its end or her loved ones perished, she could only drift along with the currents of fate. Gathering all his belongings, he tucked Abi into the spirit pouch, entrusted Ling Yu to Ji Wu, and sent a letter to Fan Xian before embarking on his journey to Yin City. Immortal times. The trek from Yinpa to Yuancheng took a fortnight. Now, with the aid of paper cranes, he arrived at Yin City in just over a day. Such is the essence of power. Only with strength can one contemplate change. Otherwise, one must succumb to fate. Upon reaching the Cheng residence, it was already deep into the night. After 5 years, the Cheng mansion remained as lavish and opulent as ever. Ling Yu silently descended into the small courtyard, quietly observing the shadows dancing on the window. Understanding the sequence of events brings clarity. With clarity comes tranquility. In tranquility, one can find peace. With peace, one can reflect. And through reflection, one can attain wisdom. Everything has its origin and conclusion, and knowing the order of things leads one closer to the path. In the stillness of the night, a soft recitation resonated with clarity. On the left window pane, the silhouette of a young man appeared. "Third young master. It is nearly the hour of high. You should rest," a girl's melodious voice chimed. "Is it already high time?" The youth, whose voice had begun to deepen during his maturation, glanced at the hourglass and realized it was indeed time. He pondered whether his mother had retired for the night. At that moment, a beautiful woman adorned with jewels emerged from the small kitchen around the corner, accompanied by a maid, and knocked on the door. "You? Second, madam." The young girl hurriedly opened the door, joyfully receiving the tray from the maid. "Madam has brought you bird's nest congee again." The youth responded apologetically, "Mother, you need not go to such lengths. If I become hungry, I can ask Xiao Huan to prepare something." How could Xiao Huan's cooking compare to that of a mother? "You toil with your studies. What is it for a mother to prepare a midnight snack for you?" The mother and son exchanged affectionate words for a while, and the youth remarked, "It is getting late, mother. You should retire for the night. Otherwise, Ling Lan will soon start her fuss." "Very well, you should rest early as well." As the door opened, the son escorted his mother out. Just as they were about to part ways, he suddenly noticed a figure standing behind the flower bushes. The beautiful woman gasped in shock, ready to call for help, but paused, staring blankly at the person. The youth stepped forward, shielding his mother, and sternly demanded, "Who are you?" "Juning?" The beautiful woman murmured, "Is that you, Juning?" The youth behind the flower bushes stood poised with a sword, his features obscured, rendering it difficult to discern his gender, yet she instinctively called out, "Juning." A sigh, the source of which was unknown, escaped someone's lips, and in the blink of an eye, the figure had vanished, as if it had been merely an illusion. "Second, madam." The two maidservants who followed her emerged, looking perplexed at the dazed second madam and the third young master. The empty courtyard of Juning remained still, the flower bushes swaying gently. Ling Yu leaned against the wall, her eyes tightly shut, feeling the corners of her eyes growing damp. Juning, also known as Lily of the Valley. After losing her, mother reminisced in this manner. Even after 8 years and a significant change in appearance, mother could still recognize her at a glance. Enough. In this worldly affection, she harbored no regrets. At the gate of Yuanqing, Fan Xian observed Ling Yu, his expression tinged with impatience. "Did we not agree to meet in 3 days? Why has Chung Daoist arrived a day late?" "I apologize, some matters exceeded expectations." Having lost his trust, Ling Yu bore no anger. "Did my junior brother not inform you?" "Daoist friend?" The words were exchanged. Fan Xianchu furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage further. Having summoned the paper crane, he declared it time to depart. The journey from Yuanqing to the South Pole was indeed a lengthy one. The two soared through the skies for approximately 10 days, until the scent of the sea wafted toward them. The vast, cerulean ocean unfolded before their eyes, boundless and majestic, as seabirds glided gracefully above the water's surface, where stretches of verdant islands claimed significant portions of the sea. This marked the beginning of the Nanhai Zigua. Numerous islands fragmented the ocean into myriad shapes, home to various tribes thriving upon them. Ling Yu retrieved a map, aligning it with their surroundings, and identified a crescent-shaped isle, guiding the paper crane to its destination. This crescent-shaped island, measuring merely a few dozen miles across, was less than half the size of Yuanqing, yet it served as a stronghold for the 3 great Taoist sects in the South Pole. Just as Ling Yu stowed the paper crane, 2 sword-wielding cultivators approached, demanding, "Who goes there? Present your tokens." Clad in the robes of Wuji sect, they were evidently disciples of that order. Ling Yu, wishing to avoid conflict, produced the token of a true disciple from the transmission chamber. Xian Yuan sect's disciple, Chung Ling Yu. Ling Yu smiled and gestured toward the two. "I appreciate your assistance." However, Fan Xianxu was halted in his tracks. "Where is your token?" he was asked. Fan Xianxu looked to Ling Yu, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Ling Yu, feeling exasperated, clasped his hands together and addressed the 2 cultivators, "Esteemed friends, I bring this companion at the behest of my elder. Might I request your leniency?" The 2 exchanged glances. One of them replied, "As a true disciple, it is reasonable for you to escort someone in. However, given the current circumstances, we kindly ask for some form of identification." Ling Yu pondered for a moment and inquired, "May I sign as a guarantor?" The 2 individuals did not impose any difficulties and swiftly agreed, of course. They retrieved the registration manual, allowing Fan Xianxu to inscribe his name and imprint, and then requested Ling Yu to sign as a guarantor before finally granting passage to the 2. Ling Yu nodded in gratitude and led Fan Xianxu inside, heading toward the palace where the disciples of Xianyuan Temple were stationed. "May I kindly ask you to present your disciple token?" Ling Yu produced her genuine disciple jade token and handed it over. The guarding disciples' eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the token. After verification, their demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. "Ah, it is indeed Senior Sister Chung. I was unaware of your recent ascension to the rank of true disciple. Congratulations. True disciples are limited in number, with only a handful throughout the entire Xianyuan temple. The names of these individuals are well known, and upon hearing her name, the two immediately recognized her recent elevation. Ling Yu smiled modestly. It is merely a stroke of good fortune. She gestured towards Fan Xianxue, inquiring if he could accompany her. Certainly, one of the guarding disciples quickly responded. As a true disciple, you possess that privilege. Thank you very much, Ling Yu replied with a slight bow, confidently leading Fan Xianxue into the palace. Behind them, the guarding disciples engaged in hushed conversation. Has there been a recent elevation among the true disciples? How is it that we have gained another? I don't believe so. I haven't heard any news. Could it be that this senior sister Cheng was added during a special period? She appears to be at the 6th level of qi refinement. Aside from her youth, there seems to be nothing particularly remarkable about her. Perhaps the sect has relaxed the criteria for granting true disciple status? Alas, perhaps we all have our chances. Dream on. This senior Cheng has only reached the 6th level of qi refinement, yet she appears to be merely 17 or 18, while you, having surpassed 20, remain at the 5th level of qi refinement. Upon entering the palace, Ling Yu inquired about Han Funing's whereabouts from a disciple, and with Fan Xian's book in hand. She made her way through with ease. Just as she approached, a fierce argument erupted. Han Funing, what exactly do you intend to do? Elder Feng has stated that I am responsible for this matter. This was the voice of Lu Wei. Ling Yu's face flickered with surprise, and her steps faltered. Han Funing's measured voice followed. Indeed, this matter falls under your purview, but as a master, is it not permissible for me to call upon a disciple or two? It is permissible, yet. Since it is, on what grounds do you oppose my involvement? Although Han Funing's tone was gentle, her attitude was undeniably aggressive. Have I ever commanded your disciples? Lu Wei fell silent for a moment before responding, but she has been under my tutelage. I have guided her on her path. Han Funing chuckled softly and replied, she herself has not declined, so what grounds do you have to object? You are the master, she is the disciple. How could she oppose you in your presence? Han Funing, I do not care what you intend to do, but she has been my student for 5 years. I have watched her grow to this day, and I will not allow you to ruin her. Lu Wei's voice dripped with a chilling intent. The more Ling Yu listened, the more peculiar it seemed. It felt as though they were speaking about her. Do not say such things. They are easily misconstrued. Han Funing, seemingly indifferent, bore a hint of mockery, leading one to believe that he had committed some egregious transgression against humanity. Lu Wei, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Han Funing. After a brief silence, he scoffed. Just wait. Should I find you in the wrong, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Han Funing's voice remained tinged with amusement as he replied, be my guest. With heavy footsteps, Lu Wei stormed out and encountered Ling Yu, raising her brows in surprise. You arrive rather swiftly. Her voice was laced with anger, leaving Ling Yu at a loss for words, prompting her to humbly greetings, Lu Shixu. Lu Wei, however, was disinterested in further discourse, sweeping past with a flick of her sleeve. Ling Yu sighed, leading Fan Xianxue inside. Han Shushu, she called. Han Funing regarded them with a placid expression, displaying no discomfort. Please, have a seat. How did the task fare? Ling Yu produced several Qingxue bags, placing them on the table. I have not shamed my duty. Fan Xianxue, seeing this, also presented his own collection of Qingxue bags. Han Funing did not even glance at them, merely nodding in approval. Very well. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we shall commence repairing the celestial pillar. After a brief exchange, Han Funing retained Fan Xianxue while Ling Yu chose not to seek accommodations from the attending disciples. Instead, she inquired about Lu Wei's whereabouts and made her way there. Upon seeing her, Lu Wei remained irate. What do you want from me now? Did you not disregard my advice and choose to follow Han Funing to your doom? Ling Yu is not an ungrateful person. Han Funing is the most esteemed master of the sect leader, capable of designating her as a true disciple, which speaks volumes of his influence within the Xianyuan sect. Although Lu Wei possesses some standing, she pales in comparison to Han Funing. She is not her mentor and could easily remain an indifferent observer, avoiding any conflict with Han Funing, yet she chose not to. This loyalty is even more commendable than 5 years of diligent guidance. Ling Yu, with her robes brushing the ground, knelt down without contesting. Aunt Lu, please forgive me. I feel deeply ashamed for not living up to your care. Lu Wei's expression gradually softened, and after a long pause, she sighed deeply. Ling Yu, I do not know the intricacies of the relationship between you and Han Funing, but what Lu Wei intended to convey remained unspoken. She gazed at Ling Yu, her eyes filled with complexity. This disciple, though not officially under her tutelage, was her most cherished student. Had it not been for this cataclysmic upheaval, she might have remained silent. After all, her allegiance to Han Funing was merely a pursuit of power. However, faced with imminent peril, one could only speculate on Han Funing's potential actions. Aunt Lu, Ling Yu raised her head, her gaze steady as she spoke. I am at a loss for words to elucidate everything. I can only say that he possesses what I seek. Lu Wei was taken aback, rendered speechless by her response. I know what I must do, Ling Yu continued with conviction, and I am certain that all of this is for my own sake. With that, she offered 3 respectful bows and departed. Lu Wei remained in silence for a considerable time, ultimately letting out a soft sigh, muttering to herself, You wish to say that you are akin to him, do you not? In the face of Lu Wei's scrutiny, Ling Yu found herself at a loss for words. She informed her that she intended to ascend to the upper realm and would require the assistance of Han Funing. This matter, however, was exceedingly complex. She harbored uncertainties as to whether Lu Wei would believe her words and whether Han Funing would permit her to speak of it. Thus, she resolved to remain silent for the time being, contemplating that should she one day be certain of the existence of this passage, she would confess the truth then. The following morning, a small vessel awaited at the dock. When Ling Yu arrived, Han Funing was already there with Fan Xianxue. Dressed in the attire of a disciple from Xianyuan Temple, a deep blue brocade robe, Fan Xianxue exhibited a certain elegance, rendering his scarred visage less fearsome. Notably, Fan Xianxue was merely 17 or 18 years of age, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi refinement, which was quite rare among Lu's cultivators. His entry into Xianyuan Temple marked him as an elite disciple, though it remained a mystery from whence Han Funing had sourced him. Upon her arrival, Han Funing merely nodded with a hint of indifference and said, Let us depart. The small boat, devoid of crew, sliced through the waves. As the sea breeze brushed past and seabirds soared overhead, the horizon unfolded into an endless expanse of ocean and sky, and Ling Yu's spirits lifted in tandem. She exhaled the heaviness from her chest, reveling in the refreshing spray of the sea air. Between the islands, numerous small boats traversed the waters, predominantly manned by mortals, though many cultivators were present as well. Observing their attire revealed a gathering from various Taoist sects, alongside loose cultivators and even a few Buddhist practitioners. Mortals engaged in fishing or transporting goods, while cultivators scoured the waters, occasionally encountering a demon beast, which would prompt a collective assault. Had it not been for the recent rift in the celestial pillar, this scene would have appeared remarkably serene and tranquil. After half a day's journey, the surrounding islands dwindled, and the fishing boats vanished from sight. The sea breeze carried an indescribable sense of malaise that enveloped them, inducing a feeling of oppression in their chests. As the small vessel advanced, the disquiet intensified, gradually transforming into a dense gray mist. Within this mist, Ling Yu sensed the stagnation of her spiritual energy. Even the true essence within her meridians ceased to flow. A thought sparked in her mind, and she looked up to inquire, Master Han, when repairing the heavenly pillar, is it impossible to restore true essence? Han Funing regarded her with mild surprise and replied, Indeed, which is why we require a substantial amount of elixirs. Oh, that explains it. No wonder such an abundance of materials is needed. In addition to minerals and timber, a plethora of spiritual herbs is essential. As the gray mist thickened to near solidity, they finally discerned distant sounds of shouting and clanging. With the clarity of the noise, a towering peak came into view. Due to the mist's obstruction, they only recognized the mountain when they were already at its base. Looking up, the entire mountain filled their vision, stretching endlessly. Its gray-white cliffs rugged and steep, with scarcely a place to set foot. The sheer walls were adorned with chains, from which wooden planks hung, bustling with numerous cultivators scurrying about like ants. Master Han, where's the crack? Ling Yu asked after observing for a while, without success. Han Funing replied, It is concealed by the formation, otherwise, the South Sea would have been affected long ago. Or must we do as they do? Fan Xianxue suddenly remarked, gesturing towards the cultivators. Han Funing smiled. If the purpose of summoning you was merely to assign such tasks, then there would be no need to involve you at all. As he spoke, he was the first to step forward and disembark from the small boat. Ling Yu exchanged a glance with Fan Xianxue, silently following behind. Master Han Funing. Upon entering the construction site at the foot of the mountain, a disciple from Xianyuan Temple approached them. To Ling Yu's surprise, it was Zhang Xiaoguan. who had unexpectedly been reassigned to Nanji. Ah, Han Funing gestured towards Ling Yu and Fan Xianxue, saying, "Please take care of these two for now. I have my own arrangements to make later." A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhang Xiaoguan's eyes, yet he refrained from voicing any inquiries, simply acknowledging with a nod. After Han Funing departed, Zhang Xiaoguan invited the two to sit aside for a moment. "Is this junior brother a recent addition to our ranks?" he inquired, regarding Fan Xianxue with a smile. Fan Xianxue nodded and succinctly replied, "I am Fan Xianxue." "Ah, so you are junior brother Fan," Zhang Xiaoguan said with a courteous gesture, choosing not to pry further. He then turned to Ling Yu, asking, "Sister Cheng, were you not traveling with that lad Qingxue? What brings you here?" "Where's Qingxue?" Ling Yu replied. "To be candid, brother Zhang, Qingxue and I ventured to the Shilua forest, but we unexpectedly encountered a pack of wolf demons and became separated." "Wolf demons?" Zhang Xiaoguan's typically carefree demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he earnestly inquired, "Is it possible that Qingxue has encountered danger?" Zhang Xiaoguan breathed a sigh of relief. "That is a relief to hear." At this juncture, Zhang Xiaoguan became preoccupied with his duties once more. Ling Yu, pondering whether she should glean some information from him, was suddenly jolted by a thunderous noise that startled everyone into a frenzy. She heard someone shout, "Elder! Quickly, go find the elder." Zhang Xiaoguan rushed out, joining the other stewards in a loud exclamation, "Stay calm. Do not panic." Unfortunately, their efforts proved ineffective. Amidst the chaos, Ling Yu felt a tightening in her nerves and looked up. 3 cultivators appeared atop a high platform, which, upon closer inspection, was merely a protrusion from the cliff, easily overlooked. Among them was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, the venerable Feng Lao, guardian of the Sword Pavilion at Xianyuan Temple. Alongside him stood a red-clad elder resembling a child and a distinguished middle-aged scholar. The presence of these 3 instilled a sense of reassurance among the cultivators, and a sudden hush fell over the crowd. A steward approached, urgency tempered with respect, and bowed deeply, reporting, "Elders, the protective formation has been breached again. The opening is approximately 1 foot wide." 1 foot. The middle-aged scholar furrowed his brow and stepped onto the wooden platform. The steward hurriedly followed, continuing his report, "Mr. Yutong, we have exerted all our efforts to maintain it, but this formation..." After the scholar departed, Feng Lao sighed softly. "The breach is growing larger with each passing moment. This formation may not hold for much longer." The red-clad elder also wore a troubled expression. "Indeed, we must act swiftly." Feng Lao forced a bitter smile. "It is easier said than done." Ling Yu, overhearing their conversation, felt a heavy weight in her heart. Clearly, the situation was far worse than she had anticipated. Should the formation fail, the winds of the void would sweep into the South Sea. And who would possess the ability to mend the heavenly pillar then? If the celestial pillar is not repaired, this world shall face obliteration. To survive, one must find the path to the higher realms. Distanced from the throngs, he suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Our opportunity has arrived." His voice was urgent and exhilarated. Ling Yu was taken aback. "What do you mean, Master Uncle?" Han Funing replied, "You are all aware that the protective formation has once again been breached today, correct?" They nodded in acknowledgement. The situation was dire. None of the esteemed elders were confident in mending the celestial pillar before the formation failed. Thus, he lowered his voice, revealing their decision to seek an alternative path. "An alternative path?" Ling Yu echoed. Han Funing nodded. "At this juncture, I might as well speak candidly. Over 20 years ago, I began to suspect the existence of an outer world. Consequently, I befriended numerous disciples and supported their quest for treasures in various ways, hoping to gather more information." He gazed at Ling Yu. "Did you not once question the nature of my relationship with your master? It is as simple as that." This was the first time Ling Yu heard him acknowledge his intentions, and she felt a sense of relief, reassured that her suspicions were not unfounded. As for why her master allied with Han Funing, that matter held little interest for her. "I too have tested my fellow disciples, yet alas, not only did they disbelieve me, but they also presumed I harbored ulterior motives, coveting the position of national master, thereby deliberately disturbing their peace of mind. Over the years, I have amassed considerable information and have finally pieced together a rough outline. The path to the higher realms should be concealed within the Antarctic paradise." "The Antarctic paradise?" Fan Xian furrowed his brow slightly. "Could it be the very site of the national master's contention? Is it possible that you know?" Han Funing raised an eyebrow. Fan Xian nodded. "I inadvertently came across the journal of a Taoist priest from Taishan Temple, which contained fragmented accounts of the struggle for the title of national master. revealing that it transpired in the Antarctic wonderland. Han Funing, without a hint of doubt, continued, "Originally, I intended to find an opportunity to send you all inside. Now that they have begun to confront this matter, it is indeed our chance." Under the heavenly pillar mountain, within a hastily erected tent, Ling Yu sat beside a low table, her mind as tranquil as still water, silently drawing talismans. A half-hour prior, Han Funing had informed them that several esteemed elders had decided to seek an alternative path. Seizing the moment, he broached the subject of the upper realm. He had merely wished to provoke this topic, yet to his surprise, Mr. Yutong expressed astonishment and also believed in the upper realm. Han Funing was overjoyed and conversed with Mr. Yutong for an extended period. Ling Yu felt a cold sweat trickle down her spine. If Mr. Yutong were to uncover Chung Yu's treasure, what would become of her? Without the treasure, Zhu and Chunzi would not find her or the celestial stone. She would not ascend to the status of a cultivator, nor would she acquire the celestial texts. And she would never enter the Xianyuan temple. The so-called upper realm held no relevance to her. Living a lifetime in this minor world seemed sufficient. Fortunately, such an eventuality did not come to pass. From a young age, she had yearned for the path of immortality, and the unseen currents of fate had guided her onto this journey. In summary, Mr. Yutong is entirely convinced of the existence of a higher realm and has spent many years in pursuit of it. However, his focus has primarily been on ancient texts. Unlike Han Funing, who has concentrated on the relics of practitioners and cast a wider net. Most importantly, as a master of the Xianyuan temple, he has the opportunity to access information regarding the Antarctic immortal realm, allowing him to connect the two. The two engaged in a stimulating conversation, during which Han Funing proposed that, based on his conjectures, the path to the higher realm might very well be concealed within the Antarctic immortal realm. Unfortunately, entry to the Antarctic immortal realm is only granted through the contest for the national master, and he has yet to seize the opportunity to verify this. Mr. Yutong promptly suggested organizing a team to explore the Antarctic immortal realm. With imminent calamity looming, no one dared to oppose this proposal. Feng Lao, without hesitation, agreed. For Han Funing is a trusted confidant of Master Chen Guang, the temple leader. He is also a candidate vying for the position of national master within the Xianyuan temple, rendering him wholly credible in Feng Lao's eyes. The elderly man in red, Master Sha of the Wuji temple, deliberated briefly before also consenting. The three of them formed the core of an ad hoc council of elders. With their agreement, the others naturally had no objections. With this resolution in place, the council immediately set to work. The three great temples would serve as the main force, alongside other disciples of esteemed practitioners. Except for the headmaster of the mages who must remain to guard this place and attend to the repair of the heavenly pillar. The most elite disciples would be chosen to seek the path to the higher realm. This endeavor would proceed concurrently with the repairs to the heavenly pillar, as the existence of the path to the higher realm concerns their friends and relatives who are still here. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not relinquish this world. Han Funing, having garnered Mr. Yutong's favor and the support of the Xianyuan temple, was entrusted with the responsibility of this undertaking. Now, this news has spread among the high-ranking individuals, and various factions are becoming increasingly restless. Soon, a team will be formed to venture into the celestial realm. Although the circumstances have significantly improved, Han Funing still entrusts them with considerable responsibilities. His meticulous nature renders him exceptionally suspicious, perpetually harboring a sense of caution towards others. Ling Yu and Fan Xianxue are his chosen ones, as he places greater faith in his own judgment. Various forces have become preoccupied with this matter, while Ling Yu finds herself temporarily at leisure. The formation of a team is no simple task. Each of the three major sects has its own mages stationed, requiring a reorganization of personnel amidst the competition among the factions. Moreover, she has finally confirmed with Han Funing that Master Feng, a figure of great renown, indeed embodies the legendary realm of perfected chi refinement, standing merely a step away from the foundation establishment stage. Yet, for some unknown reason, they remain unable to break through. Naturally, none of this concerns her, as she is merely a novice at the 6th level of chi refinement, far removed from that echelon. She merely needs to adhere to Han Funing's arrangements and join the exploratory team. Han Funing informed them that it would take at least a month for the selection of the Pathfinders to be finalized. During this month, they are to focus solely on their own preparations. Ling Yu, therefore, settled down unceremoniously in a tent at the foot of the mountain, disregarding the disdainful glances from others who resented her for not contributing. Each day, she diligently practiced her talisman drawing. The sword practice was momentarily set aside. Everyone was busy, and it would be too conspicuous to train outside while already appearing idle. Fan Xianxue exhibited a similar composure, residing in a nearby tent, rarely stepping out save for meals. Ling Yu felt a flicker of curiosity towards him. His origins and capabilities remained an enigma, and she dared not extend her trust too freely. Setting aside her myriad thoughts for the moment, she steadied herself, grasping her talismanic brush, and began to inscribe the symbols with serene concentration. Her proficiency in talisman crafting had surged, and after analyzing the explosive talisman bestowed by Guangningzi for 2 days, she had remarkably achieved a breakthrough. What she was currently sketching was indeed an explosive talisman. A talisman master capable of crafting such a symbol would be regarded as exceptional within the 3 grand Taoist temples. If others were to discover her talents, the talisman pavilion would undoubtedly vie for her allegiance. However, her aspirations did not lie with explosive talismans, but rather with instrument talismans. With a final stroke, she concluded her work, yet the parchment on the low table swiftly dulled, transforming into a withered piece of scrap. Ling Yu sighed in disappointment, consigning it to the waste bag. Crafting an explosive talisman proved to be no simple feat. Although she had meticulously deconstructed all the runes of the explosive talisman and could wield her brush with ease, the final stroke always seemed to miss the mark by the slightest margin. This sensation was peculiar, rather than being purely a matter of technique. It felt more akin to an ethereal energy that Ling Yu referred to as momentum. This elusive concept was difficult to articulate, yet it undeniably existed. A skilled talisman master invariably possesses the ability to grasp this intangible feeling, employing the most fitting strokes to establish the momentum, thereby allowing the entire talisman to resonate with vitality, transforming it into a living symbol. Otherwise, it would remain merely a lifeless scrap of paper. Ling Yu's failures stemmed from her inability to harness the momentum of the explosive talisman and bring it to fruition. Gifted with exceptional talent in talisman crafting, she had made rapid progress over the past 2 years, synthesizing her own methodology from the teachings of Xianxia. According to Xianxia, the initial step in the art of talisman crafting is the study of runes. Mastery of runes directly influences one's achievements in talismanic arts. A person who cannot even deconstruct runes is incapable of becoming a high-level talisman maker. Ling Yu wholeheartedly agrees. In her youth, she harbored little interest in scholarly pursuits. But after following Xianxia, she was compelled to memorize an extensive collection of Taoist scriptures, thereby establishing a solid foundation. Upon entering the Xianyuan temple at an older age, and fueled by newfound enthusiasm, she approached rune study with great seriousness, surpassing her peers in proficiency. The subsequent step is naturally to learn how to deconstruct spiritual talismans. Each spiritual talisman comprises various runes, some upright, some inverted, with certain shapes distorted or juxtaposed. They may not even resemble their original forms. Thus, disassembling runes requires a degree of talent. Without sufficient imagination, one cannot unravel the intricate patterns of complex talismans. In this regard, Ling Yu's aptitude is strikingly evident. When she first observed Shi Jingbai practicing talismanic arts, she merely glanced at Xianxinzi's talismanic compendium and could deconstruct it at a glance. Within a short time, she was able to dismantle relatively complex talismans. As she reminisced about Shi Jingbai, her gaze dimmed momentarily. She had lost her first friend in the most irrevocable manner, through death. Perhaps she would forge many friendships in the future, with deeper bonds, yet she would never forget that perpetually shy young girl. Occasionally, she pondered whether she could have averted such tragic consequences had she recognized Guangningzi's sinister intentions and eliminated him at that moment. However, this thought was but a fleeting whisper, soon abandoned. She understood that obsessing over trivial matters was unwise. After all, Guangningzi had not harmed them, and their suspicions of malice were merely conjecture. If one could act on the baseless notion of unfounded, then the very essence of a sword cultivator would lose its balance. She was both a sword cultivator and a Taoist practitioner, with 2 swords suspended above her head, one representing cause and effect, the other virtue. The path of causality guided her journey, while virtue influenced heavenly tribulations. Even though this world had never witnessed such tribulations, the existence of ancient texts indicated their past reality. Perhaps even in the higher realms, she had never doubted her ability to traverse far along the path of cultivation, and thus, she had always paid heed to such matters. Yet, she could not help but ponder. If she spared Guangningzi, Was the death of Shi Jingbai at Guang Ningxi's hands not also a matter of cause and effect? Realizing her thoughts were in disarray, Ling Yu set down her talisman brush and silently entered meditation, waiting for her emotions to settle before picking it up once more. Mastering the art of talisman disassembly would enable her to begin crafting talismans. Each stroke infused with true essence carved a pathway, allowing the essence to flow along this route. While this process sounded simple, it proved challenging in practice. The methods of infusing true essence varied depending on the type of talisman brush, talisman paper, talisman materials, and different talismans themselves, each requiring a distinct quantity of true essence. Some talismans even demanded corresponding cultivation techniques. Despite the detailed descriptions of this process, each talisman master experienced it differently, necessitating extensive practice to discover the most suitable approach. After drawing all the runes and assembling them, the final stroke would serve as the finishing touch. The concept of pointing the essence varies among different talisman makers, each with their own insights. For Ling Yu, it is about establishing momentum. The ability to create this momentum is pivotal to the success or failure of talisman crafting. Much like a game of chess, only when the momentum is established can one achieve a certain elegance and vitality. While the game of black and white determines victory and defeat, the art of talisman crafting dictates matters of life and death. Once the momentum is set, one can successfully point the essence and thus create a living talisman. In moments of tranquility, the final stroke is laid down with exquisite subtlety, and the entire talisman suddenly radiates brilliance and vitality. Ling Yu smiles, for this talisman has succeeded. The materials scavenged from the treasure of the White Water Temple could yield a dozen explosive talismans, given her current state. Achieving success 3 or 4 times should pose no problem. Next comes the crafting of the instrument talisman. Should she succeed, she will gain confidence in entering the Antarctic wonderland. A month swiftly passes, and among numerous disciples of the mage order, Ling Yu has already disassembled the instrument talisman, yet encounters challenges during its creation. An instrument talisman is defined as a portion of a magical artifact's functionality crafted through talisman-making techniques. Compared to genuine magical artifacts, its functionality is limited and often becomes unusable after a few applications. However, its simplicity of use is a significant advantage, requiring no intricate methods. Furthermore, magical artifacts demand a high level of cultivation from their users, while talismans have a much lower threshold, as their functions are sealed and merely require activation. The crafting method for this instrument talisman, devised by Xianxia, is presumably the most basic flying sword talisman. Disassembling the talisman is not significantly more challenging than creating explosive talismans, yet it presents a notable difficulty: the requirement of an authentic sword artifact. If an instrument talisman is to operate a magical artifact, from whence does this artifact originate? Nothing can materialize from thin air merely by reciting a few incantations. Such notions belong solely to the realm of mortal imagination. The authentic powers of the divine have never been so simplistic. Xianxia has chronicled in his treatise on talismans that despite having reached the zenith of explosive talisman mastery, he found himself unable to transcend this limit. The art of crafting talismans has been scantily recorded, lacking the transmission of its methods, leaving him at an impasse. In light of this, he immersed himself in ancient texts regarding talismanic creation to satiate his thirst for knowledge. Within these various tomes, he discerned that the materials required for crafting talismans bore a resemblance to those used in artifact forging. Thus, he conjectured that talismans are essentially the result of manipulating forging materials through the craft of talisman making, sealing them within the spiritual talismans. Consequently, the creation of talismans is far more intricate than mere incantations or explosive techniques. It necessitates deconstructing the runes, studying various materials, and discovering suitable methods to enclose these materials within the talismans to attain the effect of a magical artifact. If this holds true, the transition from explosive talismans to artifact talismans is far from a mere breakthrough. It is akin to entering an entirely new domain. However, the talismans crafted by Xianxia do not adhere to this principle. If they did, Ling Yu would not have sought to produce talismans within a mere month. In contrast to authentic talismans, she has opted for a shortcut by utilizing genuine magical artifacts, directly sealing them without the need to refine materials or compose runes. This method results in a significantly higher cost for the talismans than those that are authentically crafted. This is the price of taking a shortcut. Having plundered the treasures of the Brushwork temple, Ling Yu finds herself relatively affluent. After dismantling the spiritual talismans and practicing diligently without issue, she proceeded to seal several swords into the talismans, yet she faced repeated failures. All the swords in her possession had been rendered useless, and yet she had not succeeded. Presently, her predicament was that there were no swords left for her to experiment with. She could not possibly use her Kanli sword as a tool for forging talismans. This was her soul's weapon, nourished daily with her essence, and if the sword were to suffer damage, she too would feel the repercussions. For a sword cultivator, the absence of a sword equates to the absence of the path to cultivation. The reason they cherish their soul's swords as if they were their very lives is that the sword symbolizes their existence. When a sword is harmed, the person is likewise afflicted. If the sword were to be destroyed, their core would also shatter. Should the core explode, even if one were to survive, they would be rendered utterly incapacitated. The Kanli sword was out of the question, and Ling Yu pondered where she might procure a few swords. She had spirit stones aplenty. After all, Cheng Yu's cosmos bag was filled with them, containing thousands without a doubt. She believed that, apart from a select few masters, no one in the realm possessed wealth rivaling her own, not even Han Funing, who had received the lion's share. However, swords were not like other items. The Xianyuan Temple had established a sword pavilion specifically to house spirit swords, guarded by formidable individuals such as Feng Lao. It was not something one could casually acquire. Ordinary swords would yield little effect. She was eager to understand how the talismans crafted by Su Do were made. Judging by his circumstances, he did not appear to be particularly affluent. He was likely not even a distinguished disciple at Xianglin Temple. Was it possible that the talismans were already prepared by the time they came into his possession? This was not out of the realm of possibility. Just as her frustration mounted, Ling Qingxue arrived. "Cheng Shimi, are you there?" came a familiar voice from outside. Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback before being overwhelmed with joy. She quickly lifted the tent flap and, sure enough, saw Ling Qingxue standing outside. After 3 months apart, Ling Qingxue appeared noticeably darker, yet he radiated vitality, his eyes sparkling with life and energy. "Senior brother Qingxue." Ling Yu felt a sense of comfort within, acknowledging the kindness of Sister Yu. Ling Qingxue nodded with a smile, and then inquired with genuine concern, "By the way, how have you fared these past 2 months? Were you able to complete your tasks?" Ling Yu noticed a hint of envy in his gaze, realizing that since it was Master Funing who was involved, there should be no issues. She smiled lightly, wishing not to dwell on that matter, and then asked, "What brings you here, senior brother? Did Sister Yu and the others remain at the temple?" Ling Qingxue gave her a peculiar look. "Junior Sister Cheng, are you not aware?" "Aware of what?" Ling Yu responded, puzzled by his expression, sensing a significant development. Ling Qingxue replied gravely, "The 3 great temples have jointly issued a notice, summoning all cultivators to arrive at the southern pole. They are now stationed there." Ling Yu was taken aback. "All?" Ling Qingxue nodded solemnly, confirming, "Indeed, Sister Yu and the others are at the station. It's no wonder it has been so noisy these past few days." Ling Yu murmured to herself. Glancing around, she saw that there were indeed many more people beneath Mount Tianju, most of whom were cultivators of at least the 5th level of qi refinement, and a fair number of masters were also present. All cultivators were divided into 2 groups. Those of higher cultivation were tasked with repairing Mount Tianju, while those of lesser cultivation remained at the station to refine the materials for repairing the heavens. Ling Qingxue wore a worried expression, indicating that the situation was indeed dire. Observing the bustling cultivators, each appearing weary and dispirited, Ling Yu felt a sudden inspiration and said, "Senior brother Qixu, could I ask you for a favor?" Ling Qixu, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Why must junior sister Cheng be so polite? Given our friendship, a mere word of assistance is all that is required." Ling Yu expressed her heartfelt gratitude and gently added, "I wish to purchase some spirit swords. Senior brother, you are well connected. Might you assist me in this matter? The price is negotiable." Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue was taken aback and looked at Ling Yu with a grave expression, inquiring, "Has junior sister encountered some difficulties?" Ling Yu nodded and did not conceal her intentions. "Indeed, I have a task ahead that necessitates spirit swords. However, these items are not readily available for purchase, and fortunately, I have recently come into some wealth." Ling Qingxue chose not to press further. After a moment of contemplation, he confirmed, "Are you aware of how many spirit stones are required for spirit swords?" Before them lay a table adorned with spirit stones, vibrant in hue and brimming with spiritual energy. numbering around 5 to 600. Ling Qingxue's eyes widened in astonishment. So many? In the Xianyuan temple, ordinary disciples typically accrued 10 spirit stones a year, with elite disciples earning slightly more. Even under ideal circumstances, amassing such a quantity would take 50 to 60 years. Moreover, the quality of these stones was exceptional. Do you think this is sufficient? Ling Qingxue quickly calculated. As for the swords of sword cultivators, it goes without saying that they would never part with their own spirit swords. The remaining options would be those elite disciples and true disciples, who might receive spirit swords as favors from esteemed masters. Moreover, the disciples of Taijin Temple rarely practice sword cultivation, and those who wield the spirit sword often regard it merely as a tool. Now, faced with imminent peril, the occasional incursions of magnetic storms pose a significant threat. The cultivators tasked with mending the heavenly pillar may inadvertently succumb to corrosion and require spirit stones for restoration. He solemnly nodded and said, "We can give it a try. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother." Ling Yu placed the spirit stones into a pouch and handed it to Ling Qingxue, adding that any surplus should be used to buy wine for his senior brother. Ling Qingxue chuckled, "I am not my uncle. Why would I buy wine?" Nevertheless, his smile brightened considerably. "Just wait for my news." With that, he accepted the pouch of spirit stones, waved farewell, and departed. True to his efficiency, Ling Qingxue delivered a spirit sword the very next day. Ling Yu, seizing the opportunity, offered him another 1,000 spirit stones to procure 2 more. Such a substantial sum was readily at her disposal, leaving Ling Qingxue astonished and skeptical, prompting him to inquire multiple times. Ling Yu deftly attributed the matter to Han Funing, which somewhat alleviated his suspicions. Given the peculiar circumstances, she harbored no fear of displaying her wealth. Should she discover the path to the upper realm, she would depart, and the doubts of others would no longer concern her. Conversely, if the route to the upper realm remained elusive, well, she had Han Funing to consider. Having gifted him such a vast treasure, she was confident he would not bear the blame alone. As the spirit talisman activated, the once resplendent spirit sword suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, shattering into several pieces, its brilliance extinguished, leaving behind a heap of scrap metal. In contrast, a small sword emblem began to protrude from the talisman, gleaming with golden radiance, almost ready to soar away from the talisman itself. Success! Ling Yu rejoiced, cradling the talisman with glee, almost wanting to shower it with kisses. However, she dared not truly lean in for a kiss, for the slightest drop of saliva could ruin everything. High-level spiritual talismans could not be so easily destroyed, yet they were exceedingly precious, necessitating utmost caution. After much effort, she finally felt satisfied. The talisman was successfully crafted, and she no longer needed to trouble Ling Qingxue to procure a spiritual sword, having already imposed on him repeatedly, which made her feel quite embarrassed. Within a couple of days, news arrived from Han Funing, conveyed by a paper crane bearing only a few words. "The candidates have been decided. Come swiftly." What a coincidence, neither too early nor too late. With the talisman in hand, Ling Yu felt content, tidied up a bit, and, taking her entire fortune with her, made her way to the high platform on the mountainside. Behind this platform lay a small cave, the usual meeting place for the elders, though the entrance was quite small and concealed behind chains and wooden planks. One would hardly notice it without careful observation. When Ling Yu arrived, the small cave was already crowded, with an initial estimate of around 30 individuals, most of whom were mages. Among such a gathering, her cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement seemed somewhat humble. However, there were others with even lower cultivation, such as Fan Xianxu. There was also Luo Yun, the grandson of Luo Tonglin from the Taishu Palace, who, for some unknown reason, was present as well. She also spotted Ding Huaqing and Meng Xiefeng, one at the 6th level of qi refinement and the other at the 7th, which made for a decent pairing. Before long, everyone had gathered. With a glance from Elder Feng, Han Funing stepped forward once more. This fellow had been quite prominent lately. The higher-ups were well aware that if the heavenly pillar could not be repaired, the path to the upper realm would be their last hope. Such matters, entrusted to Han Funing, often engender dissent among many. Yet, he has inexplicably caught the discerning eye of Mr. Yutong, and with the backing of Elder Feng, the Wajiguan and Taizhengguan find themselves unable to propose a more suitable candidate, thus tacitly acknowledging his authority. Fortunately, Han Funing is astute. He retains the most crucial information while distributing other powers to maintain a relative equilibrium. Esteemed colleagues, Han Funing calmly addressed them, his voice measured. The purpose of our gathering here is well understood by all. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a journey into the unknown, seeking a path to survival. The burden we carry is not merely our own survival, but also that of our sect and of this world. I implore you, before we set forth, to reflect upon yourselves, your fellow disciples, and your loved ones. Act with integrity and a clear conscience. Having uttered these words, he refrained from further elaboration. Handing a stack of pamphlets to the young acolyte, each one distributed in turn. Ling Yu received her copy, her surprise evident. This booklet contained comprehensive information on the land of the Southern Pole, encompassing everything from terrain to resources and from perils to opportunities. The authorial signature bore witness to the collaborative efforts of the three great Taoist temples. She had not anticipated that within such a brief span, the three temples could unite so seamlessly, nor did she expect them to share such vital information. It appeared that the prospect of discovering a path to the celestial realm was indeed promising. You must familiarize yourselves with this material, Han Funing continued. Upon entering the celestial realm, we will traverse a hurricane passage. Whether we remain together is a matter of fortune, for we cannot rely on others. Seated on the ground, Elder Feng spoke softly, his entire being radiating a formidable aura of sword intent. A shiver ran through the crowd, and they bowed respectfully, acknowledging his presence. Subsequently, a young disciple distributed a bag of cosmic essence, its exterior clearly indicating it was not mere common fare used by the Academy's students. When Ling Yu grasped it and reached inside, he was momentarily taken aback. Not only did it contain a considerable number of spirit stones, but it also housed a substantial stack of spirit talismans and countless elixirs. An investment of great magnitude, indeed. Afterward, the elders exchanged a few succinct words before dispersing. Just as Ling Yu and the disciples of Xianyuan Temple were about to exit, they were summoned by Han Funing, who led them to a secluded spot. The disciples of Xianyuan Temple were few in number, including Han Funing. There were merely 10 in total, 5 disciples and 5 sorcerers. Among the 5 disciples were 2 at the 5th level of Qi refinement, 2 at the 6th, and 1 at the 7th. The 5 sorcerers comprised 3 at the 9th level of Qi refinement and 2 at the 8th, one of whom was Hu Tongxiu. Ling Yu immediately recognized that the 3 9th-level sorcerers were the main force, while the inclusion of their few disciples was merely to maintain a balance of power. Given that besides the 3 major temples, there were other factions to consider. Of course, this perception of the main force stemmed from the sect standpoint, in Han Funing's heart. Perhaps Shi and Fan Xianxue were more deserving of trust. Elder Feng has a message for you, Han Funing said in a calm tone. Upon entering the celestial realm, should you fail to find the path to the upper world, it is acceptable, but if you do find it, exercise utmost caution regarding others. The words left everyone momentarily stunned, and Luo Yun eagerly inquired, why? Han Funing's gaze swept over him, imbued with a hint of indifference and aloofness. Within this realm of enchantment, where spiritual herbs and extraordinary treasures abound, if they fail to uncover the path to the upper realm, their hearts shall be consumed solely by the instinct for survival. Yet, should they discover it, the insatiable greed shall arise, becoming impossible to suppress. Ling Yu recalled the contest at the White Water Temple from years past and nodded slightly. The 5 mages maintained serene expressions, while Ling Yu and Meng Xiefeng remained composed. Fan Xinchu's emotions were inscrutable, and only Luo Yun and Ding Huaqing exchanged hushed exclamations. When Han Funing turned his gaze towards Luo Yun, a flash of sharpness glimmered in his eyes. Luo Yun, I initially disapproved of your presence. Given your cultivation, survival in this realm is exceedingly challenging. Now that you have chosen to accompany us, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Here, even amidst life-threatening peril, one must rely solely on oneself. Luo Yun, singled out before the assembly, felt particularly uncomfortable and muttered, yet you sought the company of 2 with lesser cultivation. The group soon took their leave. Ling Yu, caught amidst them, was about to depart when Han Funing tossed her a bag of holding. This is from junior sister Lu. Accept it. Upon returning to the tent, Ling Yu immediately set to work preparing. Spirit stones, essential for absorbing spiritual energy, are crucial post-battle, as the recovery rate of true essence directly impacts one's safety. Hence, they are indispensable. As for elixirs, they each serve their unique purposes, restoring true essence, detoxifying, and healing. The significance of talismans cannot be overstated, as their quantity directly influences a cultivator's combat prowess. She meticulously arranged these 3 items in easily accessible positions, while placing the remaining belongings into a miscellaneous pouch, tucking it safely within her garments. The talismans sent by Lu Wei to Han Funing were indeed a stack of spiritual charms. Ling Yu recalled that this esteemed Lu Wei, being a purist in sword cultivation, had always looked down upon talismanic arts, which made her eyes involuntarily redden. Although he held little regard for talismans, he still gifted her these spiritual charms. Recognizing that one cannot enhance their swordsmanship on a whim, taking a deep breath to calm her spirit, she grasped the spirit stone and began her meditation. The night passed smoothly, and by the next day at dawn, over 30 individuals had gathered. Several elders, including Elder Feng, summoned a paper boat that carried them skyward towards the celestial pillar. As Ling Yu stood on the paper vessel, watching the ground recede and the figures of cultivators diminish in size, a profound tranquility enveloped her. Ling Qingxue had mentioned that the repair of the celestial pillar would commence the following day, potentially spanning several days or even months. Should they fail, their lives would be but fleeting moments away. Unbeknownst to them, the matters of the immortal realm ignited a fervor for the repair of the celestial pillar. Ling Yu could only silently hope for a successful restoration, believing it would also pave a smooth path to the upper realms. The unexpected demise of Shi Jingbai had already cast a shadow of sorrow upon her heart. She wished to avoid further losses of loved ones in this world, even if they were destined never to meet again. Lost in her thoughts, the paper boat came to a halt. An elder clad in red from the Wuji temple bellowed, "Everyone, disembark." Turning her gaze, Ling Yu beheld a small platform suspended in the air above Celestial Pillar Mountain, resembling a natural arena. The crowd streamed out, proceeding to the very center of the platform. It was then that Ling Yu noticed a small void at the heart of the arena, just large enough for a single person to pass through. From within the hollow, vibrant hues of blossoms emerged, a riot of colors contrasting vividly against the gray-white stone walls of the celestial pillar. Here, indeed, was the place. Feng Lao gestured towards the cave entrance and instructed, "One by one, you shall leap down. Remember, once you jump in, you will be swept away by the tempest, where it may carry you. None can say. Perhaps you will find yourself in the jaws of a beast. All you can do is hope for fortune." With that, he ceased to engage further, directly announcing, "Han Funing, you shall go first." Without uttering a word, Han Funing bowed respectfully to the elders and leapt into the abyss. As his figure vanished, the interior of the cave remained unchanged, casting doubt among the onlookers as to whether they had truly seen him depart. Ling Yu, undeterred, fell in line, reciting sacred verses. When her turn arrived, her demeanor was tranquil, akin to still waters. She drew forth the Canly sword, affixed a protective talisman to herself, and gripped an explosive charm before gently leaping into the void. Upon entering the cave, a fierce gust howled, and she felt herself being swept away, carried by the currents. The wind roared around her, a haunting and mournful sound, as her body surged in a tumultuous dance, alternating between heights and depths, leaving her utterly at the mercy of the tempest. Ling Yu steeled her resolve, silently channeling her true essence to withstand the hurricane's assault. Time became an abstraction, and as her body grew increasingly frigid, the winds abruptly ceased, propelling her high into the air, where she braced for impact. As she landed, she rolled to dissipate the force of the fall and stood upright. Yet, no sooner had she regained her footing than a familiar, noxious scent assailed her senses, an overwhelming presence pinning her down. Turning her head, she was met with a pair of blood-red eyes, gleaming with a ferocious light, as large as bronze bells. Ling Yu desperately retreated, tumbling and rolling, cursing inwardly. Elder Feng had remarked that she might inadvertently land right in the jaws of a ferocious beast. Yet she never imagined her luck would indeed be so dire, finding herself face to face with a creature of malice. Furthermore, the beast's cultivation level was evidently superior to her own. At that moment, the beast opened its gaping maw, revealing its gleaming white fangs, saliva dripping, and she could already sense the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Without time for contemplation, Ling Yu hurled the explosive talisman she had clutched tightly in her hand directly into the beast's mouth. Gulp! The creature swallowed it whole, blinking in confusion as if pondering what it had just consumed. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the talisman was triggered the instant it left her grasp. The beast let out a wretched cry, torn asunder, blood gushing forth, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Ling Yu, observing the beast's disemboweled form, cautiously prodded it with her sword to confirm its demise, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Had she not fortuitously held on to that explosive talisman, and had the beast not been unfamiliar with such artifacts, swallowing it whole, she would have likely sustained injuries, perhaps even severe ones, despite escaping with her life. After a brief respite, Ling Yu commenced her task of skinning and dismantling the beast, meticulously packing the parts into her Qingxue pouch. The flesh would naturally be consumed by her celestial book, while the skin, horns, and eyes were set aside separately, potentially serving as valuable materials for refining. Speaking of the Qingxue pouch, the one issued by Xianyuan Temple was evidently of ordinary quality, accommodating only items up to a cubit in size. The one given to her by Han Funing was of a slightly higher grade. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to transport the treasures. And the pouch left by Cheng Yu was even more superior, having contained an abundance of spirit stones, and was nearly empty now. Ling Yu marveled at the superior quality of the items from the upper realm, from the techniques to the tokens and the spatial bags. Qingxue, reportedly just an ordinary disciple with little promise, utilized such exquisite possessions. One could only imagine what treasures the more accomplished disciples and higher-tier cultivators possessed. Her heart yearned for that world, pondering the abundance of resources it might hold. Lost in her thoughts, she realized that the carcass of the beast had been thoroughly dissected. After cleansing herself of the blood, she began to survey her surroundings. Having just entered the immortal realm, she was confronted by a beast, which heightened her senses to an extraordinary degree. As she relaxed, she discovered the astonishing richness of spiritual energy here. She released the spiritual web from her mind, each thread quivering as if fish had just entered water, reveling in the sensation of vitality. This feeling was unattainable outside, even during her cultivation. The gathering of spiritual energy could not compare. If the upper realm were truly like this, she would undoubtedly seek to go there. Ling Yu gazed around. The ground was carpeted with vibrant flowers, their fragrant aromas wafting through the air. Nearly every plant emanated spiritual energy, a sight inconceivable outside these bounds. In the Shilua forest, they had walked for quite some time to encounter a single spirit herb. Suddenly, Ling Yu spotted a spirit herb growing where the beast had once stood. Adorned with clusters of crimson fruits, swaying gracefully in the breeze, utterly enchanting. Could it be that this spirit herb was protected by the beast? A thought sparked in her mind, recalling tales that claimed all spirit herbs were guarded by beasts. This was not mere fantasy. Such occurrences indeed existed. She rummaged through her spatial bag for a moment before retrieving a small box. This box was issued by Xianyuan Temple, designed for the storage of spiritual herbs. Externally, it is crafted from wood, while the interior is made of jade, making it perfectly suitable for preserving these precious plants. Ling Yu gingerly uprooted the red fruit spiritual herb, placing it into the jade box before storing it in her Qingxue bag. After completing this task, she searched nearby and discovered several other herbs that exuded a remarkable aura, which she also collected. Having gathered the herbs, Ling Yu took out the booklet she received yesterday and contemplated her next move. Her current location was a small flat area surrounded by hills and a flowing stream, as indicated in the booklet, likely situated in the northeastern part of the immortal realm. The immortal realm is vast. Traversing from east to west without flying tools would take at least half a month. However, using a paper crane for flight would be too conspicuous, potentially attracting the attention of airborne beasts, which would almost guarantee death in the skies. Historically, the competition for the position of national master has typically been limited to a month, during which participants harvest spiritual herbs and eliminate ferocious beasts, ultimately calculating their gains to determine the victor. The realm is rife with dangers, resulting in a high mortality rate for the practitioners who enter, yet the rewards are considerable. Without these spiritual herbs and beasts, it would be exceedingly difficult for those practitioners to reach the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement. In addition to the booklet, Han Funing provided her with a confidential map detailing his research findings. This map marked several locations within the immortal realm that might serve as entrances to the higher realms. Unbeknownst to others, Ling Yu also possessed another document, Cheng Yu's path map. Regrettably, the map was hastily drawn and required on-site verification. Ling Yu discerned that the entrance to the upper realm marked by Cheng Yu was likely situated in the eastern central region. If all went smoothly, it would take 5 or 6 days to reach. Having established her direction, Ling Yu stowed away the map and sought a path toward her destination. Gripping the Canli sword, she focused intently, unleashing a torrent of sword energy to strike at the beast before her. This creature, approximately at the 7th level of qi refinement, was remarkably corpulent, resembling both a cow and a sheep, its robust form akin to a mountain of flesh. Corresponding to its size, it possessed great strength and occasionally unleashed water arrows, proving to be quite a formidable adversary. Having entered this mystical realm 5 days prior, Ling Yu journeyed southward towards the entrance to the upper realm as indicated by Qianxia. Along her arduous path, she had cleaved through countless beasts. Unaware of how many times her life had hung by a thread, and yet she had only traversed half the distance. Along the way, she encountered numerous skeletons, some clad in tattered robes of long-gone mages, while others were left in rags, their garments reduced to mere tatters. It was impossible to ascertain how many souls of mages lay lost within this realm. Initially, the sight of the bones stirred her emotions, but with each subsequent encounter, she became numb, her resolve only growing stronger. She was determined to reach the portal and uncover the path to the upper realm. Curiously, during these 5 days, she had not seen another soul. Perhaps the expanse of this mystical realm was too vast, causing them to become scattered. This seemed plausible. As she moved forward while others also traversed their own paths, given the enormity of the realm and the mere 30 souls present, the chance of coincidental encounters was exceedingly slim. Suddenly, the beast let out a deafening roar, opening its maw to unleash a barrage of water arrows, hurtling towards Ling Yu with swift ferocity. Ling Yu's spiritual net continuously extended outward, capturing every movement within a radius of 3 zhang. As the beast opened its maw, she wielded her sword energy with a swift motion, narrowly evading the water arrow by leaping high into the air. With a magical talisman enhancing her agility, she soared again, flipping to the other side. The convergence of the Qian Li and Li Hui's sword energies manifested as a violet blade of Qian Li, which she unleashed fiercely towards the beast's form. The razor-sharp Qian Li sword energy pierced through the beast's thick hide, causing blood to spurt forth. In agony, the creature howled, enraged as it pivoted and charged at Ling Yu. Once more, she leaped, landing atop the beast, seizing its sturdy horn. With her Qian Li sword, she struck down, piercing its neck. The blood flowed even more profusely, and the excruciating pain drove the beast into a frenzy, desperately attempting to throw Ling Yu off, thrashing violently. Ling Yu grasped the horn with all her strength, her legs clamped tightly as she swung the Qian Li sword repeatedly. Before long, the beast was drenched in its own blood, as if it had emerged from a pool of crimson. Ling Yu was not in a better state. The relentless jostling left her dizzy, forcing her to grit her teeth and endure through sheer willpower. Despite holding the upper hand, she was acutely aware that until the moment of death, a reversal was always possible. If she were to be thrown off by the beast and falter even slightly, the horn could impale her, leading to her demise. Mechanically, she continued to thrust her spiritual sword into the beast's body. Once, twice, 5 times, 10 times. At last, the creature's movements began to slow, releasing a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Ling Yu remained atop the beast, utterly exhausted, nearly unable to move. Nonetheless, she raised her spiritual sword and struck down upon the beast's head repeatedly, until at last, the massive cranium separated from its body, confirming the creature's demise. Ling Yu wiped her face, her hands trembling as she retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it along with the blood. As the pill settled in her stomach, a warm sensation enveloped her. She grasped a handful of spiritual stones, utilizing both to replenish her spiritual energy. Before long, she regained the strength to move. Exhausted, Ling Yu let out a long sigh, sheathed her sword, and drew forth a small knife to begin skinning and dismembering. This task was one she had become quite adept at. All the meat was fed to the celestial tome, which had been well fed in recent days, resulting in an increasingly sensitive spiritual net. Soon, she had finished dismantling a large pile of flesh and tidied the area. Ling Yu cautiously surveyed her surroundings and took refuge in the beast's former lair, setting up a talisman array to recuperate and heal. Typically, beasts possess their own territories, and the one she had slain was at the 7th level of qi refinement. Weaker creatures would not dare to disturb her. Using its lingering aura, she found this to be the safest method to mend her wounds. For the past few days, she had been teetering on the brink of life and death, leaving her with hidden injuries that could only be temporarily suppressed to eradicate them completely. She would need a period of proper recovery. While Ling Yu meditated to restore her energy, a man happened to pass by, pausing in confusion. Is there evidence of a struggle here? He wondered, crouching down to examine the faint bloodstains on the ground. After some time, before departing, he took out the celestial tome to glance at its cover, which had become noticeably brighter, though regrettably, it seemed to have not been sufficiently nourished. As no new content emerged, as I stepped out of the cave, The spiritual net suddenly quivered. Ling Yu stumbled, drawing the camely sword from its sheath with a swift motion. A sharp, tearing sound echoed, followed by a voice of astonishment. "Is it you?" Ling Yu, having sliced through a torn cloth bag that appeared to be a magical artifact, turned and was equally taken aback. "Senior brother Meng?" Indeed, it was Meng Xiefeng. Meng Xiefeng was the fiancé of Ding Huaqing, the foremost disciple of Lu Weiyi. The two had grown up together, sharing a deep bond, and consequently, Lu Weiyi's female disciples were familiar with him. Ling Yu had encountered him before, but was not well acquainted. Their relationship was merely one of recognition. It was no surprise that he had been selected for this journey, as senior brother Meng was a promising protege cultivated by the Taisu Palace. As for Ding Huaqing, though her strength was somewhat lacking, being a sword cultivator and the leading disciple of Lu Weiyi from the Qingshu Palace, her presence was to be expected. What puzzled Ling Yu most were the trio of her, Fan Xianxue, and Luo Yun. Ding Huaqing and Fan Xianxue had been arranged by Han Funing, while Luo Yun's involvement seemed to stem from his connection to Luo Tonglin. Ling Yu found it curious that Luo Tonglin, who had arranged for his favored disciple, would also include his evidently less capable grandson. What could this signify? Even more perplexing was the fact that the realm of immortals was fraught with peril. It stood to reason that Luo Yun, being a beloved junior of Luo Tonglin, would not be permitted to venture into such danger. This thought flitted through Ling Yu's mind before being cast aside. Such concerns could be left for Han Funing to ponder. After all, she had a clear path ahead and could adapt as necessary. Ling Yu, feeling somewhat apologetic, remarked, "I did not realize it was you, senior brother Meng. These days, I have been quite frightened by the beasts and did not hold back. My apologies. Do not blame the junior sister, alas." Meng Xiefeng, with a furrowed brow, tucked away his cloth bag. Magical artifacts are exceedingly precious. Ordinary disciples and elite disciples need not even dream of them. Only mages and highly esteemed true disciples may have the chance to acquire magical artifacts aside from spiritual swords. This particular artifact of Meng Xiefeng was cherished beyond measure, only brought out for use upon entering the realm of immortality. He had remained unharmed these past few days, and it was thanks to this object that he had fared well, yet unexpectedly it had been cut through by Ling Yu's sword. What made him feel more helpless was that he could not seek compensation from Ling Yu, as it was indeed his own error, having initiated the ambush. Meng Xiefeng gathered his spirits and inquired, "Junior sister Qing, since we have encountered each other, shall we journey together?" Before entering the realm of immortality, Han Funing had once advised that if they happened to meet, it would be best to travel together. They were not competitors, but collaborators, united in their quest to find the path to the upper realm. Ling Yu considered this and found no reason to disagree, responding, "I could not wish for anything more." "How have you fared these past days, junior sister Cheng?" Meng Xiefeng asked with warmth as they walked side by side. "Not too bad," Ling Yu replied, her vigilance scanning the surroundings. The realm of immortality indeed lives up to its reputation, abundant in treasures and fierce beasts alike. I was unfortunate upon entry, landing right in front of a monstrous beast, barely escaping with my life. Along this path, I have encountered many such creatures, with my life hanging by a thread. Meng Xiefeng empathized deeply. In the past, he had always believed himself strong within the confines of their sect, but upon arriving here, he realized what it truly meant to see the world from a well. No matter one's cultivation or skills, only through actual combat does one grasp the extent of their own strength. "Senior brother Meng, are these days not rather thrilling?" "Thrilling, indeed, to the point of torment," Meng Xiefeng replied with a wry smile. Although he had not faced the same misfortune as his junior sister, who had fallen directly before a ferocious beast, his experiences were not far removed. On the very first day, he encountered a pack of savage beasts, fleeing for his life with great effort before narrowly escaping. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon two 8th-tier Qi refining beasts engaged in a fierce battle. Ling Yu raised an eyebrow and cast him a sidelong glance, chuckling. "It seems, senior brother Meng, that you possess quite the audacity. Knowing full well the signs of beasts nearby, you still dared to lay an ambush." "Ah," Meng Xiefeng moved his lips, ultimately managing a bitter smile. "I apologize for my folly, junior sister. I confess, it was greed that led me astray, having found a bargain last time. I was foolishly eager to seize another chance." Ling Yu merely smiled and refrained from further commentary. Though he had earlier lamented his misfortune, his words bore a semblance of untruth. If one were truly beset by such calamity, they would not seek to linger in the shadows, hoping to snatch an advantage. While she did not know Meng Xiefeng very well, his remarks, coupled with his actions, led her to question Ding Huaqing's judgment. This man, with his disingenuous demeanor, entered the realm of immortals, clearly eager to profit while professing an entirely different narrative. If one were to argue that he was merely cautious due to their unfamiliarity, yet his words were laced with a sense of camaraderie, it was likely he sought to exploit her strength to compensate for the loss of his own magical artifact. Such individuals, disguised in their vulnerability, yearn to harness the power of others without offering genuine reciprocity. Even if his feelings towards Ding Huaqing were sincere, his nature would invariably color his actions. She could easily envision the dynamics of their interactions. Previously, Yu Xin mentioned that she had been ensnared in the affairs between two individuals, likely a deliberate manipulation by Meng Xiefeng. Furthermore, Ding Huaqing's shifting attitude towards Yu Xin would inevitably extend to other women in the future. One day, she might find herself devoid of any female friends, solely reliant on Meng Xiefeng, attending only to his whims. The slightest change in Meng Xiefeng's demeanor would send her into a frenzy, as if her world were collapsing. Reflecting on this, Ling Yu found it rather amusing. After all, the events had yet to unfold. Why contemplate such distant possibilities? Nevertheless, she harbored no doubt that such a scenario could arise. Her judgment of character was astute, especially when it came to scoundrels. The Chung family was notorious for producing such rogues, her own father being a prime example, adept at weaving sweet words with ease. Sensing Ling Yu's indifference, Meng Xiefeng fell silent, which was perhaps a redeeming quality of his. He understood the times and refrained from overtly irritating behavior. Yet, it was just as well. She had no desire to grow closer to him. If she could successfully navigate her way to the upper realm, she would no longer need to endure his presence. Where did senior brother Meng wish to go earlier? Ling Yu inquired, pulling out a map after walking for a while. Meng Xiefeng leaned in, pointing to a location approximately 100 miles to the south. Here, he said, the booklet mentions a deep pool at this spot. My swimming skills are quite commendable. I wish to explore it further. Ling Yu glanced at the map and noted that her intended destination passed right by this point. She nodded, very well, let us proceed. However, my swimming is not as proficient, so I may need to rely on you, senior brother. Meng Xiefeng shot her a glance, immediately breaking into a smile. No worries, junior sister Chung. Just provide me with protection, and I shall venture down myself. Ling Yu chuckled, stowing away the map as they continued on their journey. Uncertain whether it was the courage derived from companionship or a stroke of fortune, the journey unfolded smoothly for the two. After a brief interval, they arrived at the deep pool. This pool was modest in size, encompassing roughly a radius of 10 zhang. The water lay tranquil, imbued with a slight chill, and its depths remained unseen. Ling Yu surveyed her surroundings. It was eerily quiet, devoid of any lurking beasts. She found this surprising, for the environment, nestled against the mountains and adjacent to water, with lush vegetation, should have been an ideal habitat for the creatures. Why then was it so silent? Turning her gaze to Meng Xiefeng, she noticed he was indeed preparing to don his water-repelling attire, appearing resolute to delve into the depths of the pool. Was he truly willing to take such a risk? Senior brother Meng, Ling Yu interjected, considering the surroundings, this is a prime habitat for beasts. The absence of any indicates something amiss. Shouldn't you hesitate before plunging into the pool? Meng Xiefeng regarded her with a flicker of surprise and replied with a smile. Do not worry, junior sister Chung. I have been informed that a large python once inhabited this pool, but it was slain during the last contest for the national master. Thus, there should be no formidable beast lurking here. Oh, Ling Yu nodded in understanding. Perhaps her earlier caution had conveyed goodwill. For Meng Xiefeng's smile seemed to warm with sincerity as he declared, I shall descend now. I would be grateful if you could guard me. Rest assured, senior brother. I will remain vigilant here, she assured him. With their understanding set, Meng Xiefeng made minor preparations, grasped his spiritual sword, and leaped into the pool. Within the depths, the use of spiritual talismans was rendered futile. The water-repelling talisman was known only through ancient texts and had never been disseminated widely. Moreover, Meng Xiefeng's magical artifact was partially damaged. Thus, in the pool, he could solely rely on his spiritual sword. After Meng Xiefeng descended, Ling Yu lifted her robe and sat by the pond, conjuring a spiritual net while vigilantly observing her surroundings. She was acutely aware of the correct path, and she knew that Meng Xiefeng's endeavor would undoubtedly be in vain. However, she could not voice this, lest it arouse suspicion among others. The path to the upper realm was one matter, but what about Cheng Yu's other possessions? Revealing them would inevitably incite greed in others. As time slowly passed, the pond remained eerily calm and undisturbed. After waiting for a couple of hours, Ling Yu began to feel anxious. Even with the water-warding talisman, an hour was nearly the limit. Why had he not resurfaced yet? Could something have gone awry? She stood up and paced along the pond's edge, attentively listening for any signs of movement from the depths. Surely, if he had encountered a beast, there would be some commotion. Just as her impatience mounted and she contemplated whether to plunge into the water herself, the surface began to stir. Bubbles erupted with a soft splashing sound, and the waves grew increasingly tumultuous, culminating in a colossal surge. Ling Yu drew her sword, her gaze fixed intently on the water. Another massive wave crashed forth, and something was flung onto the shore. Then, she locked eyes with a pair of blood-red, chilling orbs. Ling Yu turned to see Ming Xiefeng, who had been thrown ashore. "Brother Ming, is this the gigantic python that has already been slain?" Ming Xiefeng, struggling to expel water from his lungs, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "I've been deceived." Deceived? By whom? Ling Yu, disinterested in further pondering, quickly activated a movement talisman and seized Ming Xiefeng, fleeing with urgency. In jest, the immense python possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Far surpassing her own, fleeing was not an option. Ling Yu, clutching Ming Xiefeng, dashed forward, the sound of wind rushing past them, as the python hissed with its blood-red tongue, relentlessly pursuing them. Ming Xiefeng was not idle either, unable to land. He retrieved a stack of spiritual talismans from his water-repellent attire and hurled them behind in a frenzy. Fire talismans, quicksand talismans, gale talismans. Ling Yu, hearing the continuous explosions behind them, felt each detonation momentarily delay their pursuer, yet soon enough, the sound of the serpent's tongue flickering would return. Gritting her teeth, she continued to apply the spirit movement talismans upon herself. Fortunately, the materials for these auxiliary talismans were inexpensive, and she had brought plenty. After an intense half-hour of frantic running, the sounds behind them gradually diminished. Ling Yu halted, unceremoniously tossing Ming Xiefeng down, as she leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. After a while, her breathing steadied, and her true essence was restored with the aid of spirit stones. She gazed at Ming Xiefeng, who sat cross-legged, regulating his breath. "Brother Ming, regardless of who deceived you, it appears your sources of information are rather unreliable." Ming Xiefeng tended to his wounds with a bit of bandaging, swallowed a medicinal pill, his complexion still pale, and let out a sigh. Ling Yu continued, "In that case, brother, shall we pursue my lead?" Ming Xiefeng remained silent for a moment after hearing her words. Ling Yu did not press him, instead organizing her belongings and neatly arranging the stack of talismans very well. "Let us heed the advice of my junior sister," Ming Xiefeng finally conceded, relinquishing the initiative. He was well aware that such information could be false. There were indeed those who sought to take his life. Furthermore, his weapon had been destroyed, significantly diminishing his strength. This junior sister Cheng was a swordsman, greatly esteemed by Master Lu Wei. He had originally intended to leverage her power. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? While discovering the path to the upper realm was indeed crucial, sacrificing one's life here was far less prudent. Even if the path to the upper realm remained elusive and the heavenly pillar was not repaired, surviving to return would still afford him a few more days of existence. Ling Yu produced a map and indicated her proposed route. "Senior Brother Ming, please observe. There are several points within this circle that I believe warrant further investigation." Ming Xiefeng merely glanced at it briefly before nodding in agreement. "All right." Without further ado, Ling Yu carefully stowed the map. As Ming Xiefeng rose and began to walk, he seemed unusually quiet, possibly agitated by the false information that had surfaced. The two traveled by day and rested by night, confronting any demonic beasts they encountered, fighting when possible and fleeing when necessary, until they finally reached their destination 3 days later. During this journey, Ling Yu ventured to a few other points but, as expected, made no discoveries. Ming Xiefeng harbored no suspicions. Their journey together had remained orderly. After all, he merely sought to harness Ling Yu's strength and seize some advantageous opportunities. Noticing her frigid demeanor towards him, he refrained from any unnecessary actions. Upon arriving at their destination, Ming Xiefeng exclaimed in astonishment, "What an immense fog!" They found themselves at a waterway crossing, completely enveloped in mist that was said to be ever-present. Historically, during the rivalry for the position of national master, many had avoided this area due to the disorienting fog and the lurking aquatic beasts, resulting in a high casualty rate. This is also one of the key points highlighted by Han Funing. He believes that the entrance to the upper realm has remained undiscovered, likely situated in perilous, unfrequented areas. This misty crossing perfectly aligns with such characteristics. Ling Yu is aware of the correct path, and one cannot help but commend Han Funing for his extraordinary intellect. Despite having never visited the Antarctic wonderland, he has managed to deduce this information through ancient texts and his meticulous notes. Even in the absence of the route map left by Cheng Yu, it is certain that, given time, he would ultimately uncover the entrance to the upper realm. Junior Sister Cheng, how shall we proceed? Meng Xiefeng inquired hesitantly. Ling Yu remained silent, approaching the water's edge. She produced a paper boat, skillfully casting a spell to manifest it, then stepped aboard. Let us proceed this way. Meng Xiefeng was slightly astonished. They were not sorcerers. Their sect could at most conjure paper cranes, while such paper boats, used as talismans, were typically reserved for sorcerers or specific sections. He was taken aback by Ling Yu's possession of one. And then he recalled that this junior Sister Cheng was reportedly a true disciple now. The paper boat glided smoothly across the water's surface. Meng Xiefeng cautiously smiled. I heard that junior Sister Cheng recently ascended to true disciple status. That is indeed commendable. Ling Yu offered a faint smile, revealing no trace of pride, and casually remarked, It's merely an elevation granted by Uncle Master Han. As I happen to assist him with a task, consider it a reward. Uncle Master Han. Meng Xiefeng raised an eyebrow. He was a disciple of Luo Tonglin and had long been aware of Ling Yu's association with Han Funing, yet he was surprised by her nonchalant demeanor. Indeed, Ling Yu was not merely calm. She was intentionally so, openly seeking to establish Han Funing as her support. Her boldness was of no concern. For once she discovered the path to the upper realm, she intended to depart. Meng Xiefeng ceased to speak further. His gaze upon Ling Yu tinged with a hint of caution. After all, this was Han Funing, widely regarded as approachable, yet he was a disciple of Luo Tonglin, a character known for his ruthlessness. It was prudent to avoid inciting his ire, for those who did rarely came away unscathed. Observing his amiable demeanor, one would hardly suspect that he thrived within Xianyuan Temple, commanding respect even from the esteemed leaders of the three halls, a testament to his formidable prowess. At that moment, faint sounds of water emerged from the mist, easily masked by the splashing of the boat against the waves, likely to be overlooked. Suddenly, a loud splash resonated as a shadow leapt forth from the fog, crashing down upon the paper boat. Be careful, Meng Xiefeng shouted, hurling a talisman into the fray. Both were doused in blood, the stench overwhelming. Ling Yu, undeterred by the gruesome sight, leaned over the boat to observe the blood-red surface nearby. We must leave at once, she urged. The scent of blood will attract other beasts. Meng Xiefeng nodded, positioning himself at the bow of the boat. He formed a hand seal, channeling his true essence to propel the vessel forward. However, Ling Yu refrained from assisting, stating, Thank you, Senior Brother Meng. I shall keep watch. Aware that he had lost his magical artifact, he recognized that despite his slightly higher cultivation, he lacked the strength to match hers in this instance. Their division of labor was thus justified. Ling Yu fixed her gaze upon the water's surface, casting a spirit net and remaining vigilant. Before long, delicate ripples began to appear, signaling that something was surfacing. As time passes, the ripples multiply, forming a delicate current that chases after the paper boat. Ling Yu grips the Canly sword tightly, her gaze fixed upon the water's surface. Suddenly, a wave approaches the paper vessel, and a water beast leaps forth from the depths. With a swift motion, Ling Yu draws her sword, unleashing a fiery red sword aura that cleaves the beast's massive head in two. Thus, while navigating the waters, she simultaneously slays the creatures. Delving deeper into the fog-laden expanse, the number of water beasts behind her continues to increase. Ling Yu swallows medicinal pills while drawing upon spirit stones to absorb spiritual energy and restore her true essence, her strikes becoming increasingly nimble as she conserves her energy. The absorption of spiritual energy into her body and its transformation into true essence is a complex endeavor. No amount of spirit stones or pills can match the rate of consumption. Before entering this aquatic realm, she had meticulously considered the dangers, yet she still underestimated the situation. She had not anticipated the density of the fog nor the relentless onslaught of the water beasts. Had it not been for the protective spiritual net she possessed, the fog would have posed a significant challenge to her endurance. Ling Yu felt a surge of gratitude for encountering Meng Xiefeng beforehand. Otherwise, managing the boat while fending off beasts would have proven far more arduous. Nonetheless, the struggle grows increasingly strenuous. Meanwhile, Meng Xiefeng calls out, "Senior Sister Cheng. The fog is too thick. I can't discern the direction." Ling Yu, while wielding her sword, commands, "Push forward and ignore it." Yet, the paper boat cannot withstand the repeated assaults. No matter how intricately crafted, it remains merely a talisman, with each collision from the water beasts. The power of the runes gradually wanes. As the ship's hull flickered ominously, threatening to transmute into talisman paper, Meng Xiefeng's heart raced. Cheng Shimi, the ship. Ling Yu glanced back at the relentless aquatic beasts pursuing them, nearly surfacing, and with a flash of inspiration, commanded, "Let us ride the water beasts." Meng Xiefeng was momentarily taken aback. What? Without further ado, Ling Yu sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of sword energy to vanquish several water beasts. With a nimble leap, she settled upon one of the creatures, firmly grasping its fin. Just days prior, she had dispatched a demon beast using this very tactic. It was perfectly suited to their current predicament. By mounting the water beast, she could harness its strength. Meng Xiefeng, quick to respond, mirrored her actions, casting a mysterious water talisman that propelled him skyward towards another water beast. The tumult of splashing water erupted as the beast beneath Ling Yu became agitated, thrashing its tail in an attempt to dislodge her. However, Ling Yu was resolute, gripping the fin with unwavering determination, allowing the beast to leap, twist, and dive, yet refusing to relinquish her hold. After a tumultuous half-hour, the water beast finally grew weary, its pace slowing. Meanwhile, the other aquatic creatures, confused by her presence on one of their own, found it difficult to discern her aura, likely due to the surrounding mist. Stabilizing the beast beneath her, Ling Yu called out, her voice ringing through the water, "Meng Xixiang? Meng Xixiang?" After a brief interval, a faint reply reached her ears, "I am here." Ling Yu followed the sound, and through the mist, she discerned a hazy figure. Relief washed over her. Although this companion was not entirely trustworthy, they could still be of assistance, and it would be regrettable to become separated. Just as she contemplated this, Meng Xiefeng suddenly shouted, "Vortex!" With a splash, he fell from the water beast. Ling Yu was taken aback and looked down, discovering that the water beneath her had indeed turned turbulent, swirling towards a specific point. The water beast beneath her struggled desperately against the vortex's pull, yet its efforts were in vain. Panic surged within her before she could devise a plan. The powerful current swept the beast away, and with a splash, she too was plunged into the water. As she fell into the vortex, Ling Yu felt a sudden warmth envelop her, as if her soul was soaring beyond the heavens, her thoughts clouded and disoriented. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, Ling Yu abruptly opened her eyes. "You are awake," she heard a hoarse, unpleasant voice say. Her eyes gradually focused, revealing a face marred by scars. "Fan Deyu?" Recognizing the visage, Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback. Kneeling beside her was indeed Fan Xianxia. His expression was calm as he nodded gently, "Senior Sister Cheng." Ling Yu suddenly recalled that he had already entered the sect and should, by rights, address her as junior brother. She offered an apologetic smile. "Fan Junior Brother, did you save me? I would not dare to claim such a feat. It was merely a coincidence that I discovered Senior Sister," he replied. Ling Yu sat up, instinctively pressing her hand against her chest. Her entire body ached with pain, suggesting she had sustained injuries from the fall. She circulated her vital energy and sighed in relief. Fortunately, there were no internal injuries. Having ascertained her safety, she turned her head to survey her surroundings and discovered that they were situated on a narrow stone path, with warm, fiery red rock walls, suggesting the presence of a volcanic vein nearby. "Where is this place?" "I do not know." Fan Xianxu maintained a tranquil demeanor, as if he had entered a realm of immortals, while I found myself ensnared here, unable to leave for 8 days. Earlier, upon hearing a noise, I ventured outside and discovered my senior sister lying by the lakeside. By the lakeside? Ling Yu rose and walked outward. As she stepped out of the cave, she was instantly taken aback. To her astonishment, beneath the vortex lay such a world. The ground was scorched and barren, with flames licking at the distant mountain peaks. And not far off, a lake measuring 10 zhang across, exuding billowing steam. No wonder she felt so hot. It turned out the vortex led to this lake. "Is this a volcano?" she murmured. "It appears so." Fan Xianxu's voice drifted from behind, perhaps a result of prolonged confinement. He appeared remarkably composed, as if accustomed to this bizarre setting. Ling Yu opened her mouth, intending to inquire about Meng Xiefeng's whereabouts, when suddenly, footsteps accompanied by a voice interrupted her. Junior brother Fan, this is... The voice paused, seemingly startled. Cheng Lingyu? The pitch heightened in surprise, rendering it somewhat shrill. Lingyu turned around to see a young man in a Xianyuan Guan robe approaching from the other end of the stone path. Luo Yun. Lingyu scratched her head. Brother Luo? What a coincidence. Indeed, it was quite a stroke of luck. She had encountered Meng Xiefeng. Fan Xianxue had met Luo Yun. And among the more than 30 individuals who had entered this realm of immortals, less than a third belonged to Xianyuan Guan. All were fellow disciples. Compared to 2 years ago, Luo Yun has not changed much. He remains as proud as ever. However, now Lingyu, not only a true disciple, has also surpassed him in cultivation, which leaves him feeling somewhat insecure and unwilling to accept this reality beneath his arrogance. By the way, where is senior brother Meng? Lingyu inquired. Senior brother Meng is with me, Luo Yun replied, then suddenly realizing, are you together with senior brother Meng? Fan Xianxue remarked. I didn't have the chance to inform senior brother Luo. Upon discovering senior brother Meng, senior sister Cheng rushed over as well. Oh. From their conversation, Lingyu gathered the situation. Senior Meng Xiefeng had been the first to be swept over, which Luo Yun noticed and went to attend to him. Afterward, she was also caught up in the rush, and Fan Xianxue noticed, but had not yet informed Luo Yun before she regained consciousness. After recounting the events, the three of them exchanged blank stares, unsure of what to say for a while. Ahem. Lingyu glanced over and asked, is senior brother Meng all right? There's nothing to worry about, Luo Yun replied. He just expelled some water and should wake up shortly. Oh. I will go check on senior brother Meng. Perhaps feeling a bit awkward, Luo Yun found an excuse to turn and leave. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly remembered his purpose for coming and turned back. Fan Shitty, do you have any medicine for external injuries? Fan Xianxue retrieved a porcelain vial and tossed it over. It should suffice for external application. Thank you, Luo Yun said as he accepted the vial. After Luo Yun departed, Fan Xianxue sat down, fiddling with the fire in the corner where a pot of water was still boiling. How did senior sister Cheng end up here? Lingyu sat opposite him and briefly recounted her experience. Then she was swept away by the vortex. So it was. The water had boiled, and Fan Xianxue performed a minor spell, pouring a small bowl for her. Thus, the path out lay at the bottom of the lake. Lingyu hesitated but nodded in agreement. Indeed, the route to the fairyland was at the lake's depths, yet the way to the upper realm, however, was right here. What a coincidence, brother Luo is also here. Fan Xianxue glanced at her, and Lingyu couldn't shake the feeling that, upon their reunion, the haughtiness and coldness in his demeanor had diminished significantly. Yes, brother Luo was indeed swept here by the hurricane. We encountered one another shortly thereafter. Unfortunately, both of us possess rather low cultivation and lack the strength to find a way out. So that is how it is. Lingyu thought that these two were rather fortunate. Had they been whisked away to another location, given their cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi refining, survival would have been quite challenging. What a stroke of luck that they had both been brought here, devoid of monsters, yet unable to escape. Have you explored this place thoroughly? Is there no other route? Fan Xianxue shook his head. None. What about the volcano? This question left Fan Xianxue momentarily stunned. The volcano? Lingyu nodded. Within the volcano, there may lie another passage. Fan Xianxue, perplexed, replied. Since we can enter through the bottom of the lake, surely we can exit as well. Why do we not take that route? Fan Xianxue pondered, but could find no words to refute her. Lingyu rose to her feet, exclaiming, I will go take a look. Before she could finish her words, an abrupt clashing of swords echoed from the depths of the stone path, followed by frantic footsteps and the distressed voice of Luo Yun calling out, Brother Meng, what are you doing? Both Lingyu and Fan Xianxue paused, turning in unison to witness Luo Yun, in a state of panic, stumbling out, closely pursued by Meng Xiefeng, who appeared disheveled, yet seething with rage, brandishing his sword. Lingyu and Fan Xianxue stepped forward simultaneously. One shielded Luo Yun behind her, while the other confronted Meng Xiefeng. Brother Meng? Lingyu interjected with her sword raised. What is the meaning of this? Enraged, Meng Xiefeng's face turned crimson, his wrath palpable. Stopped momentarily by her intervention, he remained uncontrollably furious, directing his sword towards Luo Yun. Ask him. Lingyu shifted her gaze. Brother Luo? Luo Yun, bewildered, replied, Me? What should I be asked? Brother Meng, I have always treated you with utmost courtesy. How have I wronged you? In terms of their sect hierarchy, Meng Xiefeng was not a master, and a mere address of brother from Luo Yun sufficed. However, concerning familial lineage, Meng Xiefeng was a disciple of Luo Tonglin, while Luo Yun was a descendant of Luo Tonglin, thus exempt from the formalities of junior respect, yet still required to maintain sufficient decorum. Though Luo Yun possessed a certain pride, he had never been known for any overbearing behavior. Humph! Meng Xiefeng glared at him, his voice icy as he demanded, "Why did you inform me that the great python in the deep pool had been slain? I nearly lost my life. Do you realize that?" Ling Yu was taken aback by this revelation, astonished that such news had been conveyed to Meng Xiefeng by none other than Luo Yun. What? Luo Yun was taken aback, blinking his eyes in astonishment. After a considerable pause, he stammered, "Are you suggesting that you intend to take my life?" Meng Xiefeng demanded loudly. Luo Yun remained silent for a long while, lowering his gaze without offering a rebuttal. "Luo Yun," Meng Xiefeng pressed further, "you must provide me with an answer today. I am your senior by several years and have cared for you since childhood. In what way have I wronged you? Why would you wish to harm me?" Ling Yu found the situation exceedingly perplexing. She grasped Meng Xiefeng's arm and said, "Senior brother Meng, please remain calm. It was brother Luo who rescued you when you were swept here and has taken care of you since. He even borrowed medicine from junior brother Fan to tend to your wounds. Consider this, if he intended to harm you, he had ample opportunity while you were alone and unconscious. Does that not strike you as strange?" As a true disciple, Meng Xiefeng possessed a keen intellect. Ling Yu's words caused him to waver. He had previously doubted that Luo Yun would wish him any harm, as they had neither conflict of interest nor animosity. Why would Luo Yun suddenly desire to harm him? Yet the facts were undeniable. It was Luo Yun who had delivered false information, nearly leading to his demise at the jaws of a great python, leaving him no choice but to believe it. He fixed his gaze on Luo Yun and asked sternly, "Junior brother Luo, tell me, who informed you of this news?" Hearing his tone soften as he transitioned from calling him by name to addressing him as junior brother, Ling Yu exhaled in relief, releasing her grip. Yet Meng Xiefeng, growing impatient, pressed on, "Junior brother Luo, if you refuse to speak, could it truly be that you are the one who seeks to harm me?" After a considerable pause, Luo Yun raised his head and gently shook it. "Senior brother Meng, please refrain from questioning me further." This response ignited Meng Xiefeng's fury once more. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "What do you mean? Are you in cahoots with those who wish me harm?" Despite his relentless inquiries, Luo Yun remained resolutely silent, refusing to utter a single word. Ling Yu glanced at Fan Xian, and although she had shielded Luo Yun, she appeared disinclined to engage. Reluctantly, she intervened once more. "Senior brother Meng, you must recognize that there is certainly something amiss. Luo Shixiang's silence is undoubtedly for a reason, and your pressing him will yield no results. Then what do you propose?" Having shared perilous experiences with her, Meng Xiefeng felt obliged to grant her some consideration. "Junior sister Qing, I can overlook other matters, but this involves a life and death grudge. I do not wish for you to simply let it go. I merely hope you will speak more gently, senior brother Meng." She cast a glance at Luo Yun, affirming that he likely bore no ill intention towards him. If you wish to uncover the truth, it requires Luo Shixiang's willingness to speak. Gradually, Meng Xiefeng's expression softened, and he exhaled deeply. Finally, he cast a cold glance at Luo Yun. "Luo Shidi, if you spread false information, it is fortunate that I am still alive. Had I perished, it would mean you were responsible for my demise. That individual has manipulated you, yet you still choose to conceal the truth? How can you justify this betrayal after more than a decade of friendship? Reflect on this carefully." With that, he turned and walked away.